Chapter 1. Consuming the Devil Fruit. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a colossal warship plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, generating a thunderous roar that stirred up a monumental spray of water. The vessel, upon impact, was shattered into countless pieces. The surviving Navy personnel and nobles scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. The deafening sound startled seagulls into flight, revealing a landscape strewn with the wreckage of ships. Soon, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Imlate. How terrifying to strike a naval escort fleet in such a brief time, leaving not a trace or shadow behind. What a predicament to explain. On the first day after the tumult, a child clad in attire reminiscent of a spacesuit floated upon the surface of the sea, drifting towards a moving pirate ship. The aged Nagli, though still harboring ambitions, found himself increasingly wearied upon returning to the Grand Line. The fatigue etched deeply into his visage. He inhaled smoke while gazing at the ocean, spotting Kichi adrift. He retrieved Kichi. Interesting, a celestial dragon whose handiwork is this? Quite the bother indeed. Nagli harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, yet felt a twinge of pity for the child upon removing Kichi's headpiece to inspect the boy's appearance. He discovered a faint pulse still lingering within him. Had he delayed even a moment longer, it would have been too late. Gazing at the celestial dragon child, a peculiar thought blossomed in Nagli's mind, prompting him to devise a plan for his retirement. And he took Kichi back to the East Blue. 10 years later, on a small island in the East Blue, Nagli regarded the now young adult Kichi. "Are you ready to set sail?" "Indeed, old man. I can't linger here any longer." Nagli waved his cigarette dismissively. "You little rascal, I don't need your company. Go as far away as you can. How could I bear to drift too far from you? You are my most esteemed mentor." Kichi jested with Nagli. "Enough of your prattling. Take this. It's something I acquired while on the Grand Line, and I've long resisted consuming it. There are also some of your belongings from your childhood." Nagli produced 2 boxes and handed them to Kichi. One box contained a deep blue devil fruit, one that Kichi had never seen in any illustrated compendium. The other held the garments of the celestial dragon he wore as a child and a manual on the 6 styles. "By your expression, I presume you recognize it. Still remember, little celestial dragon? I refuse to continue living as a celestial dragon. I aspire to be a pirate, to venture upon the seas and become a legendary pirate." "Oh, a celestial dragon wishing to become a pirate. Splendid. Ha ha ha." Kichi found himself in a quandary over whether to consume the devil fruit as a transmigrant. He felt conflicted. Though the initial power boost was enticing, the glaring weaknesses, particularly his inability to swim, loomed large. Ultimately, he consumed the ominous deep blue devil fruit. Having arrived in this world of pirates, failing to partake in a devil fruit would be a regrettable oversight. Ugh, how utterly vile. Despite his preparation, the taste was abhorrent, a flavor that penetrated to the very depths of his soul. Indelible. Mythical Zoan, frost dragon fruit in its ice dragon form. Now that you've consumed it, focus on mastering the devil fruit before refining your 6 styles, Nagli advised, gazing at Kichi as he prepared to set sail. As he watched the departing ship and the waving farewell of Kichi, Nagli felt a sincere hope for the ambitious Kichi. Go forth, pursue your dreams. Let the sea bear witness to your aspirations, and challenge this world as a pirate with the heritage of a celestial dragon. 3 days later, a sudden whirlpool emerged in the East Blue, ensnaring a ship within its grasp. Aboard were Kichi and his companion, Sate. After an arduous struggle, they finally extricated themselves from the vortex. Collapsing onto the deck, Kichi gasped, "We must find a navigator immediately, otherwise we shall face grave danger if ordinary waters harbor such perils. What awaits us on the Grand Line? I happen to know a navigator. He's my childhood friend." But Sate hesitated, concealing this information from Kichi for some time. Now, faced with unforeseen circumstances, he divulged the existence of his childhood friend, leaving the choice to Kichi. "Very well. Let us seek out this navigator." Kichi refrained from probing further into Sate's reticence, directing Sate to steer the ship toward the town of Ijo, where the navigator resided. Chapter 2. The Fierce Mountain Bandits. The journey to Aio town would take several days, during which Kichi immersed himself in the study of his devil fruit abilities. After all, This particular fruit had not appeared in the original narrative, so he felt it prudent to familiarize himself with its powers. Kichi activated the abilities of his mythical Zoanfrost dragon fruit, triggering a transformation that caused his limbs to grow larger, covered in hard dragon scales, his hands and feet morphing into claws. However, upon completing the transformation of his limbs, his powers faltered, failing to envelop his entire body as with other Zoan fruits. He surmised that the root of the issue lay in the giant aspect of the dragon fruit. His current physique might not yet accommodate the formidable strength of a dragon. It appeared that he would need to enhance his physical form. Fortuitously, the prevailing winds were favorable, allowing Kichi and Sate to reach Aio town in just 3 days. Within a local tavern, a tall, slender man donned in spectacles drowned his sorrows in drink. Lamenting his frail condition, had his health been better, he would have set sail long ago. After all, possessing specialized knowledge was quite valuable, particularly for a navigator. Yet, when a ship's crew had approached him, they retreated upon discovering his frail state. His ailing body had pushed his seafaring dreams further from reach. Known in town as the medicine jar, his weakness made him a target of ridicule among the tavern patrons. Ah, if it isn't our aspiring navigator, Lord Navy Gade. Why haven't you set sail? Is it because your health is failing and no one wants you? Ha ha! Men should be strong. Ha ha ha! The tavern erupted with laughter. Gade's mood darkened further, prompting him to exit the tavern. The appearance of a little girl alleviated the awkwardness. How can you speak to Gade like that? All right, for Wang Li's sake, we'll let it slide this time. The ringleader of the workers ruffled the girl's hair. They were the dock workers of the town, all robust individuals who frequented the tavern to drink during their free time. Wang Li was the daughter of the tavern owner, a source of joy within the establishment. However, the sudden crash shattered the peaceful atmosphere. A spiked club smashed through the half-closed door. The wielder of the club was a towering man, followed by an armed subordinate and several lackeys. Terror gripped the tavern patrons as they stammered. Isn't the bandit Horik supposed to have left Aio town? Horik slammed his spiked club onto the wooden floor, creating a crater, and menacingly declared, "People of Aio town, we didn't expect to return. I've missed your wealth dearly. So hand over your money, or face the consequences of my trusty weapon." The atmosphere within the tavern shifted dramatically. The patrons, ordinary folk, stood no chance against a band of ruthless mountain bandits, especially a group with a notorious reputation as pirates. Horik and his gang had once been fearsome mountain bandits. With a bounty of 27 million berries after an encounter with a Navy vice admiral, Horik had seized a ship and fled to the seas to become a pirate. To their astonishment, they had returned today. Did they not fear the Navy stationed on the island? You don't intend to stall for time, hoping for the Navy to arrive, do you? Unfortunately, their lieutenant is absent, and the rest of the small fry have already been dealt with by us. The patrons then noticed the fallen Navy soldiers outside, further heightening their terror as they began to reluctantly reach for their meager savings. "That's the hard-earned money of my parents. I won't give it to you, vile scoundrels." Little Wang Li trembled with fear, yet chose to resist. The merciless thugs showed no regard for her youth, and Horik raised his spike club. Wang Li, Gade, disregarding his own safety, lunged at Horik with his electric baton. However, Horik was no fool. He deftly swatted Gade's baton aside, shattering it with a single blow before kicking Gade to the ground. Gade fell, blood spilling from his mouth. Isn't that Gade? A sickly individual should remain in bed. Yet here you are, attempting to resist. You've always been the most troublesome. Every time I took your money, I had to beat you up first. Horik spotted a credential slipping from Gade's possession. Marked with the words "not approved," he continued to mock. "Gade, what delusions of grandeur do you hold? I am a pirate, a captain. Who in their right mind would want a frail, sickly burden aboard their ship? You're as foolish as ever." Horik raised his spike club again, targeting Wang Li and Gade. Gade realized that from the moment he acted, there was no turning back. He positioned himself protectively in front of Wang Li, embracing her as he closed his eyes. "He is to be my future navigator. I cannot allow you to harm him." A figure suddenly appeared, materializing before Gade. A scaled arm intercepted the spike club. Chapter 3. A Bounty Twice Over. With one hand blocking the club and the other seizing it, Kichi chuckled. "Quite a bit of strength you possess, but alas, Horik faced Kitch, or rather, the The Kitch had consumed the frost dragon fruit among the various devil fruits. The zootype directly enhances one's combat prowess, granting the consumer the formidable traits of animals without the need for extensive training. Horik, a veritable strongman among ordinary humans, found himself up against a monster imbued with the power of a dragon despite his efforts. The Wolf Fang Club remained immovable, trapped within Kitch's grasp. Seeing the dire situation, Horik's gunmen raised their pistols, aiming at Kitch just as one prepared to fire. A bullet struck his hand, sending the weapon clattering to the ground, followed by another bullet that found its mark on the gunman's head. Interfering in the captain's battle is ill-advised, came the ominous warning as the gunman crumpled to the ground, gravely injured. Gade, noticing Sate flaunting his firearm with bravado, exclaimed in delight, "Sate, Gade, you still have that penchant for bravado, just like before," Sate replied, from which he extracted several small spheres from his gloves, launching them among the remaining subordinates, releasing a special powder that incapacitated them. Realizing he was surrounded, Horik pressed a button, causing the Wolf Fang Club to detach from its front layer, freeing himself from Kitch's clutches and swinging the weapon once more at Kitch. Kitch, however, leaped forward, delivering a punch that shattered the Wolf Fang Club and struck Horik squarely on the chin, sending him soaring into the air as Kitch landed. He executed a spinning kick, sending Horik crashing against a tavern wall, frothing at the mouth as he collapsed. Kitch regarded Horik with a mixture of respect and caution, a strong man, cunning and shrewd. With exceptional combat skills and an understanding of strategy, it was no wonder he had become a significant menace in the East Sea, especially with a bounty of 27 million berries, which was no trifling sum in these waters. Fortunately, the incident involving Horik had been mitigated by the timely arrival of Kitch and Sate, sparing New Gull Town from severe devastation. Kitch bound Horik's crew, delivering them alongside the naval personnel Horik had previously incapacitated to the town's naval base in exchange for their bounty, the injured naval soldiers, grateful for Kitch and his companion's intervention in ridding them of a menace, mistook them for newly minted bounty hunters and readily paid them their due. The bounties were as follows. Cunning Horik, 27 million berries. The infamous gunman Lev, 900,000 berries. A double bounty, what a stroke of fortune. Kitch and Sate ventured into town to procure supplies, replenishing their stock for the ship meanwhile. Gade organized his belongings and equipment, making his way to the shore, where he paused before Kitch's vessel. Sate waved him aboard. "Come aboard. Our navigator, the captain, has graciously invited you to join us." "Of course, I am a man of my word, and I only choose those I deem worthy," Kitch mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "We have yet to raise our flag, but we intend to fly the Jolly Roger in the future. Are you willing to follow us on this path and become our navigator?" From the moment Gade encountered Sate, he had intuitively understood they were not pursuing a conventional path. It was no surprise they were pirates, given the captain's sincere invitation and respect for his opinion. Gade readily agreed. "Captain, your navigator reports for duty." "Gade, our ship is named the Zhuanggong. Feel free to choose your cabin, Sate. Please show him around." The Zhuanggong, financed by Kitch and constructed with Sate's assistance, was now Kitch's sole possession comparatively. The Zhuanggong was thrice the size of the Mary Go, a deliberate choice by Kitch from the outset. While Kitch aimed to create an elite pirate crew, he understood that unlike Luffy, who amassed a crew of 10 only upon reaching the New World, he could not rely solely on one individual for each position. Kitch could not ascertain whether he possessed Luffy's protagonist aura and charisma, nor could he guarantee that each role would attract the world's most talented individuals. Therefore, the ship's crew could comprise multiple individuals for each position, ensuring their collective journey would endure. With preparations complete, Kitch and his crew departed from New Gull Town, the Zhuanggong slicing through the waves on its voyage. "Thank you, Brother Gade, for saving Winley. Please remember to return and visit her," came the heartfelt message. "Winley's uncle and aunt, do not worry when we return from our voyages. I will regale you with tales of my adventures at the bar," Gade assured, casting a glance at Winley's family on the dock. Kitch and Sate joined in the farewell wave. Chapter 4. Evading the Clown Buggy. Due to not yet hoisting the Jolly Roger, Kitch's crew found it relatively easy to dock their ship without drawing attention from the Navy or guards. They disembarked from the Zhuanggong and entered the town to procure food and replenish their supplies. "Captain, you must learn to moderate your appetite. or we shall frequently find ourselves lacking provisions, Sate lamented, exasperated by Kitch's voraciousness. 2/3 of the ship's provisions had been consumed by Kitch alone. The phrase, eating us out of house and home, was not unfounded. I cannot help it. Ever since consuming the frost dragon fruit, my stomach often feels as if it is empty. I have been trying to restrain myself, settling for merely a half-full state. Kitch replied, somewhat sheepishly, but unable to change his ways. With the power of a dragon came the appetite of a dragon. Kitch, who frequently trained his physique, had already possessed an appetite 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person prior to consuming the devil fruit. After its consumption, his appetite surged to over 50 times that of an ordinary individual, with no definitive limit known, as there was not enough food available to test. Suddenly, a small dog appeared before them, exuding a fierce demeanor as if poised for battle. Kaiji found the creature oddly familiar, yet he could not recall from whence it came. However, his sixth sense urged him to hastily vacate the island. The townsfolk were engaged in discussion, remarking that a young man wearing a straw hat had recently arrived, rumored to have clashed with a group of clowns. I cannot believe I forgot that this town is ill-fated. We must avoid encountering him, Kaiji thought to himself. Gade, prepare the provisions. We need to leave this island at once. Kaiji swiftly settled the tab, hoisting the boxes into his arms, and rushed back to the ship. The Zhuiging, leave the rest for Luffy, he instructed. Captain, this is not an opportune time to set sail. There are ominous signs of thick fog at sea, Gade advised. Fog is manageable. We can explain once we are out at sea. The Zhuiging departed the small town, entering waters already shrouded in a veil of mist. What is it about this town that necessitates such evasion? Kaiji pondered. A person. One who conceals himself deeply. If I were to tell you that among the inhabitants of that town was a former crew member of the Pirate King, a brother of the newly ascended Yonko, Shanks, also referred to in some versions as red-haired Jack, hiding on this island, would you believe me? Is that true, or are you pulling my leg? The idea sounded ludicrous. Yet it was indeed a reality. Having just set sail, the risks were immense. It was best to remain cautious, for Kaiji did not wish to see his journey cut short so soon. In the original narrative, Buggy was certainly portrayed as a comedic character, often referred to by fans as the fortunate wielder of luck, sharing a portion of the Pirate King's fortune with Usopp. While it may be conceivable for Buggy to be merely a comic relief in an anime or manga, Kaiji was confronted with a tangible world, and he would not gamble on Buggy's perceived weakness. Luffy possessed a straw hat, while Buggy did not. Should Buggy choose not to relent, matters could become complicated. Even in the original story, there were subtle hints left behind. When Roger's crew encountered Whitebeard, Buggy had a tense confrontation with Blackbeard. Prior to reaching the final island, a coincidental fever struck him. Most importantly, the name of his fruit was already a cause for concern. The pirate Buggy was once an apprentice aboard the Pirate King's ship, remaining undiscovered by the Navy for years after Roger's demise. How ironic that such a notorious identity should hide in a small town. Though Gade, like Sartre, was astonished, he retained his duty as a navigator, cautioning, Captain, the fog is thickening. Visibility is severely low. We must reduce our speed, lest we collide with other vessels or submerge rocks. Understood. Gade, lower the sails. The Zhuiging advanced cautiously through the dense fog, a prime opportunity for fishing and foraging. To avoid depleting their supplies, they could not solely rely on the provisions stored away. They must also procure fresh sustenance from nature. With Sartre's mechanical expertise, he provided tools such as fishing nets and tackle. Gade took the helm. Sartre cast his net on the left side of the ship, while Kaiji dropped his line on the right. Sartre was the first to reap rewards, netting several boxes of fish, ensuring a hearty meal for the night. Yet Kaiji had little to show for his efforts. Would he return empty-handed? No, he resolved to change his bait, directly attaching a fish, and to his surprise, this maneuver proved effective as the rod began to tremble. Suddenly, an immense force surged forth, pulling Kaiji from the side of the ship to the bow, where he collided with the railing. Dragon transformation. Kaiji activated his devil fruit ability, swiftly adjusting his form, gripping the fishing rod with all his might. He could not afford to let go. A massive fish leapt from the water, struggling against the line. Its appearance was rather mundane, yet it measured over 10 meters in length, nearly comparable to the vessel itself. Truly, in the world of the Pirate King, even a simple catch could be deemed a sea monster. As the ship was pulled forward, it oscillated between rapid advancement and a slow crawl. This back and forth continued for an hour until the great fish finally succumbed, floating to the surface. Tonight, we shall feast. Kaiji collapsed on the deck, panting heavily. Hooray for the big fish. Hooray for the fish meat. Gade and Sartre cheered alongside him. Sartre, astonished, remarked, "Thank goodness Kaiji's fruit allowed for reinforced tackle. Otherwise, we might not have landed this catch." That evening aboard the Zhuiging, laughter and merriment filled the air, the dining table adorned with an array of meats and drinks. Cheers. As dawn broke, a newspaper was delivered. Gade tossed a coin to a seagull. Eager to learn of the latest news, the paper reported on the hottest topic in the East Sea, a floating restaurant. Chapter 5, A Sudden Illness, the Doctor Who Terrifies the Bearpaw Tribe. The morning sun shone brightly, the sea calm and serene. With the sails raised, the ship glided smoothly through the waters. Gade leisurely reclined in a chair, perusing the newspaper to uncover the day's significant events. "Oh, look, it's about us in the East Sea. The floating restaurant. It's quite renowned in recent years, hailed as the finest dining establishment in the East Sea. We must go there at least once." To his surprise, the article featured none other than Sanji, also known in some translations as Sanchi, who had risen as a culinary star. Kaiji's mouth watered at the thought of the delectable dishes, having not savored high-quality food in quite some time. He realized it was time to find a competent chef. Kaiji's own culinary skills could be described as edible, while Sartre and Gade's cooking was merely sustenance. Consequently, Kaiji resolved to handle the cooking himself. As the Zhuiging navigated the waves, the horizon stretched infinitely before them, tranquil and reassuring, the setting sun casting a shimmering silhouette of the ship on the cerulean waves. Sartre busied himself in his workshop, improving the desalination device to enhance the taste of the water produced. "Sartre, something's not right. I feel feverish and unwell. I have a foreboding feeling. Could you construct an electric wheelchair for me, in case I become unable to move and am confined to bed?" "Of course, just let me know what you need. I will do my utmost to assist you. Have you taken your medicine? You must take care of yourself." The following day, Gade's condition quickly worsened, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. "Gade, drink the spring water we have stored. Do not consume the water from the desalination unit." "Sartre, is Gade going to be all right? I spotted an island ahead. I will go ashore to seek a doctor while you remain here to care for him." "Yes, Kaiji, please take care." Kaiji swiftly explored the island, only to discover it was a desolate land, devoid of towns or villages, and not a soul in sight. Just as despair began to set in, a flurry of spears came hurtling toward him. "Today is my lucky day. Humans at last. It has been ages since I have dined on human flesh." Kaiji leaped into the air, executing a flip to evade the spears. The assailants bore braided hair, dark circles under their eyes, and wore garments of blue. They belonged to the cannibalistic Bearpaw Tribe. To his surprise, aside from the island resembling a cat's or dog's paw, he found that this place also harbored the Bearpaw Tribe. Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated, as they had bested Buggy's 3 subordinates. With pressing urgency, Kaiji needed to locate a doctor to treat Gade. Dragon transformation. Kaiji further tapped into his devil fruit powers. Dragon horns sprouting from his forehead. Dragon fist. Chaos strike. Kaiji swiftly dispatched the group of Bearpaw Tribe members. Standing over their leader, he demanded, "Does your tribe possess anyone skilled in healing? Do not deceive me, or I shall turn you all into soup." He brandished a spear as a threat to the remaining tribe members. No, our tribe has a flavor specialist, but we do not have a physician. The Bearpaw Tribe rarely falls ill. Those who are injured or unwell simply return to nature. We have no need for a healer. We may have misjudged you, but we had no intention of provoking you. Really, none at all. The spears drew ever closer. My lord, while we lack a healer, there is someone on the island who may possess the ability to treat ailments, but that person is quite terrifying. Oh, take me to them. They arrived at a massive cave adorned with numerous animal specimens and dissected corpses, the air thick with the scent of medicinal concoctions. My lord, is it not frightening to inflict such cruel punishment upon living beings, and to cast dreadful curses upon them? It is utterly perverse and malicious, yet we have witnessed him heal animals. The Bearpaw Tribe cowered behind the rocks, trembling in fear, unwilling to draw near. Kaiji found their fear amusing. Due to their customs, they misconstrued the presence of specimens and corpses as punishment and curses. You are a tribe of cannibals. Why fear this, having seen the specimens and dissected bodies? Kaiji recognized this individual as a skilled doctor, well-versed in both traditional and Western medicine. An elderly man with flowing white hair sat cross-legged within, his hands resting on his knees, deep in meditation. Kaiji gasped. Another traveler. Chapter 6. The Mark of O.An encounter at the floating restaurant. The elder was clad in simple, somewhat archaic garments. "Pray tell, venerable elder, I am Kaiji, and I humbly seek your aid in a matter of urgency." Kaiji ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this familiar greeting, the elder emerged from his meditative state, scrutinizing the young man before him, contemplating. Is this the newcomer from O? It would not do to be so easily exposed. Then he spoke. My name is Xuanhu, and I am willing to lend my hand, but young friend Kaiji must first answer my question. Only when I am satisfied will I act. He directly inquired. What is the meaning of a doctor? I have healed the people of this world, yet they venture onto the seas to fight and perish. Have I truly cured my patients? Upon hearing this seemingly simple question, Kaiji broke into a cold sweat. I cannot answer. This response did not meet my expectations. The elder Xuanhu returned to his meditative state. Kaiji knelt down, his forehead striking the ground. My companion lies gravely ill aboard the ship, waiting for me to find a physician to save him. I beseech you, esteemed Xuanhu, to assist my friend. The members of the Bear Paw tribe were astonished. Such a powerful individual was actually kneeling before another. I will give you another chance. Provide me an answer. I cannot give you a satisfactory answer, but I know where to find one. I can take you to that island to witness it. Ah, but what if you deceive me? What guarantee do you offer? Your head. Very well. The elder Xuanhu returned to his cave to gather a large bag of supplies. Your situation appears urgent. Carry me. Yes. Kaiji hoisted the elder Xuanhu onto his back, sprinting back to the Zhaoging ship. The Bear Paw tribe members, watching the two disappear, erupted into cheers, deciding to hold a celebration that night to rejoice in the departure of two harbingers of misfortune, proclaiming that this island would henceforth belong to them. Aboard the Zhaoging ship, elder Xuanhu took Gade's pulse, examining his eyes, throat, and forehead. You have a low fever, a severe cold, and complications arising from exposure. Your health is fragile, and you are afflicted by toxic substances. Fortunately, you did not move recklessly during this time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, and you would have been bound to your bed for life, coughing incessantly. After scrutinizing the medications Gade typically consumed, Xuanhu continued. First, we shall use medication to alleviate the fever and cold. Once these complications are resolved, you must recuperate. It would be ideal to have a chef prepare medicinal dishes. Xuanhu's arrival stabilized Gade's condition. On the deck, Kaiji expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xian. No need for formality, Kaiji. You have passed my test, and thus I will naturally extend my assistance. Furthermore, we can converse normally. There is no need for you to adopt the speaking style of another world with me. I have lived in this world for over a decade and am quite accustomed to it. However, I must remind you, Kaiji, to guard your identity closely. The secret of the Omark is under the watchful eyes of significant figures. Due to this identity, I am now known as Dorte O. Xuanhu. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Captain. With that, Xuanhu returned to his workshop. The Omark seems to conceal many secrets in the world of pirates. Kaiji pondered as he gazed at the sea. 3 days later, Gade had returned to his usual state. The sea breeze caressed the four individuals on the deck as they debated the pirate flag, ultimately deciding on the design of a dragon flying above a skull, crafted by Sate. Hoist the flag. Today marks the official founding of our pirate crew. Should we spend all our money? Spend it all. Let's have a fine meal. If need be, we can later seek treasure maps for adventure. The four engaged in a heated discussion about finances. Having arrived at a maritime restaurant, it was rumored that every dish here was delectable, and patrons willingly spent lavishly. This was the East Sea's den of indulgence. The four were not hindered and easily entered the hall to take their seats in order. Kaiji observed the other patrons, noting that they were predominantly nobles and wealthy merchants, many accompanied by weapon-bearing guards or bodyguards. No wonder they did not pay heed to ordinary pirates. The head chef and several staff members at the maritime restaurant were former pirates, unperturbed by the presence of Kaiji and his crew, who held no notoriety at that moment. Kaiji, is that really you? A worker, Luffy, recognized Kaiji from their childhood days. I never expected you to set sail as well. Luffy, what happened to you? You aren't here to dine on the house, are you? And end up stuck as a worker? Kaiji, you still speak so bluntly, just as you did in our youth. You make it difficult to find allies. Luffy feigned an elder brotherly demeanor as he playfully snatched a meatball from Kaiji's bowl and popped it into his mouth. Luffy, you're stealing a guest food. Kaiji, you're still so stingy. You act as if you're generous. While Luffy and Kaiji engaged in their banter, important figures, Kliki and the demon mannequin, arrived. Chapter 7. Onlookers witnessing the chasm between worlds. Could you bring me some food? This maritime restaurant serves such unappetizing fare. I am clad in armor forged from superalloy. You must heed my command and prepare food for 100 at once. That man with the hawk eyes is truly terrifying. He single-handedly decimated our entire fleet. Hawkeye, I set sail specifically to find him. How could a single ship be cleaved in two? A resounding crash sent towering waves surging. Quick, raise the anchor, or the restaurant will be affected. The restaurant was indeed impacted. Tables shook violently, and several dishes flew into the air. Kaiji managed to catch them just before they hit the ground. Savor your meal. It's not often we get to enjoy a feast. Let us not waste it, Dio. We hold a deep-seated grudge against you. Why do you persistently pursue us? I'm simply bored. It's merely a pastime. A small pirate wielding twin pistols fired at Hawkeye. With a gentle stroke of his black blade, Knight, Hawkeye altered the trajectory of the bullets. Zoro stepped forward. I am Roronoa Zoro. You claim to have plenty of time? Let us duel now, the world's strongest swordsman. A duel? What a pitiful weakling. The onlookers gasped. The pirate hunter Zoro faces off against the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Upon hearing this, Kaiji recognized that the excitement was about to unfold and joined the crowd. Continuing to eat while spectating. I have no smaller blades. One must recognize that there are greater mountains beyond the hills. Understand the disparity in the world. Three-sword style. Ogre Slayer. How is it possible? I refuse to believe the gap between us and the strongest in the world is so vast. Why not evade? A deeper strike would pierce your heart, leading to your demise. Am I unaware? But if I retreat, my past promises will all be in vain. Hawkeye drew his supreme blade, the Black Blade Knight, a long-awaited strong adversary. Three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Zoro's two swords shattered, and he faced defeat. The scars on his back marked a swordsman's disgrace. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp shouted nervously. Now is not the time for you to die. Carry this unwillingness to live on. Roronoa Zoro.I. Dracula Mihawk shall await you at the pinnacle of swordsmen, anticipating the day you surpass this blade in my hand. Luffy, until I defeat Hawkeye and become the strongest swordsman. I will never concede. Do you have any objections, Pirate King? With that, Hawkeye departed, and the spectacle concluded. Kaiji returned to the restaurant to continue savoring the cuisine. Subsequently, he overheard discussions about the Shield Man, Demon Mannequin, and Zepp explaining to Sanji the world's strongest weapon, a gun concealed within the belly, amidst cheers from the chefs that a worker had defeated the pirate commander Kliki, due to this incident and Luffy's victory. The Maritime restaurant offered a few complimentary dishes. For a long time, I am forever grateful for your kindness, Boss Zepp. Your immense generosity will remain etched in Sanji's memory. You little rascal. You've left us feeling so lonely since your departure. You scoundrel. Fools. Real men must part ways quietly. Farewell, Sanji. As Sanji departed, Kaiji finished his meal. Zepp approached him, accurately pinpointing Kaiji. Calm little pirate. Are you here for the nautical journal? The seasoned pirate immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of both Luffy's and Kaiji's crews. Elder Zepp, I do not seek the nautical journal. I simply happen to need a cook aboard my ship. I wonder if any chefs here would be willing to set sail. Zepp did not respond directly but glanced at the accompanying chefs. The chefs shook their heads, indicating their reluctance to embark on a voyage. What a pity. I will have to seek a chef elsewhere. Thank you for the hospitality. Your food is truly exquisite. I hope to return again. Elder Zepp, wishing you prosperous business. Kaiji called to his companions to prepare for departure. Out of guilt, and as a gesture of goodwill to loyal customers, Zepp packed 100 servings of food for Kaiji as he left. Welcome back anytime. Before long, Gade, using a telescope to survey the sea, spotted a small green dot in the distance. Alerted, he observed carefully and recognized the marine flag. Captain, there are Marines approaching us ahead. Ah, Marines. Interesting. No need to fear. Let us sail directly towards them. Kek did not instruct to avoid or hastily depart. The naval warship launched several cannonballs toward them. Sate produced a newly crafted cannon to return fire, successfully neutralizing 2 projectiles. Kek shattered one with a punch and sent 2 others flying with swift kicks. With such prowess and an appearance that matched, they must be the ones, the pacifiers of the AIO Town incident. The naval lieutenant, spotting Kek's group through his telescope, observed the unfolding scene. Chapter 8, The Pursuit of Lieutenant Kobernik. Realizing that multiple long-range attacks were futile, the warship ceased firing and accelerated towards the pirate vessel. Zhu Gang. The Navy prepared for close combat. Lieutenant Kobernik unsheathed his weapon, a rapier. Soldiers, charge, defeat the pirates. As the 2 ships drew near, the Navy followed their lieutenant onto the Zhu Gang, facing the Navy for the first time. Kek felt a surge of excitement, eager to gauge both his own skills and the current capabilities of his pirate crew. Lads, let us demonstrate the strength of our pirate band to the Navy. Kek transformed into his dragon form, directly challenging the naval lieutenant. The other 3 engaged with the remaining naval soldiers. The collision of Kek's dragon fist against the point of the rapier unleashed a shockwave that reverberated around them. Truly the instigator of the AIO Town incident. I initially thought you were merely newly minted pirate hunters, yet here you stand as pirates. How surprising, he remarked, casting a glance at Guy D.S. Oh, it is you. Lieutenant Kobernik, your strength exceeds that of a mere lieutenant. What brings you to such lengths to pursue us? Surely it isn't to eliminate those privy to the AIO town incident. Keck assessed the lieutenant's capabilities with a mere glance. We have come to eradicate pirates, Lieutenant Kobernik declared, thrusting his rapier forward, Copernic piercing. Since you refuse to reveal your true intentions, it would be wise to return home. Keck retaliated with a dragon fist, launching a direct assault that shattered the lieutenant's ultimate technique, sending him crashing back onto the warship. Lieutenant, the soldiers panicked at the sight of their defeated leader. In the midst of combat, distraction is perilous. Xuanhu seized the opportunity. Adopting a tiger crane stance, Gade's modified electric baton unleashed several coils that ensnared the soldiers, shocking them into paralysis. Sate utilized newly crafted mechanical gauntlets to dispatch the incapacitated naval soldiers back to their ship. At this point, Keck had fully mastered the fundamental abilities of his fruit, having completely transformed, complete with dragon wings and a tail. Hovering above the warship, he gazed down at the lieutenant, who was just recovering from his injuries. Lieutenant Kobernik, you must be hoping to take Gade back with you. He is a navigator I personally invited aboard, and I cannot allow you to take him away. Who knows if you pirates are coercing him? Disregarding his well-being for the sake of his knowledge, as someone who once drove away mountain bandits and voluntarily protected AIO Town for years, you should understand Gade's character better. Though frail, he would never be forced to do anything against his will. He joined us willingly, for it was his last opportunity to set sail. The lieutenant reflected on Gade's condition. Dragon Force. Meteor Fall. Before the lieutenant could react, Keck spun in the air, gathering all his strength, and plummeted downward, his dragon claws crashing onto the warship's deck. The vessel warped and twisted under the impact, with smoke billowing from the engine room. Being relentlessly pursued by a warship is quite troublesome. It seems I have no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. By the way, my name is Keck. With that, Keck soared back to the Zhu gang, guiding the pirate ship onward. Quickly, soldiers, repair the engine room and the hull immediately. Lieutenant Kobernik reported Keck's group using the transponder snail. This time, the tools we've crafted have proven to be a resounding success. We must continue to improve and enhance our combat capabilities, Sate remarked to Gade. Indeed, Gade replied, though his thoughts were elsewhere. He hoped that Lieutenant Kobernik would be unharmed. Speaking of tools, you should create some alarms. Gade's meal and rest times must not be taken lightly, Xuanhu advised Sate. Understood. The Zhu gang arrived at a dock on Stone Island, in the town of Shirzhen. The island was rugged and sparsely populated. A nondescript small town. A skirmish was underway at the dock. Keck's crew sought to replenish their supply of terrestrial meat and spring water. As they had not encountered any significant figures in the town, merely stopping briefly for supplies, the fighting party from earlier comprised familiar faces, Captain Kleek, the pirate admiral, and his subordinates, the ghoul, Akin, and the other subordinates appeared visibly weakened. Keck was astonished to see that there had been no antidote provided. It seemed Kleek had lost trust even in the ghoul Akin and intended to abandon his subordinates. Akin, you traitor, since you wish to save these worthless fools. They are all yours. Kleek spat at the poisoned Akin, then noticed the Zhu gang approaching with Keck's crew. Finally, a grand ship. Kleek approached Keck, wielding a damaged giant spear aimed at him. You young scoundrel. I, Kleek, have commandeered your vessel. Clearly, Kleek, having suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Mihawk and Luffy, had lost his grip on reality. Of course, he never possessed much to begin with. Keck couldn't help but admire Kleek's lack of insight. Was there no wisdom behind his cunning schemes? No wonder he was pursued by Mihawk. Keck was not Luffy, and he had no intention of toying with him. Keck laughed, signaling his comrades Sate and the others to remain unfazed in their combat stance. If you crave a resounding defeat, then come forth, but first, you should antidote yourself, lest you have no chance for remorse after your loss. Chapter 9. Encountering Captain Kleek and Ghoul Akin again. Kleek, gazing at the young pirate before him, was reminded of the Straw Hat, Luffy. Initially intending to conceal his intentions, he recalled his previous 2 losses. He could not afford a third. Resolutely, he ingested the antidote. His toxic pallor faded, and Kleek regained his confidence. Keck had anticipated this outcome. A cowardly individual wielding poison as a weapon would certainly have prepared an antidote for himself. At the very least, he would possess something to alleviate the toxins. As a former commander of 3,000 pirates, to abandon his subordinates like this reveals that he is not a commendable captain. Observing Kleek's possession of an antidote, Akin and the other subordinates felt a wave of despair wash over them. You insolent brat, how dare you mock the great Captain Kleek? Prepare to die. Kleek swung his spear toward Keck, causing an explosion upon impact. I am not a mere brat. My name is Kek. As the dust from the explosion settled, the unscathed dragon-formed Kek effortlessly blocked the giant spear with his hands. Kleek, now accustomed to the existence of devil fruit users after his encounters with Luffy, withdrew his spear and retaliated with a swift strike to Kek's chest. Kek caught the spear barehanded, gripping it tightly. Dragon Force. A tremendous force shattered the spear. Kleek, wielding the broken spear, pivoted to unleash a barrage from his armored cannon, followed by a volley of toxic gas projectiles. Ha ha ha. Perish. Kek instantly shielded his comrades, using his dragon wings to absorb the explosions and disperse the poisonous gas. You truly lack decency. Kek fumed, stomping down hard enough to splinter the floorboards as he leapt toward Kleek. Ready to unleash a torrent of blows, Dragon Fist, chaotic strikes. In an instant, dozens of punches rained down upon Kleek. Kleek donned his spiked armor, attempting to retaliate against the onslaught. Kek, undeterred, continued his relentless assault, delivering powerful strikes without restraint. I am not made of rubber. I fear not your spikes. My dragon armor is more than sufficient. Dozens of dragon fists pummeled Kleek, who struggled to withstand the blows, retreating as the floor beneath him began to shatter, nails and debris cascading down. Dragon Fist, direct dragon strike. Kek pressed the attack. The hardened alloy armor yielded to his punch, leaving a deep imprint. Kleek was launched into the air, blood spilling from his mouth as he soared. Kek followed up with another series of Dragon Fist, chaotic strikes, delivering yet more punishing blows. Kleek was defeated once more, his hair disheveled as he collapsed to the ground. Akin and the guards from Shurjin looked on in awe at this powerful young man, who had dominated Kleek throughout the encounter. Kek approached Kleek, retrieved the antidote, and tossed it to Akin. He then led Sate and the others to exchange their crafted tools for some water and meet with the guards. The guards, relieved to find it was merely a trade, complied without hesitation. After all, they could not possibly contend with the formidable presence before them, let alone the incapacitated Kleek and Akin. Having secured provisions, Kek's crew prepared to return to the Zhugang. However, Akin stepped in front of Kek. Please, save my subordinates. The antidote is insufficient, and some individuals have already succumbed to severe poisoning, particularly the weaker members among the little pirates. What benefits do I derive from this? Akin, realizing he has nothing left, knelt down and declared, if you can cure them, I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden for the rest of my life to repay this debt. The deal was struck. Xuanhu went to assess their condition. This poison is not particularly complex, merely potent. Xuanhu had recognized the toxin while at the sea restaurant. Each person was administered an antidote pill and a dose of medicine. The ghostly Akin observed as his subordinates gradually improved, and the worry etched upon his face began to fade. He turned to Kaichi and Xuanhu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. No need, Kaichi replied. You exchanged that for your own sake. Remember your promise. How do you intend to deal with these individuals? On my ship, only you may board. They cannot, as the vessel cannot afford to sustain so many laborers. Kaichi discerned that Akin was better suited as a vice captain than a captain. He gestured for Sate to bring a transponder snail and a copy of the Navy's 6 styles, tossing them to Akin and his crew. You will hide in the East Sea for now. I will provide for you later, and in due course, I will have Akin reach out to you. Chapter 10. The memory loss of Misty Fragment Isles. Of course, Kaichi would not take in everyone. Those unwilling to stay were free to leave, while those who wished to remain could do so. To his surprise, the shield man stayed behind. Kaichi felt a flicker of fondness for him. I didn't expect you to remain. From now on, you shall lead these men, and you can also retrain in the 6 styles, particularly in Life Return. Though I am a pirate, I am not ungrateful. The Navy's 6 styles, Life Return is connected to my life's homage. Barrow felt a surge of indignation at Kaichi's skepticism, yet he took his benefactor's words to heart. Clever. The rest is for you to comprehend, Kaichi said, trading some weapons with the Stone Town Guard for a ship and provisions for Barrow and his companions. As for the unconscious Click, he left that for the Stone Town Guard to handle. Akin boarded the Zhaogang, with the shield man Barrow leading the others to find a hidden location. The Stone Town Guard reported to the Navy, and a naval ship arrived at the Stone Town dock to take away Click, who was bound in chains, led by Lieutenant Kobernik. Noticing that Akin, who had just boarded, seemed a bit out of sorts, Kaichi tossed a mop to him. Currently, Sate, Gid, and Xuanhu on our ship are all researchers, mostly confined to their rooms or studios. The cleaning duties will fall to us. Akin, having nothing else to do, joined Kaichi in scrubbing the deck. Akin, I specifically brought you aboard. You need not be so reserved that I had seen you at the sea restaurant and noted your agreement with Sanji, with the recent encounter in Stone Town. I found myself in need of combat personnel on my ship, so I decided to lend you a hand. Thank you, Captain, for your appreciation. As night fell, mist enveloped the sea, leading them into a region of fragmented isles. These islands varied in size, some as large as a basketball court, others merely a stone's width, but all were quite flat, with numerous underwater reefs. The jagging occasionally collided with the reefs, producing a sound of impact and causing slight tremors in the ship's hull. Tonight, the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, kept watch. Xuanhu practiced the 5-animal play, his physique robust, while the others had already drifted into slumber. The misty fragment isles resonated with enchanting shell music. In the dead of night, someone stirred. I need to use the restroom. How did I end up on a pirate ship? I left Adao town and set sail. Ged emerged onto the deck, spotting the pirate flag. Ged, why are you up? You should be resting. Xuanhu greeted Ged, noticing his bewildered expression and fearing it was a new symptom of his illness. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted within the Zhaoging, shattering a window. Kaichi shoved Sate out of the Zhaoging, and the two landed on an island the size of a sports arena. Sate, what are you doing? Stop damaging the Zhaoging. You celestial dragon, don't act so familiar. Just because you've grown up doesn't mean I don't recognize you. I want to kill you celestial dragons in vengeance for my mother and family. Sate fired cannonballs at Kaichi. Amnesia, is it? How despicable. Who's behind this? Kaichi, unable to retaliate, could only transform and fly, evading while searching for the culprit. Sate, filled with hatred, unleashed a barrage of ammunition. Found you. With a frosty breath, Kaichi endured Sate's firepower, freezing a section of the sea, soaring away while lifting a massive ice block. Dragon Fist, direct dragon strike. His punch, akin to a sandbag, charged forth, shattering the ice and landing heavily on the swollen belly of a seahorse. The seahorse, struck by the tremendous force, expelled all the memories it had absorbed. Kaichi captured the seahorse, now returned to its normal size, but did not find that flute-playing child. It seemed he was not the one Luffy would encounter later. With Sate regaining his memories, he halted his assault. The other three, having just regained their memories, felt somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, disaster struck as the ship collided with a hidden reef, sustaining damage. Quick, we must head to the cabin to repair it. Lacking a shipwright, Sate, who had decent skills, began mending the leaking hull while the other four worked to bail out the incoming seawater. An hour later, they finally repaired the Zhaoging and cleared the cabin. The 5 of them sat on the deck, gazing at the unconscious memory seahorse. Chapter 11, The Sixth Companion. The memory seahorse in the treasure map. The red seahorse awoke, rubbing its head, feeling as though it had slept for an eternity. It bore faint stripes. Upon awakening, it found 5 individuals staring at it. Rather than panicking, it calmly inquired, "Did you control this? I was supposed to go to Cocoa West Village, but after passing through a mist in the East Sea, I became disoriented, as if under some control. That's that seahorse next to you causing the trouble." Kaichi and his crew asserted their innocence, directly pointing at the memory seahorse. The memory seahorse confirmed its dubious nature, stating that through music, it could absorb memories and control individuals. "Are you one of Arlong's subordinates?" Kaichi suspected not, but sought to understand. "No. I came to resolve the matter of Arlong, owing my friend Jinbei a debt of gratitude. Yet he shows none, arriving in this place, oppressing the human populace, truly reprehensible." The fisherman grew incensed, unhappy that Kaichi's crew grouped him with Arlong's. "We are a pirate crew. I am Captain Kaichi, Sate is our gunner. Ged is our navigator, Xuanhu is our ship's doctor, and Akin is the vice captain." Kaichi introduced his team to ease the tension. "I am Shank, a soldier from the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island." The fisherman introduced himself. "Perfect. We are in need of crew members. Would you like to join us?" Kaichi directly invited Shank to become a companion. "What benefits would joining you bring? We have only just met, and we know little of each other." Kaichi stood, speaking meaningfully. Not knowing each other is precisely what makes it good. Only by spending time together can we truly understand one another. Experience this process, and you will be able to lead the fishmen and humans in future interactions. Are you willing to shoulder some responsibilities for your kin and your friend Jinbei? What do you mean? Shank did not grasp the gravity of the statement, questioning how his personal decisions could relate to the fishmen at large. Jinbei would soon cease to be a warlord of the sea, and the future of Fishman Island was at stake. How could Jinbei and Fishman Island's future rest solely on him? Kaichi employed psychological tactics on Shank. There was no choice. The need for a fishman was pressing. One who could fight and swim well, at the very least, a lifeguard. Especially since there were devil fruit users aboard. Becoming a landlubber, they would be helpless in the water and would drown without rescue. Shank pondered deeply, recalling how these individuals had not harmed him during his unconsciousness, and decided to take a step forward. I will join you. Hooray! Another companion. The memory seahorse began to stir, upon opening its eyes. It was met with 6 wicked smiles, ready to disassemble it. The memory seahorse broke into a cold sweat and immediately begged for mercy, bowing and murmuring something. Kaichi and his companions observed the memory seahorse pleading, but could not comprehend its words. Shank stepped forward. It is not a creature I am familiar with, but it seems to be pleading for its life, claiming it can show you an underwater ruin that contains a large treasure map. Shank and Akin followed the seahorse into the underwater ruins, returning with 2 stone slabs, one depicting a treasure map and the other bearing a dragon symbol. Upon seeing the treasure symbols on the map, Kaichi's crew erupted in excitement, dancing with glee. Treasure map, treasure hunting. We are going to strike it rich. Oh dear. The following day, after regaining composure, it became apparent to Shanka that he had no leads regarding the treasure map. He inspected the Misty Fragment Island but found nothing else of significance. Thus, he imprisoned the memory seahorse within a water tank. Initially, he accompanied Shanka to Coco West Village to address Aaron's issue. Before even entering Coco West Village, they encountered a sea beast, the sea cow. Upon spotting the merman Shanka, the sea cow fled in terror as if confronted by the ultimate horror, the village guard. Jinzu was in a hurry to reach a certain location and hurried past Kaichi, his scarred face, marked by a certain aesthetic of stitches, adorned with a windmill atop his head, exuded a harmonious blend of charisma and style. Truly deserving of the compliments from Luffy regarding his handsomeness, he was undeniably striking. However, seeing the situation unfold, Kaichi recognized they had taken a wrong turn and redirected Shanka. You cannot possibly destroy my dragon paradise, Luffy exclaimed, launching a rubber axe that pierced through the dragon paradise. Someone has taken care of the dragon for you, so you need not worry, Kaichi remarked to Shanka, who was observing the scene from behind a wall. Let us go. With Aaron dealt with, Shanka saw no reason to linger in Coco West Village. Shanka, you return to the Huanggang. I have matters to attend to. Not far from Coco West Village, aboard a warship. Colonel Mouse was in distress. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, appearing before him. The first thing Colonel Mouse noticed was Kaichi's smiling visage. Without hesitation, Kaichi unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes upon the colluding Marine colonel. This vicious pirate must be reported to headquarters. Colonel Mouse indignantly instructed the Marine soldiers, his body adorned with bindings. Chapter 12. The bounty shocking the East Sea. At the Marine headquarters, a group of Marine officers gathered, listening intently to the report from the headquarters. In the East, where the average bounty is 3 million, the initial bounty was set at 30 million and 20 million. Unprecedented figures that posed a threat beyond the capacity of local branches, necessitating the eradication of such a menace in its infancy. Displayed were the smiling faces of Luffy and Kaichi. The Marine officers, sipping their drinks, set their cups down in agreement. On the headquarters training ground, a group of Marines was engaged in drills. The Marine cloaks billowed in the ocean breeze, emblazoned with the word justice on their backs. Gate examined the nautical charts, exclaiming, I didn't expect we'd be nearing it so soon. Let us find the captain immediately. Captain, are we set to head to Logue Town? Gate's eyes sparkled with anticipation at what awaited them. Was it truly the place where the pirate king Roger met his end? The beginning and conclusion of his journey? Logue Town, due to Roger's legacy, had become a large town in the East Sea. Moreover, its symbolic significance warranted a substantial marine presence. The merman Shanka navigated the ship, while Akin, having adapted to life aboard, lounged comfortably on a deck chair, engrossed in a newspaper, tracking the world's developments. He turned a page. A bounty notice was caught by the wind. Monkey D. Luffy, 30 million berries. The mischievous Kaichi, 20 million berries. Oh no, Captain, you've been wanted, Akin exclaimed at a 20 million bounty on your first attempt. The Marines are quite generous. He caught their attention. He held the bounty notice up for others to see. 20 million berries isn't too shabby. He chuckled. In Ago Town, Winley held the bounty notice up to her parents, exclaiming, It's that big brother. At the sea restaurant, the owner remarked, Look at the errand boy and that customer. Japu spotted the bounty notices of Luffy and Kaichi. Has the world begun to take notice of them? Sanji, let us move forward. They pinned the bounty notices up in the shop to attract customers. On Stone Island, the guards huddled together, examining Kaichi's bounty notice. 20 million berries. This young man is indeed formidable. It's fortunate there was no conflict previously. The Zhuanggang sailed towards Logue Town, where the silhouette of the town appeared on the horizon. All right, everyone, let us land at Logue Town and exchange the gems we gathered with the memory seahorse for some funds. Afterwards, We'll split up to replenish our supplies. Naturally, Kaichi did not approach the dock as brazenly as before. Now, he was a bounty hunter and had to exercise caution. The Zhuanggong anchored a few hundred meters away from the town, conveniently concealed by a large rock that in Log town. Within a pawn shop, Kaichi and his companion sat on a sofa, awaiting the shop owner's appraisal of a box of gems. The pawn shop owner offered 8 million berries. Kaichi pulled down his cloak to reveal his face. 8 million. I'm worth at least 20 million berries. Give me a fair price. Ultimately, Kaichi's group secured 30 million berries. Each member received a share and went off to purchase their own items. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, and the merman Shanka set out to buy clothing. I wonder if there are any garments similar to tank suits here. Shanka, are you looking for a karate training outfit? Since we both practice martial arts, we could spar sometime, Xuanhu suggested while strolling through the streets. Xuanhu practiced a form of Chinese martial arts from another realm, while Shanka specialized in fishman karate. In the realm of the arts, there is no first and second. Should a duel arise, who would emerge victorious? Chapter 13. The fitness equipment store event. The marketplace in Log Town bustled with activity. Goods were abundant, and people flocked in droves. As Kaichi munched on snacks purchased from the street, he pondered what to buy. After wandering for a while with Akin, he still hadn't found anything that piqued his interest. Upon arriving at a fitness equipment store, he suddenly had an idea. Let us go in, he said to Akin. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to work out or purchase equipment? The shop owner inquired. We're here to buy equipment. May we take a look? Of course, feel free to try. Some equipment even comes with exclusive promotions. If you meet certain criteria, you can receive discounts or even win free prizes, the owner replied. Kaichi's interest was piqued. Please tell us more. The shop owner led Kaichi and Akin to a punching machine. Firstly, there's this punching activity that if you can strike a score of 500, you'll receive a free pair of premium gloves worth 50,000 berries, and you can enjoy a half-price discount on a diamond-quality punching bag worth 2 million berries. However, the current highest score is 198, so reaching 500 is quite the dream for your average physique. Let us see if you can stir up some excitement here, the owner thought, dismissing Kaichi and Akin's ordinary builds compared to his own muscular physique. People in the store began to gather. After all, workouts could be rather mundane, and a bit of excitement was always welcome. Akin, why don't you give it a try? Kaichi suggested, believing it was simple enough for Akin. Understanding the captain's intent, Akin nodded and stepped forward to prepare in front of the punching machine. The store fell silent, and the crowd awaited the outcome. Akin rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and unleashed a punch. The machine registered a score of 550. The crowd erupted into applause. Remember, owner, the punching bag at half price. Of course. Would you like to try the next activity? The owner asked. The next activity offers an even greater discount. If you can lift the barbell, you can purchase it at just 1% of its price, originally valued at 10 million berries. However, guests are only allowed to participate in one activity, the owner explained. Leading them to the barbell. The owner hadn't expected anyone to succeed, but he lost 50,000 berries due to the unexpected outcome. Seeing Kaichi, who appeared even less muscular than Akin, he thought it would be a good opportunity to redeem himself. Is there a rule about this activity? The crowd murmured among themselves, but no one stood up to speak, opting instead to watch the spectacle. All right, I'll give it a go, Kaichi declared, striding towards the barbell. The barbell appeared ordinary, merely larger in size, yet the weight was genuine. This was the store's prized possession, constructed from special steel, valued at 10 million berries. Each plate weighed 1,000 kilograms, with 5 plates on each side. Totaling 10 tons, the store fell silent once more. Kaichi readied himself, using all his strength to lift. The barbell was effortlessly lifted. Both the shopkeeper and the onlookers had their eyes wide open in astonishment. Although Cage revealed his face, he still wore a cloak, and the people in the shop did not recognize him. In truth, Cage was not entirely at ease. He had indeed utilized his fruit abilities and still needed to hone his skills. Ultimately, Cage managed to purchase the equipment at a bargain price, and he also bought some other items at full price to prevent the shopkeeper from becoming overly suspicious and escalating the matter. On another street, Sartre and Ged were selecting items among various shops. What a nostalgic experience it was. However, they failed to notice a man clad in a green cloak who had taken notice of them. With half of his face adorned with tattoos. At the docks, a fisherman and fishmonger had caught a colossal elephant tuna. Sanji was persistently trying to persuade him to sell the tuna. The old man did not agree. Instead, he presented a trophy from a culinary competition he had won. A red-haired girl named Carmen, an original character from the anime group, also took notice of Sanji, determined to surpass him in culinary skills and become the finest chef. Chapter 14. The beautiful chef Carmen the elephant tuna was the prize for the culinary competition, pursued in the hope of fulfilling a childhood dream of reaching all blue. Carmen's team joined the competition to defeat Sanji. During the contest, both Sanji and Carmen showcased their skills at an impressive pace, from knife techniques to cooking methods, and finally to plating, all executed seamlessly like a breathtaking acrobatic performance. The audience was left in awe of their culinary prowess, showering them with applause. In the end, Sanji triumphed over Carmen and claimed first place along with the elephant tuna. Before Sanji, Carmen revealed that she had trained at a seaside restaurant, considering herself a half-disciple of Sanji. Aspiring to be as formidable a chef as he was, seizing the opportunity, Sanji attempted to embrace Carmen, only to be met with a frying pan to the head, as well as being thwarted by Carmen's two underlings who kept him at bay. Commotion erupted in the town, and sensing the trouble, Sanji took the fish and hurried to find his companions. Carmen watched Sanji's departing figure, reminiscing about the past, and realizing the widening gap between her and Sanji. The applause interrupted Carmen's reverie, and she turned to see the applauding figures, whom she did not recognize. Approaching her were Cage and Akin, carrying large crates. Miss Carmen, your performance was truly breathtaking. Your culinary skills are exceptional. May I inquire about your future plans? Cage approached Carmen and her two companions. Carmen's two underlings positioned themselves protectively in front of her, wary of any potential threats. It so happens that I am in need of a chef aboard my ship. Would you be interested in joining us, Miss Carmen? Cage proposed. Who do you think you are? Our lady would never join your ship. Who knows what your intentions are? Carmen's underling retorted. Carmen shook her head in refusal as well. What a pity. If that is the case, perhaps we shall meet again another time. Cage, seeing Carmen's refusal, departed with Akin to seek their companions. She truly missed an opportunity, Akin remarked, glancing at Cage, impressed by his ability to manage a crew of hundreds and his sharp intuition. Oh, what makes you think so, Akin? I cannot quite explain it. It is merely a feeling, an inexplicable sensation that she would be at a greater loss for not joining us. Indeed, this was true. Akin had a keen eye. Carmen would not suffer any immediate loss, yet the distance from her dreams would only grow. It was undeniable that she could become a world-class chef, but she would forever remain a level below the pinnacle that Sanji represented. And that chasm would only widen. The commotion had taken place at the execution square, the very site where the pirate King Roger had met his end. Cage and Akin hurried over to check for their companions. Meanwhile, in the clothing district, the fisherman Shanks and the enigmatic Schwan who heard the ruckus and rushed to the square. A small boy, overly excited from play, dashed about recklessly and collided with Shanks. His toy was broken. As the boy prepared to throw a tantrum, he caught sight of Shanks' fishman visage peeking from beneath his cloak. Terrified, he was about to scream when Schwan Hu quickly covered the boy's mouth. Hush now. Little one. That toy is broken, which means you deserve an even better one. Schwan Hu slipped a few bills into the boy's hand and winked at him. As for him, dear child, every boy should have his own secrets. Sorry about that, Shanks added, and the two quickly departed the scene. The boy, gazing at the money in his hand and the retreating figures of the fisherman and the old man, chose not to cry out again. Peng Pi, why is your toy broken? Did someone bully you? The boy's mother approached him. Remembering the old man's words and the money in his hand, the boy smiled and replied, Mom, I accidentally bumped into something. It's nothing. The atmospheric pressure dropped, signaling an impending storm. Sartre, we need to find the others and leave the Zhaoging ship as soon as possible, Gid urged, glancing at his barometer. Indeed, let us go. Just as Sartre and Gid were about to set off, a voice halted them. Young man, there is no need to rush. There is still time. If Cage were present, he would recognize that it was Dracule. At the execution platform, Luffy leaped onto the stage. Marveling, is this the scene that the pirate King Roger beheld in his lifetime? Step back, minor characters, such beauty, such smooth skin. She is simply an otherworldly beauty. The crowd gasped in awe at the stunning woman before them. The most beautiful thing on the sea is you. The captivated crowd pointed in unison at Yarlita, who had consumed the slippery fruit. Luffy, I want you to be my man, Yarlita professed boldly. Do I know you? Luffy, oblivious and face-blind, responded with confusion. Chapter 15. The unexpected appearance of the naval lieutenant 2 years prior. A man lay on a sickbed, his hair turning white, breath shallow, and his condition grave. My friend, I failed to protect you. It is my fault. Dragon sat beside the man, grasping his hand, tears streaming down his face. My friend, Dragon. This was a path I chose for myself. I was well aware of the hardships involved, that I do not blame you. It is my wife and family, over 100 lives, that I owe retribution to for the celestial dragons. Yet I shall never witness a bright future for the children. He coughed, his voice trembling. Dragon, I have one last request. I feel most guilty towards my child that I left him in the East Blue. If possible, please give him this pocket watch and tell him that no matter what he does, his father supports him. He coughed again. Dragon, and to all of you, I must depart. I will watch from above, wishing for the success of our endeavors. One of the elders of the underground army, originally not to be used, ultimately departed from this world. Dragon recounted his father's story to Sartre and handed him the pocket watch. Young man, your father was a remarkable individual. Father, Sartre shed tears as he gazed at the family portrait on the watch's cover. Thank you for informing me about my father's situation. Sartre expressed his gratitude to Dragon. You are an exceptional young man. Much like your father. I look forward to your future achievements, Dragon said, donning his hat as a gust of wind swept through, causing him to vanish without a trace. Gid consoled Sartre, who had just learned of his father's passing. There is no time for sorrow. We must find Cage and leave Rog Town. Sartre wiped away his tears and set off with Gid to find their companions. In the square, the Straw Hat crew and Buggy's crew were embroiled in a heated confrontation. On the execution platform, Luffy was shackled by Buggy, who raised his sword high. Sorry, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, I'm about to die. Luffy accepted his fate with a smile. Even Zoro couldn't make it in time. Your captain is about to die. Ha ha ha, Buggy cackled as he swung his sword down to decapitate Luffy. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck Buggy with precision, igniting blue flames across the execution platform, causing it to collapse. Is there truly a god? Sanji exclaimed, astonished. Is it merely coincidence? Colonel Smoker recalled the Pirate King Roger. What luck. I've snatched back a life, Luffy declared, picking up his straw hat and rejoining Zoro and Sanji to confront Buggy. The Navy also joined the fray, surrounding the pirates. That Esther Lita, who consumed the slippery fruit. She is stunning, entirely different from her bounty poster. Her devil fruit ability is impressive. Those witnessing the scene were left in shock, understanding why Luffy had so many admirers. Amidst the crowd, Cage expressed his thoughts internally while searching for his companions. Captain, Akin, we must leave before the storm arrives. Otherwise, we will be unable to depart Rog Town. Gid spoke to the captain. As the four approached the end of the street, a contingent of Navy soldiers blocked their path, led by a figure cloaked in a cape. Aren't the Navy supposed to be capturing Luffy? How is it that there is still a brigadier or major general here? It seems my presence continues to make an impact. We shall break through directly. Ajin, take them back to the Zhaogang, while I hold off the leader. Understood, Captain. Ajin readied his weapon. The Navy fell one after another as Ajin broke through, followed by the other three. Charging out of Rogu Town, the demon Ajin, who would have thought he would also join the sinister smiling Kaichi pirate crew, Lieutenant Kobernik, pursue them and capture Kaichi's gang. The brigadier commanded his subordinate navy. Yes, Brigadier Atemi. Lieutenant Kobernik led his soldiers in pursuit of the ford. Brigadier Atemi unsheathed his katana. Pirate Kaichi, your gravest error was not in becoming a pirate, but in allowing Xuangu to become your companion. Your journey ends here. Kaichi transformed into his dragon form. Oh, hold me back. That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. Atemi unleashed a flurry of wind blades with his sword, striking Kaichi and leaving marks upon his scales. It is known that Kaichi's armor can withstand cannon fire without a scratch. For the first time, Kaichi faced an opponent capable of breaching his defenses. Shamash slash. Atemi executed his ultimate move, the blade slicing rapidly towards Kaichi. Dragon Fist. Direct Dragon Strike. The clash of sword and fist erupted in a powerful shockwave, both parties recoiling several steps. Meanwhile, Ajin held off Lieutenant Kobernik. Hammer met sword in a fierce exchange, neither yielding, sparks flying amidst their strikes. Water Strike. Tiger Crane double form. The Fishman Shank and Xuangu stood firm against the Navy soldiers. Sate and Gade returned to the ship to start the Zhaogang. As the ship set sail, Sate returned to the deck, firing cannons to cover his comrades. Brigadier Atemi and Kaichi clashed for a moment before Atemi made the first move with the Great Sun Radiance. However, at that moment, a fierce storm swept through Rogu Town, engulfing the area, and Kaichi was swept away by the tempest. Atemi's strike was deflected by the wind, severing a building in half. How fortunate, Pirate Kaichi. And Xuangu, I shall surely capture you both next time. The brigadier was blown against a wall, struggling to hold his ground as he awaited the storm to pass. Chapter 16. the treasure of the Red Dragon. A strange wind swept across the battlefield, forcing all combat to a halt. The Zhaogong sailed away from Rogatown with the wind at its back. The Navy's artillery was toppled by the storm, and Lieutenant Kobernik and his soldiers could only watch as Ajin and the others fled back to their ship. Fire! Lieutenant Kobernik could only order his soldiers to shoot. Bang! Bang! Bullets fell into the sea, with only a few striking the hull. The Zhaogong was beyond their firing range, yet the shooting continued in a fit of impotent rage. At that moment, the dragon transformed Kai Chi's sword overhead, and the Navy soldiers immediately aimed at him, preparing to fire. Just as they were about to shoot, Brigadier 8-Emi called out from behind, "Put down your guns. His speed is too great. There's no need to waste ammunition." 8-Emi recalled the strange wind at Xuangu. Could it be a coincidence? The sinister smiling Kai Chi. Could you be that variable? My good friend Kobernik. Would you like to return to the Navy headquarters? Shall we venture into the Grand Line together to pursue Kai Chi's gang? 8-Emi extended the invitation to his friend, Lieutenant Kobernik. Certainly, Kobernik accepted the invitation. Brigadier 8-Emi then approached Colonel Smoker, requesting a warship and some Navy soldiers. After all, Lieutenant Kobernik's ship was damaged and under repair, and he had arrived alone with only a small vessel. It was impractical to pursue pirates with such a craft. As the storm approached, the sea became increasingly tumultuous, and the Zhaogong was tossed about like a leaf in the waves. Captain Kai Chi. The four saw Kai Chi returning from the sky and rejoiced, having safely navigated through the crisis. As long as everyone is unharmed, Kai Chi returned to the ship, finding his comrades unscathed. He recalled 8-Emi's final strike, its immense power. Had it landed, it would have truly breached his defenses. There are many formidable foes in this world. Contemplating that he had preliminarily mastered his fruit abilities, he could begin practicing the Navy's 6 forms. He also had Sate make copies of the manuals for everyone aboard that a merchant ship was under attack by pirates, who had already taken control of it. The pirate leader, Lizzie Burke, approached a group of archaeologists. "Hand over the blueprints you've made. I'm in a good mood today. Surrender them, and I won't kill you." The archaeologists' escort was easily dispatched by the pirates, and despite their fear of the fierce pirate before them, the archaeologists held firm. Those are the crystallizations of ancient human civilization, treasures of the world. How could we hand them over to you scoundrels? The blade-wielding bully Lizzie Burke, with a bounty of 13 million berries, seized one of the female scholars, pressing his blade against her neck. What do civilization and culture mean to us pirates? For us, treasure is of utmost importance. The treasure of the Red Dragon, the legendary treasure. Your blueprints contain clues. Hand them over, or I shall slay this lady first. Ha! The blade pressed deeper, leaving a mark of blood on the lady's neck. Captain Kai Chi, there's a merchant ship and a pirate ship ahead. Upon hearing Ajin's report, Kai Chi took the extended telescope to observe. Oh, familiar faces. Let us go join the fun. On the merchant ship, a striking figure rushed forward, bullying a weak woman. Is that a show of strength? Carmen attacked the pirate Lizzie with a frying pan, intent on rescuing the female scholar. You foul wench, seeking death. The pirate Lizzie discarded the female scholar, parrying the frying pan with his blade before delivering a powerful, downward strike. Carmen met the blow with her frying pan, her hands going numb from the impact. Trembling slightly. Weak. Do you think I'm a pushover? The pirate Lizzie stepped forward, unleashing a wave of blade energy. Carmen's 2 subordinates raised a pot to shield her. The blade energy was unstoppable, crashing into the 3, sending them and their pot against the wall. The pot shattered, and the wall bore the marks of the blade. Carmen and her companions coughed up blood, severely injured as they fell from the wall. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die. Lizzie raised his blade, ready to slay the 3. Report. Captain Lizzie, another pirate ship is approaching. Chapter 17. The hunting grounds of the Red Dragon. The sinister smiling Kai Chi and the demon Ajin. Upon seeing Kai Chi's crew, Captain Lizzie felt a sense of trouble. He could no longer enjoy the treasure alone, but as captain, he could not show weakness. Kai Chi, what brings you here? Kai Chi mimicked Shank's tone, addressing Lizzie. My friends Carmen and her companions are aboard that ship. Might you grant me the favor of releasing them? Lizzie did not believe Kai Chi's intent to intercept was not for the treasure, and thus laid his cards on the table. Kai Chi, I care not for others. I only desire riches. I have over 100 subordinates. If you attempt to seize the treasure map's clues, it will be a fight to the death, and none shall obtain the treasure. Why not collaborate? We can split the treasure equally once obtained. If you want the treasure, I shall give you my entire crew. Kai Chi, unaware of any treasure, saw an unexpected opportunity. Very well, we shall cooperate. Show me your clues. I shall assess their authenticity. Lizzie instructed his men to present the imprints they had stolen from the archaeologists, dragon-shaped symbols, ancient scripts, island maps. They appeared quite familiar, sparking a recollection. Ajahn, go retrieve those 2 stone tablets. The archaeologists gasped at the sight of the tablets. Kaichi, noting their reaction, realized there was potential. He swiftly used his dragon claws to untie their bindings. Speak up, or the entire crew aboard this merchant ship shall perish. If you comply, I can promise to release you all. The archaeologists hesitated, exchanging glances, yet ultimately decided that life took precedence. Will you guarantee it? I guarantee it. Kaichi responded with utmost conviction. The archaeologists promptly began to compare the tablets with the imprinted maps. 10 minutes later, they provided their answer. They confirmed that the records indeed pertained to a site related to the legendary dragon treasure, and the tablets supplemented the missing information. This delineates the route to the Dragon Treasure Island. The archaeologists illustrated the route on a nautical chart. At that moment, pirate captain Lizzie seized the opportunity to snatch the treasure map, swiftly returning to his pirate ship, greedily laughing. The treasure is ours now. Who needs to share it with you? Ha ha ha. He taunted Kaichi's crew from his departing ship, leaving only the bound crew for Kaichi. Kaichi, Shank had already installed a tracker on their ship while underwater. Knowing my heart, Sate does too. The two shared a knowing applause. Kaichi then addressed the archaeologists. Finally, I require you to provide the nautical chart to the island where the relics are located. We can, but we have a request. May we accompany you to the treasure? We seek not the riches, but wish to study the relics. We shall also embark on this journey. At that moment, Miss Carmen interjected. Miss Carmen, what is your purpose for going there? Kitch seized the opportunity to untie the three individuals. We are in search of ambrosial dragon's blood herb. Kitch gazed at Carmen, realizing he had indeed underestimated her. The ambrosial herb is one of the legendary spices in the culinary world, said to enhance even the most mundane dishes to extraordinary levels of flavor. It sounds akin to the supreme version of monosodium glutamate. Very well, then, let us all go. Kitch took along the archaeologists and Carmen, leaving behind a boat full of bound captives. Along the way, Carmen approached Kitch and said, I overheard your remarks back in Rogtown. Pray tell, why did you claim I would forever surpass Sanji, and that my skills would only decline further? Indeed, how dare one malign the culinary prowess of a lady? If you procure the ambrosial herb and prepare us a meal. I might divulge the answer. Captain Lizzie and his pirate crew navigated the maritime chart to locate the island. The pirates, brimming with excitement, dashed onto the shore. On the eastern edge of the island stood a cluster of structures, behind which lay a colossal altar. Impressive. It appears we have not been misguided. The treasure lies upon this very island. Split up and scour the area, even if we must excavate 3 feet into the earth. We shall unearth it. Lizzie's enthusiasm surged as he neared the ancient ruins, for the treasure he had pursued for a decade was finally within reach. Over 100 individuals scoured the island. As night fell, they stumbled upon a basin. At the center of the basin lay a staggering amount of gold, gems, and luminous ancient artifacts, their expanse greater than that of a football field. Gazing at the treasure, the pirates rushed forward, their eyes alight with avarice, greedily burrowing into the piles of wealth. Some jubilantly tossed gold coins into the air, while others frantically stuffed their pockets and bags with coins and gems. Oblivious to the danger that loomed, the pirates failed to notice that dozens of dragons had taken to the skies above the mountains, genuine members of the dragon race, adorned in shimmering scales. The first to strike were smaller dragons, monstrous creatures measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, while the adult dragons were even more formidable, towering at over 10 meters high. In the presence of such dragons, humans appeared woefully insignificant, with pirates falling victim one after another. Only Captain Lizzie exhibited some resistance, managing to evade immediate capture, though his body bore the marks of dragon claws. Several adult red dragons toyed with him. Curse it, this treasure belongs to me. You filthy pests, perish. Lizzie swung his large blade in an attempt to intimidate the dragons. However, his efforts proved futile, as the blade merely grazed the scales of the adult red dragon. Akin to a mere tickle, just as the adult red dragon prepared to strike again, a larger figure soared through the air. The adult dragons lowered their heads in deference to the arrival of their leader. Towering at over 20 meters, the massive creature exhaled hot air. Captain Lizzie broke into a cold sweat, terrified before the red dragon leader. The red dragon leader refrained from direct confrontation, allowing several adults to continue their torment, albeit with greater brutality, sweeping Lizzie up with their powerful tails. The immense force sent him tumbling like a mere plaything, and after being struck countless times, he vomited blood and lost consciousness. From the ruins emerged 2 wild men. One old and one young. Grandfather, can we acquire the treasure? Jack. Those who offer supplementary dishes should refrain from speaking ill. After all, this is known as the hunting ground of the red dragons. Chapter 18. The dragon-worshipping people delve into the dragon's lair. The pirate Captain Leezy was easily overpowered by the dragons and captured. Confined within their lair, the elderly wild man scoffed, weak and dim-witted, even less impressive than those who came before. Lacking any entertainment value, he lowered his telescope and addressed his grandson. Jack, it is time for the dragon worship. Go back and gather the tribe with their offerings. Jack slung his bow over his shoulder, armed himself with a sword, and set sail alone, departing the island. After some time, the shipsrigging arrived at the treasure island. The archaeologists, upon sighting the ruins, hurriedly entered the ancient structures for examination. This dragon symbol is unlike that of the Millennium Dragon. It appears to belong to a different dragon species. There were also murals depicting sacrificial rites, where people offered food to the dragons in exchange for something. The dragons in the murals even breathed fire, truly mighty beings. There were even more ancient inscriptions, the texts of which were indecipherable. They took rubbings to bring back for the scholars to study. The scholars exchanged ideas, engaged in their work, and unearthed the secrets of antiquity. Kitch also caught sight of the inscriptions and astonishingly understood them. The king of red dragons led the clan from their original land to this island. Kitch, we have found the treasure, and we have also discovered a voyeuristic wild man. Sate approached Kitch to report the situation. With Akin holding the wild man captive, Kitch rubbed his chin, finding the elderly wild man unremarkable. Let us first examine the treasure. We shall deal with the wild man afterward. Upon reaching the basin's entrance, the treasure lay before them, enticing the masses to enter. This treasure is situated at the very center of the terrain. This is quite perilous. Kitch did not proceed further, but instead took out his telescope to observe. Captain, is there danger? Upon noticing Kitch's halt, the others also paused. Look closely. There are traces of fresh blood upon the coins. Kitch handed the telescope to his companions and turned to the wild man, stating, among the many legends at sea, one speaks of traitorous humans luring others to serve as food for dragons in exchange for the dragon's favor. Hard to believe, is it not, dragon worshippers? The old man ceased his concealment. I am Thomas, a member of the dragon-worshipping people. What you speak of is slander against our kin. The elder, displeased with Kitch's accusation that the dragon worshippers were traitors, continued, our ancestors stumbled upon Dragon Island by chance. Initially, they yearned for the treasure, but upon witnessing the dragons, they were too frightened to seize it. My ancestors harbored thievish intent, but lacked the courage to act, thus settling down and expanding the structures. However, as they witnessed greedy individuals landing upon the island only to be captured by the red dragons, they lost all desire for the treasure. During one occasion, while capturing large fish, they brought the surplus to the grand altar. To their astonishment, the red dragons appeared around the altar, devouring the offerings and bestowing upon us their shed scales. As for the tales of luring others to feed the dragons, those are mere calumnies propagated by the descendants of greedy treasure hunters. The scholars were astonished, as the altar served such a purpose. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, they untied the elder. Miss Carmen, since you seek the ambrosial herb, let us divide our tasks. Very well. After organizing their assignments, they set forth. Kitch and Carmen stealthily entered the dragon's lair from the side. The elder Xuanhu also followed, hoping to discover any precious herbs within the valuable dragon's den. Sate positioned a large cannon at the basin's entrance for Gade to control. He, along with Akin and Shank, ventured into the basin's center to seize treasure while luring out the red dragons. The archaeologists and Elder Thomas refrained from participating, hiding within the structures. Sate, Akin, and Shank reached the treasure trove, quickly grabbing handfuls of coins to secure in their pockets. The trio, exercising restraint, refrained from overindulgence and instead prepared for the already approaching red dragons. With Gade operating the cannon as cover, Sate launched mortar attacks. However, the hardened scales of the adult red dragons rendered the cannonballs ineffective. They merely slowed the dragons down without inflicting harm. Sate deployed smoke bombs to conceal himself and his companions. The red dragon leader, hovering high above, noticed Gade's position and swooped down, rapidly charging toward him. The red dragon leader was too swift. Gade had no time to evade and could only hide behind the cannon. The massive dragon's form made the cannon appear as a mere toy, and with a spread of its legs, it sent the cannon flying hundreds of meters away. Gade rolled to evade the first clawed strike from the red dragon leader, firing his electric gun with voltage rounds. The dragon felt nothing, as if merely brushed by a feather, while Gade found himself in dire straits, having gotten too close. The immense wings generated tremendous wind pressure, making it nearly impossible for Gade to maintain his footing. Once again, the colossal dragon claw came crashing down, leaving Gade with no means of escape. Gade, seeing his companion in peril, Shank burst through the smoke and unleashed his fishman martial arts, a million-watt fist. Within the dragon's lair, Kitch and his companions were stealthily searching for the ambrosial herb. There are treasures here. The red dragons truly are cunning. With that, he pocketed a few coins. At that moment, a voice echoed within the cave. Greedy humans, depart this place, or the dragon horde will devour you. A talking dragon. Kitch and his companions pressed deeper, encountering an injured female dragon and several young red dragons. Come forth. We seek merely some herbs and shall depart after. Humans, why do you carry the potent scent of dragons? One purple dragon stepped forward, wielding a spear. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cave, Captain Leezy, bloodied and battered, awakened from his stupor, his body a mass of wounds. Unable to move, he resolutely bore the pain, extracting a pill from his body and swallowing it whole. At last, he summoned the strength to rise, surrounded by his subordinates, whom he chose to ignore as he strode out of the cave. Chapter 19. The duel with the Red Dragon leader. Having located the dragon's saliva herb, thanks to the guidance of the little purple dragon, Carmen finally understood the purpose of her quest. Tonight marked the Dragon Worship Festival, a time when the Dragonkin would naturally bestow their gifts upon humanity. The little purple dragon scoffed, having thought they were in search of something of great significance. Indeed, this evening was the celebrated Dragon Worship Festival, a spectacle of interest. The dragon saliva herb, when found by oneself, held far greater meaning than when simply received from others. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Carmen? Carmen felt content to have discovered the legendary herb, not overly concerned with the journey that had led her here. As for the nearby plants, if they were unwanted, she would gladly collect them. Xuanhu also plucked a few herbs. The little purple dragon rolled its eyes in exasperation, but said nothing, hoping merely for the trio to depart swiftly, especially the young man leading them, whose aura rivaled that of the red dragon leader. Otherwise, who would guide them? Having secured the item, let us leave the dragon cave. Farewell, little purple dragon. Catch and his companions bid adieu to the unusual red dragon and exited the cavern. Outside the dragon's lair, the fierce claws of the red dragon leader unleashed an unavoidable gale upon Gade. In a moment of peril, Shank executed a maneuver from the fishman karate, striking back against the dragon's assault. Shank seized Gade, pulling him into the obscuring smoke for a temporary refuge. However, the red dragons wielded their wings to disperse the mist, and with their numbers overwhelming, the smoke bombs deployed by Sate were insufficient. As the smoke gradually cleared, the red dragons resumed their attack. Akin spun his twin hammers, fending off the claws of the red dragons. Though the cannon fire proved largely ineffective, Sate continued to provide cover for his companions. In the heat of battle, a powerful dragon's roar silenced both sides. Catch, transformed into a dragonman, returned with Xuanhu and Carmen. Captain, Catch, the trio exclaimed, elated at their leader's successful return. The dragon and Catch positioned himself protectively in front of his comrades. Upon sensing Catch's presence, the red dragons instinctively retreated behind their leader. Instead of unleashing another roar, the red dragon leader spoke in a low, rumbling dragon tongue. Initially, Catch struggled to comprehend, but the memories of the dragon language began to crystallize in his mind. Isn't the Blue Dragon clan extinct? Who are you, and why have you come to incite conflict between our races? I am not of the Dragonkin. I am merely a user of a devil fruit, Catch replied in the dragon tongue he had just begun to master. I have come only to seek treasures, not to represent the Blue Dragon clan. At that moment, an unexpected figure interrupted their discourse. Ha, ha. How delightful, Catch. You can converse with the red dragons. Have them hand over their treasures to me, or I shall slay this young dragon, and we shall all perish together. Leezy gripped a young red dragon tightly, while a little purple dragon sank its fangs into his calf. Although the little purple dragon was technically mature, its smaller, mutated frame made it appear young, yet it was remarkably resilient. Leezy's attack only managed to inflict minor harm. A fatal blow would be impossible. This is bad. The red dragons symbolize greed and brutality. Harming a young dragon will lead to dire consequences. Thomas, using a telescope, observed the dire situation unfolding for Catch and his crew. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air as an arrow struck Leezy's hand. Picking on the weak is hardly an impressive feat, Jack declared, leading his kin back to Dragon Island. Ready to intervene against Leezy's actions, the little purple dragon ceased its biting, catching the young dragon and exhaling a torrent of flames toward Leezy. Ah! Leezy cried out, scorched and disheveled. Catch activated the six styles, swiftly closing the distance to the pirate Lizzie and delivering a powerful kick. You nearly cost me my life, you fool. Humans, you owe us an explanation. The Red Dragon leader stated, recognizing the interruption had been resolved. Shall we engage in a duel to settle this matter once and for all? Very well, but I fear you may not withstand my strength. Catch retorted. Typically a Dragonan, this time he chose to transform into a colossal dragon. His transformation tore through his garments, revealing a 10-meter-long dragon form. The two dragons clashed in a primal struggle, a true test of strength. The Red Dragon leader, exhilarated, relished the challenge. Since ascending to leadership after the death of the former Red Dragon King, no creature had matched it in combat until now. Catch seized this opportunity to acclimate to his newfound dragon form and abilities. After a fierce battle that seemed to last an eternity, neither side gained the upper hand, ultimately leading to a moment of mutual respect as evening descended. Catch and his companions reconciled with the Red Dragon clan. The Dragon Worship Festival commenced, with the dragon-worshipping folk arranging timber upon the altar, while two red dragons brought forth a gigantic frying pan. The Red Dragon leader exhaled a breath of dragon flame. Thomas, the leader of the dragon-worshipping clan, along with his people, prepared the ingredients for a grand feast, wielding a massive knife to slice seafood. Half for the humans, delicately thin, and half for the colossal dragons. Dragon flame cuisine, and the legendary skill of the giant's blade. One rarely witnesses both of these marvels in one place. Carmen exclaimed with excitement. Have you seen much, little one? Thomas inquired. But this is not exclusively ours. Our unique treasure is the dragon saliva herb, which has facilitated our prosperous trade with the outside world. The red dragons will surely grant us their rewards, and if they are pleased, they may even bestow some gold upon us. Carmen listened intently as Thomas enthusiastically explained, I never imagined the altar served such a purpose. It is hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to reality, mused an archaeologist. Sipping his drink, Catch and his companions found themselves in excellent rapport with the dragon-worshipping folk. Catch, Sate, Gade, Jack, and the little purple dragon gathered around the bonfire, reveling in the festivities. What a thrilling adventure upon the seas. The gleaming treasure of the red dragons is simply irresistible. The revelry with the dragon worshippers is equally splendid. Such is the tale of Dragon Island's legendary sorrow. Chapter 20. The joining of five. The bonfire festivities continued, with Catch and his companions dancing alongside the dragon-worshipping folk. Amidst the revelry, Catch approached the little purple dragon, inquiring, You are quite brave. Little one. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I know your name? I am a red dragon. In human terms, I am merely a variant. The dragon replied. My name is Dean. Dean readily shared his name, emphasizing his lineage as simply an anomaly. You speak human tongue due to consuming a certain fruit. Or was it a natural gift? Catch asked. I consumed the tongue fruit. You must have as well? No? Dean recalled his earlier conversation with the Red Dragon leader. Indeed, yours is a paramecia-type devil fruit, while mine belongs to the Zoan class. Catch explained succinctly. Little Dean, I wish to extend an invitation to you to join my ship. Would you be willing to become my companion? Catch boldly proposed to the little purple dragon. Really? Dean lowered his head momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, turning away to conceal his expression from Catch. Absolutely. I will take you to various islands in search of precious treasures. Dean gazed at Catch's earnest face, feeling a surge of panic at the thought of someone wanting him as a companion. Being different was not a virtue among his kin. This was no world of Pokemon. He had long been ostracized due to his unusual color, having grown familiar with the Dragon Cave and its harshness. This familiarity allowed him to detect the impending ambush by the pirate Lizzie and his crew. In a soft voice, Dean replied, Yes, I would be honored to be your partner. At that moment, Jack placed a hand on Catch's shoulder. Captain Catch, your boldness against the Red Dragon leader was truly commendable. I am thoroughly impressed. What do you think of me? I too wish to set sail and become your companion. My name is John Churchill Jack. A helmsman armed with a broadsword in one hand and a bow in the other, a piper slung across my back. The transport duties of the dragon-worshipping clan have always been my responsibility. Dancing upon the waves, what a delightful surprise. An elite helmsman offering himself. How could I possibly refuse? Welcome aboard, Jack. Catch welcomed him with enthusiasm. Yea, Akin and Xuanhu were busy toasting with the dragon worshippers, exhausted from the festivities. Catch returned to his seat to enjoy some meat. Miss Carmen approached him. Catch, you can finally share your thoughts with me, can't you? Catch was taken aback by Carmen's eagerness, yet he gestured for her to observe the scene before them and thoughtfully replied, "You bravely took that first step, arriving on this island, witnessing the dragon flame cuisine and the skills of the giant's blade, and acquiring the dragon's saliva herb. You must have gained much, indeed, but what does that have to do with anything?" There is a connection, for Sanji and the Straw Hat Pirates experience such adventures daily, exploring various islands and encountering diverse cultures and cuisines. If you were to continue along the familiar path, remaining within that comfortable environment, the disparity between you and others would inevitably widen. It is undeniable that given your family's background, pursuing studies at various prestigious institutions would be quite simple and advantageous for your ambition to become a top-tier professional. However, such sheltered experiences are insufficient for reaching the pinnacle, as your experiences are fundamentally of a different caliber. This is the primary reason I encourage you to venture out to sea. Moreover, take heed of what Carmen has to say. Cage continues by highlighting two advantages present on my ship. The first is that your culinary skills have already reached a commendable level, making it challenging for the average person to offer you valuable advice. But I can. Cage possesses this confidence, recalling his childhood as a celestial dragon, where he was known for his discerning palate, coupled with memories from 2 lifetimes, including one in the gastronomically rich land of Yenwang. Secondly, our ship's doctor, Xuanhu, specializes in medicinal cuisine, and you may consult him to refine your craft. I have laid out all the benefits for you. Of course, the drawbacks are quite apparent. It's exceedingly perilous. The choice is yours. In order to recruit a chef, Cage must also reveal some of Xuanhu's skills that I will respond to you tomorrow. Carmen pondered this evening. Miss, are you truly intent on setting sail with this crew? Her 2 subordinates urged from behind her. In the early morning, aboard the Zhuangging, Cage awaited the arrival of new companions. Ultimately, Miss Carmen chose to board first, accompanied by her 2 subordinates. Are you also joining us as pirates? Cage inquired with curiosity. Of course, wherever the miss goes, we shall follow, they replied. Very well, Cage thought, having no objections to gaining additional hands for work. Jack bid farewell to the Thor Dragon clan's Grandpa Thomas and his kin, promising to return after conquering the Grand Line. Take good care of yourselves. When we are no longer by your side, be mindful of your safety, knowing this day would come, Thomas said, watching Jack depart. As the ordinary seas no longer satisfied him, Grandpa Thomas and everyone, take care. The last to board was the Purple Dragon, Dean, who gazed longingly at Dragon Island, feeling a tinge of melancholy as they prepared to leave. The Zhuangging set sail, departing from Dragon Island, glistening under the morning sun. A dragon's roar echoed, followed by a chorus of dragon calls, a tribute from the Red Dragon to the brave. Dean looked back at Dragon Island in silence, tears streaming down his face. Thus, with the joining of 5 individuals, the legendary Ice Dragon pirate crew began to take shape. Chapter 21. The Search for Treasure. The Crystal Throne at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon. Cage and his crew were already seated at the dining table. The newly appointed chef, Miss Carmen, along with her 2 assistants, presented a grand breakfast spread, an array of food including bread, pizza, seafood porridge, fish, beef, chicken, and milk. Finally, we have a chef aboard. Just look at this lavish spread. How did we ever endure the hardships of our previous meals? Cage mused, reflecting on the difficult days aboard the ship. After serving the dishes, Carmen and her 2 subordinates also took their seats. As everyone settled in, they began to eat without reservation. By the way, you 2 have been shadowing Miss Carmen. We are yet to learn your names. Cage prompted the 2 assistants to introduce themselves. I'm Hank, said the shorter one. And I'm Duddy, added the plumper one. We are Miss Carmen's subordinates, serving as both cooks and bodyguards. Welcome, Carmen said as she joined the breakfast. While eating, she turned to Cage and asked, Captain Cage, what are your thoughts on this meal? True to her spirited nature, Miss Carmen wasted no time getting to the point. Cage replied candidly, Firstly, you are aware that some of the fish lacks freshness. Naturally, those may have been poorly stored before you boarded. Now, at sea, with food in short supply, you've made the most of what you have. You've managed well. But Captain, the fish slices and the fish meat are incredibly delicious. Cage rolled his eyes at Gade and Sartre. With your innate talents and knowledge in this pirate world, it's a wonder you can even enjoy it. The second point is where you truly need to focus on improvement. Cage remarked, looking towards the ship's doctor, Xuanhu. Elder Xuanhu, you must have noticed as well. Please share your insights. The porridge's cooking time was slightly off. Both the plain and seafood porridge could benefit from an improved texture and layering. Xuanhu responded, addressing the new chef, Carmen. Elder Xuanhu, you likely have some unused clay pots. You could take one to experiment with the porridge. You should gain a deeper understanding of its cooking time, texture, and layering. Xuanhu shot Cage a glance, realizing he had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. However, it was fortuitous, as Xuanhu intended to discuss matters with Carmen later, now that there was a top-tier chef on board. Gade's culinary and medicinal needs could be arranged accordingly to be by the way. Let us assess the spoils from yesterday, Cage suggested, pulling out the gold coins he had seized from the dragon's lair amidst the chaos. Indeed, treasure is of utmost importance. Let us all lay our finds out to sea. Everyone produced their treasures, each person placing a small pile of gold coins and gems before them. Captain Cage had amassed over 200 coins and more than 100 gems, while Sartre followed closely with over 100 coins and gems as well. Fortunately, I listened to the captain and didn't get too greedy. I stashed some away in my pocket, though it may not be a fortune. It's better than leaving empty-handed, Sartre reflected. Surprisingly, Carmen had the third largest haul, with dozens of coins and over 100 gems, while the rest were roughly similar, excluding Dean and Jack. It's truly regrettable that there are no crowns or thrones among the treasures. Carmen lamented. Crowns and thrones, Cage pondered aloud, asking Dean, Jack, you have been acquainted with the treasure for some time. Have you ever encountered crowns or thrones? They both shook their heads, affirming they had never seen such items. Never mind. We are pirates after all. Let us take a gamble. Gade reminded them of the earlier map provided by the archaeologist. Let us head there immediately and secure our treasures. Cage promptly declared it was time to set sail for the Dragon Clan's original territory. The original territory, the transformed Cage, surveyed the area from above, while the fishman Shank scoured the waters, and the purple dragon Dean led the search for the dragon lair. As they navigated through the dilapidated structures adorned with various dragon symbols. An archaeologist would undoubtedly pause to observe, but the crew was solely focused on treasure hunting, leaving no time for sightseeing. That we've found the dragon lair, Dean called out, rallying everyone to assemble. They initially split up to search, but after 10 minutes, everyone shook their heads, having found nothing but dragon bones and a few herbs. Cage rubbed his head in contemplation, realizing he had perhaps overestimated the significance of the dragon symbols and the dragon language of the celestial dragon people. In a moment of inspiration, he unleashed a resonant dragon roar to their astonishment. The dragon lair responded. A massive stone wall collapsed, revealing a grand stone door. Captain, you are truly remarkable, Dean exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration for Cage. Don't celebrate just yet. Let us secure the treasure first, Cage admonished. He called over Shank, and together they attempted to open the stone door, but it didn't budge. The crew was dumbfounded. The two strongest members could not move it. This was absurd. They often engaged in friendly arm wrestling competitions, and both Cage and Shank had strength that could be measured in tons. It seems this isn't the way to open it, Cage observed, glancing around the stone door. He noticed a pool of water nearby. Recalling countless tales and films about treasure hunting, he thought, when in doubt, a drop of blood will do. If that fails, try two. With a swift stroke, Cage pricked his palm, letting his blood fall into the pool. The water began to bubble, and the massive stone door responded, sliding open automatically. Indeed, it is a matter of bloodline. Let us go inside. Cage led the way as they entered. After walking a few dozen steps, they found themselves in a breathtaking valley, reminiscent of a utopia. In the center stood a crystal throne, surrounded by heaps of gold and silver treasures. We've struck it rich. Ha! Hold on. Let us throw a feast first. The crew's eyes sparkled with greed as they dove into the treasure, reveling in their newfound wealth. Thus, Cage and his crew secured the treasures of the Blue Dragon Clan. Chapter 22. Allegiance. The memories of the Shinto Dragon Clan. Cage sat upon the crystal throne, feeling an uncanny connection to it, as if it had been crafted solely for him. With this wealth, we need not worry about research expenses any longer. Indeed, I can now procure non-decaying paper and fade-resistant ink. Sartre and Gade exchanged excited glances, clutching their heaps of coins, and we can buy plenty of alcohol. The ship is lacking in provisions, and it greatly diminishes our enjoyment. Akin joyfully added, let us celebrate. Ha! I am a princess, and I am a prince. Carmen and Hank, along with Debuty, play with the crown and scepter. Ha! Little ones, on the next island, we shall all procure our share. For now, let us transfer all the treasures onto the ship. and then we shall hold a grand feast. Subsequently, Kaichi, accompanied by Akin, Shank, and Jack, returned with a multitude of logs. Sate, craft an oversized cabinet. Sate extracted a hammer and nails from the toolbox and fashioned a rudimentary cabinet from the logs. The others busied themselves moving the treasures into the cabinet, which Jack secured with vines. Transformed into a dragon, Kaichi lifted the cabinet laden with treasures, and his companions, grasping the vines, soared into the sky. As they ascended, Kaichi noticed a peculiar mist enveloping the area above Peach Blossom Spring, refracting light in such a way that it distorted perception. No wonder they had failed to spot Peach Blossom Spring from the air before. Having discovered the treasures, Kaichi and his crew were no longer troubled and promptly flew back to the Zhaoging. They stowed the treasures safely aboard the ship and commenced their feast on the shore. Bring forth the wine. Fill the cups. Let us roast the meat hunted by Akin and the fish caught by Shank, to celebrate our discovery of treasures. Cheers. The foremost hero of this treasure acquisition is undoubtedly Dean, for it was he who uncovered the dragon's lair, granting us the opportunity to claim these riches. Therefore, I decree that Dean shall safeguard this treasure. Henceforth, that treasury shall be your domain. Dean, anyone wishing to utilize the treasures within must register with you. Now, let us commence the feast. Hurrah! After the banquet, Kaichi and his crew proceeded to the ship's cabin, where the memory seahorse was confined. Dean, do you recognize this creature? Dean of the Red Dragon clan gazed at the memory seahorse. It belongs to the Shenlong clan, a branch of the dragon lineage, adept at siphoning the memories of other beings and creating illusions. However, do not fear its capabilities. Its memory siphoning ability is most effective only when its target is unprepared. Once one is aware of this creature, its power will merely induce dreams without further effects. Moreover, it possesses a diluted dragon lineage and is still in its juvenile stage. Both the captain and I can easily vanquish it. Shank recalled his own experience of amnesia and control, stepping forward to seize the memory seahorse once more, questioning. Its abilities will indeed be diminished against us. After all, it would be unfortunate if things took a turn for the worse. The memory seahorse began to sweat profusely, struggling and crying out. Dean understood its words. Do not kill me. I am willing to submit to you. Rest assured, I possess a considerable understanding of dragon affairs that in the past, I was tasked with caring for elder dragons, who shared numerous tales of dragon lore. Historically, the Shenlong clan did not consume memories. They merely replicated and stored them, subsequently creating illusions. However, after ancient dragons faced turmoil, the Shenlong clan began to siphon human memories, controlling humanity to accelerate their own strength. Yet this enhancement comes at a cost: addiction and a reduction in their clan's lifespan. Shank, I wish to take it under my wing. Do you object? Kaichi turned to the fishman Shank. Shank shook his head in agreement. Kaichi then looked to the others, who also expressed their consent. If you wish to serve us, you must refrain from siphoning the memories of our crew and must not indiscriminately consume the recollections of other humans. You may only siphon with our permission. You must obey us completely. Do you understand? Dean, having consumed the talking fruit, translated for the memory seahorse. The memory seahorse hastily acquiesced, avoiding death. Dean, it shall initially fall under your care. You are responsible for its training. Very well. Upon receiving the captain's directive, Dean was eager to fulfill his role. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office, the report was delivered. Admiral Atami has successfully completed the assessment for the rank of Rear Admiral and has been promoted accordingly. Understood. You may leave, Sengoku replied, feeling a slight headache as he rubbed his forehead in contemplation. Karp, who had been seated on the sofa, stood up and offered his tea cake to Sengoku. I find Itami's approach to be rather conventional. He does not seem to be as you suspect. He was recommended by the 5 elders, and initially, they promised him a direct promotion to Rear Admiral, bypassing over 20 ranks. That promise still valid. I cannot help but perceive him as a pawn in the 5 elders' scheme to further tighten their control over the Navy. Fortunately, he only sought a position as a division Rear Admiral, dispatched to the East Blue to capture a certain individual. However, 2 years later, he has returned, and I did not promote him directly. Instead, I arranged for an assessment. I did not expect that he would still pass based on your and Crane's evaluations. I shall endeavor to engage with him more in the future. Chapter 23. Soaring over the Red Earth continent. The Grand Line, the towering Red Earth continent, loomed just ahead of the Zhaoging, a waterway rising against the current, ascending from low to high, piercing the heavens. Captain, we have arrived, Gade reported. This is the Red Earth Strait. It truly is a counterflow. Once we cross here, we shall enter the Grand Line. How exhilarating. Ha ha ha. It is splendid to venture out to sea with all of you. Captain, leave it to me. I shall conquer this extraordinary ocean. Without waiting for Kaichi's response, Jack erupted with enthusiasm. Yes, that is precisely what I wish to hear. Helmsman. Kaichi patted Jack, exceedingly pleased. Jack stowed the sails and, after a few minutes of adjustments, secured the ship's helm. That it is somewhat intriguing at the entrance, but becomes tedious afterwards. It is too straight. Securing the helm shall suffice. Noticing that his pirate crew had taken shape, Kaichi seized a barrel and engaged in a customary pirate tradition. Let us share our dreams, as we stand on the brink of the Grand Line. I shall commence. He placed one foot atop the barrel. I, Kaichi, aspire to become an extraordinary pirate, leading my crew on a grand adventure. Next, Sate placed his foot. I, Sate, aim to be a formidable scientist, providing the means for people to lead prosperous lives through my inventions. Then Gade. I, Gade, wish to become a cartographer, creating countless nautical maps, enabling adventurers to explore the seas they desire. Xuanhu followed suit. Stepping forward, I wish to rediscover my healer's heart. Akin declared, I aim to become a powerful pirate, savoring the finest wines across the world. Shank, I hope to become a pillar for the fishmen, leading them and the merfolk toward a brighter future. Miss Carmen proclaimed. I, Carmen, aspire to be the finest female chef in the world. That Carmen's two bodyguards, Hank and Debuty, rallied in support. We shall become the best sous chefs and bodyguards for the world's greatest female chef. Dean asserted. I, Dean, wish to become a powerful red dragon, akin to the leader of the Red Dragons. The memory seahorse on Dean's left arm joined in the excitement. I shall utilize my memories to create a singularly powerful illusion. Thus, the Flying Dragon pirate crew was initially formed, consisting of 11 members. Captain, Kaichi, male, Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user, current bounty 2,000 berries. First mate, Akin the demon, male, current bounty 12 million berries, according to online pirate data. Though it remains uncertain if this is an addition by Oda, we shall use it for now. First mate, Sate, male, scientist, firearm specialist, no current bounty. Navigator, Gade, male, meteorologist, no current bounty. Ship's doctor, Xuanhu, male, expert in Chinese and Western medicine. Martial artist, no current bounty. Chef, Carmen, female, current apprentice in medicinal cuisine, no current bounty. Sous chef. Hank, male, slender, no current bounty. Sous chef. Debuty, male, stout, no current bounty. Main helmsman, Jack, male, archer, swordsman, adept in giant blade techniques. Deputy helmsman, sea rescue specialist. Shank, fishman, chaos master level, fishman karate. Scout, aerial observer. Dean, mutated purple adolescent male red dragon, no current bounty. Submarine treasure hunter. Memory seahorse, male, Shinlong species, no current bounty. Once all had shared their dreams, the Zhaoging soared over the apex of the Red Earth continent. Jack promptly returned to his station, disengaging the helm's fixed mode and adjusting the course to ensure a safe descent into the current. The opposing current descended normally, flowing rapidly. The Zhaoging swiftly glided downstream, moving at an extraordinary speed when suddenly, a shadow of a mountain appeared ahead, accompanied by a series of eerie cries. Gade and Jack were both astonished. How can there be a mountain ahead in such turbulent waters? Fear not. That is not a mountain. You shall soon comprehend what it truly is. Kaichi reassured the somewhat frightened crew. As they continued to descend, drawing closer to sea level, they finally discerned that the mountain was, in fact, a massive whale. The whale's enormous head was riddled with scars, yet humorously, it bore a distorted skull emblem wearing a straw hat. Whale Laboon, the signature of Luffy. It seemed Luffy was in a hurry. On the lighthouse of Gemini Cape, an elderly man had spotted the crew of Kaichi. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Just moments ago, a lad in a straw hat passed by. And now another one arrives. The crew of Kaichi gazed in awe at the magnificent Labu, marveling at the sight of such a grand and mystical creature. How impressive indeed, young men. It is a privilege to have come here. The elder remarked as he approached Kaichi's crew with commendation. Smoker held his ground in Roga Town, where pirates were invariably captured upon their arrival. According to local accounts before Luffy's incident, the failure rate was a mere 0. Pirates dared not dock at Roga Town, as nearby was a fleet admiral patrolling with a dozen warships in pursuit of the ancient dragon's bones. In summary, the reason for the scarcity of pirates arriving here was quite evident. The challenges were indeed formidable. Thank you for your kind words. May I ask who you are? Esteemed elder, Kaichi's crew turned their attention from Labu to the old man, with Jack inquiring warmly. That whale is called Labu. And I am the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape. I was merely a ship's doctor for a few years, nothing more. The elder replied that it seemed that Luffy's arrival had cured Labu of its self-harming behavior. Lifting the elder's spirits, his temperament appeared less volatile, and his ferocity had waned. Kaichi felt a sense of calm, for avoiding conflict was undoubtedly preferable. The elder's humility did not go unnoticed by Kaichi, who was well aware of the man's true identity. Dr. Kurakasu, the ship's doctor of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Chapter 24. The exchange of life-enhancing martial arts insights at Gemini Cape. After securing the ship Zhuanging, Kaichi's crew disembarked to engage in conversation with Kurakasu. Although the elder exhibited a somewhat capricious nature, they were eager to fish while listening to his tales of the whale Labu and the Rumbar pirates. Dean of the Dragon Clan and the Memory Seahorse were deeply moved. Upon hearing the stories, the two dragons rushed to interact with Labu. With the power of the language fruit activated, Dean found it effortless to communicate with Labu, who emitted joyful whale songs in response. The Memory Seahorse, belonging to the Shin Dragon Clan, possessed the ability to observe and replicate the memories of other beings, creating vivid illusions from them. However, their clan had strayed, resorting to stealing memories and controlling other creatures. This approach, while seemingly powerful, reduced their lifespan from thousands of years to mere hundreds or even decades, leading to addiction and madness among their ranks. Since the captain instructed Dean to guide the Memory Seahorse back to the right path, he devoted himself to this task. With Labu's consent, Dean agreed to allow the Memory Seahorse to view his memories. Labu was also eager to share its experiences with the Rumbar pirates. Amidst the familiar melodies of Binks Sake, the Memory Seahorse witnessed Labu's recollections of its time sailing with the Rumbar pirates, where the ship's musicians played while Labu harmonized with its whale song. Meanwhile, Akin and Shank were fishing with Kurakasu. Too slow. There's a big one nearby, Kurakasu exclaimed, brandishing a harpoon. The harpoon sliced through the air, soaring dozens, if not hundreds, of meters before plunging into the water. With a resounding splash, a massive squid surfaced. The harpoon struck its vital point. It was dead beyond recovery. Incredible. So powerful. What a gigantic squid. We're in for a feast. Dean and Jack marveled at Kurakasu's prowess. Akin and Shank tugged on the harpoon's line, pulling the colossal squid back to shore. That Shank, the captain? How did he leave Fishman Island? He became a pirate. I thought he despised pirates. On the opposite side of the lighthouse, two fishermen stealthily observed Shank of the Flying Dragon pirates. They reminisced about their childhood desire to join the gangs in Fishman Street, only to be thwarted by the young Shank, who had beaten them to a pulp. If you don't want to be bullied, then grow stronger. Why become a thug preying on innocence? I'll teach you Fishman karate. Fishman Street, the most chaotic area of Fishman Island, was a hub for criminal elements and thugs. Of course, when Tiger and Jinbe were at the helm, the reputation improved for a time. But following Tiger's death and Jinbe's departure to become a warlord, Fishman Street fell back into its original disarray. The two fishmen eventually became disciples of Shank, joining his anti-crime faction and frequently clashing with the thugs of Fishman Street. Later, after Shank joined the guard, the anti-crime faction disbanded. The beautiful chef Carmen led her team in preparing various delicacies from the giant squid, including squid balls, grilled squid, and squid porridge. Kurakasu also called over the two fishmen to join the meal. Upon their arrival, the two fishmen greeted Shank. What a surprise to see you two here. How did you end up in this place? Shank inquired. We were injured at sea and drifted here, where we were rescued by Dr. Kurakasu. We decided to stay and guard the lighthouse. They explained. Since you've made that choice, do your best and don't bring shame to the fishmen, Shank encouraged, patting one of the fishmen on the shoulder. He then raised a toast to Kurakasu, expressing gratitude for the elder's care towards the two fishmen. The fishman who was patted chuckled. Captain, you haven't changed your bad habits. Your strength can sometimes be quite overwhelming. Lunchtime passed swiftly, and the friendly moments with the elder came to an end as Kaichi's crew prepared to set sail, embarking on their true adventure in the Grand Line, whose first half was known as Paradise. The significance of the first stop, the island of Whiskey Peak, was not to be overlooked. While there were alternative routes, most pirates opted for Whiskey Peak, as it was where Navigator Gabe purchased the record pointer. According to the shopkeeper, preparations were underway for departure. Kurakasu approached Kaichi's ship doctor, Xuangu, having noticed Xuangu instructing Gade in life-enhancing martial arts. Intrigued, Kurakasu requested an exchange. Xuangu expressed that he had promised not to teach Tai Chi to others, but he was willing to share the 5-animal play. Ultimately, Xuangu traded the 5-animal play for Kurakasu's lifetime of medical insights. Xuangu even guided Kurakasu through the 5-animal play, highlighting its essence. In return, Kurakasu generously gifted Xuangu his extensive handwritten notes, a culmination of his life's work. Shank also bid farewell to his former subordinates. As they parted, Kurakasu noticed the arm guard in Kaichi's hand. Kaichi, your aura seems oddly familiar. Where have I seen it before? Who is your master? Kurakasu inquired. Kaichi did not conceal the truth. His name is Nagli. Kurakasu was taken aback, realizing who it was. Chapter 25, The Trap of Baroque Works. You've acquired a pet seahorse. Kaichi's crew is quite cultured and charming. Kaichi's crew had fallen victim to the islanders' deception, hastily searching their ship for any spoils at the shores of Whiskey Peak. 5 assassins, taking advantage of the absence of others, had boarded the Vlonging to collect their loot. This room won't budge. One assassin growled as he struck the door embedded with a combination lock, which remained unyielding to gunfire as well. Damn it. We'll have to wait until we can force the code from them before coming back for it. There's surely something valuable inside. One assassin mused, eyeing Dean. This purple dragon sculpture is quite impressive. Lifelike enough, it should fetch a handsome price. Another assassin returned from the kitchen, exclaiming in delight, what a bounty! Their cold storage is filled with squid, and the pantry is overflowing with food. We can alleviate the food crisis on our island for a while. We've done a great service. The assassins prepared to report back, and 2 of them even picked up Dean to test his weight. This dragon sculpture is made from synthetic materials. That sculptor should have used this skill and material to create a busted beauty instead. Exactly. The key is the bust. The others exchanged knowing glances. What about that seahorse? Just a cheap thing. We can toss it back into the sea later. It's not worth the meat. Several assassins responded in unison. Cheap? How infuriating. My dragon lineage is so undervalued, and they prefer Dean over me. A bunch of ignorant fools. The memory seahorse surfaced, blowing bubbles from its shell. As soothing music filled the air, deep and resonant. Lulling several assassins into slumber, they stumbled and fell unconscious. That was close. Our captain said that dragons are rare. To avoid detection, I had to pretend to be a statue or specimen. Dean, seeing the assassins incapacitated, ceased his pretense and bound them as midnight approached. The unique cactus-like formations of Whiskey Peak Island remained distinctly visible. The island's assassins had just managed to render Kaichi's crew unconscious. Mr. 14, it was a close call. But we finally succeeded. On the previous night, the group led by the early-hatted lad nearly caused a calamity in the several houses they toppled, resulting in a substantial bounty of 12 million berries for the ghostly figure akin. Regrettably, their captain had ventured to the opposite side of the island, where a bounty of 20 million berries awaited. They first bound his subordinates before dealing with the sinister smiling Kaiga as the assassins prepared to restrain Akin and his entourage. He sat up, surprisingly recognizing us. Ghostly Akin, he mused. It seems yet another tombstone is destined to join the peaks. Mr. 14 responded. Oh, your studio is rather ostentatious. It's quite challenging for anyone to remain oblivious. Many have claimed they would turn me from a man into a ghost. Yet here I stand, quite well. To kill me. Let us see if you possess that capability. Mr. 9 also led dozens of assassins to encircle him. On the other side of the island, there were indeed some homes, particularly a conspicuous bar in the center. This establishment was exceptionally clean and tidy, a testament to the owner's frequent tidying and scrubbing. It appeared to be a genuine dwelling for the local inhabitants. Kaiga surveyed the area. The locals had dwindled significantly, with several houses evidently abandoned for quite some time. An elderly man ushered Kaiga into the bar, changing into work attire. The bar had only one occupant, the elderly man, who served as both the owner and bartender. My name is Kaiga. May I ask how you are called, elder? Kaiga inquired as he settled onto the bar stool, observing the establishment. The bar was imbued with a rich pirate theme, adorned with skull insignias, photographs of various pirate captains, and stickers of pirate flags, even featuring a board dedicated to updating bounties. Yet, the bounty notices had not been updated for a long time, and there were no new faces to be seen. I am Leeson, a little rascal of considerable means. You must be a disciple of Nagli, the elder replied succinctly, inquiring about Kaiga's background and asking what he would like to drink. Kaiga indicated that he wasn't particularly keen on alcohol, asking for the house specialty, and responded to the elder's inquiries regarding his master, expressing curiosity about the mysterious figure. Indeed, Mr. Leeson, it seems you are quite familiar with my master. Might you share some tales with me? However, just then, gunfire and the sound of fireworks erupted from the nearby town. The elder was not taken aback and kindly warned Kaiga, "This place is rather perilous. Shouldn't you resolve the troubles your crew might be facing before returning?" "I trust my crew. Those ruffians are no match for them, but I am far more intrigued by the story you mentioned." Kaiga chuckled, revealing his awareness of the island's complexities, having deliberately sought an excuse to venture out. Ghostly Akin leaped onto the rooftops, darting towards a more open area, drawing away a significant number of assassins. Amid the chaos, Sate, Xuanhu, Carmen, and Shank vanished, leaving the remaining four sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Upon witnessing this, Miss Monday separated from the remaining assassins to search. Akin effortlessly deflected bullets with his double hammers, charging into the fray and taking down a child with a single strike, causing a dozen to fall within mere seconds. Mr. .9's baseball bats split apart, shooting out, the bat's attached chain ensnaring one of Akin's hammers to Mr. 14, wielding twin meteor hammers, seized a favorable moment to entangle Akin's other hammer as well. The two applied pressure through the chain simultaneously, restraining Akin's movements. The other assassins seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Akin. It is indeed rare for a woman to possess such formidable strength. Des Xuanhu elder simultaneously countered Miss Monday's monstrous attacks with his grand polarization technique. He praised her, "Such terrifying power you possess, fishwoman." Miss Monday, exasperated by Xuanhu, found her attacks consistently thwarted by the elderly man's uncanny methods. Although the elder was reluctant to harm her, he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate techniques. Miss Monday resolved to fight with determination in a shadowy alley. Sate's mechanical arm shot out an electric projectile, adhering to the pursuing assassins, the current incapacitating them. He then followed up with a smoke grenade laced with anesthetics, rendering the assassins unconscious. All was well. Sate had effortlessly dealt with the assassins and was about to tie them up when he remained unaware of the impending crisis. Confirming his target, the assassination plan commenced. In the darkness, a figure fired 2 shots from a handgun. Not good. There's someone else. Sate reacted to the gunfire, using his mechanical arm to shield his vital areas, but he still fell to the ground. Severely injured, the sharpshooter aimed for a critical point with one bullet and shot the leg with the other to prevent escape. Lacking mobility, Sate pressed his other hand against the wound, gritting his teeth as he gazed into the darkness. Sensing that a third-party force was at play, this assassin was more patient, efficient, and ruthless than those from the Baroque works. Chapter 26. Crisis. The assassination by the CP organization. The assassins pursuing Shank were mere fodder to him. A few swift strikes were sufficient to dispatch them. Once Shank had dealt with them, he hurried back to regroup, concerned about the fainted companion's dough, just as he stepped out of the street corner. A towering figure blocked his path. The individual before him said nothing, simply standing in his way, preventing his return. The fishman Shank, seeing the enemy's silence, did not hesitate and threw a punch, though it was merely an ordinary strike. Shank, being a fishman of tremendous strength, was capable of dispatching an ordinary person in a single blow. Yet, the individual before him crossed his arms defiantly, absorbing the punch and commending Shank such terrifying power. "Fishman, you are not one of the assassins on this island. Who are you?" Shank observed that this assassin's prowess was clearly several levels above the others on the island, but discovered the tall and muscular assassin, realizing the necessity of shedding his disguise, removed his civilian attire to reveal a sleek black suit underneath. "How could the assassins on this island compare to us?" CP organization. Shank recognized the emblem. He had encountered this organization during his time with Jinbei, safeguarding the dragon people alongside the princess. Without further ado, Shank unleashed a fishman martial arts technique, the 100-pound rock fist he needed to return and notify the others of the CP organization's presence on the island. The assassin stood firm, bracing against Shank's ultimate move. Shank's 100-pound rock fist was powerful and forceful, yet the assassin remained unyielding, being pushed back a few steps with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, leaving 2 scratches upon the ground. "Have I been underestimated? Do you find me weak?" The towering assassin, infuriated, sensed a gathering force during Shank's previous attack that it seemed he would need to display his true abilities. The assassin wiped the blood from his mouth and activated his devil fruit power, growing from his already impressive height of 2.28 meters to an astounding 3.89 meters as he transformed into a rhinoceros man. The animal-type rhinoceros fruit user, being a fishman, Shank stood at 2.99 meters, exceeding the average height, yet he now found himself at a disadvantage. This assassin possessed the same devil fruit abilities as their captain. As Shank beheld the transforming assassin, he felt the situation becoming increasingly dire. The greatest advantage of the animal-type devil fruit was the direct enhancement of physical capabilities. The rhinoceros man reveled in his newfound strength. Impenetrable hide, an overwhelming size, eager to make the underestimated fishman Shank pay the price. Rhinoceros charge. The rhinoceros man initiated his ultimate move, sidestepping with a hardened arm leading the charge, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Shank. Meanwhile, Miss Monday, resembling a muscular Barbie, found her attacks consistently caught by her foe's hands. Dissipated through strange methods, she donned brass knuckles to enhance the threat of her strikes, ensuring that her opponent dared not catch her blows lightly. Little girl, you rely solely on brute force. Your technique is lacking, and your stance is unstable. Though Miss Monday's punches were fierce, they lacked speed. Xuanhu evaded her attacks, swiftly grasping her arm and employing Tai Chi to send Miss Monday hurtling like a cannonball. Caught off guard, Mr. Monday was thrown by the frail elder, crashing heavily to the ground and losing mobility. What a pity! With proper guidance, your potential could have soared higher. Yet here you are, injured and still fiercely fighting. Alas, you are an enemy. Xuanhu, glancing at the unconscious Miss Monday, departed towards his fainted companions, encountering the chef Miss Carmen along the way. Though Carmen was not a combat specialist, she was akin to the Red Taro from the Pirate King. Adept in the art of frying pan self-defense, easily dispatching a few minor ruffians with her frying pan. As Xuanhu and Carmen journeyed together, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Beneath the moonlight, a colossal bat circled above. Obstructing their path, the bat emitted a sonic wave attack, and the two braced against the sound wave pressure, their heads throbbing incessantly, forced to halt and cover their ears. The relentless onslaught of sonic waves from the bat forced the two individuals to evade and retreat simultaneously. As they maneuvered, they gradually discerned the truth. It was a human, yet another who had consumed an animal-type devil fruit. He did not intend to engage in earnest. His objective was merely to obstruct and harass us. Indicating the presence of a third-party force that could pose a danger, Xuanhu recognized the gravity of the situation, yet the enemy was airborne, and they lacked any means to counter aerial threats. Leaving them in a position of passive defense, unable to advance. A crisis loomed. The Flying Dragon pirates faced a life-threatening predicament. Captain Kaichi was absent, while First Mate Ajin was entangled in combat with Mr. 9 and Mr. 14. The fishman Shank was under assault from an animal-type rhinoceros user, and the ship's Dr. Xuanhu and Chef Carmen were impeded by an animal-type bat fruit user. The remaining three were unconscious. Caught in a perfect moment for assassination, the CP organization, right? Sart had nowhere to escape. Pain coursed through his body, but before the enemy, he must not falter. He demanded answers with resolve. The Celestial Dragons were his family's enemies, and he was well aware of the CP organization they commanded. I didn't expect you to recognize us. I must say, I'm rather glad, but you are about to meet your demise in your next life. Remember to steer clear of formidable individuals. You and your father could have survived. Why not find a corner to live in peace? Instead, you chose to provoke the Celestial Dragons, and now we must eliminate you. Upon finishing his words, the assassin fired a shot, aiming to kill Sart and flawlessly complete the mission. Just as Sart was on the brink of death, a voice cried out, "Sart, wait!" Dean, in a desperate attempt to save him, descended too hastily, crashing in front of Sart and intercepting the bullet, averting the death threat. Ouch, that bullet really hurts. The Red Dragon Dean quickly rose, shielding his comrade Sart behind him. Dean understood the gravity of the situation. The foe before him was exceedingly formidable, already in its subadult stage, its dragon scales capable of completely deflecting bullets from ordinary humans without injury. The threat was far from neutralized, as the sharpshooter could still inflict harm upon Dean. He had no choice but to seize the initiative and launch an offensive. Chapter 27. The CP organization withdraws. Observation Hockey. Decades prior, due to its advantageous location, this island gradually became a haven for pirate activities, leading to the emergence of numerous such taverns. That time, some local ruffians banded together to extort protection money from the taverns, only to be dealt with by me. The ruffians refused to relent. spreading rumors that I was currying favor with pirates and colluding with them. On one occasion, they rallied an even larger group to cause trouble, only to be subdued by another individual. That individual was the young pirate Negrili. What is wrong with being a pirate? I am a pirate myself. If you have grievances against pirates, come at us. With a bold declaration, the youthful Negrili downed a bottle of liquor in a single breath. Thus, he became a figure of interest on the island. Alas, later, it was rumored that his pirate crew suffered several defeats at the hands of Pirate King Roger's crew, and thereafter, he vanished from sight. The elder recounted the past of Kaichi's master, Negrili, then scrutinized Kaichi for a moment before continuing. Kaichi, the crew members I met earlier were quite impressive, even better than your master. However, I must say. Your master, being such a grand and formidable figure, failed in the Grand Line. You carry a noble air, having once led a life of luxury. Why venture to the lower tiers recklessly? Can you endure and conquer the Grand Line? Kaichi smiled faintly, refraining from an immediate response. He stood, down the contents of his cup in one gulp, and then turned to the elder, saying, if one wishes to know, one must try. After all, nothing is guaranteed to succeed. It's far better than being confined in a well made of gold bricks. Gazing at the sky from within, he addressed the tavern owner. Thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. From Leeson, Kaichi learned that this place was indeed once a pirate's paradise, where some pirates even requested their comrades to bury them here after death. However, things changed after the Baroque Works' murderous aura took hold following the establishment of Whiskey Peak. He also gleaned some information regarding his master. Having no further business, he prepared to depart. Leeson, not pressing him to stay, instead affixed Kaichi and Ajin's bounty posters to the wall, now having new individuals to focus on. What an intriguing young lad. Negrili has taken on a fine apprentice. The demon Ajin leaped into the air, evading the bullets fired by others, his body yet to reach the level of immunity against gunfire. In midair, Ajin countered Mr. 9 and Mr. 14 using iron chains, swinging dual hammers with such force that the two collided with one another. Their eyes spun in circles as they fell. Upon descending, Ajin capitalized on the momentum, delivering a hammer strike to each. Mr. 9 and Mr. 14 lay on the ground, each sporting a large, red bump on their heads. How is this possible? Mr. 9 and Mr. 14 have been defeated by the demon Ajin. The remaining Baroque Works assassins, sensing the tide turning, began to scatter. Oh, you think you have any chance of escaping now? Ajin sneered, spinning his hammers and swiftly dispatching several lackeys. The sharpshooter from the CP organization activated his six powers technique, effortlessly dodging Dean's dragon flame attack while counterattacking. With two pistols, he unleashed 6 bullets in a mere second. Dean, having mutated, was not the typical subadult red dragon towering at over 10 meters. He stood over 3 meters tall. And coupled with his naturally slow movement on the ground, he was akin to a living target for the sharpshooter. The bullets struck accurately, some in rapid succession, capable of hitting the same spot to penetrate defenses. Dean, unable to save his comrades, felt 3 of his scales rupture, realizing that should he endure a few more shots, his life would be in jeopardy. Yet, with his comrades still behind him, he had to withstand the enemy's assault. Continuing in this manner would only buy time. A resolution was necessary. At that moment, an arrow shattered the deadlock. Sart, Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get drunk. Hold on. Jack, fighting through a headache, spoke while shooting arrows at the CP organization's assassins. The sharpshooter dodged a few arrows using his skillful maneuvers, preparing to attack once more. Retreat. That monster is returning. The bat fruit user flew back, relaying a message to the sharpshooter. Simultaneously, for members of the CP organization, clad in black suits, vanished into the night. Minutes later, aboard a small boat on the sea, the 4 CP members sat, dejected over their failed assassination mission. It seems our promotion to CP9 will have to be postponed, sighed the assassin who had consumed the bat fruit. Little Bat, is your observation hockey reliable? Is their captain truly that powerful? Is this Kaichi as fearsome as they say? Big Rhinoceros, you lack observation hockey. You cannot comprehend the pressure he exerts on other beings. That monster must have consumed a very high-level animal-type devil fruit. However, it's the first time I've seen you use your fruit ability and still come up short in strength. 200 punches and 500 punches, recalling the terrifying strength of the fishman Shank, who had halted his ultimate technique, the bull charge, with sheer brute force. Mind your business. I managed to hold off that fishman. Blame it on Shout Song. Just as success was within reach, who could have known they had raised a dragon? That dragon's unexpected appearance had delayed the timing. The sharpshooter could only lament that a prime opportunity had been unexpectedly derailed. The CP organization's assassins retreated, while Kaichi and his crew emerged from the crisis. The Demon Agent bound all the Baroque Works assassins on the island. The ship's doctor carefully removed the damaged mechanical arm from Sart's hand. Tending to the wounds of Sart and Dean, what happened? What transpired? Tell me everything in detail. How did you sustain such severe injuries? Upon returning, Kaichi questioned Sart and Dean, alarmed by their grave condition. The crew summarized the situation and recounted the events to Kaichi. The CP organization, it shouldn't be CP9. Otherwise, the injuries wouldn't be so simple. The early appearance of the CP organization suggests a shift in the pirate world. No, considering Vivi and her family's hidden identity. It appears that behind the chaos in her country, the Celestial Dragons are pulling the strings. Coupled with the fact that Vivi and her father can attend the World Conference, her country must have made some sort of deal with the Celestial Dragons to request naval assistance. Yet, how could they allow Crocodile of the Seven Warlords to wreak havoc? Clearly, the Celestial Dragons are deliberately sheltering him. Perhaps the Gorosei are involved. Kaichi pondered for a moment, choosing not to dwell further on the CP organization. Instead, delivering 3 sharp slaps to the unconscious trio. This is my oversight, but the 3 of you. As for Sart's matter, I will discuss it with you later. First, I must deal with those from Baroque Works. Jack, Hank, and Debuty flushed with embarrassment. After Kaichi spoke, he looked towards the street where the Baroque Works assassins were bound. Chapter 28. The archaeologist clued up Mr. 9. You now hold the highest position on the island. So let us converse. When my fleet first set foot on Whiskey Peak, I noticed that you had clashed with others before us. If I'm not mistaken, it was with the Straw Hat crew. And you lost. The mission failed, correct? Kaiji approached him, untying the ropes that bound him, a gesture signifying his sincerity. How did you come to know that? What connection do you have with the Straw Hat Pirates? Mr. Point 9 rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, casting a wary glance at Kaiji. Luffy and I share a friendship. I deduced it from our previous encounter and some logical reasoning. Of course, Kaiji learned of it from the old man at Twin Cape. He emphasized that he was not interested in pursuing any inquiries. What I wish to convey is that your mission has failed, and you are now castaways of Baroque Works, rather than languishing on this island. Waiting for death or fleeing, why not consider becoming my subordinates? Of course, I do not mean to make you members of my ship, but rather to engage in other endeavors. Kaiji was confident they would have no better options, especially since Mr. 9 and Miss Monday had already assisted in staving off Mr. 5 and his partner, Miss Valentine's Day. They were bound to face repercussions, however. The higher-ups of Baroque Works were currently preoccupied with pursuing Princess Wei Wei and the Straw Hat Boy. Leaving no time to deal with them, Mr. 9 glanced at Miss Monday and Mr. 14. Resolved, he stated, we agree to become your subordinates, but you must grant me 2 requests. Diotel, I am curious about your requests. The first request is to resolve the food shortage on the island. The second request is to expel Crocodile from Alabasta, with Luffy and myself involved. Merely expelling him should be feasible. Luffy has far exceeded expectations and I can simply hitch a ride. However, it is also true that in the eyes of the public, the 7 warlords are figures that rival the 4 emperors, both regarded as invincible. Upon arriving in the Grand Line, Crocodile encountered the formidable trio known as the Chef Cayman. The 7 warlords? This time, I shall not be intimidated, exclaimed the demon man, Akin. Kaiji noted the reminiscing Akin, who, despite his capabilities, had previously suffered due to a lackluster captain and an encounter with Mihawk, having once suppressed Sanji through sheer force. The 7 warlords, Jinbei, the fishman, thought of his long-lost friend. Kaiji chuckled, teasing Mr. 9 about his concern for Crocodile's expulsion from Alabasta. You seem rather loyal to your partner. How did you know? Mr. 9 began to inquire. But Kaiji interrupted him, replying, do not question it. I shall not disclose how I know. What I can tell you is that I can agree to the first request. As for the second condition, has not Princess Wei Wei already allied with the Straw Hat crew? Why do you still seek our partnership? The Straw Hat crew is undeniably powerful, yet Crocodile is a 7 warlord, and I remain uncertain. However, should you join forces with us, we might stand a chance to fulfill the second request. I can agree, but you must sweeten the deal with something enticing or significant news. The leader of Baroque Works is Crocodile, also known as Mr. Zero, and his partner, Miss All Sunday, is the archaeologist Nico Robin. Their goal is to uncover something significant from Alabasta's history. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Is there more? In addition to my partner's interest in Nico Robin, I have noticed Miss Golden Week covertly observing her as well that I suspect Miss Golden Week might also be an archaeologist. Congratulations, Mr. Nine. You are remarkably astute. I have agreed to both requests. Kaiji was pleasantly surprised, having initially perceived Mr. Nine as merely resilient, unaware of his keen investigative abilities. No wonder he is Princess Weiwei's partner. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Miss Golden Week, Mr. Three's partner, potentially an archaeologist. What a delightful revelation. Kaiji instructed Akin to release the assassins on the island, leading them to the seaside. The first request is quite simple. I shall have Shank dive into the sea and catch a large fish. It was indeed peculiar for Whiskey Peak to be lacking food, given the abundance of marine life in the Grand Line, although not as prolific as the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. Sizable creatures were still quite prevalent. The true challenge of the Grand Line lies not only in its capricious weather, but also in the myriad sea monsters that attack ships, given the capabilities of the island's personnel. With a little time, they could capture sizable fish, yet they seemed impractical, setting their sights on a creature hundreds of meters long. Kaiji was exasperated, realizing this was likely a trait of the pirate world. Individuals with exaggerated characteristics, excelling in specific areas while utterly clueless in others, creating an insurmountable barrier to practical knowledge. Shank nodded and plunged into the sea, returning shortly with an enormous fish. Fishman Karate. Secret technique. Water column bullet. A tremendous commotion erupted in the sea as a massive water column surged, splashing high into the air. A 30-meter-long fish breached the surface. Such a powerful fishman. How is it that such a formidable pirate has no bounty? The islanders marveled at the sight of the fishman Shank. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The fish began to bleed profusely. Creatures drawn by the scent of blood approached, including an even larger sea crocodile. Eager to partake in this free feast, opening its cavernous maw to bite into the fish floating on the surface. Since you're here, you might as well serve as a gift. Frost Dragon Breath. Kaiji, transformed into a dragon man, expelled a frigid breath, gradually encasing the massive sea crocodile in ice, transforming it into a frozen statue that floated to the surface. Truly, he was worthy of a bounty of 20 million berries. A devil fruit user capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the top 5 of Baroque works. Incredible, exclaimed Mr. Monday. No, he is even stronger, Mr. Nine added, acknowledging not only Kaiji's sheer power, but also his cunning intellect. The man before them was chillingly calm, possessing an unnerving grasp of the situation. By displaying his might while fulfilling his own requests, he achieved 2 objectives simultaneously. I have completed my request. You must act swiftly. I only promise to help you procure food, not to assist in the handling and transportation of ingredients. Kaiji interrupted the onlookers' astonishment, urging them to hasten in processing the 2 massive beasts. Hundreds of tons of meat were at stake, and he would not be held accountable for any mishaps. While others dealt with the meat, Kaiji summoned Mr. Nine, Mr. Monday, and the others aboard the zhugging ship to strategize for half an hour. Mr. Nine and his companions disembarked with 3 crates, 2 filled with treasure, and 1 containing weapon schematics and other items. They gazed at the slowly receding dragon pirates, exclaiming, "We have allied with an extraordinary entity. For now, you need not sever ties with Baroque works. But you must immediately cease your farcical assassination activities. Allow the island to return to being a pirate paradise, enabling the local populace to operate businesses discreetly while establishing a small arms factory. Remember, I do not require you to bring everything under my control. I only seek those subordinates you can manage. Do you understand, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday?" Chapter 29. The remarkable identities of the captain and vice-captain due to the issues that arose within the team that night. There would be no usual shifts on the ship. Instead, all but Sart were summoned to the deck for an all-night meeting. Sart lay injured in his quarters, nursing his wounds. Dean had sustained minor injuries from gunfire and was still able to move after some bandaging. The upcoming discussion was of great importance, and Captain Kaiji insisted on his presence. Now that we've dealt with external matters, let's turn our attention to our own issues. I will begin. It is my oversight that I had long recognized the problems on Whiskey Peak Island. I intentionally distanced myself to observe your adaptability in facing the island's assassins. However, I went to speak with the store manager, Leeson, to gather information about my master, Nagley. Thus, the first matter of concern lies with me. Akin, the demon man, was curious about the strength of the master who could produce someone like Kaiji. Nagley, why does that name sound so familiar? Was he a pirate from the past? No, I don't recall that name among the legendary pirates today. Kaiji replied, I do not know much about my master Nagley's past. He rarely speaks of it. The only thing I know is that he once led a fleet to challenge the pirate King Joel D. Roger and faced defeat each time. Akin suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, "Oh, so it's him. He was quite a notable pirate over a decade ago, but after his defeats to the pirate King Roger, his crew disbanded. And he vanished from the scene. His name hasn't been mentioned since. Rumors suggested he was killed by someone from Roger's crew, while others claimed he died of illness after his injuries. I never expected he was still alive and had returned to the East Blue in seclusion." Kaiji did not linger on the topic of his master, Nagli, but returned to the matter at hand. Focusing on the internal issues of the team, he had already addressed his own shortcomings, and now it was time to deal with the trio who had fainted. "Jack, you may begin. I am eager to hear your thoughts." Jack, the optimist, still felt a bit dizzy. He did not dwell on past mistakes, but rather expressed with a sense of regret that he had believed everyone on the island was a person of genuine character, united by a shared passion for adventure, and he thought they were like-minded souls. To his dismay, he discovered they were, in fact, deceitful killers. This was indeed an eye-opening experience on the first island of the Grand Line. "And what about you two?" The captain questioned Carmen's two sous chefs with a tone of reproach. "It seems you have failed in your duty to protect Carmen this time." He reminded them of the gravity of their oversight. The way those chefs praised Carmen's culinary skills led them to believe they were her fans and enthusiasts, only to realize they had been duped. "Did you not notice the excessive proportion of alcohol mixed into the food and drinks? Did you not see the signals I was giving you?" Carmen scolded. The two felt guilty for failing to identify such a significant oversight and for not protecting her, collapsing while their companions were engaged in battle. Upon hearing the lamentations of the three, Kitch understood the root of the problem. Jack's overly friendly nature left him unsuspecting of strangers, while Bibin, on his first journey away from home, lacked worldly experience. Hank and Debut had centered their lives around Carmen to such an extent that it was painfully evident and easily exploited by enemies that it appeared that training his crew thoroughly was imperative. "Actually, the injury to Sade is not your fault. Based on what you have told me, it seems the enemy seized the opportunity at the perfect moment, coincidentally targeting Sate when he was alone. Among those attackers, there must have been someone with the observation haki, which is either innate or resulting from a devil fruit power, not something developed through training. Therefore, do not be too hard on yourselves." Shank, who was quite aware of haki's significance, felt the disparity between himself and his friend, Jinbei, who had mastered it, causing a growing rift between them. Now, the crux of the matter began as Kitch continued. "Regarding the assassination by the CP organization, you should have some inkling about Sate's background. Allow me to take this opportunity to share that Sate's family is a merchant family from the East Sea. When he was a child, during a family gathering on a ship in the East Sea, an accident occurred. They inadvertently obstructed the path of the Celestial Dragon's fleet, and as you can imagine, that ship was ultimately destroyed by the artillery of the Celestial Dragons and the Navy. Apart from Sate and his father, all 100 individuals aboard perished, leaving only the two of them. Eventually, his father left the East Sea and became a member of an underground military organization, likely rising to a rank of some significance. Thus, this is the reason Sate was targeted for assassination by the CP organization. Your vice captain is the son of an underground military officer." The crowd gasped at the revelation of Sate's background. Feeling a pang of sorrow for his tragic past, realizing the cruelty of the Celestial Dragons, when Sate returned from Rogue Town, he appeared somewhat gloomy. "Gade, were you with him at the time? Do you know anything?" Kitch inquired, turning to Gade, who had known Sate since childhood. Gade, unable to conceal the truth about Sate's father, recounted their encounter with the underground military leader, Dragon, Dorak. "Gade, you truly encountered Dragon, the most notorious criminal. The man the world government deems the most dangerous." The crowd was taken aback by Gade's experience in Rogue Town. "Sate's father is dead. How could he not tell me?" Kitch, not overly concerned with Dragon's presence, felt a surge of anger upon hearing about Sate's father's death. His fists clenched as they struck the wall. Why must the world be this way? Upon learning of Sate's background and experiences, the ship's doctor, Xuangu, spoke up. "Now we have another severely ill patient. Aside from physical injuries, mental anguish complicates matters further. Xuangu, we must ask for your assistance," Kitch said, showing respect for the ship's doctor. Only Xuangu could handle this matter regarding Sate. His position was not something Kitch could manage. Acknowledging Kitch's intent, Xuangu sighed. "You too. Very well. I shall prepare some meat porridge." With that, he returned to his room to head to the kitchen. Gade, puzzled, asked, "Captain Kitch, given your long time living with Sate, shouldn't you be the one to comfort him?" Kitch replied with a wry smile. My background makes it inappropriate. I'll fetch something from my room and then speak with you. That he returned to the group, carrying a box, inputting a code to retrieve clothing from within. The childlike spacesuit he produced spoke volumes, for only one type of person would wear such attire: the celestial dragons. Indeed, I am the child of a celestial dragon. Years ago, while embarking on a journey through the Grand Line, I was attacked by unknown assailants and lost my memory at My master, Nagari, rescued me and raised me in the East Sea. Which is why I sought to understand the situation with the store manager, Risen, on Whiskey Peak Island. As he finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence for 10 seconds before erupting in astonishment. Captain, you are a celestial dragon. Gate could hardly fathom Kitch's lineage. You are a celestial dragon. No wonder you are so discerning. Chef Carmen, shocked, felt her confusion lifted. Celestial dragons enjoy the finest resources, including the best chefs and food. She had visited many top chefs who had served them. Jinbei also expressed shock at Kitch's identity, realizing that it was a status that even the royal family of Fishman Island would treat with utmost caution. He recalled the time he had witnessed the impact of the celestial dragon's identity and status when he protected the Fishman King and Queen during their reception of them. Then, everyone recognized a significant issue. The captain is the son of a celestial dragon, while the vice captain is the son of an underground military officer, meaning our captain and vice captain are sworn enemies. Chapter 30. Feeling small is normal. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness, as the crew needed time to digest the myriad of information received throughout the first half. However, the latter half was equally tumultuous, with some requiring more shocking treatment to dispel their gloom. Sate, are you feeling any better? I'm coming in, Xuangu's voice called from outside Sate's room, interrupting his contemplations. Oh, Xuangu, come in. I am feeling much better now. Sate, who had been lying down, sat up to appear more presentable and smiled at Xuangu. That's good to hear. Xuangu entered with a bowl of minced meat porridge, setting it on the table beside the bed, and continued. This bed was something I requested you to help make. I hadn't anticipated it would be completed so soon. It hasn't even been moved to my room yet, so you get to try it first. Just remember, if the customer experience is poor, I won't be accepting it. Sate chuckled at Xuangu's humor, but felt no appetite, and did not touch the bowl of porridge. I'm not hungry. Xuangu took a chair beside Sate's bed, grasping his wrist to check his pulse. No, the patient must replenish their nutrition. You must eat, Xuangu insisted firmly. How could a patient ignore the doctor's orders, seeing Sate still hesitating to eat the porridge? He continued, the world is vast, with countless strong individuals. It's normal to feel small, to feel that growth is slow and that your goals are out of reach. You carry deep-seated grievances, yet how can you strengthen yourself if your body is not well? Xuangu, how do you know? The captain and Gate informed me of your situation. Your pulse indicates that you are feeling low-spirited and restless. Given your background, it's not hard to understand. The captain is also concerned about your mental health. So let me provide you with some therapeutic words to alleviate your condition before it becomes deeply rooted and irreparable. As Xuangu spoke, he pushed the bowl of porridge towards Sate. You eat, while I share something with you. In truth, I am not from this world. Sate, taken aback, widened his mouth in shock without touching the porridge. Do not be so startled. In fact, your Captain Kitch is also from another world. Otherwise, how could he have emerged from such an environment as the celestial dragons to become someone like Kitch? These are secrets between us and must not be shared with others. Otherwise, you may not know how you might perish one day. You understand? Recalling Xuangu's adeptness with medicine and poison, Sate quickly replied, I understand. I will absolutely not disclose this. Hearing Sate's assurance, Xuangu continued, unlike your world, where the East Sea is considered the weakest ocean, in my world, the East Sea is the strongest ocean. I am the prince of the most powerful nation by the East Sea. My true name is Chong Gong Xuangu. The name O Xuangu was bestowed upon me. In that world, my 3 elder brothers vied for the throne, currying favor with ministers and even colluding with foreign powers to create their factions. Compared to them, I was indeed weak. However, I discovered evidence of their treachery against the nation and, through an eunuch, informed my father of their collusion with foreign forces to betray our country. I achieved a surprising victory, overcoming the strong with my weakness, and was then appointed as the crown prince. Sartre, do you believe I have emerged victorious? Surely, it must be a triumph, correct? Of course not. If I were to succeed, I would merely become an ordinary monarch. Rather than a healer, in my youth, I too harbored the illusion of victory, believing I was destined to be the new generation of sovereigns that time. Filled with youthful exuberance, I aspired to rejuvenate the waning strength of the nation and restore the might of the empire. Yet, I failed to recognize the formidable alliance of the three, who could easily gather more eunuchs to their cause. How could they concede defeat so readily? In a single night, my royal brothers conspired with the eunuchs and palace maids to poison our father, annihilating my power, severing the tendons of my hands and feet, rendering me crippled, and leaving me at the scene of my father's demise. Thus achieving two objectives at once, they ultimately triumphed, becoming emperor and prince. While I was relegated to the status of an immobile prisoner, Xuanhu paused to console Sartre. Thus, feeling powerless is no shame. Success gained without self-awareness of one's own weakness is but a precarious tower, easily shattered by others' touch. I do not urge you to relinquish your ambitions, but rather to remain grounded and eschew the folly of seeking to ascend to greatness in one leap. For in weakness, even a sudden rise to power would be futile dough. What do you mean, Bio? Be resolute. You must never give up, understand. Xuanhu playfully struck Sartre atop his head, after finishing his porridge and setting the bowl aside. Sartre straightened up and declared, I shall not give up, that is more like it. Xuanhu continued, why must one not surrender? Because those who remain aloof and unacquainted with the sufferings of the common folk will only lead the world toward tragic outcomes. Certainly, they must be brought down from their lofty perches. After my three royal brothers ascended to the throne, they merely indulged in the manipulation of power for their own pleasure. Within a mere 5 years, the nation was plunged into despair, rife with insurrections. Consequently, in the 5th year, in a bid to suppress the uprisings, they betrayed the land, leading to the fragmentation of the nation, a sight too harrowing to behold. Do you grasp the essence? Trash must be discarded. Those unworthy of their positions should not remain. Upon hearing this, Sartre felt a weight lifted from his heart, his spirits considerably lifted, and he inquired further. And then? Xuanhu replied, subsequently, in that 5th year, due to the uprisings, the guard's strength waned, and I was rescued by a handful of my former subordinates, who used rare medicines to heal my hands and feet. At that time, I was even more cantankerous than you, wallowing in despair for several months. However, upon witnessing the devastation of my homeland and the suffering of my people, personal grievances paled in comparison. I reevaluated myself. I had once been merely a general with a few hundred troops and a smattering of allies, acquainted with only a couple of officials and palace maids, and in the end, only a few from the martial world survived. Thus, I began anew among the common folk, simultaneously learning medicine to heal my frail body, acquiring the agricultural skills of farming and sericulture, and delving into literature and history. Engaging with merchants and officials to understand the mechanisms of governance and commerce. Moreover, I trained in martial arts and military strategy, taking it upon myself to cultivate my martial prowess in this manner. I essentially started from zero, traversing the land for a full decade, ultimately reuniting the nation, reforming the government, rectifying bureaucratic practices, and establishing new educational pathways. After 10 years, my body could no longer withstand the strain, and I seized the opportunity to abdicate in favor of my son. I retreated to the East Sea to recuperate, delving into the Western medical sciences and innovations from the East and South Seas, authoring books, and enjoying a few decades of rest. So, you see, Xuanhu, you are still an emperor, a grand elder, Sartre exclaimed with astonishment and excitement. Sartre was equally amazed to discover that apart from Captain Kaichi, a celestial dragon, there was indeed an emperor aboard. Indeed, there is no need for such astonishment. It is not a remarkable feat that in my later years, I also studied the arts of Taoism, the principles of yin and yang, and the intricate machinations of contraptions over a century of age. Some even referred to me as an immortal, beseeching me for elixirs of immortality. Well then, we have covered quite a lot tonight. Remember, in great endeavors, progress is often slow and steady. Do not fear weakness, for no one begins as a giant. Rest well tonight. We shall change your bandages again tomorrow. Xuanhu collected the bowl and tidied the bedside table, preparing to return to his quarters. Thank you, Xuanhu. Sartre expressed his gratitude for the evening's conversation and settled down comfortably. Xuanhu smiled, gently closing the door, adding softly before it shut, "This is our secret." Chapter 31. Rigorous training. A sleepless night was but a trifling matter for the Flying Dragon pirates. Not a single member displayed signs of fatigue. In the morning, the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, diligently changed Sartre's dressings and examined his wounds. The day appeared calm, yet the Grand Line is never a gentle lamb. It is a ferocious beast. What began as clear weather suddenly turned into a downpour, with raindrops swelling from the size of a pinhead to that of pebbles. Kaichi, drenched in the pebble-sized rain, found it invigorating. A little physical exertion was not unwelcome. Activating Iron Block, he allowed the rain to pelt him, unflinching and taking the opportunity to strengthen his body. However, the raindrops continued to swell, escalating to the size of fists, then buckets, and ultimately, to the size of ships crashing down. Fortunately, the larger the raindrops grew, the sparser they became, providing some room for evasion. Full right rudder, full left rudder. Helmsman Jack maneuvered the ship, skillfully dodging the ship-sized raindrops. Though they evaded the deluge, the impact of the colossal raindrops on the sea still stirred tumultuous waves. The Zhaogang sailed precariously through the surging waters, with Jack maintaining control of the direction, while Shank and Ajin expertly managed the sails to prevent the vessel from capsizing due to excessive rocking. Minutes passed, and the rain ceased. Yet, after a brief lull, the raindrops transformed into gigantic hailstones. The rain had already churned the sea into a frenzy. The impact of the massive hailstones was akin to bombs detonating upon the surface. It was imperative to shatter the hailstones before they could wreak havoc upon the Zhaogang and its vicinity. Xuanhu, you take over the sails. Ajin and Shank, shatter the hailstones above the ship, Kaichi commanded as he exited Iron Block mode. The three leaped into the air, Dragon Fist, Chaotic Strike. Kaichi, relying solely on his human form, unleashed a flurry of punches, fracturing the massive hailstones into tiny shards. 500 tiles of fist. Shank delivered a powerful punch, causing the giant hailstone to crack, scattering it into numerous smaller pieces that flew away like cannonballs. Whirlwind Smash. Ajin executed his signature move, using a spinning mace to shatter the hailstones, creating gusts of wind that further sliced the ice into smaller fragments. The trio successfully obliterated the colossal hailstones and returned to the deck. At last, we have prevailed. The Grand Line's weather lives up to its reputation. Fortunately, it arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Kaichi was exhilarated. Breakfast is ready. It's time to eat, called Miss Carmen, the ship's cook. Let us have breakfast first. We'll clean the deck afterward, Kaichi said, arranging the tables and chairs. Hank and Debut brought forth the food. While Carmen presented a pot of meat coffee, the crew noticed an abundance of meat dishes this time that I had the cook prepare extra meat. Everyone should eat well, as we have training tasks ahead to bolster our strength. Carmen, Hank, and Debut, you must eat plenty as well, Kaichi reminded them. After breakfast, cleaning the deck took just an hour as long as the ship sailed steadily in the direction indicated by the compass. The crew would otherwise have free time. However, due to the Whiskey Peak incident exposing their team's vulnerabilities, it was time to mend the fences. The Zhaogang's deck had 3 spaces. The front was somewhat cramped and unsuitable for training, leaving only the middle and rear of the ship spacious enough. Thus, the Flying Dragon pirates divided into 2 groups, one led by Kaichi and the other by Xuanhu, accompanied by Carmen and her 2 bodyguards. Hank and Debut, for training at the rear of the ship, the stern of the Zhaogang. Xuanhu laid out 4 items: a chopping knife, a chef's knife, an iron spoon, and an iron pot. Carmen, Hank, Debut, let me make this clear. What I teach you shortly can be used, but it must not be shared outside, understood? Otherwise, someone may come looking for trouble. Understood, replied the trio. Hearing their response, Xuanhu continued. Next, I shall teach you the techniques and skills practiced by the cooks of my homeland's military. These are simple enough that every team member can utilize just these 4 tools to provide sustenance for an army, and when necessary, even engage in battle at the front lines. Thus, it is a method of culinary arts combined with combat techniques, mutually reinforcing each other. First, we have the chopping knife, commonly used in the mountains for splitting wood, with a corresponding technique called wind sweeping the forest. Second, the chef's knife, in my homeland. We use a single chef's knife to prepare ingredients, capable of slicing, smashing, and chopping a myriad of vegetables and meats. Those master chefs, with a rather peculiar sense of humor, named it returning to the valley. The third item is a spoon. Once you have mastered it, you will come to appreciate the remarkable utility of a spoon as a weapon, accompanied by a corresponding technique known as the spoon divine method. The fourth item is an iron pot. which soldiers typically carry on their backs during marches and battles, resembling a turtle shell. Hence, the associated technique is called the turtle shell mystical ART.AS. There is only one of each item. You must stagger your practice times. I will first instruct Hank, demonstrating the technique of wind sweeping the forest to debut. You, however, are not yet prepared to meet the conditions for the turtle shell mystical art. I will fill the iron pot with soil and stones for you to practice the pot juggling technique. Your goal is to juggle the pot with one hand effortlessly, ensuring that none of the soil or stones spills out, which is the foundational requirement for your training. Excellent. Subsequently, you will teach the returning valley blade technique to your peers. Xuanhu is astonished by Cayman's talent, having grasped 6 parts of the returning valley after just one viewing. The returning valley blade technique is divided into 2 parts. The tasks performed at the kitchen countertop and those conducted outside the house, which involve disassembling large objects. The distinction lies in the necessity of practical experience. Next, I will teach you the spoon divine skill, which possesses far greater power than that of a frying pan. The spoon's round shape allows for a concentrated force, inflicting deeper and heavier damage. Just as Xuanhu has finished demonstrating the spoon divine skill to Cayman, Debuty, exhausted from juggling the pot, takes a break. Your core strength has weakened slightly. Take this opportunity to train more. Your physique is commendable. With proper training, you will possess the strength of a tiger and the resilience of a bear. Unfortunately, lacking special sand, the pot juggling can be done with hot sand inside, and during breaks, you can immerse your hands in the sand for heat resistance training, laying the foundation for your unyielding iron hands. Regrettably, Xuanhu approaches to comfort Debuty. Hearing this, Debuty breaks into a cold sweat, pondering the simplicity that can be so devilish. Which nation endures such harrowing conditions? Even during rest, they do not relent, working tirelessly. Although Debuty grumbles, he resumes juggling the pot after a brief respite. I shall conclude my demonstration here. Take your time to practice the techniques I have imparted. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire. I must reiterate, strive to absorb this knowledge and make it your own. Do not directly employ these techniques in front of outsiders. In the 32nd episode, Xuanhu the Elder leads the trio of cooks in training at the stern of the ship. Gabe practices health-preserving exercises, including the 5-animal play and Tai Chi, at the bow. The ship's doctor has indicated that the foundational stage of treatment has concluded, and only then can one embark on training the 6 styles. Satter, still recovering from injury, remains at the bow observing. On the main deck of the Zhuogang ship, Kaichi stands with the other crew members. That I have previously provided you with the 6 styles. You have already reviewed them. Begin by practicing 1 or 2 styles that suit your needs. I do not recommend attempting all of them, as that would lead to a lack of focus and proficiency. The training of the 6 styles places considerable demands on the practitioner's physical strength and their ability to control each part of their body. Once you have attained the necessary physical strength and control, mastering the 6 styles will become relatively straightforward. Kaichi stands before the group, offering his insights on the 6 styles, hoping they prove beneficial. The foundation of the 6 styles lies in the returning of life, which is paramount. Why is it so crucial? The advantages of practicing returning of life are manifold. The process itself deepens one's control over their body while simultaneously enhancing physical strength, albeit with a significant consumption of food. Thus, Satter and Jack should cultivate returning of life. Once proficient, their bodies will grow stronger, making the training of the 6 styles far more effective. There is another drawback. Those with weak constitutions should refrain from practicing, as returning of life places one's life energy in a state of flux, which could exacerbate any existing ailments. Gade's life energy resembles a feeble flame. A mere disturbance could extinguish it. Hence, he is not yet prepared for training. The first style recommended is Iron Block, which involves controlling the body's surface tissues and cells to form a protective layer as hard and resilient as steel. Its shortcomings include immobility while in this state and the fact that it only protects the exterior, leaving internal muscles and organs untrained and vulnerable to injury in combat. Despite its numerous drawbacks, I recommend it because its training is relatively simple within the context of the 6 styles, and many of its disadvantages only manifest in life-or-death confrontations. Therefore, I do not advocate using it in deadly battles. However, it can be useful during sparring sessions, as it is primarily a technique for soldiers to practice and gain combat experience. As you are currently in training, it is indeed beneficial for enhancing your surface defenses, albeit gradually. For instance, I employ it to reinforce my scales, My regular transformation into a dragon involves practicing this technique to strengthen my armor. Dean, as a dragon, I am unsure if this technique is suitable for you. I will study this further with you later. The second style is the shave, which allows for instantaneous multi-step movement, achieving distances of several meters or even over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Those who feel their speed is lacking may find it advantageous to practice. The third style is moon step, which involves creating air waves to propel oneself while airborne. Given that Shank has a comprehensive understanding of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, I can only suggest that he consider practicing it if he seeks to enhance his aerial capabilities and movements. The fourth style is Gale Kick or Gale Slice, which enables the user to deliver slashing blows akin to wind blades, thus extending the range of their attacks. Those who find themselves deficient in long-range combat may wish to train in this technique. It is important to note that both Gale Slice and Moon Step place higher demands on the feet than the shave, so it is advisable to master the shave before progressing to Moon Step and Gale Slice. The fifth and sixth styles are Finger Spear and Paper Drawing, which I refer to as specialty techniques that I do not recommend for you to practice. What does this mean? It indicates that only those with specific talents should engage in their training. For those lacking such talents, it is best to refrain. For instance, the finger spear is suitable for those with animal-based fruit abilities that utilize claw attacks, such as myself. Practicing it enhances my claw attack strength, making it a fitting choice. In contrast, paper drawing is appropriate only for those with a lightweight physique and exceptional flexibility. For an average person, attempting to practice these techniques would be a futile endeavor, yielding minimal results and poor cost-effectiveness. Consider this. If an ordinary individual were to develop the ability to create a small hole in a wall with their fragile fingertips, they could instead dedicate that time to honing their punches, kicks, and weapon skills, easily mastering techniques capable of demolishing an entire wall. Paper drawing is even less practical. Investing time to perfect it would only yield evasive maneuvers that are close range and require precise timing, making it a laborious and thankless task. Should an enemy employ an area of effect attack, the effort would be wasted. In summary, rather than engaging in such practices, it would be more beneficial to focus on running and jumping, thereby enhancing your agility. That encapsulates my perspective on the 6 styles. Assess your circumstances and practice accordingly. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. Kaichi, having spoken at length, finally quenches his thirst after delivering a comprehensive explanation. To his surprise, Shank steps forward, stating that he cannot utilize the training methods for the 6 styles, but he mentions that he has attempted to practice the shave and moon step, but to no avail. Kaichi asks Shank to demonstrate his attempts. As Shank begins to execute a few steps, it appears satisfactory initially, but Kaichi soon notices an odd lack of coordination in Shank's legs, as well as an erratic application of force in his back leg. Stop, that's enough. I understand now, Kaichi interjects. Have you not felt any discomfort in your legs during your practice of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu? No, although Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu primarily utilize the hands, they also engage the waist and legs, and everything feels normal, Shank replies, indicating that he has not experienced any issues in his martial training or daily life. Kaichi calls out to the stern. Elder Xian, are you ready? We need you to come over here. Everything is going smoothly. I will be there shortly. Elder Xian descends the stairs. What seems to be the issue? I believe there is something odd about Shank's leg movements, and he exhibits a peculiar lack of coordination. Could you check if there are any abnormalities? Kaichi inquires. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, takes Shank's pulse, the first time examining a fishman's pulse. Fortunately, Shank's tall stature and robust veins make it easier to locate the pulse. Have you suffered any head injuries in the past? Are there any other issues with your body? Have you experienced any unusual symptoms? Xuanhu questions as he checks the pulse. I sustained head injuries twice in my childhood from pirates and fishermen thugs, but I recovered fully and have had no issues since then. I have never been ill, and the fishman doctor conducted a health check when I joined the guard. Everything was fine. Shank responds to the doctor. Xuanhu further examines Shank's head and neck, concluding, Shank is in good health. The head may have a small blood clot pressing on the neural pathways responsible for coordination and balance, but it does not affect normal life. This is a fortunate situation. If treatment is needed, imaging would be required, but we lack the necessary equipment on the ship. Very well, we can wait until we reach an island with the equipment for further examination. Kaichi states. Shank feels everything is normal and pays it no mind. The daily routine of training is always fulfilling. The next island has arrived. Jide observed that the needle pointed directly at the island. The training ceased as everyone turned their gaze towards the landmass. In the distance, exotic flora flourished, while the feral roars of beasts echoed, enveloping the atmosphere in an ancient aura, welcoming Kaichi and his companions to the primeval isle. Chapter 33. The Adventure of the Little Garden. Are there ghosts? The Zhuanggong vessel slowly navigated through the river network of the island, making its way inland to find a suitable docking location. This was indeed the little garden described in the books, rumored to be home to archaic creatures. It was true. The beast shadow they had just glimpsed was likely that of a saber-toothed tiger. Discernible by its two prominent fangs, whispers circulated of giants roaming this place. I yearned to embark on an adventure immediately. Jack exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his bow and sword, observing Jack's eagerness to set foot on the island. Kaichi inquired, "Who wishes to disembark? Raise your hands to volunteer. We need someone to remain aboard to watch the ship." Me. Me. I want to go hunting and adventuring. Jack was the first to raise his hand. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, also raised his hand to gather herbs and timbered. We too shall venture onto the island to search for spices and ingredients. The Carmen trio chimed in, raising their hands as well. We also wish to explore the island. Sart and Ji joined in unison. Sart's limbs had regained full functionality, though his wounds were yet to heal, still swathed in bandages. Noticing most had raised their hands, Kaichi observed that only Shank and the Memory Seahorse remained inactive. Shank, Memory Seahorse, are you not joining us on the island? Shank replied calmly, I have no particular desire. I will stay behind to guard the ship. The Memory Seahorse also shook its head, limited to 3 hours away from the water and lacking a strong desire for land. Then Shank and the Memory Seahorse shall remain to watch the ship. Everyone else will go ashore, Captain Kaichi declared. He then instructed Carmen, prepare some packed meals. Certainly. We have it ready. Carmen responded with a clap, as Hank and Deb pushed out 20 boxes on a small cart. This excursion may take a while, so everyone must carry their own supplies. Each person took a box, while Kaichi kept 2 for Shank and the Memory Seahorse, apologizing, sorry, I have quite an appetite, heh. The others were unbothered. Gathering their tools as they disembarked onto the little garden, Carmen's trio formed one group, Jack and the Red Dragon Dean another, Akin and Sart together with Jid, while Kaichi navigated alone. That if you find anything suitable, do bring back some meat. Our provisions are running low on land. Carmen reminded the other groups before they departed. The leaders of the other groups acknowledged with gestures of understanding, alone aboard the Zhuanggong. Shank pondered over the captain's and ship doctor's words, recalling how he had sustained a head injury as a child that had not fully healed, leaving him with lingering effects. It was no wonder that friends and family sometimes remarked on his peculiar behavior. He had always presumed it was merely a result of his strength. The Memory Seahorse moved cautiously, aware that it was alone with the fishman Shank, opting to keep quiet to avoid alarming him, lest it be subjected to retaliation or mishandling. Memory Seahorse, are you going to the river? Shank noticed it inching towards the water's flow. Startled by Shank's sudden appearance, the Memory Seahorse broke out in a cold sweat. Shank lifted it from the ground and approached the ship's railing. Memory Seahorse, I am not petty. I will not harm you. His words reflected the fishman Shank's magnanimity. The Memory Seahorse nodded in gratitude. Leaping into the river to forage. It was accustomed to foraging in nature, as it found prepared food and feed less appealing. A notisaur spotted Akin, Jid, and Sart, fixating intently on them, its tail swinging ominously. Capable of easily smashing a large tree. A dinosaur. An actual dinosaur, Jid exclaimed, astonished that the little garden had preserved such ancient life, explaining the abundance of ferns. Both Jid and Sart, being scientists, were exhilarated to witness such primeval beings. Yet they remained wary and cautious. The Ankylosaurus exemplified the might of ancient creatures, its imposing 5-meter frame no laughing matter. However, Akin's focus lay not on the creature's sheer size, but rather on its tail club. Do you wield a hammer? A hammer-wielding dinosaur? How intriguing. The notisaur turned sideways, its tail directed towards Akin. Akin also brandished his hammer, poised for action. The notisaur initiated the attack, its legs and tail working in unison. The tail club hurtling towards Akin. Akin leapt towards the notisaur, and in an instant, his hammer whirled through the air, producing a series of resounding impacts. It seems my hammer is superior. Hammer-wielding dinosaur, you have lost. Akin concluded the confrontation with a flourish, a mysterious smile adorning his face as he ceased the motion of his hammer and sheathed his weapon. The notisaur's tail club shattered, its body marked with several hammer imprints. Breathless and collapsed, how can one compete with a dinosaur? Jeed and Sart scoffed, yet they could not help but admire Akin's prowess. Look at all these plants I've never seen before, Xuanhu remarked, wielding his machete to clear a path while observing the surrounding flora. He then addressed Hank and Deb behind him. I'll clear the way. Just leave one to guard our rear. Hank, you should also join Carmen in her quest for ingredients and spices, while Deb, carrying that iron pot, serves as a defensive weapon. It can protect against beastly ambushes. Why? We usually handle the protection, the two replied, puzzled, yet complied. Now that I am here, the team dynamics have shifted. Your roles must adapt accordingly to maximize efficiency. It is crucial that you both, being young, learn and practice more. Standing idly in defense is a waste. With me around, you need not worry, Xuanhu reassured them. Suddenly, rustling from the nearby thicket signaled the emergence of a tiger. Pouncing swiftly towards the four. Deb, use the pot as a shield, Xuanhu commanded, as Deb raised the pot defensively. The tiger's paw struck the iron pot, causing Deb to stagger back a few steps, hands tingling from the impact. But the ambush was thwarted. Such strength, truly a tiger, Deb remarked. Are you all right? Carmen asked with concern, preparing to confront the tiger herself, as the leader of the trio. However, Xuanhu stepped forward, confronting the tiger head-on. Carmen, allow me to handle this. The tiger presents a wealth of resources. The tiger circled, watching Xuanhu intently, and upon finding the right distance, lunged with its massive claws. Beast, you reveal your weaknesses too often. In an instant, the wind rustled through the trees, and Xuanhu's machete fell with lethal precision, staining the blade with the tiger's blood. Despite the tiger's size, it survived with merely a wound rather than a fatal blow. I hope its medicinal properties are more potent than that of an ordinary tiger. Wiping the blood from his blade onto the grass, Xuanhu addressed Carmen's trio. One must adapt their techniques to the situation. This tiger, with its reckless aggression, exposes its neck and belly when the opportunity arises. A single strike will suffice. Routine practices are merely for training. During battle, the fewer techniques employed, the better. The trio gazed in awe as the lifeless tiger lay before them, now aware of the formidable strength of their ship's doctor. An elderly man. Meanwhile, Jack was reveling in a more carefree adventure. Riding atop Dean, the two soared through the forest of the little garden, occasionally landing atop trees to indulge in fruits, and challenging a 5-meter giant eagle in aerial combat. The giant eagle perceived them as rivals to its dominion, relentlessly assaulting Jack and Dean. Dean retaliated with a tail swipe to the eagle's head, followed by a fiery breath. Jack launched arrows at the eagle's wings, preventing its escape. Ultimately, the eagle crashed to the ground, charred and defeated. The two descended to the earth to inspect their spoils. Just as they were celebrating, Jack suddenly felt a loss of control over his body and collapsed. Dean followed suit, falling to the ground. What is happening? Do you see something? They exchanged glances, rising only to topple again. Invisible entities? Ghosts? Jack and Dean stood back to back, scanning their surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. Their subsequent fall was more severe. Landing head first. Ancient ghosts. The little garden is haunted. Ignoring their pain, they clung to each other in panic and fled, distancing themselves from the cursed ground. Ghosts. We must hurry back to inform the captain and the crew. Throughout their retreat, they saw no sign of their companions or the merry ship, pondering whether Luffy and the others remained on the island. Have they encountered Mr. 3? Kaichi mused to himself. Suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex drooled before him. A T-Rex, truly. Witnessing a prehistoric dinosaur is something else. Chapter 34. The Flying Yof Clan. Having captured their prey, various groups fortuitously crossed paths along their return journey, each having succeeded in hunting. The three groups scrutinized one another's prey. How about we compare? Suggested one group, placing the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ankylosaurus, and saber-toothed tiger side by side. Haha, as expected, my Tyrannosaurus is the largest, boasted Kaichi. Although our Ankylosaurus may not be the biggest, it is a herbivore, and its superior meat quality is likely the most abundant, explained Guide and Saka. Our tiger, interjected the ship's Dr. Xuanhu, is a treasure trove in itself. Although we are the smallest in size, our medicinal value is indeed the highest. Hank and Debuty stepped forward to contest the notion that size determined victory. Carmen thought to herself how amusing it was that these two bodyguards were so fervent in their rivalry. Exasperated by their masculine competitive spirit, just as the three groups were preparing to argue their points, Jack and Dis arrived, exclaiming, "Ghost! Ghost! Dean was so panicked that he forgot to fly, running back alongside Jack. Ghosts? Spirits? Are those things really in the little garden? Kaichi inquired as he approached. What ghosts? Why are you two so flustered? Have you encountered something? Invisible ghosts. Legends speak of vengeful spirits from ancient times, existing for millions of years. Their resentment unyielding. They attack upon sighting a living being, yet the living cannot see or touch them. The two animatedly recounted how they had initially hunted a giant eagle, only to be inexplicably knocked down several times without seeing anything, leading them to flee in confusion. Invisible ancient spirits? What nonsense, Kaichi pondered. Though ghosts and spirits may be somewhat translucent, they could still be seen, right? The pessimistic specters, the souls of Brook, were indeed visible. Kaichi could not ascertain what it was, so he decided to investigate the scene for clues. Dean, lead me back to that spot. I wish to see what it was. Although Dean was still frightened, he felt a bit more at ease with the captain accompanying him. Leading the way, Dean transformed into a dragon and followed Kaichi to the place where they had mysteriously fallen. The corpse of the giant eagle lay there, indicating that it was not there to snatch their prey. Kaichi carefully examined the traces left behind and indeed found some small markings. The red dragon Dean, still on edge, asked the captain if he had discovered anything. Yes, the traces near the giant eagle's carcass belonged to a small creature. Not a ghost, Kaichi confirmed with a clap of his hands as though it was a small creature. Dis sighed in relief. Although he hadn't seen any creatures at the time, the captain's words were utterly convincing. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck, and Kaichi and Dean braced themselves to experience another fall. What terrifying strength! However, Kaichi was prepared and struck the ground with his palm. Using the 6 styles, he instantly ascended into the air, catching sight of the figures of those creatures. Initially, he had assumed they were bizarre insects or perhaps some insectoid race. Upon seeing the diminutive figures, he realized his mistake. He had not expected that within this vast kingdom of the little garden, there existed a race of small people, the A-rated speed and strength of the little folk. Their leader was a veritable genius, having chosen to seclude himself in such a place. Little folk, come forth. I have discovered you, Kaichi called from the sky, addressing the thicket. What do you, dragon folk, want with us? Questioned a middle-aged figure leading a small team of 6, emerging from the underbrush. Kaichi finally discerned that the little folk possessed wings and could fly. Distinguishing them from the tailed little folk of Dressrosa, it is I who should be asking you. Why did you unprovokedly attack me and my crew? Kaichi took the initiative, as the fault lay with them, and he could not allow their momentum to falter. An impulsive young male elf stepped forward, replying, Your crew was shouting and causing a ruckus in the woods, disturbing us, so we decided to administer a minor punishment. Furthermore, your crew referred to our noble Iofo clan as ghosts, which is utterly outrageous. Remembering Jack's nature, Kaichi was not surprised at as for the subsequent events. It was indeed a misunderstanding. The ludicrous physique of the little folk, though small, possessed immense strength, capable of lifting several hundred times their own weight, and they were incredibly fast. When they ran, they moved as swiftly as a razor. Their speed was their normal pace, which explained why ordinary humans could not keep up and thus failed to see them. Of course, Kaichi only contemplated this internally. He could not express it outright, but instead clarified, This is a misunderstanding. We were unaware of your Iofo clan's existence. Salamander, do not casually disclose our clan's name in front of outsiders. Admonished the leader, a middle-aged little folk named Elder Rude, as he firmly gripped the spear in his hand, a weapon typical in the pirate world, characterized by a narrow, elongated, hammer-shaped tip. That I apologize, Elder Rude. Salamander retreated behind the elder. Elder Rude stepped forward and stated, Blue Dragon, let us have a contest. If your strength earns our recognition, we shall consider this misunderstanding resolved. Noting that Elder Rude was preparing for battle, the other little folk stepped aside. Kaichi understood that the Blue Dragon Rude referred to was himself and readied himself for combat. The little folk elder was astonishingly swift, lunging forward with his spear aimed at Kaichi. The spearhead ignited with flames as it surged towards him. Frost Dragon Fist, Direct Dragon Strike. The frost extinguished the fire, yet could not halt the unstoppable spear. The spearhead collided violently with the dragon fist, the two immense forces clashing. For several seconds, they remained locked in a fierce struggle, generating a storm that uprooted the surrounding vegetation, causing birds and insects to flee in response. Despite the brief standoff, victory would ultimately be determined. However, it was Kaichi who was sent flying, crashing into the trunk of a tree. which fell in response. Captain Kaichi. Dean rushed forward to clear the fallen trunk. I'm fine. Dean, Kaichi replied, springing up and brushing off the leaves and dirt from his body, revealing no signs of injury. The dragon race was no joke. Although he had lost the contest, he recognized that Elder Rude was formidable. He sensed that the Elder had not fought with full strength, merely testing him. He had not anticipated that an Elder of the Iofo clan would possess the combat prowess of a Vice Admiral, far surpassing the foundational strength of the Dongtada clan. Elder Rude had initially envisioned a fierce battle, yet he refrained from continuing the assault, instead reflecting on the frost covering him, murmuring, "Frost, the prophecy of our ancestor Emika regarding Hill." He had assumed Kaichi was an ordinary blue dragon. Elder Rude's demeanor toward Kaichi shifted to one of respect. I am Elder Zig Rude of the Iofo clan. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Kaichi, captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates, wielder of the Frost Giant Dragon Fruit. Although Kaichi found Elder Rude's change in attitude peculiar, he responded in detail to prevent the Iofo clan from misunderstanding, cautioning them not to mistake him for anyone else regarding Hill. Kaichi, your identity is of great importance to our Iofo clan. May I request, if it is not too presumptuous, that you demonstrate your dragon transformation? Kaichi saw no detriment in transforming into his dragon form, as it would foster goodwill with the Iofo clan. Thus he agreed to the cordial request. The form of the Frost Giant Dragon was fully revealed before the Iofo clan. At this moment, having undergone a period of life restoration, the Frost Giant Dragon had caught up to the Red Dragon leader within a 20-meter range. Its massive draconic body, adorned with azure scales, emanated a chilling aura, and the cold currents swirling from its mouth, particularly the commanding presence of its dragon head, remained unchanged. The ruler of the Frost Realm, the absolute monarch of the icy world. An entity that transcended all frost creatures. It truly is Hill, the legendary Hill, an eternal friend of the Iofo clan and the ally of our ancestor Emika. The members of the Iofo clan began to discuss fervently. Chapter 35. Velino, Salamander, Zilfu, Wendini, Nam, and Faladi, please come forth to pay your respects to Captain Kaichi. Elder Rude introduced the individuals standing behind him. Salamander, whose temperament was somewhat hasty and wielded the same weapon as Elder Rude, was also his disciple. Hull, Salamander pays his respects to Captain Kaichi. Zilfu, who wielded a bow, stepped forward. Fengshi, Zilfu pays his respects to Captain Kaichi. Wendini, holding a staff, followed suit. Penghu, Wendini pays his respects to Captain Kaichi. Nam, wielding a hammer, came next. Zali, Nam pays his respects to Captain Kaichi. Lastly, Faladi, who carried a propulsion device, stepped forward. Faladi pays his respects to Captain Kaichi. Captain Kaichi, may I invite you to accompany me back to the Iofo clan's residence? Our king has something to present to you. Elder Rude inquired after introducing everyone to No problem. Elder Rude, I shall accompany you, Kaichi replied, turning to Dean. Dean, please drag the giant eagle back to the ship. I will return shortly. The red dragon. Dean nodded in agreement. Salamanda, you shall lead the team. The 5 of you will assist and apologize for our oversight, Elder Rude commanded. Yes, Elder Rude, the 5 responded in unison. The 5 little folks swiftly maneuvered on the back of the giant eagle, deftly binding ropes in haste, collectively aiding Dean in carrying the load. The diminutive beings were capable of lifting weights dozens or even hundreds of times their own. Thus, with their assistance, the burden on the red dragon Dean was considerably alleviated. Elder Rude escorted Kaichi to the dwelling of the Iof clan. Moss, I, Rude, have returned. No sooner had he spoken than a shimmering barrier appeared ahead, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a vine. The vine unfurled to form a doorway, and after Rude and Kaichi entered, the vine flowers closed once more, reverting to their concealed hue. Welcome, Kaichi, to our Iof clan's abode. Velino, please wait here a moment. I shall inform the king of your arrival. Elder Rude stated. Very well. While awaiting, Kaichi admired the exquisite beauty of Velino. The outer layer, composed of protective vines, revealed its true colors within. The lower portions were a vibrant blue, becoming increasingly transparent towards the top, allowing sunlight to filter through. Unlike the chaotic vegetation outside, the flora within was orderly and aesthetically pleasing. The fruits upon the trees were shaped like quaint little houses, with the occasional small folk entering and exiting. Most striking was the towering golden phoenix tree at the center, standing tall and ancient, exuding a sense of life's beauty while also embodying the weight of existence. In addition to the small folk, Velino was home to various creatures. The floral expanse teemed with bees and butterflies. After 5 minutes, the king of the Iof arrived, accompanied by a chest. Kaichi, I am Saran Dui, the king of the Iof clan. You are already acquainted with Zig Rude, and the other elder is St. George, who serves as my bodyguard. The king of the Iof was an elderly man, his hair and beard turning white, exuding a demeanor of warmth and kindness. Adorned with a crown of golden leaves, he wielded a staff embedded with green jewels. St. George, having placed the azure chest down, bowed respectfully to Kaichi and returned to stand behind Saran Dui. His weapon mirrored that of Zig Rude, a conical spear, yet St. George's was double-headed, with only a small section in the middle designated for grip. Such weaponry was evidently popular among the Iof. Even Moss, who had been guarding the entrance, wielded one. The unopened chest emanated an intense chill, undoubtedly containing an object of extreme cold. King Saran Dui opened the azure treasure chest, revealing neatly arranged blocks of ice, from which a continuous mist of cold emanated, yet no droplets of water or signs of melting were visible. Kaichi, this is the everlasting ice entrusted to our Iof ancestors, Emika, by the Frost Dragon. Hill, millions of years ago. Now it returns to its rightful owner. Wait, you refer to Hill as your ancestor Emika. I may have merely consumed a fruit akin to a demon's. Are you not concerned about misidentifying him? Kaichi reiterated. King Saran Dui smiled. Whether it is a demon's fruit is inconsequential. What matters is the Frost Dragon. All right, let me clarify further. Who exactly is Hill, the king of the dragons from millions of years ago? The king of the world, the Frost Dragon King, Hill. And what of your ancestor Emika, an ally of Hill, hence the former alliance between the Iof nation and the Dragon Kingdom? Kaichi finally grasped the connection between Hill, the Iof clan, and their ancestor Emika, and continued, one last question. Why did Hill entrust the everlasting ice to your clan? Our ancestor Emika was unaware. All he knew was that Hill had to confront a formidable existence. Saran Dui shook his head. A demon, or a human? Kaichi pressed, seeking confirmation from this ancient lineage regarding the existence of demons in the world. Our ancestor did not know, and we remain in the dark. Saran Dui reiterated. Very well. Kaichi relinquished this line of inquiry, realizing little could be gleaned. Now, concerning your clan, what is the situation with Faladai? Is he a scientist? Can he provide answers? Kaichi inquired, recalling the gleam in the little folk's eyes when Rude had introduced himself as a pirate captain. Faladai, alas, is rather unfortunate. From a young age, he was weaker than his kin, lacking strength and speed. Decades ago, he ventured into the outside world and returned, claiming to have learned about science. Faladai became a disciple of Carl, studying this science, creating a propulsion device and mechanical exoskeleton, allowing him to barely keep pace with our normal way of life. However, he is quite stubborn. His master rarely labored, preferring to seclude himself in his chamber conducting experiments. Careless and unrestrained, incurring a significant debt to the other clansfolk. In his last experiment, he accidentally blew himself up, a missile striking the oil storage and consuming a decade's worth of oil. Of course, this is inconsequential to us, given our millennia-long lifespan. Nonetheless, he assumed the debts of his master, working during the day to repay them and conducting experiments at night, which explains his evident fatigue. Indeed, fatigue was evident, as Kaichi noted the pronounced dark circles beneath Faladai's eyes. Kaichi, do you wish to recruit Faladai as your companion? King Saran Dui inquired. Yes, if it is possible, Kaichi replied. That is a matter you must discuss with Faladai himself. Neither I nor the elders shall impede you. A decade is but a trifle to the Iof clan. Our kin will not mind, as long as the existence of Valino remains undisclosed to the outside world. King Saran Dui remarked. Beside the ship Zhuagang, Carmen and Xian, who were still dealing with the dinosaurs, and the sounds of great movements echoed from the forest. They looked up to see Dean returning, dragging the giant eagle, and of course, they noticed the Iof clan members holding the ropes. Those are the little folk from the books. I can't believe they actually exist, the others exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 36, A Contest, A Chance Encounter. Apologies, it was my poor eyesight, Jack lamented, having just received another thrashing from the little folk, his body rising from the ground amidst wisps of smoke. He quickly sat up, gingerly touching the bump on his head, thinking to himself that it was indeed the little folk's elusive nature that had led him to call them phantoms. What logic was this? Jack decisively called upon Dean. We find ourselves in a precarious situation. Let us retreat for the moment until the captain or other crew members can handle the little folk, lest they blame us again. Jack whispered to Dean. Agreed. Dean concurred with Jack's suggestion. They informed Akin and Sate of their intent before re-entering the forest for further adventures. Esteemed members of the Iof clan, I seek your guidance regarding the herbs on this island. Could someone show me where to find them? We are unfamiliar with this place, having only gathered a meager amount upon entering the forest. Elder Xian Hu, a seasoned veteran, initiated the conversation despite still being unacquainted with the area. Faladai, among the little folk, raised his hand. I know where to find them. I can lead you there. I often assist some of my kin in gathering for Hill's companion. At this moment, the younger generation of the Iof clan still held a degree of skepticism towards Kaichi's name, finding greater familiarity and acceptance in the legendary Hill spoken of by their elders. Sate and Ged noticed the propulsion device strapped to Faladai's back and decided to accompany him and Elder Xian Hu to gather herbs. Meanwhile, the trio of chefs busied themselves with the ingredients, with Akin and Shank transporting a portion onto the ship while the remainder was set aside for roasting. The trio of chefs, Akin, Shank, and several members of the Iof clan, gathered around to roast meat. Esteemed members of the Iof clan, I wish to inquire how long it takes for the recording pointer to complete its task on this island. Miss Carmen asked. That would take a year, Salamanda replied effortlessly. As their clan had resided on this island for at least several tens of thousands of years, they were well aware of the duration required for the magnetic field to record. A year. The roasted meat in Akin's group suddenly lost its allure. This poses a dilemma. How could we possibly remain here for such an extended period? Akin's group fretted over the recording pointer issue. A tremendous noise echoed from the depths of the forest. What is that sound? Akin and the others stood up, concerned for the safety of their companions who had ventured into the forest. Do not be alarmed. The noise ahead is from a volcanic eruption, while the sound behind is from those two giants fighting. They have been at it for years. Did they not tire of it? Those men have caused me sleepless nights. I must consult Carl and Faladai about soundproofing products and room modifications. Wendy of the Iof clan remarked. Two giants. So the tales of the little garden in the book were indeed true. I thought it was mere fiction. The trio of Carmen marveled. Indeed, this was no fabrication. Two colossal figures, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brokey, each boasting a bounty of 100 million berries, surpassed even that of a captain. Akin commented, recalling the legendary pirates he was somewhat familiar with, fighting, dueling. Just hearing about it makes my blood boil. Akin asserted, I wish to engage with you, Salamanda, he declared to the demon Akin. They had exchanged greetings and introduced themselves, marking Akin as a formidable opponent in Salamanda's eyes. At that moment, Kaki returned from his meeting with Saran Dui, the king of the Iofo clan, and Elderrood, just in time to witness the duel between Akin and Salamanda. Though Salamanda's firearm had yet to reach the fiery prowess of Elderrood's, it was equally fierce and swift. The fierce clash between gun and hammer caused the ground to crack and pockmark. Despite the stark difference in weapon size, the contest ended in a stalemate after dozens of exchanges, with both parties landing blows on one another. Salamanda adeptly utilized the inherent agility of his diminutive race to dodge and counterattack, managing to repel Akin several paces back at times, all while demonstrating remarkable strength. Akin, earnest in his approach, capitalized on the advantages of his larger weapon, increasing the difficulty for Salamanda to evade and retaliate, gradually shifting the balance of power back to himself. Yet, Salamanda's fiery spirit and relentless drive ensured that he continued to counter with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue. Truly, I have chosen a worthy adversary. We are evenly matched. Both combatants realized through their intense exchange of over 100 rounds. The fierce duel concluded in a tie. Salamanda, let us toast to this battle, Akin proposed, acknowledging the little warrior with camaraderie. How infuriating to have my duel with the sacred Dongli stained with shame. Our giant race should fall in battle, not perish like this. Lying on the ground, the giant red demon Brokey glared at the smirking Mr. 3, who had ensnared him with wax, leaving him powerless. The wax cake also contained Zoro, Nami, and Vivi, as the pumpkin atop the cake spun incessantly, with waxy mist descending, gradually transforming the four into true wax figures. Luffy, Usopp, hurry. Otherwise, we shall indeed become wax figures, Zoro urged, realizing that Luffy and Usopp were caught up with Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week. He contemplated whether to sever his own foot to escape. Meanwhile, Jack rode Dean through the forest, unaware that a venomous insect had latched onto his back. Ouch, it hurts. Jack writhed in agony, disrupting Dean's flight. What's wrong, Jack? What on earth are you doing? The Red Dragon Dean inquired, only to crash into a tangle of vines that obscured his vision. Oh no, my sight is blocked because of Dean's rapid flight. He could not slow down in time, resulting in a chaotic dash through the forest, colliding with Usopp, who was riding the swift duck of Princess Vivi. The torch in Usopp's hand accidentally fell onto the oil wick. This sequence unfolded so swiftly that Mr. 3 and his crew were unable to extinguish the flame in time. The wick ignited, and the fire surged forth like a serpent, instantly engulfing the cake-shaped wax. "Oh ho, Dragon Knight!" Luffy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the dazed Dean and Jack. "Well done, Usopp." Zoro emerged from the flames, eyeing Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. The sound of an explosion echoed deep within the forest. "An explosion, Mr. 5? Mr. 3? Has the fight begun?" Kaki mused as he devoured several pieces of meat before venturing into the thicket. Chapter 37. A favor owed thanks to the unexpected intrusion of Dean and Jack. Zoro, Nami, and Princess Vivi were released prematurely, with no concerns left, and alongside Zoro, Luffy felt confident that only a true boss-level adversary could withstand their combined might. Mr. 3 and his cohorts were no match. "Behold my champion's cup," Mr. 3 declared, activating his wax armor in advance. Although Luffy was keenly aware of Dean the Dragon, he prioritized confronting the enemy at hand. Zoro unsheathed his sword, ready to face Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. At this moment, Dean and Jack regained consciousness, witnessing Luffy and his crew battling the Baroque Works agents. Rubber, wax. The swordsman exudes an intimidating presence, akin to the captain, they thought. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Nami approached Dean and Jack, sensing they were not affiliated with Baroque Works, yet uncertain if they were foes, especially since they had collided with Usopp. "Nami, shouldn't we first address Mr. Valentine and Miss Golden Week?" Vivi expressed her concern. "Rest assured, Luffy and Zoro will handle them." Nami reassured her. "My apologies. We are crew members of the Flying Dragon Pirates that we just arrived on this island, and were inadvertently bitten by an insect while flying through the forest, leading to our collision with your companion. We sincerely apologize," Jack explained as he bowed with Dean beside him, acknowledging their unintentional offense. Choosing a direct approach, Mr. 3 was quickly overwhelmed, although his wax armor was sturdy. Luffy had ample time. With his rubber machine gun fists, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. Like countless bullets raining down. 10 punches failed to break through, but 100 would suffice, shattering the wax armor and sending him soaring on a high-flying journey. After all, Luffy's immense strength was no jest. Previously, the struggle had been challenging due to Luffy's rubber fruit weaknesses. Aside from susceptibility to blades, spikes, and cutting attacks, he also faced difficulties in shattering hard objects. The soft nature of rubber, while beneficial for extending and amplifying attacks, diminished his power against hard armor. For instance, it had taken considerable effort to breach the golden armor of the pirate admiral in the East Blue. Luffy ultimately overcame this weakness by developing Gear Second. While the urgency to rescue his comrades and the interference from Miss Golden Week's color attacks had impeded his rhythm, Zoro's encounter with Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine was far simpler. His honed physique rendered their attacks mere scratches, and he swiftly dispatched them with the back of his blade. Noticing the precarious nature of the situation, Miss Golden Week attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the dragon-transformed Kaki, who swiftly incapacitated her with a chop and carried her towards Nami and Luffy. "My apologies, Luffy. My crew has caused you trouble," he said, nodding towards Dean and Jack. "Luffy, do you know him?" Nami glanced back at Luffy. At first, Luffy did not recognize the dragon-transformed Kaki, a puzzled expression on his face until he noticed the wristband. "Kaki, it's you. You've consumed a devil fruit." "Indeed, the frost dragon fruit of the Zoan type," Kaki replied. "How fortunate to have a dragon as a companion. I envy you. However, had you not formed a pirate crew, I would have invited you to join mine." Luffy clapped Kaki on the back. "Luffy, our paths diverge. I could never join your ship." Kaki declined Luffy's generous offer, gesturing towards Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. "Luffy, I owe you a favor. How about I take these three with me?" Jack and Dean obediently positioned themselves behind Kaki, recognizing that their intellect could not match that of their captain, and that it was best to allow him to handle the situation. "Sounds good," Luffy agreed without hesitation. Kaki departed with the 3 Baroque Works agents and 2 companions, bidding farewell to Luffy. "Luffy, why did you agree to let him take the Baroque Works agents? What if they cause trouble later?" Nami and Usopp tugged at Luffy's face in protest. "Fear not. Kaki won't act dishonorably. He still owes me a favor. It's a fair trade, haha," Luffy reassured them. "But Luffy, you mentioned wanting to invite him aboard." "What is going on?" Zoro asked, wanting clarity regarding the crew dynamics. That was a matter from my childhood. Kaki stayed in Windmill Village for over 3 years, and I met him then. We often sparred. Although I won more often, he was still quite strong. So, I invited him to join my crew back then, but he rejected me without hesitation. Such a pity. He is really quite clever. Luffy elucidates the matter concerning himself and Kaiga. On Kaiga's ship, there is a dragon. In the future, I shall see if I can find a dragon to be my companion too. With a clenched fist and a clap, Luffy's eyes sparkle with dreams of riding majestically upon a dragon's back. The enemies have been vanquished, and Luffy and Zoro have rescued the 2 giants, the Red Demon and the Blue Demon, who were ensnared in wax. Sanji, under the guise of Mr. Prince, has held a telephonic conference with Mr. Zero and the Sand Crocodile, while also procuring a permanent pointer from the wax house left by Mr. 3, inadvertently dealing with the enforcers of the Baroque Works. The 3 of Kaiga have returned to their camp beside the ship, where the 3 Baroque Works officers remain unconscious, and Kaiga binds them to one side. Hill, an archer from the Yof clan, wishes to challenge Jack in archery. How interesting. I shall act as the judge. Xuanhu declares, I will provide ice blocks. Kaiga exhales a breath of dragon fire, generating a pile of ice nearby. In the first round of the archery contest between Hill and Jack, they shoot at moving targets, and the one who hits more wins. Both prepare their quivers with arrows. Xuanhu tosses the ice block high into the air. Though Hill's arrows are smaller, they carry the force of the wind. Enhancing their piercing capability and speed, she effortlessly snatches Jack's target, hitting it ahead of time. The score for the first round stands at Hill 109, Jack 67. In the second round of the archery contest, they shoot at each other from a distance of 50 meters, standing back to back. Begin, Xuanhu commands. Both turn simultaneously, knocking 2 arrows to release a barrage. Hill's smaller arrows pierce Jack's larger arrow, yet the second arrow catches up to the first, their wind powers canceling each other out, halting just before Jack. Hill wins the second round. The archery contest concludes with Hill's decisive victory, showcasing the formidable heritage of the Yof clan, as the younger generation exhibits such remarkable skill. Jack's archery, while not at the world-class level of his sailing expertise, remains commendable, as he demonstrates the ability to shoot in rapid succession. Kaiga and Xuanhu console the slightly dejected Jack post-defeat, and through this contest, they identify Jack's areas for improvement for the future. Chapter 38. Inviting Faraday aboard. As the archery contest between Jack and Hill concludes, Faraday emerges from an experiment with Sart and Gade. Faraday, your knowledge of electrical physics is impressive. Our previous discussion was immensely beneficial. Would you consider joining us to explore more scientific knowledge and invent even more? Sart and Gade jointly invite Faraday to join their pirate crew. Faraday is indeed tempted, yearning to learn more beyond the limited scientific texts available in Valino, most of which were either brought back by his master Carl or pinned by him, having already absorbed all his master's teachings. He recalls the debts owed to his clan. No, I still owe my clan several years' worth of oil resources. I must settle that before I can leave. Seeing Faraday's resolute expression, Sart and Gade feel a profound sense of regret. What about oil? If we have candles, would that suffice? There is a candle fruit user on the island ahead, who has left behind many candles during the battle. The forest is now filled with them. The Yof clan makes extensive use of fire, so candles would be quite valuable, Kaiga proposes, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity to recruit an exceptional scientist. Really? Faraday asks Kaiga for confirmation. If true, he would settle his debt and be free to set sail. Kaiga nods and instructs, Akin, you will lead the way. Dean will guide Faraday and the Yof clan members to collect the candles. Then Kaiga addresses Faraday again. Think it over. We are ready for you to come aboard at any time. Akin, following the captain's orders, mounts Dean and sets off with Faraday to gather candles. Half an hour later, Akin and Dean return. Having repaid his clan's resources and bid farewell to the king of the Yof clan, Faraday packs his belongings to join Kaiga's crew. Has the Straw Hat crew already departed? Kaiga inquires of Dean. They have already left. By the time we went to collect the candles, they were no longer there. Dean replies. Estimating the timing is right, Kaiga prepares for dragon transformation. Everyone, come to me. I shall show you the disparities of the world. Akin, Shank, and Xuanhu climb onto Kaiga, while most of the other crew members are held in his dragon hands. Kaiga ascends into the sky, flying smoothly due to the presence of his crew. He hovers at a high altitude. The Straw Hat crew's Mary has just set sail from the island. The Blue Demon Dongli and the Red Demon Brogy stand at the edge of the island, bidding farewell to the Straw Hat crew. Captain, do you know the Straw Hat crew? Akin queries about Luffy's crew. given that they are a pirate crew that has previously defeated them, seeking clarification on their relationship. I do. I met them in my youth. We can be considered friends. Kaiga responds. As the Mary sails further into the sea, a sudden commotion erupts in the waters ahead, revealing a colossal red goldfish, the legendary monster of Food Island. The immense red goldfish opens its gaping maw and swallows the Mary whole. On the island, Dongli and Brogy channel their haki into their weapons. The combined might of the two giants, a force that cannot be resisted, pierces through the belly of the Food Island goldfish, a strike praised by the great Uposo, cleaving the sea, allowing the Mary to emerge unscathed from the belly of the sea monster. That is the legendary Food Island monster. Indeed, it is said that its feces are as large as islands, known as the Barren Island. Kaiga responds to the crew's inquiries. After witnessing the demonstration of haki, they return to their ship. What a terrifying strike! As if it cleaved the very sea itself, these two giants are truly warriors of Elbaf, akin marvels. How about that? That is the famed armament haki. This is the kind of strength possessed by the powerful figures of the Grand Line. The disparities in the world are vast. Kaiga addresses his crew, encouraging them to strive for improvement. Back aboard the Zhuangning, Faraday heads to the laboratory, where he promptly affixes a wooden box to the wall. Creating a personal space, Xuanhu finds wood, strips the bark, dries it over the fire, and bends it into shape, ultimately crafting a bow, an ancient tool for training archers, which he tosses to Jack. Jack, you should enhance your strength training. You need to fortify your power. The culinary trio, Carmen and the others, begin transferring the prepared ingredients onto the Zhuangning. Crew member Xuanhu also brings back dissected tiger bones and whips to his quarters. Kaiga opens the box of everlasting ice in his room. Pondering its use. He picks up a piece to feel it but finds it ineffective. Let us eat it directly, Kaiga decides, consuming a piece of the everlasting ice. Upon transforming into his dragon form, he senses the frost's power within his body more distinctly, flowing easily throughout. This marks the beginning of his exploration of ice elements, and he is elated. Previously, he could only summon the power of ice through his breath. But with the everlasting ice, he now has greater potential to harness the ice element throughout his body, aspiring to become the true frost monarch. He contemplates whether the everlasting ice, entrusted for safekeeping by the ancestors of the Yof clan, should have left behind some hidden treasures rather than just a box of long bars of ice. Yes, he organizes the box of everlasting ice. He discovers, nestled among the long bars, a square block of ice. Kaiga picks up the square block to examine it, finding it conceals a pearl within. Is it a precious gem, or perhaps a legendary dragon pearl? Regardless, he decides to taste it. To his surprise, while the other pieces of everlasting ice melt instantly upon entering his stomach. This square block, containing the pearl, remains intact, comfortably residing within him, allowing Kaiga to easily sense its presence without any anomalies. This is a good sign. Everyone, eat well while we have ample food. We should become more familiar with the return of life. Such opportunities to indulge in abundance are rare. After this meal, we shall set sail for the next island, Kaiga announces by the campfire, picking up roasted meat to eat while informing the crew of their impending departure. All right, the crew members devour the food ravenously. Once everyone is ready, the Zhuangning set sail from the small garden of the ancient island. Faraday, make sure to learn as much as you can about that scientific knowledge. We await your return to create even more fascinating tools. Salamanda calls out from the edge of the small garden, accompanied by several elders from the Yof clan, including King Saran Dui, who all gather to bid farewell to Faraday. Some even using magic to create visual displays for him. Thank you, everyone. I shall undoubtedly return having mastered my skills, becoming a person truly acknowledged by all. Faridi waved farewell from the ship's railing, tears of reluctance welling in his eyes. In truth, during the century that the two giants remained on the ancient island, Faridi assisted many of his kin in crafting numerous useful items. He had long been recognized by his people. King, I never expected that Emil and Hill would still be in contact, St. George remarked. Fate. From the moment he arrived, he took notice of Faridi. Perhaps this is destiny. Faridi is a direct descendant of our ancestors, and their encounter was surely preordained. The causality from 1,000,000 years ago remains for Emil and Hill to unravel. Selen Dui replied. Here, I would like to extend my congratulations to Xiaomi for the launch of their first electric vehicle today. It would be wonderful to have one in the future. Chapter 39. The Messenger of the Organization and the Archaeologist Jeed. This is the permanent pointer to the next island. You and Jack will navigate accordingly. Cage presented Jeed with the permanent pointer for Magnetic Drum Island, which he had obtained from the manager Risen during their time at Whiskey Peak. He understood that the Little Garden's recording pointer required a full year for documentation. necessitating prior preparation. Most importantly, he still owed the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, an answer. Captain, you are truly impressive to possess a permanent pointer. I thought we would have to remain in the water garden for an entire year. Jack exclaimed as he and Ji took hold of the permanent pointer and proceeded to the bow of the ship to set their course. Next, they needed to address Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's situation. Who are you? The two groggily inquired upon waking, spotting Cage and his companions. It seems they're unaware of our identities. After Luffy's arrival, aside from encircling the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi's aides, the elite of Baroque Works must have all ventured to Alabasta that very night. Those left behind were merely discarded pawns or marginal figures, hence our information was not reported to the upper echelons of Baroque Works. Mr. Point 9 is performing quite well, Cage remarked with a sly grin, as he and the Demon Man, Akin, revealed themselves as members of the Flying Dragon Pirates. What do you intend to do with us? Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine struggled momentarily, recognizing Cage and Akin. After all, the assassins of Baroque Works moonlighted as bounty hunters, and the duo had gained a modicum of fame due to their bounties. I propose we recruit you, considering you currently lack employment. What say you? Cage casually stated as he sampled the juice in his hand. Not much, I would say. Not just anyone can recruit the officers of Baroque Works. Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine, both users of devil fruit powers, broke free from their bindings and lunged toward Cage's group, intending to display the might of their abilities. However, Akin swiftly dealt with Mr. 5. A mere ordinary attack was sufficient to subdue him. With the physical strength akin to Zoro and Akin, Mr. 5's explosive strikes merely resulted in superficial wounds. Akin could withstand the blasts without issue. Handling Miss Valentine was simple for Shank. As soon as he struck the water, her body could not withstand the force, and she was sent crashing onto the deck. Kneeling on the deck, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine gazed at Akin and Shank, bewildered by the stark disparity in their abilities. Moreover, the more terrifying captain had yet to make his move, and they had already suffered a crushing defeat. They were utterly dazed, questioning how so many formidable beings had suddenly emerged in just a few days when they were accustomed to being the dominant force. How about now? Do you consider yourselves qualified? Cage continued when the two remained silent. Your mission with Mr. 3 to hunt down Luffy's crew has failed, and the news of your 4 failures at Little Garden has reached Mr. 0 personally. You now have 2 choices. Return to Baroque Works to report your failure and face Mr. 0's wrath, or flee and hide. I present to you a third option. Join the organization I am founding, which also includes some of your former comrades. Upon hearing about their old companions, the two lifted their heads to regard Cage. Who? Mr. 9 and Mr. Monday, who aided Princess Vivi. Their condition for joining my organization was that I helped Straw Hat Luffy expel Mr. 0, also known as Crocodile, from Alabasta, Cage explained. Then our condition is the same. Once Crocodile is defeated and retreats from Alabasta, we will join your organization. Agreed. I had intended for you to serve as the organization's messengers and monitors. You will have the right to meet with me aboard the ship and relay important messages for significant events. However, we have not yet reached Alabasta, and fulfilling your condition will take some time. For now, I need you to return to Whiskey Peak and guard the small armory to prevent any unforeseen incidents, and you can await further news. Cage applauded their decision. Very well, we accept your terms. They replied, standing in agreement with Cage. Miss Valentine unfurled her mechanical umbrella, grasping Mr. 5's hand. The mechanical umbrella spun and ascended, lifting them both as they soared toward Whiskey Peak. By the way, Mr. 9 has the training methods for the 6 forms, which would be quite suitable for you both. You should practice. Otherwise, you may fall behind in your abilities, and your standing in the organization could diminish. Cage called after the departing duo, pleasantly surprised by Miss Valentine's effective development of her devil fruit powers. Noting her ability to manipulate other objects, albeit with somewhat lacking physical prowess, but Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine possessed commendable intellect and ample room for improvement. However, they still lagged behind Mr. 3, who was undeniably powerful in both combat and cunning strategies. Boasting an impressive track record. In the context of One Piece, Mr. 3's victory over 2 giants wielding haki does seem somewhat contrived. Yet for Cage, who has traversed into this world, it is a reality. The giants' emotional instability in the face of their adversary, preventing them from utilizing haki and resulting in their capture, reflects their shortcomings. Conversely, Mr. 3's ability to devise such a plan and maintain complete control of the situation exemplifies his own formidable capabilities. It is indeed unwise of the old crocodile to abandon Mr. 3 after a single setback. One can observe that he shares a similarity with Gecko Moria. Both have suffered defeats against the Yonko. leading to a loss of morale. If Crocodile had not allowed his pride to cloud his judgment in pursuit of the Underworld King, wasting valuable time for development, and instead focused on enhancing his own abilities and those of his subordinates, his organization would undoubtedly rival that of Doflamingo. However, Mr. Three's defeat signifies that he is destined to be under the influence of Buggy the Clown, inevitably leading him to become a deputy to the Calamity. Miss Valentine inquired, Mr. Five, why did you agree to his proposal? Are you not concerned he might betray us? If they intended to harm us, we would have perished long ago. Besides, do you believe we have a better option? To truly flee and hide among the common folk or join another organization, what could possibly offer better treatment? If not, then agreeing to impose is no loss for us. We may even benefit from it in time and potentially advance our prospects. Mr. Point Five recalled how Cage had observed their battle against Zorro in the forest. Even without sea-stone handcuffs, they had only been bound with ordinary ropes, suggesting intentionality on Cage's part. Then I trust your judgment. Miss Valentine affirmed as she accelerated their flight toward Whiskey Peak with her mechanical umbrella. After some time had passed, Cage addressed Miss Golden Week. You needn't continue feigning sleep, assuming the appearance of a child. With twin ponytails and pronounced blush on her cheeks, Miss Golden Week ceased her charade. Unbound by ropes, she leaped onto a blanket, emotionless as she munched on cookies, noticing Miss Golden Week's silence. Cage continued, let us discuss the archaeologists we are concealing. Chapter 40. The Archaeological Organization of the North Sea. Divine Grace, truly composed, aren't you? It appears you lack the curiosity typical of an archaeologist. Kai remarked, observing Miss Golden Week cheerfully munching on cookies as if enjoying a pleasant picnic outdoors. He turned to inquire of Red Dragon Dane, who wore a bewildered expression as he scratched his neck. Captain, I am not familiar with what constitutes an archaeologist. You need not ask me. To think there exists a dragon capable of human speech. My grandfather spoke of the civilization established by the dragon race. And it appears to be real. Mr. Golden Week, however, was losing her composure. The archaeologists of the East Blue once reported to my grandfather about the Red Dragon tribe and the new generation of dragon worshippers. You are the very pirate crew that assisted them. Indeed, Cage chuckled, realizing he had inadvertently extracted the truth. She was indeed an archaeologist. Tell me, regarding the archaeological sanctum O'Hara, which has been obliterated by the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Are you associated with another archaeological organization, and what prompted your emergence? We are members of the archaeological organization Divine Grace from Beihai. In the field of archaeology, both the Navy and the Celestial Dragons have explicitly forbidden the study of the blank century that transpired 800 years ago, particularly regarding the historical texts in the lineage of the D. Consequently, the archaeological community has split into two major factions. One faction, based in the West Sea, is the Secret of O'Hara, which diligently researches the history of those 800 years, specifically focusing on the nation obliterated by the Celestial Dragons. The other faction, which we represent, Divine Grace from Beihai, adheres to the prohibition, questioning why we must remain fixated on those few centuries when we could delve into earlier periods, exploring the legendary empires of dragons and elves from centuries past, as well as the civilization of the dragon worshippers, which may even predate that. However, after the devastation of O'Hara and the subsequent control over Divine Grace, we faced numerous restrictions, prompting me to escape. Marianu leisurely prepared coffee for herself, savoring each sip. O'Hara, a name that astonished many. The news of its destruction had a profound impact worldwide, and the surviving little girl from that incident was offered a bounty of 79 million berries. This elucidated why Marianu appeared so indifferent and relaxed. Our pirate crew is in dire need of an archaeologist, and I invite you aboard. We are pirates, naturally opposed to the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. You may conduct your research as you see fit. What do you say? Cage extended the invitation. You needn't pretend any longer. Your concealed identity as OIS indeed aboard our ship. You've been glancing over quite a few times. And Elder Xian once mentioned he had been treated well by someone in Beihai. Yes, after emerging from the Rainbow Sea, I traveled for a while and encountered a warm-hearted group in Beihai, who I now realize were members of your Divine Grace. Xuan, who did not disguise himself either, as his unique attire starkly contrasted with this world. Otherwise, Mariana would not have consistently noticed him. Are you truly ill? Do you know of the offer millions of years ago? Mariana stood up, her excitement palpable as she approached Xuan, who he smiled and replied, while in Beihai. An elder once inquired of me. He claimed that records passed down from his ancestors spoke of an Oho was connected to the downfall of the Dragon Empire and the decline of the dragon race. You are his granddaughter, are you not? The questions align perfectly, and I find the Oya mentioned quite intriguing. Yet the relationship between us is not one of direct lineage, hence I do not possess extensive knowledge of him. Indeed, that was my grandfather. Mariana composed herself. It seems the history of millions of years is not so easily uncovered. At that moment, Philae from the Iofo clan emerged from the laboratory onto the deck. I have organized my belongings. What are you all up to? An elf. You actually have an elf on your ship, Miss Goldenweek gasped, losing her usual composure. Elf? Master Carl has mentioned that some outside refer to our Iofo clan as elves. Philae responded, where did you discover this elf? Mariana implored Cage and his crew for the location. We promised the Iofo clan we would not disclose such information to you. However, we will return there one day. And you shall know then, Cage replied. Very well. I shall join you as your archaeologist. Together we should uncover the truth behind the history of the dragon and elf empire from millions of years ago. Welcome aboard the Flying Dragon pirate crew. The others greeted Miss Goldenweek Mariana warmly. In the dead of night, the red dragon Dean slumbered in the treasure chamber, safeguarding a trove of gold and jewels. Suddenly, the captain's cabin door swung open, and a dragon-shaped Cage, the size of an ordinary human, emerged with his eyes closed, revealing he was in a state of sleepwalking. The watchman Sate and Gate immediately noticed Cage's unusual behavior and quickly summoned the ship's doctor. Xuanhu, what should we do about the captain sleepwalking? Has Cage experienced this before? Prior to your arrival, we faced a period of food scarcity in the East Sea, during which Cage once sleepwalked to the kitchen and consumed food. Afterward, he informed the captain, and ever since he was full, he has not sleepwalked again. The two answered the doctor. Waking a sleepwalker can be detrimental to their spirit. Let us observe where he goes before making any judgments. Dr. Xuanhu suggested. The three followed the sleepwalking Cage, who arrived at the treasure chamber, instinctively entering the password to unlock the door and stepping inside. Upon entering, Cage's eyes opened, yet they bore no semblance of life. Ah, who stepped on my tail? Dean, who had been dozing with bubbles escaping his nostrils, was jolted awake. Clutching his curled tail he prepared to chastise the one who had stepped on him. He looked up to see Cage's expressionless visage. The aura of slaughter that had claimed countless lives was unmistakably not the essence of Captain Cage. Shoo! The three urged Dean to remain silent, lest he disturb Cage. However, the awakened Cage paid them no heed and walked directly toward the crystalline throne at the center of the chamber. At the moment Cage, in his dragon form, ascended the throne, his diminutive dragon state transformed into that of a dragon human, settling upon the crystalline seat, his eyes closing once more. The throne, which emitted a soft glow in the dimly lit chamber, shone even brighter as sleepwalking Cage sat upon it, radiating a glimmering blue light akin to ice crystals. The ice crystals began swirling around Cage and the throne, resembling snowflakes encircling their sovereign. And the temperature within the treasure chamber dropped significantly. In a dream, a proud human clad in blue dragon armor sat upon the crystalline throne, unconcerned by the blood trickling from his mouth as he resolutely withdrew a golden spear embedded in his side. Was this the so-called dragon-slaying holy weapon forged by humans and dwarves to vanquish Sheer? It was barely adequate. He seated himself upon the throne, thrusting the golden spear into the ground, gathering all his strength to shatter it before his impending demise. Ha ha ha! Hypocritical humans! I have settled my score. In the depths of hell, I await you all to reckon with your transgressions. None shall escape. I, the dragon worshipper, am Ulysses. Chapter 41. The schemes of joining Clock in the East Sea. Within the territory of a gang factory, workers labored to assemble electric guns, electric bullets, and other weaponry. Outside the factory, a group of thugs patrolled and stood guard, maintaining order among the workers, who were surprisingly remnants of the former Clique pirate crew. The sound of a transponder snail echoed. Answering the call was Baru, the former second-in-command of the Clique pirate crew, whose appearance had changed. He now donned standard-shaped armor with a shield design. Its color shifted from white to green. Baru, how goes it on your end? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Ajin, all is well. We have successfully excavated the 2 chests of treasure you left behind on that island to serve as our starting capital. Our weapons, electric guns and smoke bombs, differ from the mainstream artillery, and we have established connections with the local gangs in the East Sea. They are willing to share profits and collaborate with us. We are now self-sufficient and have secured our footing, so you and Cage need not worry. Excellent, Baru. Congratulations on the success of your hidden mission in the East Sea. Ajin affirmed Baru's achievements before continuing. While you are engaged in hidden operations, ensure you also train diligently. Captain Cage has recently gathered a crew on Whiskey Peak in the Grand Line. So you must strive to excel. I am diligently leading my subordinates in their training in the 6 styles. I have already mastered Life Return and Iron Block, and I assure you, I will not bring you disgrace, Ajin. After Baru spoke, he adopted a serious demeanor and continued, Ajin, I have important news to report. The captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, Clock, has proactively sought to ally with us, and I have tentatively agreed that he expressed a desire to introduce me to his benefactor, but I fear he may have ulterior motives, hence I am reporting this to you immediately. Baru remained wary of Clock, the cunning schemer, given Clock's unsavory reputation in both the underworld and the legitimate world of the East Sea. He was known for his unscrupulousness and devious tactics. Baru, there is no need for concern. He is merely Clock. Previously, he may have posed a significant challenge, but now, if he dares to disrupt Captain Cage's plans, I will personally deal with him, having spent time living in the Flying Dragon pirate crew. Baru's perspective had expanded beyond the narrow-mindedness of his former position as the first mate of the clique pirate crew, aligning himself with the aspirations of a world-class pirate crew's vice-captain. Through continuous practice with the captain, his strength had significantly progressed. Nonetheless, I must inform the captain about Clock's intentions. Please wait a moment. Ajin picked up the Den Den Mushi to contact the captain and report on Baru's alliance with the Black Cat pirate crew. Kaichi took the Den Den Mushi, and the device from Baru transformed from Ajin's appearance into Kaichi's. Baru, regarding Kuro's situation, I am already aware. The Black Cat pirates are not exhibiting any unusual behavior. You should maintain the current status of the alliance. By the way, you can replicate a copy of Soru from the Six Styles for him, and tell him it is a gift from your captain. As for his desire to meet or contact me, the timing is not yet ripe. I will inform you when the moment is right for you to connect with him, Kaichi stated, solidifying his decision. Understood, Ajin replied. Upon seeing that the captain and Ajin had concluded their call, Baru also set down the Den Den Mushi. The personnel of the Grand Line truly cannot afford to be complacent for even a moment. On Magnet Island, in the Kingdom of Magnet, Valbo, who had been frightened away by Blackbeard's attack, had surprisingly returned. His ship, the Brilli King, docked at the shoreline. The Brilli King boasted advanced technology, capable of both surface navigation and diving. As it was primarily designed as a submarine. In the frigid conditions of Magnet Island, which was Kaichi's territory, he did not change into warmer clothing and flew out to carry out his tasks. Leaving Ajin to lead the crew in engaging with the island's inhabitants, dressed in winter gear, the Flying Dragon pirates noticed a group of individuals clad in green military uniforms invading the local residents, accompanied by an advanced submarine. Ultimately, aside from the captain, the Flying Dragon pirates split into two groups, one led by Sadu, accompanied by Gade and Ferrati, to seize the Brilli King, while Ajin took charge of addressing the invading faction and forming friendly ties with the Magnet residents. The Memory Seahorse remained behind to guard the ship, unable to withstand the harsh conditions of Magnet Island for too long. Such an advanced submarine must be secured for their own use. A smoke bomb was thrown into the Brilli King, and the smoke quickly spread. Satu and his companions charged into the ship to neutralize the enemies inside. The one to decisively eliminate the foes was Ferrati. Equipped with a jetpack and exoskeleton armor, swiftly dispatching the 10 defenders with a few well-placed punches. How weak they are, Ferrati exclaimed, perplexed by the ease with which he defeated them, among the Yof family. He was the weakest, yet he had suddenly become a formidable force, struggling to comprehend the shift in dynamics. After all, the Yof clan was exceptionally strong, with its members averaging at the level of Navy lieutenants. Ferrati required both exoskeleton armor and a jetpack to reach that standard, while ordinary elders were at the level of rear admirals, not to mention the higher-ranking elder and king. Impressive indeed. Ferrati, you truly are our new ally. Sadu and Gate affirmed their new companion. The trio then interrogated the scientific and logistical personnel, extracting information about their technology and design blueprints. Meanwhile, Ajin led the charge against Valbo's soldiers, encountering familiar faces from the Straw Hat crew, Zaro, Nami, and Usopp. These soldiers were merely ordinary troops and were swiftly dealt with by Ajin and Zoro. Ajin, a member of the clique pirates, drew his sword defensively against this former foe, amidst the swirling snow on Magnet Island. The towering structures resembling peaks and celestial pillars were strikingly visible. The beast-human Doriton was determined to prevent the former King Valbo and his two subordinates from advancing, thwarting Valbo's return to the palace where he could access the massive cannons. Should Valbo acquire those colossal weapons and consume them, utilizing the abilities of the Gura no Mi, he would integrate them into his body. With such formidable firepower, Valbo would become unbeatable on Magnet Island. continuing his reign over the kingdom of Magnet. Thus, Doraton resolved to exert every effort to obstruct the trio, even if they were his former leaders and colleagues, for the sake of maintaining the newly stabilized lives of the Magnet Kingdom's people. However, as a user of the Ushi Ushi no Mi, bull form, he could not withstand a 3-on-1 fight and was already battered and bloodied. Valbo, wielding the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, transformed his hand into a cannon's mouth, indicating that he had previously consumed weaponry. Doraton, who betrayed me, be consumed by the flames of cannon fire. Ha! Suddenly, the dragon-human Kaichi intervened, shielding Doraton from the cannon fire. You, a king who abandoned his people to flee, have no right to accuse others of betrayal. Kaichi, in his dragon form, stood menacingly before Valbo and his companions. Is he a devil fruit user, or perhaps a dragon devil fruit wielder? What is going on lately? Blackbeard from the Whitebeard Pirates just departed, and now another figure from the Beast Pirates has appeared. What could possibly draw the emperors to Magnet Island? Chapter 42. The farce of King Valbo. Observing Valbo and his companions in disarray, their crumbling mentality and attempts to flee, Kaichi candidly stated, "Fear not. I have no affiliations with the Emperor Kaido. I am merely a small pirate hailing from the East Blue." Valbo, from the East Blue, felt considerably reassured that Kaichi was not one of the emperors, especially not from the weakest East Blue. He regained his confidence to face Kaichi, having just dealt with Doraton, and was merely confronted by another Zoan-type devil fruit user. No creature, no matter how powerful, could withstand cannon fire. Valbo raised the cannon to fire. Kaichi soared into the air, effortlessly evading the attack, without even using sword. Valbo's aim was at the level of an ordinary gunner. Lacking any technical finesse and merely relying on instinctive shooting, Kaichi circled gracefully in the air, weaving between Valbo and his companions, darting to their left, then to their right, and finally behind them. Cannon fist. A spherical burst of energy struck Valbo, sending him flying several meters and crashing into the snow, causing the surrounding snowflakes to billow with smoke. "Valbo, are you all right?" Valbo's two subordinates rushed to assist him. Valbo's physical condition was commendable. He managed to withstand the blow without losing consciousness. At this moment, he still harbored ambitions of reclaiming his throne and exhibited a hint of a tyrant's demeanor. Kaichi's cannon fist attack was not overly forceful, leaving him with another opportunity. Seeing Valbo displaying some villainous traits, Kaichi thought, "Now this is more like it. We can continue to play." The cannon fist technique was actually a move Kaichi had developed through practicing the Six Styles finger pistol. Still in its incomplete form, he felt it was perfectly suited for tormenting Valbo. Cannon fist, cannon fist, cannon fist. Ha ha ha. Kaichi continued to circle and strike. Valbo's cannon fire barely grazed Kaichi, while he was met with a flurry of blows, leaving him dazed and disheveled, his ambitions thoroughly crushed. He hastily retreated with his two subordinates, intent on returning to the castle to procure the super cannons and bolster Valbo's firepower for a future revenge. Valbo's Gura Gura no Mi allowed him to possess a powerful jaw capable of consuming weapons, enhancing his physical form and transforming his body. His stomach likely contained a space akin to the castle fruit, capable of storing multiple items and facilitating fusion between organic and inorganic materials. Indeed, a formidable fruit. What plans did Blackbeard have for such a fruit? It remained a mystery. Kaichi chose not to pursue them. The castle awaited Luffy, and it was preferable for Luffy to deal with Valbo. After all, Valbo's subsequent journey into exile would yield significant technological advancements for Kaichi's crew. Do not forsake him. It would be perilous for Valbo to acquire the castle's weaponry. Doraton, battered, still yearned to capture Valbo. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy is waiting for him at the castle. Should any unexpected events arise, I will personally handle it. Kaichi reassured him, urging him not to fret over Valbo's predicament. He continued, "First, focus on your own well-being. I will take you back to Heel. You cannot afford to falter. I still need you to recount someone's story for my crew." "Do you know the Straw Hat Kid?" Doraton relinquished his devil fruit powers. "I would consider Luffy a friend," Kaichi replied, seizing Doraton and flying back to the village. Meanwhile, on another front, Zoro faced off against Ajin. The two vice-captains clashed, exchanging strikes and testing each other's skills. In their duel, both sensed that the other had grown stronger than before. After 10 exchanges, neither could find a flaw in the other's defense. As they paused, their respective crews quickly intervened, placing themselves between Zoro and Ajin to prevent further conflict. Zoro, look, the dragon and the archer, they're allies of Luffy's friend Kaichi, not enemies, Usopp and Nami interjected. pulling Zoro away. Ajin, they are not foes. They are the crew of Luffy's friend Kaichi. Dean and Jack similarly restrained Ajin. Allies of Luffy's friend Kaichi, Zoro sheathed his sword. It is indeed a remarkable occurrence that Akin has left the clique pirates to join the Dragon Pirate crew. Led by Luffy's companion, Kaichi, Akin has also sheathed his hammer, astonished to discover that Luffy is, in fact, a friend of Captain Kaichi. Kaichi has brought Doraton back to the town to reunite with the citizens of Drum Kingdom. Doraton is gravely injured, requiring the attention of Dr. 20. Thanks to Kaichi's intervention, he did not suffer the near-fatal beating by Walbo as depicted in the original narrative, yet his condition remains dire. Suffering from excessive blood loss, after Dr. 20 has tended to Doraton, he proceeds to treat other villagers. Earlier, Walbo had led an assault on the town, resulting in numerous injuries. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, has also come to assist in treating the wounded. As the boss of Drum Kingdom, Walbo approaches his former castle, believing he has escaped danger and can now thrive in peace, oblivious to the impending confrontation with the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. What awaits him is yet another brutal beating. Walbo, it is time for you to leave this land. The Drum Kingdom has perished. Dr. Garewa shows no courtesy towards the former king, laughing and mocking him. What? I will not acknowledge the pirate flag of those who betrayed me. I will reclaim my rule. I am the king. Walbo retorts that gum pistol. That troublesome fellow will now be dealt with. I can finally retaliate without restraint, Luffy exclaims as he delivers a powerful punch that sends Walbo flying out of the castle. Two of his subordinates grasp Walbo at the cliff's edge and rescue him. I am truly enraged. You will all witness my ultimate technique. Walbo recalls the beating he received from Kaichi earlier. Now facing the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, in a fit of rage, Walbo swallows his two subordinates, transforming his body into a grotesque house, swaying left and right. When the front door opens, his two subordinates merge into one. Be cautious. If they are indeed weak, the villagers had already thwarted him when he attempted to drive the doctor away from Drum Island. Dr. Garewa warns Luffy and Sanji, urging them not to underestimate the trio. You are an animal type, just like Doraton. You are a reindeer human, correct? 3 transformations are already well understood, he adds. The merged subordinate begins by delivering a heavy blow to Chopper with a huge hammer. Jumping strength. Chopper enhances his legs to evade the hammer strike. For strength, Chopper morphs, growing long fur and transforming into a fluffy ball, bolstering his defense while diminishing the hammer's impact. What is happening? Isn't the animal type limited to 3 transformations? The merged subordinate questions. Blue Wave Ball. This is a drug that alters animal-type devil fruits. Under its influence, I have discovered 4 additional transformation points, resulting in my 7 transformations. Chopper proudly presents a yellow pill. Showcasing his research findings. Chapter 43. The answer once promised to the ship's doctor. The wounded have been successfully tended to, and Kaichi seizes the moment, approaching Xuanhu, the ship's doctor. Xuanhu, do you recall the promise I made when I requested your assistance? I have returned with the answer. It is a tale of a quack physician, and the witness to that doctor's fate is none other than Doraton. Let us now hear that story, given the dire shortage of doctors in this nation. A quack? How intriguing. Let us proceed. Xuanhu expresses his keen interest. Together, they enter the room where Doraton is being treated, only to find him heavily bandaged and not resting properly in bed. 2 guards rush to support him, cautioning him against moving too much, as it could worsen his injuries. However, I cannot rest easy. If Walbo is allowed to return, this nation will continue its decline. Doraton insists, disregarding the objections, determined to reach the castle of the former king of Drum Kingdom. Fearing that Walbo may access the armory and consume powerful weapons, transforming into an unstoppable monster. Thanks to Kaichi's arrival, Doraton's confrontation with King Walbo is not as brutal as in the original tale. Though he has sustained severe injuries, he is still able to walk. Mr. Doraton, you are indeed a valiant warrior. I have resolved to accompany you, Usopp declares, deeply moved and admiring Doraton. Hey, Usopp, let us go together. Luffy, Nami, and Sanji are already at the castle. Zoro joins in. Vivi, concerned for Nami's condition, decides to check on her treatment. Observing the situation, Xuanhu remarks to Kaichi, I will listen along the way. Doraton, anxious to depart, suggests they wait until he is ready, though it seems a bit unreasonable. Mr. Doraton, we shall accompany you as well, Kaichi offers as he ascends. Thank you. Doraton expresses profound gratitude for Kaichi's life-saving assistance, and feels elated that Kaichi will join him, as it enhances their chances of stopping Walbo. No need for thanks. I have a request. Along the way, I hope you can share the story of Dr. Kureha with my ship's doctor, Xuanhu, Kaichi states. Doriton looks at the kind elder, Xuanhu, who has also helped treat the residents. Recognizing him as an upright individual, he is willing to recount the tale of the eccentric doctor from Drum Island. Take me to the patients. I am here to save Dr. 20. Not a moment can be wasted. Dr. Kureha is gravely ill, nearing the end of his life. Yet upon hearing of someone in need of treatment, he arrives at the castle. However, Dr. 20 stands before him, healthy and poised. What? Dr. Kureha gasps in disbelief. You fool, this is a trap. As you can see, Dr. 20 is in perfect health. Have you come here to seek your doom? Dr. Kureha exclaims. Ha! The king's Walbo is reveling in his scheme, knowing that if this individual perishes, no one in the Drum Kingdom will dare to defy his orders. The soldiers prepare their weapons. You cannot kill me. Dr. Kureha raises his hand, making a startling proclamation. The soldiers hesitate, momentarily pausing their assault. How wonderful. It turns out there are no patients. I thought there was a grave matter at hand. It appears I have been deceived. Dr. Kureha regains his composure, sitting down to open the briefcase he brought. When do you think a person truly dies? Is it when a bullet pierces the heart? No. Is it when one succumbs to an incurable disease? No. Is it after consuming deadly mushroom soup? No. It is when one is forgotten by the world. Dr. Kureha produces a bottle of wine and a glass, pouring himself a drink. Even if I am no longer here, my dreams will be realized, and the hearts of the 6 citizens will be saved. Dr. Kureha raises his glass. Why are you crying, Doriton? At that moment, Doriton clenches his teeth, enduring the foolishness of King Walbo. While being moved to tears by Dr. Kureha's actions, I ask there any hope left for this nation? As long as someone inherits my dream. Hey, Doriton, why are you crying? The selfish King Walbo mocks his captain, oblivious to the profound words of a dying man, refusing to reflect on his own errors. Wait, a monster will come here. It is my son. I hope you will not harm him. Dr. Kureha thinks of Chopper. Thank you, Chopper. Farewell, Quack. I have truly lived a wonderful life. He raises his glass in a toast to his magnificent existence. The wine, in fact, is a concoction from Dr. Kureha's own research. He frequently consumes his own untested substances and conducts experiments on himself. The wine causes a chemical explosion within his chaotic body. Haha, he actually blew himself up. Walbo laughs at Dr. Kureha's folly, coldly indifferent to the loss of a life. You let him escape. Doriton. Be quiet. You would not understand. The only person who wished to save this country has just perished. And in the depths of despair, what does it matter if such a person dies? The vile Walbo sneers. I have seen the future of this kingdom, no matter how advanced its medical technology becomes or how many medicines are developed. None can cure your foolishness. Doriton can no longer endure the scheming and selfish king, furiously roaring at Walbo. You scoundrel, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Walbo cast a cold glance at his chief guard, who dared to insult him. Ultimately, Doriton was left severely beaten and imprisoned. Thus concludes the tale of Dr. Cirque, a kind-hearted yet mediocre physician from magnetic Drum Island, whose crude medical skills were overshadowed only by his earnest desire to discover a panacea for all ailments. Xuanhu, who had long maintained a stoic and aloof grandfather persona, is in fact a man of profound emotion. Upon hearing of Dr. Cirque's deeds, he was moved to tears. What a noble doctor indeed. Kajia, your response is truly beyond my expectations. For the first time, Xuanhu lost his composure, weeping like a child, unable to stem the flow of tears. This is a testament to the respect one healer holds for another. Though he possesses unparalleled medical skills that many physicians would covet, he has become prideful and complacent, forgetting the very essence of a healer, retreating into a life of seclusion. Such behavior is truly unbecoming. The notion of a universal remedy, how familiar it sounds, how reminiscent of days long past. Xuanhu recalled his own mentors, recognizing that we all begin our journeys with such beautiful aspirations, a nostalgic reflection on his own medical training. Chapter 44. The cherry blossoms of the magnetic Drum Kingdom. The peaks loomed like colossal pillars. Standing resolutely on magnetic Drum Island, connected by massive cables to the earth below. In an environment of -40 degrees, everyone was clad in winter attire, save for Kajia, who donned only a thin long-sleeved summer garment. You must be Luffy's friend, Kajia. Don't you feel cold? Usopp, the diplomatic envoy, asked incredulously. Not at all. Usopp, Thanks to my fruit abilities, I am quite accustomed to operating in the cold. A few degrees lower would not pose a problem. Kajia replied. The group ascended the cable car, which required manual effort to operate. The higher they climbed, the more they marveled at the grandeur of the towering peaks, offering breathtaking views of the snow-laden magnetic island. The amalgamated minions wielded sharp axes, unleashing wind blades to subdue Chopper. Chopper deftly evaded the onslaught of wind blades, which were powerful enough to slice through the castle walls that he dodged the attacks. He analyzed the weaknesses of the amalgamated minions, pinpointing their vulnerability at the chin. With a surge of determination, Chopper lunged from below, channeling his strength to deliver a decisive blow to the chin, leaving a mark of his hooves as he shattered the enemy's defenses, defeating the amalgamated minion in a single strike. Have you had enough of your conversation? Behold the arsenal behind me. It contains every weapon imaginable. If I were to consume the weapons within and integrate them into my being, you would witness the most fearsome human weapon in existence. Ha ha ha. Regardless of whether you are part of the Straw Hat crew or the emaciated Valbo, I shall revel in my glory before Luffy and Nami. Yet, upon patting his waist, he discovered the key to the arsenal was missing. What a resilient fellow he is, Luffy remarked to Nami, with a rubber rocket blast. Valbo was vanquished and expelled from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The kingdom fell to the skeleton, and the witch Dr. Guriva rejoiced at the end of Valbo's reign. Doroton had just witnessed Valbo being hurled away and inquired about his two minions. They were sent flying by a reindeer, jumping, and Sanji answered candidly. The mention of a reindeer reminded Doroton of Dr. Sirk's adopted son. You must be the disciple of the doctor who studied the universal remedy. Quite impressive. Xuanhu approached Chopper. If the opportunity arises, I would love to discuss medical techniques with you. How annoying. Even if you flatter me, it won't bring me joy, Chopper replied, feeling buoyant from the praise. Inside the chamber, Dr. Guriva swiftly treated Sanji, an act that appeared brutal to onlookers, yet Xuanhu discerned the skill behind it. Though her methods were harsh, the precision with which she realigned the bones was remarkable. Outside, Luffy resolutely invited Chopper. Come on, join my crew. Even Zoro was left speechless. It was quite unusual to invite someone while simultaneously critiquing their verbosity. I detest prolonged farewells. Dr. Guriva handed a packet of powder to Doroton, instructing him to have his subordinates loaded into the cannon. If we are to set sail, we must do so with grandeur. Outside the castle, cannons rose, their barrels aimed skyward. Are you all ready? Fire. The resounding blasts echoed across Magnetic Drum Island, capturing everyone's attention. The launch is complete, reported the village guards to Dr. Guriva. Illuminate the area. Dr. Guriva instructed the guards to turn on the castle lights. The miraculous cherry blossoms of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom bloomed resplendently. A symbol of rebirth, the universal remedy, a culmination of Dr. Sirk's 30 years of dedication, was akin to the cherry blossoms flourishing in the land of ice and snow. The era of Valbo had drawn to a close, and in its place, the cherry blossom kingdom began to emerge. How magnificent, truly breathtaking. What a dreamlike sight. The foolish aspirations of others are often beyond comprehension, but a miracle indeed. Arriving in the world of One Piece without witnessing the cherry blossoms of Magnetic Drum Island would be a great regret. This prompted Kajia to work late into the night, not only to resolve the ship's Dr.'s inner turmoil, but also to behold the miraculous cherry blossoms in the castle, Kajia and his companions. The townsfolk, Luffy's crew along the road, and those returning to the dragon pirate ship, Sate, Jack, and others, witnessed this enchanting miracle. The Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, embarked on their journey to Alabasta, now accompanied by their new ship doctor, Tony Chopper. The urgency to depart was palpable, as they aimed to assist Vivi in rescuing Alabasta from the clutches of the Seven Warlords. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom was renamed the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. That night, the citizens rejoiced, returning to the town to celebrate the nation's rebirth with a grand feast. Dr. Guriva and Kajia's group attended, with Kajia even having Shank catch a large fish as a gift. While the chef trio assisted in preparing the meal, the following day, Kajia's group sought out Dr. 20, inquiring whether this once sacred medical site possessed advanced medical equipment, such as ECG, ultrasound, and X-ray machines, which they wished to borrow for an examination of Shank's condition. Dr. 20 replied, "We do have the equipment available, but currently, only the ECG machine is operational. The other devices are still under installation." During Valbo's reign, many doctors were exiled, and those who could assemble or adeptly operate such equipment were driven away. Valbo himself had no need for these devices, leading to the current situation. Are there design blueprints and manuals available? Xuanhu inquired. Yes, the personnel may be gone, but the equipment remains in the country's research facility, intact, Dr. 20 assured him. Xuanhu enlisted the help of the scientific trio, Sate, Ged, and Faridi, to see if they could assemble and calibrate the devices. They journeyed to a town where a medical facility, distinctly separate from civilian residences, had been newly designed and closely resembled a modern hospital. Under Dr. 20's guidance, the four examined the design and research rooms, reviewing the development processes and the medical principles behind the equipment. They toiled day and night, moving back and forth between the design and assembly rooms, diligently working on the setup and calibration tasks. Alabasta Kingdom, the largest nation in the first half of the Grand Line, witnessed the arrival of a large naval vessel at its port, painted in deep green. Its steel hull emblazoned with the world government's insignia in the Navy's Seagull flag. Undoubtedly, it was a ship of the headquarters, one that only a rear admiral could command. The citizens of Alabasta observed this formidable vessel with keen interest. We will wait for them here in Alabasta. They are bound to pass through this way. The warship docked, and leading the descent was none other than Atmi, who had recently been promoted from brigadier to major general. Following closely behind were Lieutenant Kebenik and a cadre of robust naval soldiers. Chapter 45. Battling the Raven. After a day's diligent efforts from the trio, the medical equipment was finally installed and calibrated. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, summoned the merman, Shanka, to conduct a comprehensive examination. The most crucial part was the X-ray, to ascertain the specific areas of his head injury, thereby preparing for subsequent treatment. Having completed his part, Faladi had no further business and ventured outside the town with Jack and the Red Dragon. Dean, for an adventure, Daiti was his first time exploring the outside world, and he was eager to witness the extraordinary alongside the two. The newly joined Miss Golden Week, Marianu, also decided to accompany them, hoping to deepen her understanding and perhaps gather useful intelligence. Through her recent interactions, the historian Marianu had learned of Dean's affiliation with the Red Dragon community of the East Sea, while Jack had become a member of the New Era's dragon worshippers. Thus, she sought to ingratiate herself with both. Whenever Faladi was queried about the Iofo clan, he would fall silent, prompting her to shift her focus elsewhere with newfound diligence. Thus, the four prepared their gear and set forth to explore this icy kingdom. As they journeyed, they encountered a towering 7-meter bear, leaning on a T-shaped cane. As the bear passed them, it paused, graciously tipping its hat and bowing to the group before continuing on its own path. Was this the traveling bear the villagers spoke of? So majestic and gentlemanly, it truly embodied the many legends surrounding Drum Island. Miss Golden Week, Mariano, remarked that witnessing the reality was far more astonishing than the tales and descriptions found in books. Indeed, it was exhilarating, and Jack pondered what other wonders awaited them. After their encounter with the traveling bear, their anticipation for further adventures heightened. However, time was of the essence, and the trio mounted Dean's back, allowing the 3.5-meter dragon to soar swiftly. Dean, your dragon scales are quite warm. Are you red dragons all right in this frigid environment? Jack inquired, still somewhat concerned about Dean's ability to adapt. Dean, pleased by his companion's concern, chuckled. The captain mentioned we would only be here for a few days. A short stay poses no problem. The warmth within my body can keep me insulated, but prolonged exposure would indeed be perilous. That's reassuring, Jack and Faladi responded, relieved by his assurance. Suddenly, a group of ravens skied towards them, balancing on tree branches. The menacing creatures they had been warned about by the villagers were upon them. The four fell into a battle stance. The raven, the white bullies of Drum Island, resembled a hybrid of rabbit and bear, possessing large ears and a powerful physique, both swift and strong. Due to Kitch's early intervention in the skirmish between Doriton and Walbo, the latter, along with his two subordinates, had failed to confront Jump and Sanji, thus avoiding an encounter with the raven. Consequently, this group of raven had not faced the wrath of Walbo and emerged unscathed. Lacking the lessons humanity could impart, with their speed and propensity for close combat, Jack unsheathed his sword. His weapon resembled the iconic hero's sword from Western fantasy tales, long in the hilt and broad in the blade, making it ideal for tackling formidable foes. Two raven lunged forward, their massive paws striking down. Jack leaped off Dean's back, parrying one with a diagonal slash. Meanwhile, Faladi had already taken to the skies, using his spear to deflect the other, even managing to knock it down. Moments later, that raven rose, bewildered, questioning what had struck it. The other raven, equally perplexed, could hardly fathom how their companion had fallen. With Jack, Dean, and Philaide momentarily halted. They were now the focus of the Raven's attention, especially as Philaide openly soared in the air, revealing himself to be a diminutive creature of merely 20 centimeters. Jack, Dean, and Philaide braced themselves against the advancing Raven, while Miss Golden Week provided support from behind, creating distractions. Yet, the Raven were numerous and cunning, encircling the four and isolating them. 4 or 5 would converge on a single individual. Confronted by 5 Raven, Jack found himself at a disadvantage, forced to both attack and defend against the onslaught of the other 4. Thoughts of past humiliations flooded his mind, recalling how he had been bested by the little people and outclassed by the archery of Sheriff, along with the challenging bow crafted by Xuanhu. Was he destined to perpetually suffer defeat? He, who had mastered the art of life restoration, had yet to attain mastery over the 6 styles, but after several rounds of enhancement through life restoration, he was no longer the naive child of Dragon Island. His physique had transformed into that of a warrior. Now, after enduring failures, a sense of defiance and barely contained fury surged within him. Sharpening his swordsmanship with newfound precision to eye in the fierce exchanges with the Raven, his skill had significantly advanced. With his sword now elevated to a higher realm, he executed horizontal and vertical strikes that vanquished 5 Raven. The clash between the Red Dragon Dean and 4 Raven devolved into a brutal melee, with dragon claws meeting bare paws in a fierce collision. Dragons, as apex beings in the animal kingdom, showcased a versatility unparalleled by any other species. Dean engaged without employing dragon fire, relying solely on physical prowess. While his speed may have slightly lagged behind the Raven, his defenses proved impenetrable. The Raven could not breach Dean's formidable defenses. In addition to his claw attacks, Dean could utilize his headbutt and sweeping tail strikes, outmatching the Raven in offensive capabilities, ultimately overcoming 4 of them after a grueling struggle. Philaide's confrontation with 5 Raven was akin to a one-sided slaughter. The Raven and the Iofo clan were not creatures of the same caliber. Clad in exoskeletal armor and equipped with a jetpack, Philaide represented the typical combat prowess of the Iofo clan. He moved with the swiftness reminiscent of the 6-style Saru, making the Raven's colossal strength seem trivial in comparison. Navigating through the Raven's attacks with grace, Philaide retaliated effortlessly, darting back and forth to deliver piercing strikes. Ultimately defeating the adult Raven.as for Miss Golden Week, she appeared to be an innocuous little girl. However, she was a dangerous individual with a bounty of 29 million berries from the Navy. Her paint-based hypnosis was formidable. With a brush in hand, she swiftly sketched red paint onto the Raven. The bear's paw struck one of its own, causing a chain reaction of friendly fire among the Raven. Jack and his companions observed the chaos. Such a terrifying paint. It seemed wise to avoid provoking her in the future. Golden Week was equally astonished by the performance of Jack and his crew. She had initially believed that only Kitch, Akin, and the Merman Shanka were formidable, but she was pleasantly surprised to find the others were equally impressive. Whiskey Peak. The elites of Baroque Works had already departed, congregating in Alabasta. Those remaining at Whiskey Peak were mere underlings. Mr. 9 easily took charge of them, ceasing their ludicrous assassination activities and transforming the area into a hub for normal pirate supplies and merriment. Business activities resumed on the streets, alongside the addition of a casino and a fighting arena. The mountain, resembling a cactus, now concealed a secret armory within its core. On this day, within a room of the casino, 2 sofas faced each other, with 4 individuals seated in pairs. There should actually be 5, but Mr. 14, being a newcomer, lacked the privilege to sit and instead stood behind Mr. 9 and Miss Monday. Opposite Mr. 9 and Miss Monday sat Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day, who had just arrived at Whiskey Peak. Chapter 46. The corpse of the demon beneath the ice. I never expected you 2 to be defeated by the Straw Hat crew and subsequently recruited by Kitch's group. Mr. Point 9 mocked Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day, relishing the opportunity for revenge after having been tormented by them while assisting Vivi in her escape. Mr. 9, you were defeated even earlier than we were. Moreover, our promised positions within Kitch's group are higher and more significant to Ian Baroque Works. I was above you, and now in the new organization, it seems you rank lower, Mr. 5 retorted, flipping the hierarchy on Mr. 9. Is that so? Mr. 9, incensed, advanced and grabbed Mr. 5 by the collar. What? Do you want to fight here? Mr. 5 shot back, his temper flaring, ready to unleash the power of his explosive fruit. Both of you, calm down. On Monday. Miss Monday and Miss Valentine's Day separated the 2. Mr. 9, oblivious to his own transformation, had undergone a significant change in mindset after enduring so much. He now dared to confront Mr. 5, a feat that was previously unthinkable for him. He had begun to shed his former self, one that trembled before formidable adversaries, and was genuinely embarking on the path of the strong. The situation in Alabasta remained unresolved, and the new organization led by Kaiji had yet to be fully established. Engaging in disputes among yourselves is futile. Even if Crocodile fails and conditions are fulfilled, the new organization will eventually come into being, and its members will not be limited to just us. According to feedback from Kaiji's group, there are still others in the East Sea. Therefore, our primary task is to complete our mission. Otherwise, we too may be forsaken, Miss Monday advised. She viewed the new organization favorably and wished to remain part of it. As the Elder and Kaiji had provided her with considerable martial guidance, aiding her and her comrades in their growth. As for the East Sea, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day pondered. They had only just realized that the head of the Baroque Works was the warlord Crocodile. Was Kaiji's intention to rise above the warlords? That would certainly clarify matters. Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, along with Miss Valentine's Day and myself, hold the exclusive boarding rights within the organization. In the future, I shall strive to secure more resources for you. Miss Valentine's Day and I are here temporarily to assist in safeguarding the armory, ensuring the island remains secure amidst significant changes. Now, please share with me the current plans and deployments on the island. Mr. Point 5 expressed amicably, uniting as one, for the new organization's aspirations were grand, and their partnership would grant them greater influence. Mr. 9 and Miss Monday accepted their goodwill and recounted Kaiji's arrangements on the island. The town of Whiskey Peak now prohibits private duels, returning to normal trade. Open spaces outside the town are free for use. The casino not only hosts standard gambling activities, but also organizes joint competitions, such as martial arts contests, shooting trials, and fishing competitions by the seaside. Bets can be placed on the outcomes of both private duels and competitions, establishing a self-sustaining financial cycle for the new organization on the island. The armory is under orderly construction within the mountainous region of the island, and the four of them conducted a nighttime inspection together in the land of cherry blossoms, on Drum Island. Jack and his companions had annihilated the Laboon clan, defeating them decisively. Such formidable rabbits. There truly are many peculiar creatures on Drum Island. As the four continued their journey, they stumbled upon an icy cavern. Should we venture inside? Asked Faraday. What if there are traps within? Miss Golden Week replied that a mysterious entrance like this cannot go unexplored. Let us go. Let us see what's inside. Jack exclaimed with excitement. The four entered the icy cavern, where an endless labyrinth of tunnels awaited them. Growing darker as they proceeded, the illumination from Faraday's flashlight and Jack's torch diminished with each step. After a while, they discovered they were in a maze, finding neither treasure nor entertainment, but instead becoming lost. Shadows darted around them in the darkness, heightening the atmosphere of tension and terror. The four, in a state of panic, dashed towards one tunnel, only to tumble into a slide. Tightly huddled together, they slid rapidly down the slope, landing on a smooth ice surface. After several dizzying spins, they slowly regained their footing. Faraday's flashlight had broken and was no longer functioning. Fortunately, although Jack's torch had extinguished upon impact, he managed to relight it and retrieved another new torch. With two torches, the ice surface was finally illuminated. There's something beneath the ice? Miss Golden Week inquired, using her torch to cautiously examine the creatures beneath the icy layer. The view remained unclear, so they ignited another torch for better visibility. To their astonishment, they discovered the frozen corpse of a purple giant beneath the ice. The giant, larger than any giant they had encountered. They could hardly believe that such a being once existed on Drum Island. The group observed the magnificent giantess remains with earnest curiosity when suddenly, a shadow resembling a ghost pursued them. This layer of ice formed a vast open space surrounded by icy walls, leaving them with no apparent refuge. I won't hide. I want to see if it's truly a ghost or another creature, declared Faraday. Jack, you're fast. Take this torch, and I'll encircle it, he instructed. Jack and Dean took the lead in pursuit, but the shadow quickly evaded them, slipping into the surrounding darkness. Nevertheless, Faraday, known for his speed as the second fastest on the ship, managed to close the distance. The torchlight revealed the shadow to be a traveling bear, dressed in black and floating in the air. This bear was not the 7-meter adult version, but rather a 2-meter juvenile. Caught you, and yet you still want to play hide and seek? It said, which was translated by the Red Dragon Dean. The bear's black attire transformed into a red cloak as it landed and began to walk normally, no longer hovering. "You can understand me," it exclaimed, looking at Dean. "Indeed, I am a user of the language fruit, capable of comprehending your speech," Dean replied. The traveling bear was elated to find a human and a dragon who could converse with it. "Your cloak has consumed a devil fruit?" Jack and the others were astonished, realizing that even non-living beings could possess such powers. Miss Golden Week, however, found this quite ordinary, recalling Mr. Four's firearms, which too had consumed the dog fruit, allowing them to emit explosive baseballs. "Yes, my cloak consumed the human fruit, shadow puppet form, enabling it to attach to me and allow me to fly." The traveling bear introduced its cloak companion. Understanding this, Jack finally overcame his initial shock, having been somewhat desensitized by his previous encounter with the specters of the Io family. Chapter 47. A medical duel with Dr. 20. The brain scan of Jean Bei had been completed, and ship Dr. Xuangu was examining the results to pinpoint the location of the blood clot in his brain. The clot was not insignificant, but the risks associated with performing surgery on a fishman were exceedingly high. Moreover, as he had never operated on a fishman before, he ultimately ruled out the possibility of performing a craniotomy. Xuangu explained the treatment method to Shank, seeking his consent before administering anesthesia. "Kaiji, as an O, you must realize that O is both a shield and a shackle. To harness your true power, you must guide it beyond that thin membrane before utilizing it in this world," Xuangu advised Kaiji, who was observing nearby. After confirming the precise location of the injury from the scan, he set the images aside, calming himself, then channeling energy to his dantian, allowing a warm aura to envelop him. An ethereal force manifested in his palms that he placed his energy-infused hands upon Shank's head, allowing the mystical energy to enter his brain, gradually dislodging the blood clot and transforming the necrotic and mutated cells into gas, expelling them from Shank's body. As the deep night wore on, Jack and the others had yet to return, prompting Kaiji to venture out in search of them to avert any unforeseen incidents. "Traveling bear, do you know anything about the giant's corpse beneath the ice?" Miss Golden Week inquired. "I do not know. That giant's corpse has been here since I visited years ago. I have no further information." The traveling bear replied. "I see. What a pity," Miss Golden Week lamented, having hoped to uncover something significant regarding that mysterious realm in the D-Clan. In the icy cavern, the four discussed the giant's remains with the traveling bear. "He truly stumbled upon something remarkable. I never expected to find a giant's corpse here." Kaiji, transformed into his dragon form, suddenly appeared in the icy cavern, addressing the group. "Captain Kaiji, what brings you here?" Jack exclaimed, surprised by the captain's sudden appearance. "It is the middle of the night. You must be mindful of the time and return. I came to check on you. Fortunately, I encountered the injured Laboon on my way. My keen dragon senses allowed me to locate you. There's nothing of value here. No relics or historical texts. Not even any animals. There's no useful information," Miss Golden Week remarked, somewhat disheartened. It seemed that after a prolonged absence from archaeological work, Miss Golden Week had begun to exhibit signs of straying from her expertise, overly fixating on the final results. One must remember that fossils and remains hold significant importance in archaeology, not necessarily. The presence of a giant here already provides substantial information, suggesting that the mysterious realm might have undertaken some monumental endeavors in the Drum Kingdom, Kaiji contended. After all, One Piece is widely recognized for its numerous foreshadowing elements, with many in the past scrutinizing each detail with a magnifying glass. It was noted that the giant Oz, obtained by Moonlight Moria, was referred to as a giant from the land of the gods, with some deducing a connection to the hidden realm of the celestial dragons based on its adornments. The decoration of this demon is quite similar, which leads Kaiji to harbor such suspicions. "How do you know that demons are connected to the mysterious realm?" Miss Golden Week is exceedingly curious about how Kaiji came to know this secret. Kaiji, with a mischievous grin, does not respond but replies, "Oh, it seems that Divine Grace is not as innocent as it appears. It is not entirely ignorant of that realm either. How about coming to my home for a visit?" Invites Travel Bear. "Sure, let us pay a visit to a friend." They agreed. Travel Bear leads the group of 5 to his cave, where they discover a collection of instruments. Most of the instruments are quite worn, suggesting that he has salvaged them from human discards and repaired them for personal use. Unexpectedly, Jack and the others find that their new friend, Travel Bear, is also a musician. "You are pirates, right? Allow me to perform a piece for you called Johnny Boy," declares Travel Bear as he approaches the piano to play for Kaiji and his companions. The The music evokes images of a youthful sailor embarking on a passionate adventure from the carefree melody. It is evident that this bear is one who seeks freedom. Little travel bear, do you wish to set sail? Of course. However, due to environmental constraints, our kind is only suited for icy terrains that we cannot survive on the islands beyond. Thus we remain on Drum Island. He explains, knowing you are the captain, I invited you home to hear about the world outside. I am an animal-type frost dragon fruit user, capable of creating small, localized snowy environments. As it happens, our ship is lacking a musician, and I wish to invite you aboard to witness the outside world firsthand. Ice elements gather around Kaichi as he demonstrates his ability to control snow and ice. Through enhancements from the Crystal Throne and the Eternal Ice, Kaichi's mastery over ice has progressed, allowing him to generate ice and snow from his entire body, no longer limited to mere breath. Indeed, join us. Our ship's scientific team will create refrigerators, ice machines, and more. Rest assured, we will regale you with tales of past adventures, Jack adds, also extending an invitation, noting that sometimes the monotony of sea voyages requires a lively spirit. Let me speak with my uncle, Little Travel Bear replies. After packing a few instruments, he approaches the towering 7-meter Travel Bear and informs him of his desire to join the Flying Dragon pirate crew and set sail. The elder bear does not oppose, but instead gifts him a brand new, exquisite hat as a rite of passage into adulthood at the town's medical facility. 2 individuals with identical injuries are brought in. Xuanhu and Dr. 20 perceive this as a chance, a competition between doctors, each treating one patient to determine who performs better. They even invite the sorceress Dr. Gurieva to serve as a judge. After administering anesthesia, the patients lie on beds separated by a curtain. Both doctors diligently commence their surgeries. After 2 hours of effort, both procedures are successfully completed. Upon drawing back the curtain, Dr. Gurieva examines both patients meticulously but refrains from passing judgment. We have lost, Dr. 20 concedes after observing Xuanhu's patient. Kaichi discerns that ship Dr. Xianlao has employed a clever tactic. In terms of medical skill, both parties are equally exceptional. The distinction lies in Xuanlao's superior aesthetic approach and scar treatment, which borders on cosmetic medicine. This world has yet to reach the level where cosmetic procedures are commonplace, as evidenced by the rugged scars adorning the faces of prominent figures in the world of One Piece. Moreover, given the prevalence of violence and the scarcity of doctors, mere survival is considered fortunate, let alone the pursuit of aesthetics. Kaichi did not anticipate Xuanhu's knowledge of cosmetic medicine. He had assumed Xuanhu's previous world resembled a late Qing dynasty mixed with martial arts. Unaware of the advanced Western technology, particularly in medicine, from that realm. Ultimately, Kaichi's group and the Sakura Kingdom reach an agreement to establish a pharmaceutical factory on Drum Island, with Dr. 20 becoming a member of the research team. Officially, the factory belongs to the Sakura Kingdom of Dilutin, while the actual profits are divided, 50 to Kaichi's organization, 40 to the Sakura Kingdom, and 10 allocated for the medical education of the people of Drum Island. The Bulleye King of Walbo, previously confiscated by Kaichi's group, now serves as their mode of transportation. In the Sakura Kingdom's prison, Walbo's 2 subordinates huddle together in terror, watching the elderly man who had just interrogated them. Beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. We promise, we will not betray you, not even in death. They had been knocked unconscious by Luffy and were now at the mercy of the 2 defeated subordinates of Walbo. Their cooperation having been dissolved, I trust you this once. Compensate your citizens adequately. If you dare betray your country and people again, I assure you will experience a fate worse than death, Xuanhu says with a sinister smile. Understood, they reply, their hair standing on end at the elderly man's grin, hastily pledging their loyalty. Torture and interrogation remain one of the darkest aspects of civilization in the human world, if not the darkest. Beatings and branding with hot iron are merely the surface of such cruelty. Having endured years in the most notorious dungeons of his former world, Xianlao possesses ample experience with all forms of punishment. Coupled with his expertise in martial arts and medicine, he understands intimately the agony that can be inflicted upon the human body through pressure points and vital organs. Thus, Xuanhu is undoubtedly the most fearsome interrogator in this realm. Satisfied with their assurances, Xuanhu departs the prison. As Xuanhu leaves, Jess and Chromali's minds finally relax, relieved to have bid farewell to that harbinger of doom. How did it go, Xianlao? Kaichi inquires. Xianlao gives an okay sign. It was a piece of cake. Those 2 lacked resolve. I only used a couple of moves, and they couldn't withstand it. I was initially hoping for a grand slam. but they quickly agreed to become the guardians of the pharmaceutical factory. That's excellent. As expected of you, Xian Lao. When you take action, it is always successful. The Sakura Kingdom lacks military power, and with Chopper joining the Straw Hats, only the sorceress Dr. Girieva and Dalutin remain. They must enlist Walbo's 2 subordinates as helpers. Otherwise, investing heavily in a pharmaceutical factory without the means to protect it would render their efforts futile. Kaichi has already allocated portions of his treasure to the East Sea and Whiskey Peak. And now, with another investment, he has spent over half of it, leaving only a small portion remaining. Having concluded their business on Drum Island, the Zhun gang set sail for their next destination. Alabasta. Little Travel Bear gazes back at Drum Island from the ship, seeing his uncle on the shore, hat in hand, waving goodbye. Overwhelmed with emotion, he leaps up to bid farewell to his uncle as they look upon the snowflakes drifting down in the Sakura Kingdom. It lacks the dreamlike quality of a night filled with blooming cherry blossoms that a snow country free from the malice of demons is indeed quite beautiful. I assent it, remarks Kaichi. Absolutely, exclaims Little Travel Bear joyfully. Laughter erupts among them, celebrating the wondrous journey through the snow. Dr. 20, I never expected you would not reject our collaboration with pirates, Dalutin says, brandishing the bounty notices of Luffy for 30 million and Kaichi for 20 million. They had known Kaichi's identity since the night Luffy departed. We have no choice. The welfare of the citizens and the development of the nation are paramount. That benevolent healer hinted at the possibility. And we have deliberated and found it acceptable. Moreover, we need to rebuild the nation and prepare for heavenly gold. While we do not trust pirates, we have faith in that compassionate healer, Dr. 20 replies. Suit yourselves. This is your affair. I have no interest. My reindeer has left, and I must find a cart puller, Dr. Girieva quips, excusing herself. After Little Travel Bear comes aboard, Kaichi's group realizes he does not actually have a name. As there are so few of them on Drum Island that names were unnecessary. Ultimately, Captain Kaichi bestows the name Baibao upon him, while they collectively recall the name of the memory seahorse. Chunlong, Dragon Year, aptly named after a dragon-like creature. Although the Jin gang is 3 times the size of the Mary, they find themselves short on rooms. Kaichi's quarters, which adjoin the kitchen, have been transformed into a snowy environment. Making it more appropriate for Travel Bear Baibao, Kaichi relocates to the treasure chamber, facilitating his access to the crystal throne. Upon the crystal throne, Kaichi, in his dragon form, sheds a layer of scales. Growing stronger and harder, with the color of his scales deepening to a shade of blue, he inquires of the red dragon Dean how to handle the dragon scales, recognizing that the dragon race is a treasure in itself. And wasting it would be a pity. Dean suggests letting Chunlong absorb the power contained within the dragon armor, after which it can be repurposed into medicinal materials for the ship's doctor. The bloodline of Chunlong is rather feeble. These dragon scales will enhance his lineage, allowing him to ascend to a higher rank. Kaichi placed the dragon scales into Chunlong's aquarium. The memory seahorse gazed at these scales, its eyes sparkling with wonder, as if cradling a precious treasure, continually nodding in gratitude towards Kai in the vast ocean. A sea cat positioned itself in front of the ship Zhaoging, while Akin brandished his weapon. Preparing to confront the sea beast, the Zhaoging was at risk of an attack at any moment, but Kaichi intervened. This sea cat is the guardian spirit of Alabasta. It has shown no intent to harm us. Let us not provoke it unnecessarily. A guardian spirit. Indeed, caution is warranted, Xuanhu acknowledged. Although the two of them hailed from different worlds, their cultural roots were intertwined. Regarding the metaphysical concepts of deities, destiny, and karma, they both leaned towards the belief that it is better to trust in their existence than to dismiss them outright, provided they do not pose a threat to themselves. The guardian spirit of Alabasta, the sea cat, observed them for a while, revealing no inclination to attack, before gracefully swimming away. The sea cat has departed. Kaichi exhaled in relief, grateful that they need not harm the so-called guardian spirit. The repercussions of karma could be dire. He turned to the crew and remarked, encountering the guardian spirit of Alabasta signifies that we are nearing our destination. Let us press on, my friends. Off the coast of Alabasta, the pirate ships under Crocodile's command were already gathering in the vicinity. The city of Canola, renowned for its perfume production, was bustling with activity. A group of Navy officers was in pursuit of the Straw Hat crew and the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division captain, Ace. The millionaires and countless subordinates of Baroque Works lurked in the crowd, attentively monitoring the movements of Luffy and Ace, waiting for the opportune moment to claim their heads. Indeed, they were rather audacious. Luffy and Ace had already been lenient, yet they continued their relentless pursuit. However, provoking the wrong individuals often incurs a price. Fire Fist Ace executed a flawless aerial spin, igniting one hand with flames. With a powerful punch, a colossal wave of fire surged forth like a massive fire python, obliterating the pursuing pirate fleet in a straight line. Chapter 49, The Cow of Kung Fu, who knows no Kung Fu, finally arrives in Alabasta. True to its reputation as a desert kingdom, the endless stretches of sand greeted them with sweltering heat. On the beach, a congregation of Kung Fu sea cows observed the arrival of the Zhaogang. Unlike ordinary sea cows, these Kung Fu sea cows bore green bodies adorned with a layer of hard shells. Ah, the Kung Fu sea cows, a unique species of Alabastas waters that we have arrived, Kaichi mused, noting that these sea cows were not practicing Luffy's signature punch stance, indicating that perhaps Luffy had arrived here before them. It seems that Luffy's chosen beach was not this one, as the congregations of Kung Fu sea cows vary. It feels unbearably hot. We must venture into the city to procure new garments. The crew remarked as they surveyed the scorching desert. Let us exchange some gold coins for currency, and then purchase robes, clothing, and provisions, Kaichi instructed. Akin took a bag of gold coins, preparing to exchange them in the city. I shall remain aboard to guard the ship. The fishman Shank has been unconscious for several days and requires care, so I will stay behind to tend to him. You all go ahead. Xuanhu declared. I too shall abstain from disembarking, the traveler bear remarked. The desert environment was unsuitable for him, and he often retreated to his icy chamber on the ship. White treasure. Do not worry. We shall procure materials in the city to create a machine that generates ice and snow, thus expanding your range of activities. Sate, Ged, and Flatty reassured the traveler bear. The group disembarked and headed towards the city. However, the Kung Fu sea cows intercepted their path, eager to challenge them. These sea cows are quite intriguing. Kung Fu sea cows indeed, Xuanhu noted. As Akin prepared to confront the Kung Fu sea cows, Xuanhu halted him. Akin, I have other plans for these creatures. Allow me to handle them. He understood Akin's capabilities well enough to discern that these diminutive beings would not pose a challenge to him. Dean, your appearance is ill-suited for entering the city. Assist me in communicating with them. Xuanhu called Dean over, leaving behind the two bodyguards, Hank and Debuty, to prevent them from accompanying Miss Carmen into the city. Your talents are relatively lacking. Remaining here to compete will enhance your experience and facilitate growth. Through Dean's ability to communicate, the Kung Fu sea cows agreed to Xuanhu's conditions, allowing Akin and the others to pass. Meanwhile, Xuanhu instructed Hank, Debuty, and the memory seahorse Chenlong to accompany him in battle. Now, there are quite a few Navy soldiers around. We must exercise greater caution after we part ways. Akin's group had not anticipated the presence of Navy personnel patrolling the city of Konoha. After exchanging their gold for cash, they hurried to a clothing store to change their attire. They soon spotted Luffy's crew, as Navy officers frequently searched for them on the streets. Akin divided the coins among them, allowing each to procure their respective necessities, thus dispersing their numbers to avoid detection by the Navy. Staying together would certainly attract too much attention. Akin, Jack is accompanying Chef Carmen. Our supplies are running low, particularly meat. We need assistance in carrying provisions. The scientific trio of Sate, Ged, and Flatty formed their own group, with Flatty hiding in Sate's pocket to avoid being noticed by ordinary citizens. The captain, Kaichi, moved about independently. As Jack wandered the bustling streets of Konoha, he had already spent half of his money indulging in various exotic barbecues and delicacies, nearly purchasing a golden apple before being stopped by Akin and Carmen. Navy Sergeant Dasky was patrolling the streets, initially searching for the Straw Hat crew, but caught sight of the notorious Akin. Although Akin's long robe concealed him well, his fleeting, menacing visage was unmistakable. After hearing that Admiral Atmamai had reported to headquarters, Dasky was taken aback. The former vice captain of the Creek Pirates had become a member of the infamous Kaichi pirate crew. Dasky drew her renowned sword, Shiu, blocking Akin and his companions. Oniman Akin. The wicked Kaichi's crew. I never expected to encounter you here. Akin, burdened with a large sack of food, had no opportunity to retaliate. Jack unsheathed his sword, ready to engage. Dasky's swordsmanship was commendable, qualifying her as a swordsman. Yet her feminine stature rendered her physically weaker, slowing her progress. In previous encounters, Jack would have struggled to match her prowess. However, after numerous battles, including one against the multi-headed rabbit bear Raven on Magnetic Drum Island, Jack's sword skills had evolved significantly, establishing him as a true swordsman. The two swords clashed, one a Japanese katana, the other a Western broadsword. The combat ensued, with neither party inflicting harm upon the other. Though the walls bore witness to numerous sword marks from their exchanges. In terms of swordsmanship, The Navy's Dasky had the upper hand and could suppress Jack, yet her overall strength was insufficient to subdue him, particularly as she lacked decisive techniques to determine the outcome of their duel. However, their confrontation drew the attention of other patrolling Navy soldiers, who quickly surrounded them. "Akin," Carmen called out, "more Navy soldiers are approaching." "Jack, do not linger. Let us flee." Carmen swiftly incapacitated several encroaching Navy soldiers with her frying pan. "Understood." Jack remained vigilant against Dasky while maneuvering with Akin and Carmen into the crowd, swiftly disappearing from view. Dasky pursued them for several streets before losing their trail. She returned to report to her superior, Smoker, regarding the encounter with Akin from Kaichi's crew. "Oh, fascinating. I never expected that alongside the Straw Hat Luffy. The wicked Kaichi would also arrive. 2 rising pirates from the East Sea have ventured to Alabasta. Since they are here, I shall capture them both," Colonel Smoker remarked while puffing on his signature cigar. "However, I must first make a call to Atmamai. She has arrived with a naval ship, and I hear she is pursuing someone who has boarded Kaichi's vessel. She will be eager to hear this news." Smoker instructed his subordinate to fetch a Din Din Mushi. The great swordsman Atmamai, now likely referred to as Major Atmamai, would undoubtedly consider this news significant. Kaichi's crew seemed to be nearing their end. As a female sword enthusiast, she held a deep admiration for Atmamai's prowess, having gained recognition among the Navy's elite due to her formidable swordsmanship, complemented by a mysterious blade not listed in any sword catalog. Half an hour earlier, by the beach, the Kung Fu sea cows, though relatively small, akin to the size of human children, possessed considerable strength, surpassing that of ordinary Navy soldiers. Hank and Debuty had fought valiantly against 3 Kung Fu sea cows but ultimately retreated after realizing they could not defeat a 4th. "We can go no further, ship's doctor. We are utterly exhausted." Hank and Debuty lay exhausted on the beach, unable to muster the strength to lift even their weapons, iron pans, and unsharpened machetes. Xuanhu had disowned the formidable prowess of the Kung Fu manatees, each possessing the strength of elite marine soldiers, with their leader being even more formidable. This time, there was an unexpected gain. The previously lackluster combatant, the memory seahorse Chenlong, had triumphed over 2 manatees, indicating notable recent progress. Kaiji's dragon armor had significantly benefited Chenlong. "Now, it was time for me to fulfill my promise, to show your clan what true Kung Fu is." Xuanhu tied up his long hair, facing the remaining formidable manatees with composure. He engaged in combat with over 20 aggressive Kung Fu manatees, switching styles with each one he defeated. Hungar, Tai Chi, Xing Yi, Wing Chun, Bagua, Drunken Fist, Snake Fist, Mantis Fist, Monkey Fist. Xuanhu was akin to a treasure trove of martial arts, possessing an endless repertoire of techniques. After the battle concluded, it was unfortunate that there were still some manatees left, as he had not exhausted all his techniques. Xuanhu brushed off the sand from his body, removed his headband, and continued to address the manatees. "How can one claim to be a Kung Fu manatee without knowledge of Kung Fu? Would you like to learn? I shall teach you." Chapter 50. Battling Smoker, the Power of the Natural Type. This group of Kung Fu manatees experienced the might of martial arts for the first time under Xuanhu's tutelage. Previously, they had relied solely on their innate strength and speed. With little understanding of technique, this group of Kung Fu manatees admired Xuanhu immensely, kneeling before him in unison, beseeching him to be their master and teach them Kung Fu. Xuanhu was elated to accept these pure-hearted martial arts enthusiasts as his disciples, finding in them a rare and untarnished legacy. However, he did not impart all his techniques to the manatees, selecting only a few to teach them. He began with the basics of stance training, demonstrating each movement one by one, explaining the nuances and highlighting important details. The Red Dragon Dean was present to assist with the translation. In the city of canola flowers, Akin, Jack, and Carmen weaved through the crowd, evading the searching Marines. We must first locate Sate and regroup, inform them that our pirate crew has been discovered, then find the captain and hastily depart from this place. Let's search for Sate. Then, but you won't have the chance. You cannot escape my grasp. A plume of white smoke surged towards the 3. Smoker, his lower body transformed into smoke, hovered above, observing Akin and his companions as they halted. Not fleeing, Marine Colonel, the White Hunter Smoker. Akin realized the trouble they were in. Escape would not be easy. He dropped a heavy sack of food, ready to get serious. Akin brandished dual hammers. Jack unsheathed a large sword, and Carmen retrieved a frying pan. The 3 faced off against Marine Colonel Smoker. Unfazed, Smoker unleashed his white snake technique, as he never held back against pirates. His smoky arms elongated, his fists striking like great serpents towards Akin and his friends. Akin advanced, swinging his hammer to intercept the force of the white snake's punch. However, against Smoker, the true terror lay not in the punches, but in the formidable abilities granted by the smoke fruit. Although Akin managed to deflect the white snake's punch, the smoke from Smoker's arms continued to spread around him. The smoky tendrils expanded, transforming from two large serpents into two colossal snakes poised to ensnare Akin. Carmen hurled the frying pan at Smoker's head, while Jack lunged at Smoker's upper body with a horizontal slash. Yet, their attacks simply passed through the smoke, proving ineffective. The nature of the devil fruit rendered ordinary assaults futile. Its user could become elemental, making them impervious to conventional attacks. As Akin noticed Smoker's attention shift away from him, he seized the opportunity. Whirlwind smash. The spinning hammer summoned a whirlwind, shattering the smoky serpents and propelling towards Smoker. Futile. I am the user of the smoke fruit. You cannot harm me. Smoker, reduced to smoke by Akin's blows, reassembled himself on the ground. Witnessing Smoker's unscathed form, despair washed over the three. It seemed they would not escape today. They gained a visceral understanding of the terror inherent in the nature-type devil fruit. Moreover, you have made a grave error. You are now too close to me, Smoker remarked. Not good. Retreat, Akin shouted, but it was too late. White vines, Smoker's entire form erupted into smoke, resembling gigantic vines sprouting suddenly, ensnaring the trio and spiraling upwards, securing them firmly in midair. Capture successful. Smoker acknowledged the trio's coordinated attack, noting that had it not been for his elemental transformation, he might have sustained injuries. He was puzzled as to why the Marines had not yet arrived. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Colonel Smoker, you cannot take my crew. I have searched tirelessly for them. The individual lowered their hood, revealing the face of Kaiji, captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates. You cannot take them away. Captain, you're here, the three exclaimed joyfully. Their perilous pirate careers seemed poised to end, but salvation had arrived. Finally made an appearance, did you? I was somewhat disappointed you weren't around. Yet here you are, delivering yourselves right to me, Smoker remarked. Kaiji transformed into his dragon form. If you wish to capture me, let us see if you possess the capability. Ice Storm. Kaiji spread his dragon wings, unleashing a powerful gust that dispersed the smoke surrounding Akin and his companions, rescuing them and pushing Smoker back along with his smoke. You too are a devil fruit user. It appears you are a mythical beast type, Smoker inquired. Indeed. What of it? Are you contemplating retreat? Kaiji replied with a grin. Not a chance. None of you shall escape. White Snake, you three make your escape. I will handle him. Kaiji commanded. Understood, Captain, but be careful. His smoked devil fruit is quite formidable, the trio cautioned. Kaiji gestured an okay, signaling his acknowledgement. The three hastily departed, knowing their presence could become a liability. Fist cannon. Kaiji unleashed a wave of energy from his fist, blasting through the pursuing White Snake. Smoke ejector. Smoker transformed his lower body into smoke, propelling himself like a rocket towards the sky to intercept Akin and his companions. A fat lamb ready for the slaughter could not simply flee. Kaiji summoned a wall of wind with his dragon wings. Smoker and his smoke could not breach the wind barrier, being propelled upwards and further away. That wicked grin of yours, Kaiji, Smoker seethed with irritation. Kaiji also took to the skies. Now you can abandon any thoughts of capturing my crew. We can focus on a proper duel. Smoker did not respond, but his serious expression indicated that the ensuing clash would be intense. White Fist, Dragon Fist, Straight Dragon Strike. The clash of their fists produced a sonic boom, drawing the attention of nearby residents who gazed in awe at the aerial duel. White Snake, Fist Cannon, a blue dragon and a white rocket soared through the air, engaging in a fierce aerial ballet of attacks, their strikes resonating like the fireworks of day. With both explosions and brilliance, one wielded the power of nature, capable of elemental transformation, while the other was a top-tier Zoan type, boasting superior physical attributes, speed, and strength. Each possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, neither able to gain the upper hand. The two descended from the sky, and after half an hour of combat, Kaiji had discerned Smoker's capabilities. With a bit more effort, he could suppress him. Smoker's physique was somewhat lacking, though his control and interference techniques were commendable. However, his attack skills fell short. Being a nature type, it was indeed challenging to strike at his essence. That should suffice. I shall conclude this bout with my new technique, Kaiji declared. Dragon Fist, Chaotic Strike, an upgraded version of the Soft Fist Cannon. Ice Dragon Fist, Mechanized Hail Cannon. The icy power of the punch surged forth like a mechanized cannon, hurtling towards Smoker, penetrating his smoky form and exploding, releasing a chilling gale that as Smoker was scattered by the explosion, he reformed on the ground. Yet, by that time, Kaiji had already taken to the skies, leaving behind a message. Colonel Smoker. No need to pursue. The cold surrounds you. The temperature is too low, and your smoke will slow, making it impossible for you to catch up. Chapter 51. Weaknesses and Guidance. Smoker stood on the street, gazing at the empty space where Kaiji had been. Feeling the surrounding chill, he knew he had missed his chance and opted not to chase further at that moment. Dashiji approached Smoker. Colonel Smoker, are you all right? There are several unconscious Marines outside. They have been taken back for treatment. Dashiji, I'm fine. Those Marines were knocked out by that wicked Kaiji. As long as they receive treatment, it will suffice, Smoker replied. However, the greater troubles lie ahead. Dashiki and Kaiji are, surprisingly, also wielders of devil fruits, specifically of the mythical ice dragon variety within the Zoan category. Should he grow stronger, he would become a formidable adversary to the Navy. Nevertheless, we have already informed 8Me that Kaiji's crew has arrived in Alabasta. Moving forward, Kaiji's group will be under 8Me's jurisdiction, while we shall refocus our efforts on the Straw Hat crew. Smoker contemplated this and continued to speak. Yes, Colonel Smoker, Dashiki replied. Smoker gathered his team, preparing to pursue the Straw Hat crew to the next city. On their way back to the ship, Akin and the others encountered Sate and his companions, who were hiding on the street to evade Navy soldiers. Sate, Gade, the Navy has discovered our pirate crew. We must return to the ship and leave this city at once, or we risk being surrounded. Sate responded. All right, we've nearly finished our shopping. He then inquired. But what about the captain? Have you seen him? Our trio was inadvertently spotted by Navy Colonel Smoker. He consumed the smoke fruit, rendering us completely powerless against him, and he easily captured us. Thankfully, the captain rescued us, intervening against the colonel. He will catch up shortly. Akin explained. Jack felt a twinge of shame, yet he was more astonished that someone as formidable as Akin could face this setback with such composure, unashamedly. The wielder of a Logia-type ability is beyond your current capabilities to handle. Lacking armament hockey and any understanding of their weaknesses, you cannot restrain them. Akin cautioned that in the future, if you encounter a Logia user, simply take a detour. Understood? Kaiji caught up with the group. Kaiji, Captain, Sate, and the others expressed their relief at the captain's safe return. Help me up, Kaiji requested, as he had lost considerable moisture from using his frost powers against the odds, leaving him somewhat weakened. Without any luggage, Sate and Jack assisted Kaiji to his feet. Captain, are you all right? I'm fine. The desert's heat has left me dehydrated. Just give me some water, Kaiji replied. Carmen retrieved a bottle of water from Akin's pack and handed it to Kaiji, who felt much better after drinking. Indeed, nature remains the mightiest force. In an inhospitable environment, even a minor misstep can lead to significant problems. I was searching for this. It appears someone in this country is clandestinely utilizing dance powder. Likely linked to the Baroque Works organization. Sate, Gade, Faraday, you should investigate this matter when you have the chance. Kaiji passed a packet of dance powder to the three. Gade accepted the powder, noting that it was originally invented to regulate precipitation imbalances in certain areas. It is outrageous that they are misusing it in the desert, as this could disrupt local and surrounding water cycles, leading to a severe drought. I heard from the locals that Alabasta hasn't seen rain in 3 years. Kaiji revealed this shocking piece of information. 3 years without rain. The group was taken aback, their expressions darkening. Those scoundrels have condemned the desert region to 3 years of drought. The residents of Alabasta must be suffering immensely. Gade exclaimed, uncharacteristically cursing. After a moment of anger, Gade collected himself. Wait. Even the oases that should receive rain have also been dry for 3 years. This is impossible. Dance powder alone cannot cause such devastation. The water cycle in nature is far more resilient than we assume. It cannot solely be attributed to dance powder. There can only be one explanation. A significant amount of moisture has been siphoned away. Are you saying that it is impossible for such a vast land to go without rain for 3 years solely due to dance powder? There must be a powerful entity stealing and concealing most of the moisture. Correct? Kaiji sought clarification. Indeed, Gade confirmed with his knowledge. Thank you, Gade. You have alleviated my doubts, Kaiji said, taking a moment to rest before standing unaided. That I almost forgot about Crocodile's ability to control water. His greatest weakness lies in this very act. To contain such vast amounts of water means that even in his home terrain of the desert, he cannot fully utilize his wide-ranging techniques. He sacrifices too much for this, and now that this flaw has been revealed. Haha, Crocodile, I no longer fear that my existence will lead to Luffy's failure against you. Shichibukai Crocodile, from this moment on, your chances of failure have skyrocketed. Kaiji was in high spirits. What was once a desolate street suddenly became the hunting ground for assassins from Baroque works. With a sinister grin, Kaiji addressed Akin, "You owe me 32 million berries. We will collect." The audacity of these assassins was remarkable. It seemed Luffy and Ace had been too lenient previously, leading to this outcome. "Do not worry, bad habits will be corrected," Kaiji stated. "Akin, let me handle that package." He took the bundle and continued, "You and Jack deal with them." Akin, the ruthless warrior, was ready to unleash his fury. Although he had a deeper connection with Sanji, his temperament resembled that of Zoro, a martial fanatic with an almost obsessive dedication to strength. Akin and Jack, having previously suffered defeat, were now eager to vent their frustrations. Whirlwind smash. Akin's spinning hammer struck the assassins, each blow echoing with the sound of shattering bones. Kaiji noticed Akin's method was becoming somewhat predictable. While effective against inanimate objects like ice and stone, it was less so against agile humans. Especially skilled fighters, the fixed trajectory of his spinning attacks was easily readable, wasting energy and yielding diminishing returns. Akin, you are fighting a human. Your spinning technique is too singular. Vary your rhythm and change your attack patterns. Blend movement with stillness, and keep them guessing, Kaiji advised. Upon hearing Kaiji's words, Akin found his focus, allowing his technique to meld with his very essence. His hammer became an extension of himself, fluid and unrestrained. He no longer fixated solely on rotation. Like the wind flowing with water, he transformed his strikes into a torrent. Flowing water smash. Akin, now enlightened in battle, struck like crashing waves. His foes were overwhelmed, akin to stones submerged in a river. The assassins were swiftly dispatched by Akin, leaving only Jack, who approached Kaiji. "Captain, what about my swordplay? Please guide me as well. I wish to improve." Seeing Akin's success, Jack felt compelled to seek Kaiji's wisdom. "You are far behind, but your swordsmanship surpasses your archery. To progress. Practice drawing and swinging your sword alongside your archery. A well-rounded swordsman is never lacking in skill," Kaiji instructed. "Draw and swing. It seems too simple," Jack replied, skeptical that the captain could be so straightforward. Kaiji noticed Jack's doubt. "If you do not believe me, you may consult Old Xian for confirmation." Chapter 52. The stronghold of the rebel army. Hearing the sounds of pursuing Navy forces, Kaiji urged, "Let us go. We must return to the ship." The group hurried towards their pirate vessel. Old Xian had completed his teaching mission with the Kung Fu Manatee and was now finished with his lessons. Miss Golden Week emerged from her quarters, curious about what local specialties they had procured. Until Crocodile was defeated, she would not dare set foot in Alabasta, for fear of being discovered by Baroque Works operatives. "Xian, Deputy, Hank, raise the anchors immediately. If the Navy spots us in the city, we must leave at once, or we will be surrounded by their soldiers." Jack, the helmsman, called to those aboard. The three immediately complied, hoisting the anchors. Helmsman Jack boarded the ship and steered the Zhaoging away from the shoreline. Just as the crew returned to the vessel, the sounds of Navy soldiers firing their guns and cannons reached them. However, Kaiji and his crew moved swiftly. The Zhaoging had already set sail from the shore, and the Navy's attacks fell short, their bullets and cannonballs sinking uselessly into the sea. "Farewell, no need to see us off." Kaiji and Sate bid friendly farewells to the Navy soldiers on the beach. Carmen returned to the kitchen with Deputy and Hank, storing the food they had just purchased. Sate and Gade also returned with Faraday to the laboratory to put away their newly acquired materials and items, distributing their belongings accordingly. "Miss Golden Week, this city is renowned for its production of perfumes. I bought several bottles. Allow me to gift you some," Carmen offered, presenting a few bottles of perfume while spritzing a bit on herself to test the fragrance. "Thank you." Miss Golden Week accepted the perfume, appreciating the gesture even if she did not have a strong need for it. It was indeed delightful for a girl to possess such items. Carmen, noticing that there were only 2 girls on the ship, sought to foster goodwill, hoping to become friends and share conversations. She observed that Miss Golden Week seemed lost in thought on this ship. As long as one did not engage in actions detrimental to the crew's interests, the captain would not impose unreasonable demands. It was indeed a pleasant place to be. Or perhaps you were concerned that we might not prevail against Crocodile and his Baroque works. Rest assured, aside from the infamous Shichibukai crocodile, I myself do not have full confidence that Captain Kage will certainly triumph over him. However, if Kage has assured you, he undoubtedly possesses his own means to achieve that. Otherwise, he would not have made such a guarantee. Why do you trust him so much? Miss Golden Week inquired. Because he has fulfilled every promise he has made, Carmen replied with certainty, noticing that Miss Golden Week still seemed troubled. She continued, if your considerations conflict with our team's interests, I advise you to discuss them with the captain when you have the time. He is more approachable than you might think. Otherwise, should you provoke his wrath, you may find it unbearable to endure. Captain Kage is not only a formidable martial artist, but also a sage. Do not attempt to display your cleverness before him. That Carmen's final words were sincere advice. It was not easy for a girl to board their ship. Her intuition told her that Miss Golden Week relied on intellect, and she did not wish for her to jeopardize herself in the presence of that individual. They had already changed into new attire for their city procurement. They would also buy some items to bring back for Xuanhu, Debuty, Hank, and the others left behind. The exotic attire from the western regions truly brings back memories. Xuanhu remarked while fiddling with a white robe and headscarf. What western regions? Xuanhu, what are you talking about? This is clothing from Alabasta, Jack interjected. It's nothing. Xuanhu laughed it off. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I know you are a master of martial arts that I wish to improve. Captain Kage has advised me to practice drawing and wielding the sword more. Is that normal? Is it sound advice? The eager Jack, seeing that Xuanhu had already changed, took the initiative to ask. Kage is correct. To advance in swordsmanship, you must build a solid foundation in these two areas. Xuanhu responded. Let me take your pulse. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, took Jack's hand to diagnose his condition. After a few minutes, he said, you have been overly excited lately, and your body is showing signs of strain. During your usual practice, maintain a calm mindset. Tranquility will benefit your sword training. The most detrimental thing in practice is a restless and agitated spirit. When you practice, I will be there to guide you. After some time at sea, the Zhuoging arrived at a better hidden harbor. Soon, they encountered a city, Katlia. Once inside the city, Sate remarked to Kage, the city feels strange. The air is thick with the scent of gunpowder, and there are numerous vehicles transporting firearms, although they are covered with cloth. I can tell at a glance that they are not carrying anything else. Are they preparing for war? This country doesn't seem to be on the brink of conflict, a city brimming with firearms. Is there a munitions factory in Alabasta? Kage pondered. I remember now. The city where Chopper was taken by carriage, ultimately rescued by that lascivious camel's eyelashes. The headquarters of the rebel army, Kage said to Sate. As I mentioned earlier, Alabasta has not seen rain for 3 years, and the common folk must be suffering. Coupled with Crocodile's Baroque works meddling, it has led to a state of despair. Naturally, a rebel army will arise to overthrow this nation. This city should serve as their stronghold. That's the reason for the abundance of firearms. Sate understood after hearing Kage's words. Kage and Sate continued their conversation while strolling through the streets. However, in the rebel army's headquarters, they relaxed without intentionally lowering their voices. After walking for a while, they were suddenly confronted by a group of armed individuals. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? If you wish to live, come with me. It seemed that the rebel army was indeed vigilant. Of course, Kage deliberately maintained his volume, and Sate, understanding Kage's intent, cooperated seamlessly. Do not fire, we will come with you. Kage stated. The rebels shackled both men with iron chains and escorted them back to their camp. They were brought to the outside of a tent, where a soldier went in to report. Chief, we've found 2 suspicious individuals in the city. Cora, I'll step out to assess the situation, an officer said. Kage had not anticipated that the rebel soldiers would directly bring them before Chief Cora. He had thought they would first be placed in a cell, then reported to an officer, who would subsequently relay the information to Cora, requiring several steps before meeting the rebel leader, who was a childhood companion of Princess Vivi. Cora, there's no need for such formality. I came to find you, Kage called into the tent, and with that, he shattered the iron chains binding him. Now, Kage, without needing to transform, could break the chains using merely his physical strength. He freed himself and then helped Sate as well. A group of rebel soldiers immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Kage and Sate. Stand down. You cannot harm me, that I bear no ill will towards you. I merely wish to speak with Korra, Kage assured them after transforming into his dragon form. Korra emerged from the tent, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Kage in his dragon form. The power he sensed made it clear that if Kage wished to kill them, it would be a simple task. There was no need for further complications. Acknowledging that Kage meant no harm, Korra instructed his soldiers to lower their weapons and addressed Kage. What brings you, my friend? Chapter 53. The allies summoned by Princess Vivi's former colleague. Upon witnessing Korra's soldiers lower their weapons, Kage reverted to his human form, affirming that true strength was indeed the best form of negotiation. Now appearing as an ordinary human, Kage said, "We wish to speak with you privately, Korra." Noticing Korra's lack of immediate response, Kage continued, "As childhood companions of Vivi." "Very well," Korra replied, making arrangements for his rebel forces and calming his officers before leading Kage and Sate back to his tent. "Now, how do you know of my relationship with Vivi? Who exactly are you?" "I am a former colleague of Princess Vivi, sent to assist her in overthrowing Crocodile," Kage answered. "Crocodile? We have been keeping an eye on him. But there have been no anomalies. Crocodile is the root cause of Alabasta's current plight. His Baroque works has been wreaking havoc across your nation, abusing dance powder," Kage retorted, incredulous at the state of the rebel army and the royal army of Kabura, both having been infiltrated by Baroque in Crocodile's eyes. "What difference is there between you and transparency? You still believe you are monitoring him." With such intelligence, it was no wonder Princess Vivi was burdened. The valuable information she possessed was procured through her and her ministers infiltrating enemy organizations. Dance powder? Isn't that what the king of Kabura mentioned? Korra seethed with anger. The dance powder had transformed the oasis city of Yuba into a desert, and his father was still digging for sand and water there. That was not the true king of Kabura. The tyrant you encountered was Mr. Two, a subordinate of Crocodile. Mr. Two possesses the power of the clone fruit, allowing him to assume the appearance of anyone he touches, Kage clarified, addressing Korra's confusion. "How could this be? The truth is so convoluted," Korra murmured, rubbing his forehead. "This complicates matters. Have we now targeted the wrong enemy for our rebellion? Do not concern yourself with the rebel army's affairs. Simply proceed as per your original plan. Moreover, as the current leader, you cannot quell the fury of the enraged rebel soldiers." Kage's tone grew more serious as he continued. "Princess Vivi has rallied the Straw Hat Pirates to defeat Crocodile and his Baroque works. Your role is to ensure that during the conflict in the capital, when you encounter the Straw Hats, do not impede their progress. Assist them as much as possible. That is of the utmost importance." "Understood," Korra agreed, pausing to contemplate before asking, "Even if what you say is true, what benefit does this hold for you? What are your intentions?" Kage smirked. "Recognizing me is a good start. Rest assured, I assure you that I have no interest in your country, Alabasta. I am here to conduct business with you. The information I provide serves as my goodwill. Once Crocodile is overthrown and this nation returns to normalcy, it will be the appropriate time for me to discuss business with you. You will understand then." Kage chuckled. After concluding discussions with Korra, Kage and Sate safely departed from the rebel camp. "Kage, why are you assisting them? Logically, wouldn't chaos benefit our weapon sales?" Sate inquired. "We must consider the characteristics of our products. Items such as electric shock batons, smoke bombs, and irritant sprays cannot compete with conventional weaponry in times of turmoil. Our products are better suited for maintaining order in peaceful nations, which is why I desire a stable Alabasta. After all, our weapons are currently only sold to the Kingdom of Sakura on Drum Island along the Grand Line. The clientele is still too limited, and expansion is necessary." Kaiji responded to Sartre's inquiry. In the streets of Cardalea, Carmen and several others were once again procuring provisions, as the Flying Dragon pirate crew required a minimum of 4 meals a day, resulting in substantial food consumption. The need for ample food storage was pressing. Their last attempt in the city had been abruptly interrupted by the Navy's smoker, leaving them with scant supplies insufficient for an extended period. The demon, Akin, had been discovered last time, and this time he deliberately purchased a decorative mustache to render his features less recognizable. The streets were still patrolled by Navy soldiers, necessitating utmost caution. After completing their purchases, they walked for a little over 10 minutes before being encircled by Navy soldiers. The nearby shoppers, understanding the situation, tactfully formed a circle to afford the Navy soldiers some space, standing by as spectators. Damn, they had been recognized again. The group was perplexed as to how they had been exposed. Their disguises had been meticulously crafted. While Akin and his companions had indeed concealed themselves well, they had encountered an old acquaintance, Lieutenant Kobenik, who had pursued them in the East Blue. Gade, being a longtime acquaintance of Lieutenant Kobenik, was easily recognized despite donning alabaster attire, as his familiar silhouette gave him away, and upon closer inspection, Kobenik identified Akin and his crew. Gade, you look considerably better now. It seems your health has improved. However, since you have chosen the path of piracy, I shall not go easy on you. Lieutenant Kobenik stepped forward from the ranks of soldiers to confront Akin and his companions. Lieutenant Kobenik, I never expected to see you here. Thank you for your concern. We have a good doctor aboard our ship who has restored my health. Nevertheless, we shall not be so easily captured. Gade replied politely to his longtime friend. Akin signaled for the others to proceed while he remained behind to provide cover. Carmen and Gade understood the unspoken cue and quickly maneuvered to break through in the opposite direction of the lieutenant. Akin intercepted several Navy soldiers, but the remaining soldiers bypassed him in swift pursuit of Jack and the others. Their speed was remarkable. They were no ordinary soldiers. Jack drew his sword to fend off the pursuing soldiers. As the clash of swords ensued, another soldier launched an attack from the side, their strikes rapid, orderly, and well-coordinated. 3 to 4 soldiers could easily restrain him, unlike the usual Navy soldiers he had previously encountered. With the overwhelming number of soldiers, Carmen and Gade joined the fray. Akin, however, stood on a different level. For him, the distinction between elite and ordinary soldiers was inconsequential, dispatching them with ease. Yet, Lieutenant Kobenik intervened with his rapier, preventing Akin from returning to support his comrades. Demon Akin, you have grown stronger since our encounter in Roguetown, Lieutenant Kobenik remarked. Sensing Akin's current prowess through just a few exchanges, it was time to unleash his ultimate technique. Akin, recognizing the intent, prepared to counter with his own signature move. The clash of their two ultimate techniques unleashed a tremendous shockwave, halting the actions of those present. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Gade, use the smoke bombs. The captain has arrived. Upon hearing Kaiji's voice, Gade deployed all the smoke bombs he had on him. With a series of explosions, clouds of smoke billowed up. Get on the cart. Kaiji had specifically rented a smoking tortoise cart. Quite the stylish choice that it consumes a kilometer of fuel for just one puff of smoke. He joked. The rental was relatively expensive, but Kaiji had the means. Money was no object. Taking advantage of the smoke, Akin and the others rushed towards the cart drawn by the smoking tortoise, swiftly escaping the city of Cardalea and racing into the desert. The Navy was unprepared for such transportation, left watching helplessly as Kaiji and his crew made their getaway amidst the smoke. Chapter 54. The beautiful starry sky as Kaiji and his crew sped into the desert aboard the smoking tortoise cart. They believed they had evaded capture and could finally breathe easy. However, the justice-clad Major Adamai pursued them to the edge of the desert. Upon seeing they had exited the residential area, he swiftly unsheathed his renowned blade. Masha K. Long Tornado. His mysterious blade cleaved through the air, summoning a whirlwind that spiraled upward, its wind blades infused with a blue strike that lifted sand while maintaining its potency and velocity. Relentlessly chasing after Kaiji's tortoise cart, this Navy officer Adamai was remarkably persistent, reminiscent of the relentless pursuit by Shin Lao.I in his dragon form. Kaiji soared into the air to intercept the pursuing tornado. The tortoise cart was quite valuable, and sustaining damage would incur additional costs. He wished to prevent the whirlwind from catching up, as injuring the tortoise would be detrimental. Kaiji was also curious to test the extent of his defense after shedding his armor. So he dove directly into the whirlwind, eager to experience the technique of this master swordsman. The wind blades and slashes continuously sliced against Kaiji's dragon armor, akin to electric saws against tank plating, producing sparks but failing to breach his defenses. Kaiji had already assessed the resilience of his dragon armor. Previously, he had felt pressure from cannon fire, yet now he felt none, capable of withstanding the onslaught unharmed. He did not resist, allowing his dragon form to be swept by the slashes, and after experiencing the strikes, he gleaned valuable insights. His dragon armor's defense had indeed improved, but the membrane armor on his wings remained vulnerable, sustaining several gashes from the whirlwind's assault. This indicated a need for future caution regarding this weakness. Having confirmed his findings and indulged in the experience, it was time to conclude the encounter. Kaiji spread his wings and forcefully fanned out a powerful gust of wind. With a resounding whoosh, he dispelled the tornado's assault. Hovering in midair, Kaiji turned to face the Navy officer Adamai, who stood at the city's edge. Now reduced to a mere dot in the distance, contemplating why he would seek to capture him in the heart of the rebel stronghold of Cardelea, Kaiji mused, "What are your true intentions?" Navy Adamai, noticing Adamai's lack of pursuit, Kaiji returned to the tortoise cart. The sweltering desert was harsh. Upon re-entering the cart, he slumped down. The heat was unbearable, and even the slightest movement left him exhausted and uncomfortable. In the City of Rain, the enchanting city of Alabasta, lay the nation's largest casino, Rain Feast, the stronghold of the warlord Crocodile. Today, the casino welcomed 4 unexpected guests. Navy Captain Smoker, in pursuit of the pirate Luffy. Along with Zoro and Usopp. In a frantic bid to evade Smoker, Luffy and his companions charged through the casino, creating chaos and leaving destruction in their wake. Crocodile, having anticipated their arrival, had set a trap. Instructing the staff to usher them into the VIP room as they ran, the passage ahead split into 2 routes. The left led to the VIP section, while the right was designated for pirates. Luffy and Usopp promptly chose the pirate route, followed closely by Zoro. Smoker, in pursuit of Luffy, inadvertently fell into Crocodile's trap. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed, "What a clever trap." Within the trap, the cages were embedded with sea prism stone. Infused with the ocean's power and exuding its essence, nullifying the abilities of devil fruit users. This marked the first appearance and significant usage of sea prism stone. Luffy felt himself growing weak and powerless. While Smoker, too, found his smoke powers rendered ineffective. Here, Smoker realized that the true mastermind behind the turmoil in Alabasta was none other than the warlord Crocodile, sanctioned by the world government. Crocodile, cunning as ever, presented a fake key as if it were genuine, tossing it to his pet, the banana crocodile, which devoured it before swaggering away. The banana crocodile, adorned with a banana-shaped crown atop its massive head and preying upon sea kings, left the others to languish in the cage, as seawater flooded in, threatening to submerge them all and suffocate them to death. Mr. Prince Sanji descended from above, delivering a sharp kick that burst the banana crocodile, unexpectedly freeing Mr. 3, who had been trapped within. Emerging from the waxy sphere, Mr. 3 resembled a desiccated corpse, having failed his mission and been punished by Crocodile, who had drained him of moisture, grateful for Sanji's timely rescue. Mr. Point 3 utilized his wax fruit powers to mold a key, unlocking the cage and liberating the others. As night fell, Kaiji and his crew returned to the ship, the Zhuiging. They unloaded the cargo from the tortoise cart and poured some water for the tortoise to quench its thirst. The temperature in the desert plummeted, dropping below freezing. Kaiji regained his normal state, adapting to the environment, full of vitality. The cold was biting, so Kaiji gathered numerous dry twigs to ignite a bonfire, providing warmth for the crew. Tonight's 4th meal would include roasted meat. The crew assisted with preparing seafood and the freshly acquired meats, while Carmen and the other chefs took charge of the grilling. The traveling bear, Baibao, gazed up at the starry sky, exclaiming, "Wow, what a beautiful starry sky." The sky over Magnet Drum Island is always shrouded in mist. Upon arriving in Alabasta, one truly comprehends the vastness of the starry sky and the sheer beauty of a pristine night adorned with countless stars. Indeed, witnessing such breathtaking scenery that one has never encountered before encapsulates the very essence of embarking on an adventure, remarked Kaiji to Baibao. The group unanimously echoed Baibao's admiration. The dazzling starlight and the resplendent Milky Way hung above the unblemished night, evoking a sense of tranquility and overwhelming beauty. The night was spent delightfully amidst fireworks and delectable barbecued delights. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the capital of Alabasta, Erebana, stated Kaiji. Miss Carmen expressed great interest in Erebana, having heard that its culinary offerings were exceptionally distinctive. Under the blazing sun, Luffy and his companions, accompanied by Princess Vivi, journeyed toward the capital Erebana, riding on a rather lascivious giant crab resembling a camel. However, Crocodile pursued them relentlessly, prompting Luffy to confront him in a one-on-one battle. Crocodile showcased his might as one of the Shichibukai, effortlessly gaining the upper hand in the skirmish. Ultimately, he ensnared Luffy's body, draining the moisture from half of him while his golden hook pierced through Luffy's abdomen, lifting him aloft as if to demonstrate the dire consequences of opposing Crocodile. Luffy, severely injured, bled profusely. Crocodile, deeming Luffy beyond salvation, tossed him into the quicksand without delivering a finishing blow, confident that Luffy was as good as dead. To Crocodile, Luffy appeared no different from the arrogant pirate he once was, arrogant yet feeble, incapable of shaking his own dominion. Unbeknownst to him, however, his ally Nico Robin quietly intervened, utilizing her Hana no Mi powers to rescue Luffy from the quicksand, bringing him to safety. Having dealt with the impediment that was Luffy, Crocodile set his sights on the capital Erebana to commence his nefarious plot, seeking the legendary ancient weapon Pluton, said to possess the power to obliterate entire islands. Transforming into a sandstorm, he made his way towards the capital, only to encounter Kaichi and his companions riding upon a giant tortoise. Noticing the pirate bracelets adorning them, he found them intriguing pirates. Indeed, he fixed his gaze upon Kaichi's group. Kaichi, in turn, noticed Crocodile, the swirling sands around him too conspicuous to overlook. To encounter the Shichibukai crocodile so soon was an unexpected turn of events. A confrontation was inevitable. "Bring me some water," he commanded. "Very well. Let us engage this legendary Shichibukai." Chapter 55. Showdown with Shichibukai crocodile in the midst of swirling sands. Two pirates locked eyes, poised for an extraordinary confrontation. Who would seize the initiative, and who would ultimately emerge victorious? With a sinister grin, Kaichi remarked, "I hadn't anticipated you wielding the powers of the Zoan-type dragon devil fruit. My subordinates have informed me of your exploits. I recall how you dealt with my crew in the city of Kanola. Those were primarily handled by my crew member, Akin. They were far too weak for me to intervene." Kaichi responded with a chuckle. "These youngsters are increasingly arrogant. It's infuriating," Crocodile retorted, incensed by Kaichi's lack of fear and mockery of his subordinate's weakness. He initiated the assault, conjuring a small whirlwind of sand and launching it toward Kaichi. The desert tornado shot forth from his palm, rapidly transforming into a tempestuous sandstorm, engulfing the atmosphere and hurtling toward Kaichi. Kaichi, in his dragon form, did not flinch, allowing the sandstorm to pass through him. Positioned at the center of the swirling winds, he found the attack rather lacking in potency, inferior to the dragon tornado unleashed by his ally, Pate. Losing interest, Kaichi unfurled his dragon wings and generated a counter-spiral wind, shattering the sandstorm and rendering the air noticeably clearer. With sand no longer swirling about, it was time to gauge the true prowess of the Shichibukai. Kaichi darted towards Crocodile, unleashing two dragon claws that raked across his sandy form. Unyielding, he pivoted and struck again with his dragon tail, slicing through Crocodile's sandy body. The elemental transformation of the Logia type proved to be a troublesome affair. Crocodile retaliated by conjuring blades of sand in midair, launching them at Kaichi. Yet, Kaichi's dragon armor remained impervious, the sand blades failing to breach his defense, though the force of the assault pushed him back. Recognizing his disadvantage in aerial combat, Crocodile smartly descended back to the desert floor, where he could manipulate the sands to his advantage. Kaichi swooped down, dragon claws aimed at Crocodile's face. In response, Crocodile formed larger and faster sand blades to attack Kaichi, though Kaichi's dragon armor withstood the assault. He felt the increase in power and was pushed further away. The more sand present, the stronger Crocodile became. Acknowledging this, Kaichi relinquished his aerial advantage, retracting his dragon wings and landing on the desert ground for a genuine face-off. Seizing the opportunity, Crocodile unleashed his signature move. A peculiar wall of sand shot up towards Kaichi, leaving a gaping chasm in its wake. "What an impressive move, the desert blade," Kaichi mused, narrowly dodging the attack at the last moment. The depth of the fissure served as a testament to its potential to breach his defenses. A cold sweat broke out on Kaichi's brow. Crocodile was indeed formidable, a seasoned warrior. Fortunately, Crocodile's move had a considerable wind-up time. Had it been instantaneous, Kaichi would have had no choice but to evade. Crocodile summoned a sandstorm, enveloping Kaichi and obscuring his vision, while elemental sand surged through the storm, poised to strike. In response, Kaichi unfurled his dragon wings, unleashing an icy tempest that blew away the encroaching sandstorm. However, Crocodile materialized behind Kaichi, his hand poised to grasp him. "I've got you now," he sneered. "Your defeat is imminent." "This is bad." Kaichi realized the peril of being captured. Crocodile's palm could absorb moisture from anything it touched, and if caught, Kaichi would be rendered a desiccated husk. In that moment, he found himself in a precarious situation. Was this the end of his encounter with a Shichibukai? Without hesitation, Kaichi formed a fist, generating a wave of energy, but instead of launching an attack, he detonated it. The explosion enveloped him, obliterating Crocodile's hand and scattering it into grains of sand. Kaichi instantly leapt back, putting considerable distance between himself and Crocodile, and guzzled down 2 flasks of water. launching a barrage of icy punches towards Crocodile. The energy waves erupted upon impact, engulfing him in frost and diminishing his speed. Perhaps next time we can continue this battle, Kaichi mused, retreating swiftly, leaving behind a trail of water flasks, lamenting the loss of 4 precious containers and narrowly escaping disaster. He had indeed concealed his true power, not wishing to reveal his full capabilities. Yet, it was evident that Crocodile had mastered his Sansan fruit to an exceptional degree, far surpassing Smoker, who wielded the Smoke fruit. Though this battle was an away game for Kaichi, he felt the weight of disadvantage. Throughout the fight, he discerned that Crocodile was more wary of him than he was of Luffy, likely due to the nature of the dragon fruit. Consequently, Kaichi refrained from exploiting the water vulnerability of Crocodile. Wary of making things more difficult for Luffy in their eventual confrontation with the boss, the IT seemed wiser to allow Luffy to handle Crocodile, while he enjoyed the spoils of victory from the sidelines. Crocodile shook off the ice encasing his sandy form, reconstituting his body. He made no attempt to pursue Kaichi. While he could fly, his speed and agility paled in comparison to Kaichi's. For him, Kaichi was inconsequential. Kaichi's retreat only underscored Crocodile's formidable presence. Such was the despair of facing a Shichibukai. He considered this an adequate warm-up, continuing his flight toward the capital Erebana to set his plans in motion. An hour later, rebellion erupted in the capital, with rebel forces clashing against the royal army. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew prepared to confront the officers of Baroque Works. Chopper and Usopp faced off against Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas. Mr. 4, possessing immense strength, wielded a metallic bat capable of swinging tons of weight, complemented by a revolver shaped like a sausage dog, capable of firing explosive baseballs. Miss Christmas, on the other hand, had consumed the mole fruit. Sanji confronted the cross-dresser Mr. 2, an imitator by nature. Zoro squared off against Mr. 1, a quick-draw swordsman whose entire body could transform into blades. Nami was engaged in battle with Miss Doublefinger. Miss, the wielder of the thorny fruit ability, swiftly rides a duck to the capital square in an attempt to prevent a clash between the royal army and the rebel forces. Crocodile and Nico Robin escort King Cobra to the underground ruins to uncover the historical texts and learn about the location of the ancient weapon. Pluton. A formidable fleet of the Navy has also arrived in Alubarna, the capital of Arabasta. Colonel Smoker, along with Vice Admirals Tina and Akiji, and Captain Kobini, are all present, each pursuing their respective targets who are destined to converge here. The climax of the Arabasta saga is upon us. The group led by Kage has already infiltrated Alubarna, and given the peculiar circumstances, they are making efforts to remain concealed. They have entered this city, rife with conflict, with undisclosed objectives. In Chapter 56, the defeat of the 7 warlords, a need for some effort. Usopp cleverly utilizes smoke to obscure Mr. 4's vision, allowing Chopper to use his antlers to support Miss Christmas. Skillfully switching positions and employing voice modulation to deceive the simple-minded yet powerful Mr. 4. Unaware of the switch, Mr. 4 strikes Miss Christmas with his hefty metal bat, upon realizing he has struck the wrong target. His composure unravels, and the weight of the bat causes him to collapse a nearby stone pillar, which falls and strikes him precisely before the sausage dog can unleash his spinning machine gun. He inadvertently aids Usopp by providing him with an explosive baseball. Both Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas find themselves gravely injured and unable to continue. Usopp and Chopper emerge victorious. Many perceive Usopp as merely clever yet lacking in combat prowess. However, one cannot overlook the fact that he consistently emerges unscathed despite severe injuries. To withstand the pain from a titanic blow that fractures his bones, while simultaneously discerning enemy traits and weaknesses from a single encounter, showcases a level of physical resilience, endurance, and innate combat talent that is far from weak. His father's early departure and his mother's demise in childhood have contributed to his timid and pessimistic demeanor. While he is often relegated to the role of comic relief, a closer analysis reveals that his perceived frailty is more a reflection of the leadership's shortcomings aboard their ship. Sanji discovers Mr. 2's weakness during their battle, recognizing that Mr. 2 cannot utilize his kicking abilities while imitating others, ultimately leading to his defeat at the hands of Blackleg Sanji. Sanji prevails, thus commencing his entanglement with the world of cross-dressers through Mr. 2. Nami confronts Miss Doublefinger in battle, employing the climb attack crafted by Usopp to create a spectacle. The final maneuver, though appearing theatrical, conceals lethal intent, distracting the enemy long enough to ensnare her opponent and propel them through multiple walls. Nami emerges victorious, solidifying the Climact as her weapon and initiating a trend of exploiting Usopp's materials. Zoro engages Mr. One, who possesses the swift-cutting fruit, and finds himself initially overwhelmed. However, recalling his master's teachings, he focuses intently to sense the breadth and weaknesses of both the environment and his sword. Ultimately unleashing his ultimate technique, 36 Calamities Wind, severing steel and defeating Mr. One. Zoro claims victory. Princess Vivi searches the streets for Mr. Six and his accomplice, who are currently hidden in the capital, planning to unleash a massive bomb to obliterate both the royal army and the rebels, thereby eliminating the two most formidable military forces and rendering Arabasta a lawless territory, providing a continuous supply of mercenaries for the organization, with Baroque Works poised to dominate. Mr. Six and his partner, concealed in a bell tower, laugh heartily, confident that their location is undetectable. However, as the time approaches, they prepare to extend the cannon's barrel when they suddenly encounter Kaiga, transformed into a dragon, who greets them with a smile. "Hello, who are you? How do you know we are here?" Mr. Six and his partner demand, aiming their firearms at Kaiga. "I am the pirate Kaiga. I possess the ability to foresee the future, which is how I know of your presence here." He replies patiently, "Foreseeing the future? Nonsense." The duo scoffs, preparing to attack Kaiga. In an instant, they are frozen in place by Kaiga's icy breath, neutralizing the bomb threat. At that moment, Vivi arrives, and Kaiga presents her with the two frozen figures. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Vivi inquires, recognizing Mr. Six from the organization's rumors. "Like Luffy, I am also a pirate, named Kaiga," he explains while escorting Vivi to inspect the cannon for potential misfires. "Is your assistance due to Luffy?" She presses further. "No, it is due to your former partner, and Miss Monday, who requested my help. As this situation nears its end, I felt compelled to lend a hand, lest they feel cheated. After all, the labor falls upon the Straw Hat crew, and I would not wish to be labeled a freeloader. Ha ha ha." Having confirmed the cannon's safety, Kaiga departs, reverting from his dragon form and blending into the crowd to evade detection by the Navy. In the capital square, due to the undercover work of Baroque Works, the reconciliation between Princess Vivi and the rebel leader, Korra, does not prevent the conflict between the royal army and the rebels. In the underground ruins, beside the historical texts, Nico Robin seeks to decode the ancient writings without revealing the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton, to the seven warlords. She attempts to douse Crocodile with water using her flower fruit abilities, but he evades her attack through his elemental sand form. Crocodile seizes Nico Robin by the throat, intent on eliminating her and King Cobra. When a figure appears just in time, the Straw Hat Boy intervenes, interrupting Crocodile's murderous intent and rescuing the two. Observing from previous battles, the Straw Hat Boy deduces that Crocodile cannot utilize his elemental powers when exposed to water. Moreover, the underground ruin sealed nature limits the availability of sand compared to the surface desert, nullifying Crocodile's advantage. As Crocodile's attacks weaken with his injuries, he is ultimately overwhelmed by the Straw Hat Boy's relentless onslaught, breaking through the underground ruins and exposing the defeated Crocodile to the eyes of the rebel forces. The Royal Army, Baroque Works, and the Navy, Crocodile, having succumbed to defeat, is captured by the Navy, and the water he had hoarded is returned to Arabasta. After 3 years of drought, rain finally falls across the nation, prompting a ceasefire between the Royal Army and the rebels as they welcome the long-awaited rain, signaling the end of Arabasta's nightmare and the dawn of better days, having triumphed over Baroque Works operatives. The Straw Hat crew collapses from exhaustion on the streets. The Navy, led by Tashigi, refrains from arresting them. Colonel Smoker, in turn, does not chastise Tashigi, but rather encourages her to grow stronger. He reports the events in Arabasta truthfully to his superiors, detailing the defeat of Crocodile by the Straw Hat Boy. However, his superiors seek to suppress the incident's impact on the world, instead portraying Smoker as the one who vanquished Crocodile, inciting his fury as he confronts them about their distortion of the truth. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tina advises him to accept the accolades, as the Navy will report the events to the public regardless of his acceptance. Struggling against the inevitable proves futile. He might as well rise to a higher rank to gain greater influence. The Straw Hat crew, having been rescued by Princess Vivi, recuperates in the palace. Chapter 57, The Self-Directed Boss. The battle has concluded, and peace returns to Arabasta, with the citizens of Alyabarna resuming their normal activities. The issue of the rebels will require negotiations between King Cobra, Princess Vivi, and the rebel leader, Korra. The rebels have established their camp outside the capital of Alyabarna, thousands of tents were meticulously arranged in unison. Captain Kaichi and his crew arrived at the encampment of the rebel forces outside the city, bringing with them the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, to assist with the treatment of the wounded. On board the ship, Shanka remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet his condition was stable, being monitored by the traveling bear and the cloak imbued with the abilities of the human fruit, ensuring there were no issues. Within the camp, individuals bandaged the injured, transported the wounded, and moved weapons and supplies, all engaged in their daily activities with a sense of order. Xuanhu joined the military doctors at the triage area to aid in the treatment of the casualties. Kaichi and Sate sought out their leader, Kola, once more. With Crocodile's downfall, the national crisis had been averted, and Kola appeared considerably more cheerful, shedding the gloom that once enveloped him. "Thank you, Captain Kaichi, for your assistance with the wounded." Xuanhu's arrival had significantly increased the efficiency of the medical personnel in addressing the injuries, a fact not lost on Kola, who expressed his gratitude to Kaichi. Among friends, mutual aid is but a minor matter. It was the subsequent discussions that would weigh heavily. Kaichi directly inquired, "What are your plans for your troops moving forward? Will you disband them outright?" The rebel forces, poised to confront the king of Alabastus' army of 100,000, would not face an equal number, but at least several tens of thousands. With such a formidable contingent, Kaichi was eager to hear Kola's thoughts. Now that the nation has stabilized, shouldn't we consider disbanding? Kola reflected. "I envision a gradual dissolution, with a portion of my personnel accompanying me to rebuild the city of Oilba," he declared. Sate found this reasoning quite sound. Kaichi, rendered speechless, lamented, "How fortunate you are to exist in this world. Had you lived in my former homeland, with such a lack of political awareness, engaging in political endeavors would have led to your demise, leaving no trace behind. In ancient times, the capital's justice system involved numerous authorities, including the local government, the Jin Iwei, the Dalisi, and the secret of Dongchang and Shichang, among others. You and Alabasta have much yet to comprehend." Kaichi cut straight to the crux of the matter. "To disband outright is a profoundly misguided strategy. The environment of Alabasta will not undergo significant alteration." "How can that be?" Kola queried, perplexed. "Isn't Crocodile already captured? Alabasta, one of the largest nations along the Grand Line, served as a critical maritime supply point. With Crocodile gone, would other pirates not follow suit? And what of the sand bandits? What of the other assassins and killers? Are we to rely solely on the existing navy and the king's forces?" Kaichi pressed on, "But if those forces were already in place, why was Crocodile able to achieve such a plethora of victories that garnered the public's trust far exceeding that of the navy and the king's army? Have you contemplated this? Have you recognized the issue?" It was undeniable that Crocodile had committed many heinous acts in Alabasta. However, the former Sandman had rendered significant contributions in defending Alabasta against pirates. With his victories witnessed and acknowledged by the populace, while some may have been orchestrated by members of the Baroque works, the majority were genuine and reliable. Without the Sandman's intervention, many would have fallen victim to the blades of pirates long before that captain, who consumed the Inu fruit, could arrive from the capital, by which time the bodies of the people would have already turned cold. Thus, it was evident that Alabastus' governmental structure possessed substantial flaws. What then should be done? Kola was momentarily overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, unable to process them all. He had indeed pondered some of these issues but found himself at a loss for solutions. Observing Kola in his state of conflict, Kaichi proposed directly, engage in negotiations with King Cobra and Princess Vivi to establish a police force. You must assume the role of minister and gain supervisory authority over the royal family in times of crisis. King Cobra and Vivi are good people. I trust them, Kola replied resolutely, based on his extensive familiarity with their characters since childhood. However, the upper echelons of any nation require not only virtuous qualities, but also institutional constraints. Just because King Cobra and Vivi exhibit good character does not guarantee that their successors will follow suit. The absence of certainty necessitates a system and a position of authority that can curtail the royal member's potential for unbridled actions. Additionally, measures must be taken to prevent situations like that of Mr. Two masquerading as king, unchecked and unmonitored. If you possess this power of oversight, you can restrain him, ensuring he cannot evade accountability while verifying with other high-ranking officials. Do you understand? Upon reaching this juncture, as the leader of the rebels, it becomes imperative to contemplate these matters, to institute a better system for the nation, preventing the past from repeating itself, rather than hastily disbanding at the first signs of improvement and abandoning all thought for the future. What then? Would the dire circumstances not resurface, Transform your elite rebel forces into members of this national police force, thus establishing a presence in every city to serve as the first line of defense for the populace. When pirates and sand bandits threaten the people's property, the police will be there to protect them, buying time until the Navy and the King's Army can provide assistance. Brilliant. This is indeed a favorable solution. Kola exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The establishment of a police force could convert the rebel army into a regular military unit while simultaneously bolstering Alabasta's defensive capabilities. Merely adding a police force would enable the Navy and the King's Army to function more effectively, creating a triple-layered defense. Impressive. Kola marveled at the profound wisdom exhibited by this boy, who was younger than himself. Noticing Kola's earnest engagement, Kaichi continued, in addition to this police force, while you lead the reconstruction of Oilba, consider forming an environmental department within the rebel ranks, focusing on reforestation and combating desertification. My friend. Thank you, Kola said, gazing at Kaichi with astonishment, truly acknowledging him as a friend in that moment. This strategic maneuver not only addressed the issues facing the rebels, but also enhanced the nation's governance and defense, far superior to a mindless dissolution. Yet, amidst all this, Kola still pondered what benefits Kaichi might derive from aiding him in Alabasta. Kaichi, what is it that you seek? Or rather, what will you gain from this? Well, Kaichi replied, I require your police department to purchase my weaponry. This police force must distinguish itself from the Navy and regular military. You must instill in the populace the belief that you exist to protect them. And our weapons are perfectly suited for that purpose. Kaichi stepped aside, gesturing for Sate to take the stage. Now it is your turn. This is my first mate, Sate, a weapons expert. Sate opened a box placed on the table, unveiling an array of items. This is a stun gun, capable of firing bullets that deliver an electric shock upon contact, incapacitating an individual instantly. This here is an electric baton. Hold it by the lower half. Press this button, and the upper half generates an electric current that will incapacitate anyone it touches. These are two types of smoke bombs. One produces a noxious gas, while the other induces unconsciousness, both leading to incapacitation. I've left 3 samples of each for you to experiment with at your leisure. Lastly, this is a pepper spray designed to fend off thugs and ruffians. These 6 items comprise our merchandise. After concluding the presentation, he added, this box is yours to use free of charge. Kaichi turned out to be an arms dealer. Kola found himself without reason to refuse, eyeing the impressive array of weaponry within the box. Tonight is the appointed time for negotiations with King Cobra and Princess Vivi. He stated, my friend Kaichi, would you accompany me to the palace? Kaichi agreed, recognizing that the ultimate outcome depended on King Cobra's disposition. The task of finding a market for the weapons would fall to him, as no one could be as diligent as the owner himself. Chef Carmen, accompanied by Hank and Deddy, strolled through the streets. Searching for notable establishments. As they walked, they caught a whiff of a unique spice, prompting them to pause before a particular shop. What a delightful aroma! Upon seeing the trio, the couple inside the shop warmly welcomed them. Please, come in. The establishment was run by a husband and wife. The man was tall and slender, dressed in dark blue attire with a patterned apron, while the woman, plump and cheerful, donned a pink dress complemented by a matching apron. The shop was relatively quiet, but the patrons present were clearly well-dressed, suggesting they were affluent clientele. Noticing the menu, the trio observed that the prices were higher than those at other establishments, which explained the scarcity of customers. Only those with means could afford such prices, leaving the common folk unable to partake. Sensing the spices, Carmen recognized they had found the right place. This couple were true artisans, their culinary skills profound. Observing the charcoal grill at the center of the table, it was evident that the shop specialized in barbecued dishes, with their signature offering being stone-grilled cuisine. I apologize for the infrequent updates lately as I have been quite busy preparing for exams. Chapter 58. Grilled stone and sweet wine. Carmen accompanied Hank and Deb to explore a unique dining establishment. Seeking distinctive culinary experiences for inspiration and learning, they ordered the signature stone-grilled platter along with an array of meticulously prepared meats and vegetables, as well as a special fruitwood barbecue. The tall, slender proprietor presented a fiery redstone slab, placing it atop a preheated charcoal grill. Following suit, the owner brought forth the meats and vegetables, along with the fruitwood barbecue. This barbecue was crafted from premium fruitwood, resulting in succulent beef, and as a gesture of hospitality, the owner offered them a bottle of wine. He handed over a bottle devoid of labels, likely a product of his own home winery. The wine was delightfully sweet, yet the flavor of the alcohol remained prominent, providing a rich palate experience. Carmen uncorked the wine and poured a modest amount into a goblet, savoring its exquisite taste. The fruit's aroma was robust, infused with the essence of fruitwood, as Deb remarked while enjoying the barbecue. "Madam, you possess great discernment. The vast temperature fluctuations in Alabasta allow the grapes to accumulate ample sugars, rendering them sweeter than those from other regions, resulting in superior wines, albeit on the sweeter side. However, the alcohol content remains substantial, and the resilient fruitwood from the desert contributes to a robust, long-lasting smoky flavor in the barbecue. Please, indulge yourselves." The proprietor's wife chimed in while attending to their needs as the Redstone slab grilled the meat. The trio began to relish their meal. Indeed, the experience was distinctly different from traditional charcoal barbecues, offering a delightful alternative as long as the guests are satisfied. The owner sighed. "Were it not for the tumultuous past 3 years, I would have taken you camping in the desert." The stone slabs sunbaked there possess remarkable potency. But alas, the threat of sand pirates and assassins renders such an excursion perilous and unworthy. Having heard that the leader of the recent unrest was captured by the Navy, the owner's wife encouraged optimism, suggesting that peace would soon return, and perhaps many nobles would once again invite Carmen to partake in desert barbecues. Over the past 3 years, some claimed that Crocodile's presence had made Alabasta safer. Yet malevolence always leaves its mark. The Crocodile's leniency towards Baroque works had led to numerous assassinations and conspiracies, leaving many families in ruin. Hank and Deb took charge of the grilling, while the owners enthusiastically catered to their new guests, even preparing delectable sauces for them to sample. After enjoying a sumptuous barbecue, Carmen inquired, "Owner, is that wine your own creation? If possible, could we purchase some?" "Indeed, it is from our private cellar, and we have plenty. How much do you desire?" "I shall fetch it for you. 2 dozen, 24 bottles. "Very well, I shall retrieve them." With the owner promptly attending to their request, Carmen felt satisfied. Originally, if they were to buy less than 24, they would have considered a smaller quantity. Thus, the trio enjoyed their barbecue feast and, upon departure, purchased 24 bottles of the proprietor's wine. The meal had been splendid yet costly, totaling 30,000 berries for the barbecue and an additional 50,000 for the wine, an amount substantial for ordinary individuals. "I did not anticipate that the old curmudgeon would part with such a quantity of wine for Miss Carmen. Your stock diminishes. Does it not pain you?" the owner's wife inquired as she watched Carmen and her companions depart. "There is little choice. The business is sluggish. Selling to the younger generation is preferable to selling to the nobility. I hope that batch of wine proves beneficial to Carmen. It is a pity that a rising culinary star has turned to piracy, depriving the legitimate culinary world of a talented individual." The barbecue owner lamented, "I find it rather favorable. Should legitimate chefs ascend too high, they might encounter some unsavory nobles." The owner's wife recalled past unpleasant memories. It is worth noting that she was once a striking beauty with golden hair and azure eyes. "Indeed," he concurred, recalling the incomprehensible proclivities of certain individuals. As night fell within the palace of Aruba, Cage accompanied the rebel leader Cora to meet King Cobra to discuss the turmoil instigated by the rebellion. King Cobra displayed genuine intent by welcoming Cora in the conference room rather than upon the royal throne. A rectangular table was set, with King Cobra seated at one end, inviting Cora to sit at the opposite end, thus establishing an equal footing. Behind King Cobra stood the usual ministers, including one who had consumed the Inu no Mi fruit, taking on the form of a dog. Due to Cage's swift intervention, the minister was spared the perilous task of retrieving cannonballs, which would have left him grievously injured, an ordeal that had only been resolved in the later stages of the original narrative. Mr. Point 8 was also present, having returned to the palace. Princess Vivi sat beside King Cobra, listening intently. Due to governmental necessity, she was to become the princess within a day or two, officially recognized as King Cobra's heir and the future successor of Alabasta. Naturally, Cage settled between the two. Cora shared with King Cobra his thoughts from earlier that day, presenting a proposal he had drafted. King Cobra pondered Cora's proposal for a considerable time, acknowledging its merit. However, establishing such a pivotal department as the police would undoubtedly burden the populace with increased taxes, which the state's finances could not sustain. King Cobra furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of raising taxes on the citizenry. Yet, without augmentation, how could the rebellion be quelled? Would the nation descend further into chaos? Noticing King Cobra's distress, Cage interjected, "Allow me to assist you, a sage ruler. Your country can sustain this rain base. the stronghold of Crocodile. Remnants of his subordinates remain, allow Korra to lead the newly formed police force in their inaugural appearance, exerting pressure on the enemies within Rain Base, thereby enabling Korra's police force to take control of the area. Including the Grand Casino, Rain Banquet.it is essential to recognize that this Grand Casino has been the financial lifeblood of Baroque Works. Indeed, Crocodile even lent funds to Mr. Buggy in later stages. Hence, commandeering the casino would naturally support the new department. If the casino's operations raise concerns regarding citizens developing gambling addictions, you could impose restrictions on entry. Additionally, certain gambling activities could be transformed into competitive lottery and welfare projects. Cage suggested that Korra present the lottery proposal to King Cobra. After reviewing the lottery proposal, King Cobra did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question unrelated to the lottery. Is Korra's entrance into the central government your idea, Mr. Cage, or is it Korra's own ambition? King Cobra had watched Korra grow up, and he knew precisely what kind of person Korra was, a humble individual, indifferent to fame and fortune, who would never seek such positions for himself. While he found the proposals commendable and could envision their approval, establishing two departments with Korra as a minister raised an inexplicable tension within him. Cage was taken aback for a moment before breaking into laughter. Truly, he was an astute politician, immediately discerning the underlying motives behind Cage's strategy. One must not underestimate the populace. Politicians adapt their discourse to suit their audience. This is my proposal, King Cobra, that I wish to discuss this matter privately. Cage stated the minister who had consumed the Inu no Mi was about to voice an objection. King Cobra silenced him with a gesture, indicating he was aware of the situation. King Cobra led Cage to a separate chamber. This space is secure and discreet. You may speak freely. King Cobra, may I inquire whether you sought assistance from the world government during the unrest in Alabasta? Were they responsive? They claimed that Crocodile had not harmed our nation, as he is recognized as a pirate by the world, thus providing no grounds for intervention. For a country that has paid tribute to the celestial dragons, one would expect the world government to respond favorably to your request for aid, especially when the Navy and CP agents are available to rescue hostages. Moreover, the world government, due to the celestial dragon's influence, tends to favor royalists over reformists, as they often assume that reformists harbor underground military agendas. For instance, the citizens of Drum Island have been unable to resist Wapol not only due to their lack of strength but also due to the absence of support from the world government. This is also why the witch Dr. Kureha has refrained from intervening. She possesses greater strength than Wapol, yet finds herself helpless in the political landscape. This is what Kaiji conveyed to the group when Dr. 20 informed them on Drum Island. King Kublai, possessing a supernatural royal lineage, is dutifully aligned with celestial gold and supports the world government. Thus there is no reason for such behavior, even as one of the 7 warlords. Should the world government request a relocation, he would have no choice but to comply. Despite the strong demeanor exhibited by the 7 warlords during their meetings with the Navy, it is merely a display, as they are aware that the Navy requires their assistance. Individually, a single warlord holds little significance against the vast power of the world government. The policy regarding the 7 warlords is designed to incite internal discord among pirates, exacerbating their infighting. Seeing King Kublai harbor doubts and defenses, he refrained from revealing the truth that I once read about this in ancient texts. Like your ancestors, my reasons for leaving were the same as theirs. King Kublai gazed in shock at Kaiji. You too are a celestial dragon. Kaiji nodded and continued. It is not that the Navy is unwilling to assist. Rather, the Gorosei above them prohibit it. Your identity, and the letters of your forebears, make them eager to see you eliminated. This secret would later be unveiled, as King Kublai was slain by Imu and the Gorosei, Princess Vivi went missing, and Sabo was unjustly implicated. You and Princess Vivi have consistently drawn the attention of the Gorosei. In the future, they may even seek to eliminate you both. This is precisely why I urged Korra to infiltrate the heart of your nation. As Kaiji spoke, King Kublai broke into a cold sweat. Korra embodies your legacy. He currently wields influence in the underworld, and by placing him in the nation's core, he can learn while also gaining prestige in legitimate society. Should anything befall you or Princess Vivi, there will be someone capable of governing the nation, preventing it from descending into chaos once more. Kaiji laid bare the true strategy. Any transfer of power is invariably drenched in blood, even in the world of One Piece. Though often described in veiled terms or allegories. Chapter 59. You are also are you not? I concur with all these proposals, Captain Kaiji. Thank you for your assistance. With so many nations in the world, selling weapons is a common affair. Yet King Kublai recognizes that this pirate captain, a future underworld overlord, is aiding him. No need for gratitude. This is merely the reward for treating your people well. Kaiji replied, such a scenario represents the best possible outcome for Alabasta's future. After all, if a single warlord cannot be dealt with, how much less can one expect to contend with Imu, the pinnacle of legendary power? Though the extent of that power remains uncertain, a mere flutter of a butterfly can obliterate a nation's existence. The doubt surrounding Imu's strength arises from the ambiguity of whether it is his own might or that of a legendary weapon that can annihilate a country. Ultimately, King Kublai acquiesced to the request of the rebel leader Korra, and negotiations concluded. 2 days later, during Princess Vivi's coronation ceremony, she made her escape, disguised by Mr. 8, creating quite the spectacle that left Kaiji in awe. Affirming his admiration for the skilled crossdresser, however, this act was met with public outrage from the crowd below. To spare Vivi from distress, Nami chose to set sail during the coronation. As a princess and future heir, she could not easily abandon her responsibilities to join them. Both sides understood each other's predicaments. Princess Vivi, adorned in royal attire, stealthily emerged to bid farewell to Luffy and his crew. This gave birth to a legendary scene in the world of pirates. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper stood in a row, turning their backs to the pursuing Vivi, concealing their tear-streaked faces, and raised their hands to reveal the X symbol known only to their comrades, signifying that Vivi would always remain a part of their crew. The bounty for the Straw Hat crew was updated. Monkey D. Luffy's bounty soared from 30 million berries to 100 million berries. Roronoa Zoro's bounty stood at 60 million berries. They once again stirred the world. Rear Admiral Tina aimed to capture the Straw Hat crew, but was deceived by Mr. 2 in disguise, thus averting a crisis for her friend Luffy. Mr. 2 was apprehended by Tina and sent to impel down. The demon, Akin, and ship's doctor, Schwanhu, drove a land tortoise vehicle back to the city of Caturlia, returning the rented vehicle. The rebel army returned to their base in Caturlia to regroup, subsequently integrating into the newly established police and environmental departments of the nation. Akin and Schwanhu retrieved their deposit upon returning the tortoise vehicle. Just as they exited the store, they encountered their old acquaintance, Captain Kobernik, leading a naval blockade against them. Dr. Schwanhu felt relieved that Aitmi had not come. He must have gone to seek Kaiji, indicating he had sensed Kaiji's uniqueness. Akin, last time you escaped, I investigated the rental location of your tortoise vehicle, knowing you had a deposit. I anticipated your return and have been waiting here for you. Kobernik remarked. Akin pondered, wondering why Kobernik was so fixated on them when there were countless pirates in the world for him to pursue. Captain Kobernik lunged forward with his saber, aiming to apprehend the pirate demon Akin. Akin countered with his mace, and the two forces clashed, generating a shockwave that swept through the onlookers. The initial exchange ended without a decisive victor, a stalemate. Although your naval soldiers are well trained, capturing us will prove challenging and could result in unnecessary casualties. How about this? Let us settle this with a single strike that if I win, you let me go, and I promise not to harm your subordinates, Akin proposed, seeking a compromise rather than enmity with the Navy. He was accompanied by the elderly Schwanhu, a healer and a hidden martial artist. Having spent so much time on the same ship, aside from the captain, Shanks, and himself, Akin felt no concern with Schwanhu handling the naval soldiers while he contended with Kobernik. If he had been with Kamen and the others, those well-trained soldiers would pose a significant problem. Very well, let us decide the victor with one decisive strike. Captain Kobernik, reflecting on the earlier clash, was astonished by Akin's growth. In just a few days, he had become even stronger. Akin was already formidable, and his terrifying growth potential was truly alarming. Kobernik consented to Akin's proposal. The two sides resumed their positions, with the Navy on one side and Pirate Akin on the other. Should Akin emerge victorious, he would depart from the street without pursuit. In the street's center, Pirate Akin and Navy Captain Kobernik faced each other. Their gazes locked, with only one chance to strike. Both held their breath, preparing their strongest blows. Von Kobernik's charge, flowing water, shattered rock strike. Captain Kobernik unleashed his newly crafted technique, while Pirate Akin executed a powerful move he had recently mastered. The clash of saber and mace produced a sonic boom, ringing in the ears of the gathered crowd. As the two remained locked in combat, a greater whirlwind formed around them, sweeping through the spectators, even dislodging a wig from one onlooker's head. After several tense seconds, Captain Kobernik was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, while Akin only staggered back a few steps. In this clash, Pirate Akin emerged victorious. Akin, triumphant, departed the city of Caturlia alongside Dr. Shin in the capital of Alyabarna. Kaiji left the royal palace, having settled all matters, and prepared to return to the ship. It was time to depart from Alabasta. Feeling famished, Kaiji decided to enjoy a meal before leaving. He entered a restaurant, ordered a copious amount of meat dishes along with a serving of rice, and devoured it hungrily. As he indulged, someone unexpectedly sat at his table. Directly across from him. Surprised, Kaiji wondered why this person chose to join him at his table when there were plenty of empty seats available. Looking up, he recognized the newcomer as Rear Admiral Atemi. Rear Admiral Atemi ordered a plate of beef noodles and began eating while conversing with Kaiji. You must be O as well, just like Xuanhu, otherwise you wouldn't be following him. However, I initially thought you went to the rebel base in Caturlia to join forces with them to overthrow the king and establish a new regime. Yet, that was not the case. Why? Kaiji chuckled, realizing that Rear Admiral Atemi was hunting him at the rebel base to prevent any alteration to the course of history, a thought that aligned with his own expectations. Kaiji smiled, not directly answering the question regarding O, tacitly acknowledging it, and instead gazed meaningfully at Rear Admiral Atemi. Your relentless pursuit of Xuanhu and me. Do you not also belong to O? However, judging by your assessment of my intentions in Caturlia, it seems we are both O, albeit of differing types. Regarding my lack of interest in collaborating with the rebel forces to overthrow the regime of Alabassadon, it is simply because this nation has not yet reached that critical juncture. I have no desire to engage in such endeavors, and there are no extraordinary reasons behind it. Kaiji swiftly finished his meal. For the insatiable appetite of a dragon, a substantial portion of meat poses little challenge. Wiping his hands and mouth clean, he continued speaking. Upon settling the bill, he exited the establishment. Major General Atemi, having completed his own bowl of beef noodles, noted Kaichi's compliance in answering his inquiries, opting against employing forceful tactics. He too paid for his meal and closely followed Kaichi. He had not yet finished his questioning. It was improbable that he would allow Kaichi to depart unchallenged. What if we act in such a densely populated area and harm innocents? We should find a more secluded place to proceed, Kaichi proposed, noticing Atemi's persistent pursuit. Very well, we shall seek another location. I shall not let you escape so easily, Atemi concurred, casting a glance at the throngs of people. Setting aside their identities, Kaichi as a pirate and Atemi as a naval officer, both understood that Kaichi would not find it simple to evade capture. The two arrived at an abandoned section of the old city on the outskirts of the capital, where no one resided, the buildings dilapidated and cracked, with debris occasionally falling to the ground. The eve of battle was upon them. Major General Atemi removed his justice cloak, aware that donning such a cumbersome garment would hinder his ability to confront Kaichi effectively. Kaichi likewise removed the wristband gifted by his master, mindful of preventing any damage during the ensuing combat. Thus commenced the second confrontation between the pirate Kaichi and the naval officer Atemi. Who would emerge victorious? Chapter 60. Hiru. Major General Atemi lunged forward, swiftly executing a slashing strike. Transformed into a dragon man, Kaichi's core was immensely powerful. Without relying on flight, his ability to hover was formidable. He leapt into the air to evade. Executing a 360-degree aerial spin, delivering a downward kick with dragon-like precision, transitioning from defense to offense, Atemi adjusted his stance, wielding his sword in a more aggressive manner, launching a fierce slash towards the Dragonman Kaichi. As Kaichi soared through the air, he faced a torrent of attacks, responding with his dragon claws in kind. The clash of blades against dragon scales produced not only sharp sounds of impact, but also sparks flying. The dragon armor was terrifyingly resilient. It should be noted that Atemi wielded a true legendary sword capable of slicing through steel. He marveled at the defensive capabilities of Kaichi's dragon armor, recognizing his growth since their last encounter when it had not been so formidable. Finding his strikes ineffective, Atemi shifted to a thrust, his famed sword aimed directly at Kaichi's chest. However, the impervious dragon armor thwarted the attack. Though it did force Kaichi back several steps, that I have studied the course of your crew's journey and noticed you have been trailing closely behind a Straw Hat crew. What is your objective? Are you seeking something from them? Atemi inquired, pausing his assault to pose the question. To speak frankly, I have no ulterior motives. I am merely familiar with their route, trailing behind to pick up a few trivial gains. I harbor no interest in altering history, Kaichi replied truthfully, feeling no need to deceive the individual before him. Atemi, as a naval officer, would typically be deceived by such a statement, but as his primary duty was to uphold order. safeguarding the world's normal progression from the influence of foreign entities. According to Elder Xian, when 8Me first arrived in this world, everything was quite normal. It was only after several years of disseminating knowledge and culture from his original world throughout the Grand Line and North Blue that he encountered 8Me, who relentlessly pursued him until Elder Xian became isolated in the East Blue, while 8Me remained in pursuit. 8Me's enlistment in the Navy served the purpose of facilitating the capture and control of Elder Xian. Or more accurately, the invasive those who traversed from other worlds, disrupting the historical development of this realm, such as myself and Elder Xian, though I traversed through the soul, while Elder Xian arrived in his physical form from the Rainbow Sea. Thus, Major General 8Me, as a guardian of order and protector of historical integrity, prioritized the normal progression of history. As long as it did not disturb the normal development of the world, he would remain indifferent to what Kaichi knew or what abilities he possessed. I sincerely hope that is the case. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you and assess your actions. Upon hearing Kaichi's lack of ambition to alter the course of history, 8Me's tone softened. And the battle between the Navy and the pirates was imminent. The crescent moon slashes from Shama's iron block struck against Kaichi's dragon armor, leaving no marks. Your techniques are utterly ineffective against my dragon armor, Kaichi declared. Are you brave enough to receive another blow? 8Me retorted, his fighting spirit ignited. Surprised by Kaichi's knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles, 8Me found the encounter increasingly intriguing. 8Me sheathed his sword, focusing his energy. In a mere 0.01 seconds, he executed his ultimate technique, the Yutian Jiao, a towering strike aimed at Kaichi, more ferocious than the one he unleashed in Roguetown. In response, Kaichi did not brace himself as he had previously, but instead employed his own ultimate technique. The Ice Dragon Fist, Wrath of the Furious Dragon, a fusion of the Dragon Fist, Direct Dragon Strike, and the Punch Cannon. A frosty dragon, coalescing with fury, surged forth to confront the slashing attack. 8Me's Yutian Jiao was equally formidable, cleaving through the dragon's form and leaving only its bones behind. Yet Kaichi remained unfazed, standing his ground, unperturbed by the oncoming strike. This ultimate technique was not so straightforward. The dragon bones were forged from countless layers of punch energy, each blow surpassing the power of 100, wielded by the might of a colossal dragon. The sinuous dragon bones withstood the force of the slash, gradually gaining the upper hand, ultimately breaking through 8Me's strike, sending the combined onslaught of dragon bones and the slash hurtling back towards Major General 8Me. With his legendary sword, 8Me parried the blow, only to be pushed back against the wall by the impact, halting his retreat. The clash between the slash and the Ice Dragon Fist sent shockwaves, inflicting significant damage on the nearby buildings. One reduced to half, another punctured with a large hole. While momentarily distracted by the wall, 8Me turned his attention back to Kaichi. The power of frost. You are Hiru. I am uncertain, but a flying little person indeed referred to me as such. Kaichi responded, noting that 8Me's knowledge of Hiru indicated that O was more complex than he had initially surmised, harboring deeper secrets. The Io family, that much is true, 8Me continued, pondering. But wait, you are O. How could you also be Hiru? Should you not be instead? What in the world is E? I comprehend none of this, Kaichi replied, perplexed. He had yet to grasp the significance of Hiru, and now E was introduced. Never mind, I shall learn in due time. Kaichi concluded, noticing 8Me had ceased further inquiries, and he ascended into the air, disappearing without a trace. 8Me refrained from pursuing him further. After the numerous exchanges, he recognized that capturing Kaichi was indeed futile. Watching Kaichi depart, he found it curious that Kaichi's reaction to Hiru or E was so peculiar, as if he were unfamiliar with them. Did he truly possess no recollection? However, it was fortunate that Hiru and the Io family had emerged. It seemed that a significant event in 8Me's destiny was on the horizon. Major General Tina, accompanied by her 2 talented companions skilled in singing, dancing, and other arts, continued to sweep the remnants of the Bawak studio and pirates around Alabasta. The duo stumbled upon a significant target, the pirate ship known as the Zhuagong, belonging to Kaichi's crew. These 2 companions were no ordinary individuals. One was the second-in-command strategist of the Black Cat Pirates from Usopp's hometown, while the other had been a rising star in the Navy, previously boasting before Sanji at the Sea Restaurant until he was soundly defeated and demoted. Subsequently, the 2 had been cultivated by the beautiful Major General Tina, ultimately relegated to the role of sycophants. The hypnotist among them attempted to use his circular flying knives as a pendulum to hypnotize the trio, Carmen, Hank, and Chef de Beauty, who were left behind. However, They were entirely normal individuals and did not succumb to his hypnosis. Rather, he almost fell victim to his own trick. Realizing this, he abandoned the hypnosis attempt and resorted to using the circular knife spinning function. The sharp circular blades flew toward the trio. Debuty raised a training iron pot in defense. While the flying knives failed to penetrate the pot's defense, they did sever several railings on the ship during their flight. Noticing the considerable damage inflicted on the Zhuagong, Hank and Debuty remarked, "We are going to hear it from the captain and Sate." They were acutely aware of the captain's and Sate's deep affection for the ship. The martial artist among the companions, seeing the hypnotist struggle, charged forward and leapt onto the Zhuagong, only to be met with a flurry of attacks from Carmen wielding 2 frying pans. "First, deal with what's in front of you," Carmen remarked. The 2 lively characters under Tina are formidable in their own right, and with Tina's training, they have become significantly stronger. Initially, the 3 of them would have found it challenging to contend with these 2 Navy officers. But after Xuanhu's patient guidance, they have indeed made progress, able to engage with them in a back-and-forth exchange. While Carmen and her companions focused on the 2 Navy officers, they failed to notice the impending crisis not far away. The beautiful Navy Major Tina led a large contingent of sailors toward them, by the time they realized it. Tina, adorned in her justice cloak, had already arrived. Tina leaped into action, activating her superhuman Kankank fruit ability. Extending iron chain walls from her hands, and with a clap, the 3 were ensnared, collapsing onto the deck. Inside the cabin, the traveling bear noticed the commotion and emerged to assist, only to be effortlessly captured by Tina as well. The disparity in their abilities was overwhelming, leaving them unable to struggle. "Miss Carmen, I never anticipated that you would align yourself with Keiichi's crew. It's truly regrettable. However, your journey ends here, as you are now captured." Aboard the Zhuagong, the 3, along with the bear, found themselves undeniably apprehended, with their captain and primary fighting force absent, leaving them in a dire predicament. In this moment of despair, a deep voice shattered the gloom surrounding Carmen and her companions. No one's journey with the Flying Dragon Pirates will conclude today. After nearly 10 days of unconsciousness following treatment, the fishman Shanks finally regained consciousness, marking the triumphant return of the 3 major powers of the Flying Dragon Pirates. Shanks, Carmen and her companions exclaimed in surprise. The high-level fighter Shanks had awakened at this crucial moment. Major Tina had not anticipated the presence of a fishman aboard the ship. Shanks, with his red skin and towering stature, exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. His mind and body, having undergone nearly 10 days of recuperation, had truly merged, allowing Shanks to perfectly master his physical form, returning as a genuine fishman martial arts master. Battle-hardened, Major Tina had faced countless foes and was unafraid of a fishman. Activating her Kankank fruit ability, she unleashed 2 iron chain walls that surged toward Shanks from both sides, aiming to ensnare him upon contact. Yet, as a martial arts master and seasoned inhabitant of Fishman Island, Shanks was well acquainted with various devil fruit abilities. Uncertain of his opponent's powers, he wisely avoided direct contact. Shanks crossed his arms before his chest, gathering strength, then swung his fists outward toward the iron chain walls, sending shockwaves that rebounded the chain's constricting motion. Seizing the opportunity, while Major Tina's hands were momentarily restrained by her own chains, Shanks propelled himself forward, launching a powerful 5,000-tile punch toward Tina. Tina quickly countered, retracting the iron chains to form a defensive wall before her, bracing against Shanks' attack, while Major Tina had effectively developed her devil fruit abilities. Shanks' formidable punch was relentless. With a singular strike, he sent the Navy Major flying off the Zhuagong. The powerful Major Tina had been unexpectedly knocked away. The 2 lively characters beside her stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the outcome. They were momentarily dazed on the battlefield, and Shanks took advantage of their distraction, delivering a couple of ordinary punches that sent the 2 Navy officers hurtling off the Zhuagong. Navy soldiers on the shore opened fire on Shanks, but he crouched down, evading the gunfire, with bullets striking the ship's hull and railings instead. "We must set sail before we are surrounded by the warships. That would spell disaster." Shanks observed the approaching Navy vessels and effortlessly tore the chains binding his companions and the bear. Realizing the Navy reinforcements had arrived, Carmen and her companions hastily stowed the anchor while Shanks took the helm to initiate the Zhuagong's departure. The airborne Major Tina managed to grasp an iron chain to halt her descent after being struck, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What terrifying power! I underestimated them. There exists such a powerful fishman aboard. Although Major Tina was not flung far, only about 20 to 30 meters. Upon seeing Shanks and the others preparing to escape, she sprinted toward the Zhuoging, intent on restoring her honor. Suddenly, several smoke bombs detonated between her and the Navy soldiers, obscuring their vision with thick smoke that carried a pungent and dizzying scent, causing the soldiers to collapse within the haze. With only Major Tina managing to hold her ground. It was Akin, Sate, Xuanhu, Ged, Jack, and Miss Golden Week who had returned, swiftly leaping aboard the Zhuoging. A dragon silhouette spiraled above the naval ships, and in moments, several vessels began to warp and emit smoke as Navy soldiers scrambled to prevent their ships from taking on water and sinking into the sea. Cait's flying abilities proved remarkably potent. Though in Alabasta, they were a significant drain on resources. In just a few days, Cait had spent 10,000 berries on water alone. Cait, Akin, it's splendid to see you. We shall ensnare your entire crew. Major Tina burst from the smoke to see Cait and Akin returning to the Zhuoging. She had initially intended to coordinate with her naval support for a combined assault, but upon turning, she beheld the smoking ships and realized she could only pursue the Zhuoging alone. Damn Cait. Cait unleashed icy winds from his dragon wings toward Tina, encasing her in frost and slowing her movements. Ultimately, the Navy Major Tina was left to watch helplessly as the flying dragon pirates made their escape. Thus, the Zhuoging departed the desert nation of Alabasta under the watchful gaze of a multitude of Navy personnel. Meanwhile, at the Navy base, Colonel Smoker engaged in training, feeling particularly frustrated by the setbacks encountered during the Alabasta mission. He knew he needed to strengthen himself. At that moment, Tashigi entered to report the situation. Colonel Smoker, reports have come in regarding Rear Admiral Atemi. The demon Akin has defeated Lieutenant Kobernik, and Rear Admiral Atemi was unable to capture Cait and has just received news about Major Tina's encounter with Cait's crew. They too managed to escape. Even Atemi and Tina have faltered. With Cait's devil fruit ability, he poses a significant threat. Smoker finished his training, lit a cigar, and continued, "It's astonishing that Lieutenant Kobernik lost to the demon Akin. He is a man who has refused promotions to commander and colonel. It seems Cait's crew has become increasingly troublesome and more difficult to manage, as anticipated." The following day, the Navy headquarters updated the bounty on Cait's crew based on the reports. Disseminating the information across the globe, the wickedly grinning Cait's bounty was elevated to 100 million berries, now dubbed Ice Dragon Cait. The demon Akin's bounty rose from 12 million to 30 million berries. And the blood shark Shanks was assigned a bounty of 30 million berries as well. In the vast expanse of the desert, an isolated road stood with a coffee shop, the Spider Coffee Shop. Inside, the staff included Miss Doublefinger, Miss Christmas, and Mr. Four, all of whom had been defeated by Luffy's crew and subsequently captured by the Navy. They were now severely injured and bandaged. "Miss Doublefinger, why didn't you join Cait's organization when he came to rescue us?" Miss Christmas inquired while sipping the coffee brewed by Miss Doublefinger. "I wanted to test the captain." He remained remarkably composed, a schemer with ambitions surpassing crocodiles. "Whether to join is our own choice. I'm somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while to regain my composure, which is why I chose not to join immediately. What about you and Mr. 3? Why are you hesitating?" Miss Doublefinger replied as she savored her coffee. "I know you well, and I trust your judgment. Although I feel a bit sorry for little Miss Golden Week, jumping into a new organization so hastily feels premature. I think we should take some time to rest and reflect." Miss Christmas responded, "I'm fine just staying with Miss Christmas." Mr. 4 chimed in innocently. "Very well, let us all take a moment to recuperate. Moreover, when I say we want to join immediately, it doesn't imply we can't join later if we so wish." "What do you mean?" Miss Christmas asked, puzzled. "Little Miss Golden Week is aboard his ship. According to what they said, Miss Valentine, Miss Monday, Mr. 5, and Mr. 9, many of our former colleagues are part of their organization. As their group grows larger, they will undoubtedly seek to recruit those they are familiar with to gain more influence, and they will certainly welcome capable individuals. That captain would not oppose it. So, I maintain that if we decide to join later on, we can certainly do so. Though young, that captain possesses ambitions that are quite formidable." Miss Doublefinger produced Cait's new bounty notice of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Another individual with a bounty of 100 million. Akin to the Straw Hat Kid, Miss Christmas and Mr. 4 exclaimed in astonishment. Crocodile, before becoming one of the 7 warlords, had a bounty of only 80 million berries. While the bounty does not always correlate directly with strength, many perceive the bounty notice as a recognition of one's power. 100 million berries. He truly is a fearsome presence. King Cobra, Cola, and Vivi have also received the new bounty notice from Kachi. although they are aware of the precedent set by Luffy. The sight of 100 million berries is still astonishing. Whiskey Peak. Ha! Truly, I have placed my faith in the right person. In the old tavern, Sun, Twin Cape, the lighthouse. A bounty of 30 million berries. Surprisingly, Captain Shanks has issued it. Two fishmen, while tending the fire, reminisce about their former captain, East Blue. Agent, has your bounty increased again? As expected of the former commander, it seems I cannot afford to be complacent in the East Blue. The shield man, Baru, expressed his sentiments upon seeing the new bounty notice for the ghostly Agent, before retreating to the training room. Chapter 62. The Failures. The Conspirators. The Blood of Lewis. East Blue, dressed in a suit. The schemer Kuro holds Kaichi's new bounty notice of 100 million berries. He did not anticipate that the powerful figure behind Baru would be so youthful. He had envisioned an elderly schemer instead. Today, Baru, with Kaichi's permission, has finally revealed that Kaichi is the one steering the ship behind the scenes, for the time has come for a telephone meeting as designated by Kaichi. Who would have thought that the conspirator behind Baru would be someone so young? Ha ha ha. Kuro, you schemer, were you not defeated by a few youngsters? Is youth not admirable? One must venture forth while young. Otherwise, what will remain in old age? Kaichi's words reminded him of the young Straw Hat crew that had once bested him. He chuckled. How amusing it is to be underestimated by a mere child. Nevertheless, I am merely a failed schemer. You all here are failures like me. Surely, as a greater schemer, you understand why I allied with Baru. Do you not? Kuro inquired. For a peaceful and prosperous life upon retirement in the future, Kaichi is quite familiar with this notion. Kuro has remained in the East Blue, where the realm of adventure is limited, resulting in a clever mind yet narrow vision. Furthermore, having taken the lives of many Marines, they relentlessly pursue him, leading to his distaste for a life of being hunted. You actually know. How could you be so informed? Kuro was astonished that Kaichi, this conspirator, understood so well. Besides being a user of devil fruit abilities, I also possess mysterious sorcery. Kaichi fabricated a reason, unable to directly reveal himself as a traveler from another world. Seeing that Kuro did not press for further questions, he continued. Baru's crew will fail due to their lofty aspirations, daring to confront the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, head-on. Meanwhile, you, Kuro, shall fail because of your narrow vision. How could the inheritance of a mid-tier noble suffice for a grand pirate's retirement indulgences, especially when you have yet to reach that age? With an abundance of information, Baru felt shame and embarrassment upon hearing the foolish actions of the Krieg pirates once more. The resurfacing of his dark history was a torment point. Two highly intelligent individuals conversing. They quickly grasped the essence of each other's words. This means that if Luffy, Zoro, and Nami do not arrive, he will successfully eliminate Usopp and Miss Kaya, thereby securing the Kaya family's wealth. Yet he would not be able to enjoy it for long. He misjudged his own needs. The Kaya family is relatively respected in the town, being the type of nobility that does not oppress the common folk. Such noble families generally uphold noble etiquette, yet their wealth is not overly abundant, lacking the richness that flows like water. This can be seen from the Mary, the ship that Kaya sent to rescue her benefactor, Luffy. Such a mid-tier noble's fortune would suffice for Kuro to squander for about a year. Upon witnessing Kuro breaking his glasses, Kaichi understood the outcome. Those glasses were a luxury item, not cheap by any means. Yet Kuro was infuriated, clearly not one to live frugally. After his indulgence, he would undoubtedly resort to pillaging and plundering that town again, further attracting the Marines' focus, leading to a fate even worse than his current predicament. If one seeks nobility, why not pursue the greatest? At that time, I could grant you a title that truly belongs to you. If you desire, Kaichi intends to present the ultimate grand scheme. Indeed, this is your true aim. You are a bold and audacious conspirator. Kuro had considered that Kaichi aimed to challenge the four emperors, to replace the Marines, and even to overthrow the celestial dragons. However, hearing the answer directly left him astounded. Do you wish to join? Kaichi inquired. What I have to fear? After all, I am weary of living a life of nothingness. Joining your organization poses no detriment. Is that not the greatest nobility? You, the grand conspirator, lead the way while I, the minor schemer, follow closely behind. I possess enough courage for that. Ha! Kuro affirmed without hesitation. Every sage is a top-tier gambler, as long as the rewards are substantial. There is nothing to fear. Kuro contemplated lying in wait until the waters grew murky to catch fish. Kaichi was not concerned about Kuro's intentions. Rather, he worried that he might not come. Their conversation concluded, Kaichi and Baru moved on to matters of importance. Baru, what is the situation in the East Blue? Has the Navy taken notice? Currently, the weapon supply is stable and collaboration with the underworld is favorable. However, the East Blue is relatively peaceful, and thanks to the underworld's assistance, there are few places left to sell our weapons. Then, gradually transfer the ownership of the East Blue Armory to the underworld. No longer restricting their sales to the other 3 Cs, increase our share, and strive to convert it into cash. Prepare a portion of your own ships as soon as the Navy deals with that armory. You will join the Grand Line to meet with the other divisions. Remaining in the East Blue yields little opportunity. Understood. We will execute it immediately. Next, a multi-party meeting commenced. On the ship, the Zwa Gang. The telephone bugs from East Blue, Whiskey Peak, and 3 other locations connected simultaneously. Today, our organization is officially established, named the Blood of Lewis. From this moment forth, should you contact me, or I reach out to you, you shall refer to me by my code name within the organization, Lewis. Understood, Lewis. Thus, Kaichi founded his organization, the Blood of Lewis. Kaichi's influence witnessed its second consolidation, the Flying Dragon Pirates, consisting of 11 members, 3 beasts, along with 1 cloaked figure. Captain, Ice Dragon Kaichi, male, user of the Zoan-type mythical beast Ice Frost Dragon Devil Fruit, proficient in Ice Dragon Fist, the 6 powers, and has a small area of ice freezing capability, bounty of 100 million berries. First mate, Ghostly Ajin, male, wielding a weaponized mace, techniques include Whirlwind Smash and Flowing Rock Strike, bounty of 30 million berries. First mate, Sate, male, equipped with mechanical armor and mechanical arms, a firearms expert and inventor. Skilled in life restoration, currently no bounty. Underwater lifeguard, second helmsman, Shanks, male, a shark-type fishman, master of fishman karate, proficient in fishman jujitsu, beginner's tai chi, bounty of 30 million berries, navigator. Gade, male, armed with an electric baton and electronic bullets. A meteorological and electronic physics scientist, skilled in the 5 animal play and health-enhancing tai chi, currently no bounty. Ship S Doctor, Xianhu, male, a master of various martial arts from different worlds, proficient with all types of weapons. A synthesis of Eastern and Western medicine has unlocked a bit of the O-Seal, possesses mysterious powers from another realm that can heal patients in a non-combat state while remaining calm, currently no bounty. Chief Helmsman and Archer, John Jack, male, a novice swordsman, proficient in large blade techniques, skilled in life restoration, currently no bounty. Chief Cook, Carmen, female, a top-tier Western cuisine chef, skilled in life restoration, a scholar of medicinal cuisine. Proficient in knife skills, with a budding grasp of Eastern cuisine, adept at using frying pans and iron spoons as weapons, currently no bounty. Sous Chef, Hank, male, Carmen's bodyguard, has minor knife skills, proficient in frying pan and cleaver techniques. Skilled with a spatula, currently no bounty. Sous Chef, Debuty, male, Carmen's bodyguard, proficient in large iron pot and iron spoon techniques. Skilled with a spatula, currently no bounty. Archaeologist, Miss Golden Week, Mariana, female, adept in color symbolism and hypnosis. Has a fondness for coffee, bounty of 29 million berries. Aerial guard and scout, Dean, male, an unusual subadult red dragon, a user of the superhuman language fruit, currently no bounty. Ice and Snowland guard and scout, by Bao. Male, a juvenile traveling bear, possessing the ability of the Zoan-type mythical beast human fruit in shadow form. When activating his abilities, he can envelop his entire body in black, currently no bounty. Underwater guard and scout, Chunlong. Male, a subadult memory seahorse, with a nascent awakening of the Shinhai bloodline, skilled in absorbing others' memories and creating illusions. Organization, Blood of Lewis. Leader, Lewis. First Division Captain, Baru, the Shield Man, skilled in life restoration and a beginner in the 6 powers. Commanding 108 members, remnants of the Krieg pirates newly joined in the East Blue, bounty of 8 million berries. Second Division Captain, Kuro, male, skilled in life restoration and the 6 powers shave. Commands the Black Cap Pirates, bounty of 16 million berries. Core members of the Black Cap Pirates, Sam, bounty of 7 million berries. Budgie, bounty of 7 million berries. Captain of the 3rd Division, Mr. 9, male, proficient in life return, has a basic understanding of the 6 styles, particularly shave and moonwalk, and excels in attacks with a baseball bat. Vice Captain, Miss Monday, skilled in life return and has a foundational knowledge of Hung Gar Kung Fu. Together, They command a total of 136 individuals, newly joined members of the remnants of the Baroque works in the Grand Line. The Connectors, Messengers, and Punishers, 2 individuals. Mr. 5, Gem, male. A Paramecia-type user of the Bomb fruit. Adept in Life Return has a basic understanding of the 6 styles, specifically Iron Body and Shave, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Miss Valentine's Day, Michita, female, a Paramecia-type user of the Kilo fruit, has achieved mastery in Life Return and a basic understanding of the 6 styles, particularly paper drawing, with a bounty of 7.5 million berries. Chapter 63, Akin's damaged weapon. Akin gazed at his shattered mace. It seems he must seek a new weapon. One has completely fractured, while the other, though not broken, is riddled with cracks, rendering it unusable. Was it damaged during his confrontation with Lieutenant Kobernik? Victory in battle, yet destruction of his weapon. What a pity, Kaichi remarked. Ha ha ha. While it is true that he lost his weapon, it is inaccurate to say he won the battle. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to an incomplete new technique that faltered in both momentum and attack power, resulting in his defeat. Now, under the martial influence of Kaichi and Xuangu, Akin has gained a deeper understanding of many concepts. Akin, your weapon is currently unusable. You find yourself weaponless for the time being. Allow me to teach you the punch cannon I devised. Modeled after the 6 styles. It would be beneficial to become more familiar with your own hands during this interval, without a weapon, Kaichi offered. Elder Xuangu scrutinized Akin's broken weapon, noting unusual internal damage. Akin, practice a bit. Familiarize yourself with your body. The extent of the damage to your weapon is not solely due to Lieutenant Kobernik's sword strike. You bear some responsibility as well. The fractures within your weapon indicate a surge of chaotic energy that led to structural collapse. It seems your body is beginning to awaken some extraordinary abilities. Do you not feel anything? No, I do not perceive any unusual abilities, Akin admitted, unaware of his own anomalies. It appears it is not a conscious awakening. No matter, practice your fists and grow accustomed to your hands. Perhaps you will uncover something within yourself, Xuangu reassured Akin. Acquiring an additional skill can only be advantageous. Akin's mastery of Life Return has reached a modest level, and he quickly grasps the intricacies of the punch cannon under Kaichi's tutelage. He has excelled in wielding the mace, and his training of both hands has been exceptional. Fists are, after all, the most direct and commonly employed form of attack. Thus, mastering the punch cannon poses no challenge for Akin. Jack also presented his great sword to Xuangu. Xuangu, take a look. My great sword has suffered a chip from that female marine's attack. Could you ascertain whether I have awakened any abilities? Xuangu examined Jack's great sword. The damage to your sword resulted from a direct clash with a renowned blade. Your sword's craftsmanship is commendable for a common weapon. It merely sustained a chip from a famous sword, which is already impressive. I have detected no abnormalities, nor do I perceive any abilities within you. Female marine, renowned blade, Kaichi pondered, realizing that Jack and Xuangu were referring to the marine Dasky and her excellent sword, Shigyur, which indeed qualifies as a renowned blade, albeit among the most basic. Jack thought, lamenting the unfairness of fate. This great sword of yours won't last much longer. After a few more battles, it will be rendered unusable. Xuangu continued. What shall I do then? Jack lamented. Do not fret. Currently, we lack quality metal materials and suitable forging facilities. When we acquire superior materials and a proper location, I shall assist you and Akin in forging even better weapons. Really, Xuangu, I understand. During our future adventures, I will seek out precious ores and metals for you. You must forge me a magnificent sword. Jack's spirits lifted as he envisioned his future renowned blade, with the sword of a warrior in hand. I shall storm the demon castle, slay the demon king, rescue the princess, and make a name for myself throughout the world. Ha! He could not help but indulge in his beautiful daydream. Ha! Jack, do not get carried away with your fantasies just yet. You wish to practice drawing and swinging your sword, so go to the cabin and fetch a wooden board that I shall teach you, Xuangu instructed. Jack quickly retrieved a wooden board from the cabin. Xuangu carved the board into a wooden sword. Jack, train with this wooden sword, which resembles your great sword in style and length. The space on the ship is limited, and using a wooden sword will prevent injury. Moreover, your great sword is rather lengthy, making it unsuitable for practicing drawing techniques. You should focus on swinging your sword. Ha, ha, ha. Jack swung the sword repeatedly, perspiring profusely. You are swinging too rigidly. After years of practice, you should not still be so mechanical. You are no longer a novice. Effort alone does not equate to progress. You must also think critically, Xuangu instructed. Wielding a bamboo whip to guide him. An efficient attack from one point to another relies on cycles and rotations. Each individual has their own optimal posture for exerting force. Find the rhythm that best suits your body, then gradually expand your attack range and quicken your pace, amidst Xuangu's teachings and Jack's swordplay. Sartre and Gade repaired the railings and damaged hull of the Zhaogang. The winged Faraday arrived to assist, soaring through the air, extracting marine bullets lodged in the Zhaogang's hull, and repairing extensive damage with wooden boards and iron nails. Miss Huang Chuanzhou approached Captain Kaichi, perplexed. Why did you believe from the outset that the Straw Hat Kid could defeat Crocodile? I may share my thoughts, but first, I would like to test your pigments. Kaichi replied. Miss Huang Chuanzhou, intrigued, wondered what sort of trouble her pigments might cause for the captain before her. Explosive yellow, leisurely green, bullfighting red, rebellious black, however, to her dismay. After exhausting all 4 pigments in a hypnotic attempt, Kaichi displayed no reaction whatsoever. Not even a hint. She found herself engulfed in profound doubt regarding her abilities. How could this be? It is not that my soul is entirely impervious. I can sense emotional fluctuations to some extent. Which is still of USE.IT is merely that my soul is unique. You need not dwell on it. Kaichi consoled Miss Huang Chuanzhou. Indeed, Elder Xuangu's words hold true. O serves as both a blockade and a safeguard. Some special abilities may prove ineffective against myself. That it is only natural for Miss Huang Chuanzhou to harbor such questions, as the Baroque Works studio's best achievements against the Straw Hat crew were orchestrated by Mr. 3 and herself to this day. The significance of their accomplishments continues to rise. She deemed the Straw Hat crew to be riddled with issues, rationalizing that Luffy was not sufficiently strong. Very well, let me pose a question. You perceive no strength in Luffy, correct? Indeed, I do not feel the pressure you exerted upon me. You have misjudged your comparison. The manifestations of strength between him and me differ. At present, I have consumed a devil fruit. And in my dragon form, I possess numerous advantages over his rubber fruit. Thus, in regular form, I am indeed slightly stronger, but in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome remains uncertain. However, we are unlikely to encounter such a scenario, rendering this special case inconsequential. Since you are interested, allow me to analyze the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. For you. I spent 3 years intermittently living on the same island as Luffy, as we are of similar ages. He frequently sought me out for duels. By the time we set sail, we had fought a total of 86 times. In my youth, I was physically weak, losing all 50 of our initial encounters. However, as I trained with my master, I grew stronger, and in the subsequent 36 battles, I only won 10 times, losing 26. Winning was rare. Where does Luffy's strength lie? I comprehend it well. First, he consumed the rubber fruit at a young age. Naturally endowed with life return, not just life return, but an enhanced version of it. The more he consumes, the faster he recovers, making him tough and immensely powerful. Second, he possesses an innate simplicity, giving unfamiliar individuals the impression of weakness. His demeanor does not align with his true strength. This has also led to your doubts and contributed to Crocodile's defeat. Third, Luffy exhibits remarkable combat talent in the heat of battle, the longer the fight endures. The more familiar he becomes with his opponent, dragging them into his rhythm, the longer the exchange, the stronger he becomes, while his adversary grows weaker. This too was a reason for Crocodile's loss. Fourth, an often overlooked point regarding the rubber fruit is its hidden advantage, critical hits and critical hit damage. Many of Luffy's techniques involve delivering dozens of punches in rapid succession. For instance, his Gum Gatling. You might think he is simply flailing about, but in reality, he is leveraging the unique properties of the rubber fruit. This is why I speak of regular form, because at baseline, using a combat power of 10 as a reference, in his youth, Luffy delivered dozens of punches with varying powers, 5, 9, 12, 15, 20, 8, 30, 23, 6, only a few of which yielded 2 or 3 times the critical hit. Once Luffy is serious or enraged, he will decisively harness this property, causing those dozens of punches to escalate to values such as 15, 50, 23, 100, 85, 500, 287, 800. Exaggerated figures that can multiply by 10, 50, or 80 times. These numbers were derived from Luffy's charged punches in his youth. I often found myself incapacitated by his critical hits. There is no doubt that the current Luffy, when fully committed, can achieve critical hits in the hundreds. Do you understand? Luffy's strength lies beyond mere appearances. Ketchy eloquently elucidates the formidable prowess of Luffy to Miss Golden Week. Consequently, It is indeed justifiable that many One Piece games depict Luffy as a critical hit specialist. In Chapter 64, The Ferry of the Ship, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy triumphs over Crocodile. Captain Ketchy, how about you? Can you defeat the warlord Crocodile? Miss Golden Week inquires with curiosity. In Alabasta, I had an encounter with Crocodile. Ketchy recounts. Due to the desert environment, I was somewhat at a disadvantage without employing the 6 styles. However, if victory were imperative, I could indeed prevail, as both Luffy and I are aware of his weakness, water. Once his body is wet, he cannot elementalize to evade damage. Admittedly, it would be a strenuous victory, especially considering the influence of the Yonko Kaido. After my dragon transformation, adversaries ceased to underestimate me. My bounty has risen by 100 million. A lesson learned from Kaido's past. Ketchy then imparts a profound lesson. A wise individual should ideally retain a trump card when unnecessary. Lacking such a card can pose significant danger to the sage. He harbors hopes for Miss Golden Week's swift growth. In the original narrative, Miss Golden Week is characterized by her strategic acumen. According to the plot, she rescues most of the Baroque Works cadres, excluding Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3, and emerges as the leader of the remaining members, opening a new CAF named Spider CAF. In the present world, Ketchy's arrival instigates a hidden plot and a shift in the world. Seeking manpower, he recruits them. As night falls, Schwangu requests the kitchen from Miss Carmen, preparing a hearty broth using a large pot filled with chicken and duck. Schwangu, what piques your interest in cooking today? Miss Carmen asks curiously. Now addressing Schwangu with the same respect as Ketchy, Carmen understands from his hands-on culinary guidance that Schwangu is not only a doctor, but also a master chef. However, he typically refrains from cooking, piquing Carmen's curiosity about what good fortune he anticipates today. I have a premonition of encountering an old friend, thus I am preparing the broth in advance to host my guests. Schwangu replies. Carmen is unaware that the three have already prepared a sumptuous dinner, presenting over 20 lavish dishes. As Carmen places the final meat dish on the dining table and sits down, she observes Ketchy sharpening his knife and fork. Ketchy, Schwangu seems particularly enthusiastic about making broth today, claiming he senses an encounter with an old friend. You know who it might be? Schwangu's old friend? We have only been together for about a month, so I am uncertain. Ketchy ponders aloud that he hesitates to ask Navigator Gade, realizing that the Grand Line lacks specific sea charts to Schwangu's old friend. Suddenly, he recalls Schwangu's mention of traversing from the Rainbow Sea. A light bulb moment strikes. They are nearing the area where the rainbow mist descends. Carmen expresses her hope of witnessing the enchanting Rainbow Sea. As girls are often captivated by beauty, legends say that within the rainbow mist lies an abundance of treasures. With pirates perpetually on the lookout for its appearance, Akin remarks, referring to the coveted treasure land. Books state that the rainbow mist most frequently appears near Relucar Island, suggesting they are approaching it. However, it is said that the rainbow mist does not manifest often, and they hope for the chance to witness it. Fishman Shank asserts, Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters underwater and is quite isolated, leading many fishmen to yearn for the human world. Some fishmen return to their island after aging, bringing tales and books from the human realm that in their youth, they dared not venture into the human world, only knowing it through literature. After dinner, Schwangu returns to the kitchen to continue preparing the broth and mince the meat. Late into the night, Dean stands guard on the ship's lookout, while the others slumber, and Schwangu remains vigilant over the fire. A bright light appears beside Sartre, addressing the slumbering figure in the laboratory. Thank you for your hard work. What sound is that? Who is speaking? Sartre mumbles drowsily. The childlike figure clad in a blue raincoat with a smiling face dissipates in an instant. The following day, Sartre inquires about the previous night's events with Schwangu and Dis. Did you call me last night? I thought I heard someone speaking. Neither had called him. How peculiar. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Sartre expresses his distress. Sartre's room and the laboratory are a large space converted into 3 rooms with only one door, which has remained undisturbed. Following the assassination attempt by the Whiskey Peak CP organization, Sartre's vigilance has heightened significantly. It would be nearly impossible to evade Schwangu's keen ears, as well as Dis and Ketchy's dragon senses. This implies the presence of an otherworldly entity. Ketchy, having traversed here, is well aware of the nature of this phenomenon but chooses not to reveal it, allowing the crew to discover it themselves. He merely caresses the mast of the pirate ship, the Zhaoging, reflecting on its trials. Zhaoging, you have endured much. Captain, There is no need for pleasantries. The ship seems to respond in thought. Kechi is startled to receive a mental reply from the Zhaogong, but soon smiles. Realizing the ship is indeed a companion, having accompanied them through life and death, deserving such recognition. As stationed at the lookout on the mast, raises the alarm. A naval vessel appears in pursuit from behind. Sensing an impending crisis, Kechi prepares for the threat of cannon fire from the approaching navy. On board the warship, Navy Lieutenant Pasqua readies to launch an attack on Kechi's crew. Pasqua, refrain from shooting. I see Xuangu aboard the pirate ship. A female Navy officer beside him interjects, halting Pasqua. The lieutenant reluctantly retracts his coin. It appears that the Straw Hat Kid Luffy has returned, along with Xuangu. Such is fate. Let us wait. The rank of a naval lieutenant is particularly unique. Positioned above the school level but below the major rank, though the naval headquarters lacks the lieutenant rank, it coexists, as seen with Major Tina, who holds both ranks concurrently, seeing the Navy ships in pursuit. Beginning with 3, Kechi accelerates the Zhaogong's speed. It is best to avoid direct confrontation with the Navy unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a rainbow mist engulfs the Zhaogong, drawing it into the vibrant haze. How beautiful! We are so fortunate. We have indeed encountered the legendary rainbow mist, rumored to bestow endless treasures and longevity. I wonder if the tales hold any truth. The crew expresses their anticipation. Kechi releases the memory seahorse Qianlong to scour the sea for treasures among the wrecked vessels. After some time without sighting anyone, Kechi notes the absence of children, indicating that their fates do not intertwine. The crew disperses to search for treasure chests and valuables amidst the debris. Xuangu adeptly navigates through the air above the ship, but soon becomes enveloped by the rainbow mist, disappearing within. In Chapter 65, a contest with the Navy lieutenant unfolds as the memory seahorse, Qianlong, submerges in search of treasure. However, moments later, it loses consciousness. Kechi observes as Qianlong spins in a daze, lifted from the water and suspended in midair, surrounded by a vibrant mist, having absorbed the advanced dragon blood power from Kechi's discarded dragon armor. The memory seahorse undergoes a transformation, sprouting dragon horns atop its head, albeit still short and tender. Its front fins morph into long, robust dragon claws, and 2 retractable bone spines emerge from its back. As the colorful mist permeates its being, the 2 spines extend into rainbow membranes, resembling dragon wings. Kechi refrains from intervening, fearing he might disrupt Qianlong's serendipitous moment. Noticing the others remain distant, he reflects on the profound legacy of the dragon race, suggesting that their decline millions of years ago was no mere coincidence. What transpired back then, and why is there such a strong connection between the dragon race and half an hour later? The vibrant mist had been fully absorbed, signifying the completion of a ritual. Qianlong, having lost the power to maintain his levitation, was on the verge of plunging into the ocean. Noticing that Qianlong's eyes remained in a dazed state. Still unawakened, Kaichi leapt into action, catching the descending memory seahorse Qianlong and lifting him back to the Zhaogong ship. Upon their return, the rest of the crew had already gathered the treasure chests. With the deck piled high with 10 boxes filled with gems and gold, retrieved by Akin and the others, true to the legends, the colorful mist indeed yielded a bounty of riches, marking a remarkable haul. Akin exclaimed excitedly, another treasure found. The crew joyfully examined the treasures within the chests, reveling in their wealth. Upon seeing Kaichi return with the memory seahorse Qianlong, everyone inquired, what happened to Qianlong? Is he injured? No, Kaichi reassured them. He merely benefited from the vibrant mist and has fainted. He is not harmed, so fret not. Pulling Dean aside, Kaichi asked, have you heard anything from the dragon elders regarding the connection between the dragon race and the colorful mist? No, I have not heard of any such link. Dean pondered before responding. It appeared that the key did not lie in the relationship between the Rainbow Sea and the dragon race. Are there any rumors about why the dragon race declined? Kaichi pressed on. There are indeed some whispers. The elder dragons speak of a certain dragon sovereign who dominated an era, winning wars against humanity. However, it remains unclear why this sovereign mysteriously vanished, leading to internal strife among the dragons. The tales are too old, and the elder dragons do not even recall the name of that sovereign. However, after encountering the Iofo tribe, I learned that the sovereign was named Sierra. Upon hearing Dean's response, it seemed the crux lay in the connection between the dragon race and Ode. That the mysterious disappearance of Sierra might indeed be linked to Ode. Then what is Qianlong's condition? I have heard that the Rainbow Sea is the final resting place of the deities in the original tale. Could this be a form of compensation from the gods to the dragon race? And what lies beneath the waters? As Kaichi pondered, he realized the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, had yet to return and inquired, have any of you seen Elder Xian? Receiving negative responses, Kaichi decided against searching, believing that Elder Shin would return in due time. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the Rainbow Sea, unexpectedly striking the Zhaoging ship and effortlessly whisking away the 10 heavy treasure chests filled with jewels and gold. Kaichi activated his swift displacement skill from the 6 styles to stabilize the chests. However, the speed of the gale was astonishingly swift, lifting the 10 heavy chests as if they were mere feathers, outpacing even Kaichi's efforts. Damn it, the cursed Rainbow Sea. If they don't wish to give, they might as well not let anyone find them, seeing that even the fastest captain could not keep up. The crew clinging to the rails lost all color from their faces. What could be more agonizing than possessing a fortune only to see it slip away? The gale continued to carry the treasures away, propelling the Zhaoging ship out of the Rainbow Sea. This time, the exit of the colorful mist was above Leluja Island, and as the Zhaoging ship emerged from the Rainbow Sea, it plummeted from several dozen meters in height. The gale provided an additional push, sending the ship arcing back onto the ocean's surface, preventing it from crashing directly onto the island's ground. With a thunderous crash, the Zhaoging ship landed heavily on the sea, instantly adding new wounds to the freshly repaired vessel. Fortunately, the crew only experienced slight dizziness and, after a moment of calm, were unharmed. Since Elder Shin has not returned, let us wait for him on Leluja Island, Kaichi instructed. Shortly after, Lieutenant Pasquale and Hanso had just escorted the Straw Hat crew away when they prepared to transport the pirate Waiton, disguised as the mayor, along with his son Philip and grandson Rek, back to the Navy's base. Upon witnessing Kaichi's group descending from the sky, Lieutenant Pasquale quickly led the naval soldiers to encircle the newly landed crew. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, Kaichi's group exuded a much more formidable presence. The captain's demeanor shaped that of his subordinates. Even without transforming into a dragon, Kaichi emanated an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with in no need to speak. Sometimes, it's better to play dumb. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted, Kaichi noted as the elderly Rabbani sought to clarify their identity. Kaichi interrupted, emphasizing that it would be disingenuous for them to feign ignorance of each other's identities, stating it was also for the Navy's benefit. Engaging in a fight would only lead to unnecessary injuries for the Navy, with no chance of victory. The only high-ranking forces on the Navy's side were the Elder Rabbani and his aide Isoka, with the local Division S lieutenant-level strength likely falling between the ranks of the headquarters brigadier generals and colonels. In truth, Kaichi's crew lacked any vice admirals from the headquarters, making it a fruitless endeavor to attempt to capture the Flying Dragon pirates led by Kaichi. Kaichi continued, "We shall wait for our ship's Dr. Xuanhu on the island for a while. I assure you, we harbor no ill intentions towards Leluja Island. How about this? Let us engage in a friendly competition by tossing a coin. Should I win, you will refrain from causing us any trouble." Proposing a contest that would avoid direct confrontation was a clever strategy. That sounds like a splendid idea. Let him agree. Isoka, Rabbani's female aide, chimed in. Agreed, Rabbani concurred, accepting the contest to determine their subsequent course of action. The naval lieutenant Pasquale and pirate captain Kaichi stood side by side, facing the sea. Both simultaneously retrieved coins from their pockets, preparing to flick them while focusing intently on the horizon. The naval lieutenant felt confident in his skill, having sunk many pirate ships with this technique, which had earned him his promotion to lieutenant. Kaichi, too, was eager to test his own finger strength, having mastered the 6 styles finger gun technique, though he had never favored its use. The variation of flicking intrigued him. 3, 2, 1. Begin, commanded the female Navy officer Isoka. With a silent pop, they flicked their coins simultaneously. The coins soared rapidly towards the ocean. Although they did not skim the surface, the waves they created carved 2 distinct ripples across the water. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. Both coins began to decelerate after surpassing 200 meters, marking the pivotal moment for victory or defeat. Both Rabbani and Kaichi remained calm, knowing the outcome would be closely contested. The flicking technique was a display of equal prowess between them. However, their respective crews were quite agitated, with the Navy soldiers and pirates alike fervently hoping for victory for their side. Ultimately, the results of the flicking contest were revealed. Lieutenant Pasquale reached 220 meters, while pirate captain Kaichi achieved 222 meters. Kaichi triumphed, and according to their agreement, the Navy would not trouble Kaichi's crew for the time being. Chapter 66. Xuanhu cooks in the Nightlight Cup. To lose even in his area of expertise was truly embarrassing. I hope they genuinely harbor no ill intentions towards this place. Surely, they have no real designs on it. It would be unnecessary for Kaichi's crew to expend so much effort to eliminate us. Furthermore, We might not even prevail against Elder Xian. We still have to meet him. It would be best to avoid escalating tensions too much. On the Navy ship, Rabani and Ahsoka exchanged thoughts. They were originally meant to escort the pirate Waitan back to the naval base, but had instead chosen to remain and keep a close watch on Kaichi's group. Throughout the day, Sate, Gade, and Flayed had become well acquainted with the scientist Hanso on Leluja Island, engaging in friendly discussions in his research lab. When Hanso encountered the diminutive Flayed, he was quite taken aback. Yet after experiencing so many bizarre events recently, including traversing the Rainbow Sea, he quickly accepted the existence of the small folk. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the colorful mist reappeared. Releasing Xuanhu, the ship's doctor emerged, carrying a large bundle with ease, effortlessly leaping onto a discarded small boat. Upon noticing the doctor's return, Kaichi's crew promptly maneuvered the Zhaoging ship to greet him. Xuanhu said nothing as he returned to his quarters to stow his belongings, then proceeded to rent a kitchen and a private room on Leluja Island. Carmen, I shall cook tonight, and you will assist me. Are you willing? Xuanhu inquired as he carried a prepared broth to the kitchen. Absolutely. I would be delighted, Carmen replied enthusiastically, eager to witness Elder Xian's culinary prowess. Behind her, Hank and Debuty carried various pre-marinated ingredients and seasonings. Together, Xuanhu, Carmen, and the others entered the kitchen, busily preparing dinner. They diced tofu into cubes, shredded it into fine strands, and sliced fish into strips. Carmen was now truly appreciating the extraordinary skills of Elder Xian. His knife techniques and timing were in a league of their own, requiring no assistance, merely allowing her to observe the process and absorb as much as she could. She had originally believed that the world-class chefs she had studied under were the pinnacle of culinary mastery. Yet now she perceived layers above that pinnacle. Kaiji was aware that Sartre and the others had become well acquainted with Hansuo, and he instructed them to invite Hansuo, who would then summon the Navy members Rabani, Ahsoka, Achibi, and Longo to the private room. Mentioning that Elder Xian was treating them to a meal, Kaiji was surprised to discover that the old friends Elder Xian referred to were indeed those troublesome kids trapped in the Rainbow Sea. However, it was to be expected, as Elder Xian had been confined in the Rainbow Sea for quite some time, making it only natural for him to know them. Hansuo and the 5 members of Rabani arrived at the private room, where the dishes were just right. Mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, poached chicken, wensi tofu, coral fish, twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, and boiled cabbage, all served by Hank and Debuty. Long time no see, Hansuo, Rabani, Ahsoka, Longo, Achibi. I can't believe that upon our reunion, you have all transformed from children into adults, Elder Xian exclaimed as he emerged from the kitchen, inviting the 5 from Rabani to take their seats. It is not easy to meet old friends again. Please, indulge in the delicacies. We 4 were cast out of the Rainbow Sea 40 years ago, so we are now middle-aged. Ha ha ha. Rabani chuckled. I didn't expect you to remain unchanged, Elder Xian. The others echoed, indeed. You have not altered a bit. Oh, I am quite hospitable. I emerged from the Rainbow Sea 2 years ago, so I have not changed much. I spent a long time in the Rainbow Sea, and it was fortunate to encounter you little rascals. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death. Come, let us share a toast. Elder Xian raised his glass along with Rabani and the others. Though the members of Rabani were Navy, Kaiji's group showed great respect for Elder Xian, joyously feasting and concluding their gathering with old friends and high spirits. The reunion was bittersweet, for after parting, they might not meet again for years, or perhaps never again. Thus, how could they not cook for their friends upon such a fateful encounter? Time always passes swiftly in moments of joy, and dinner soon came to an end. Rabani and the 5 bid farewell to Elder Xian at the shore, relieved that the pirate Kaiji had indeed kept his promise and posed no threat to Lulu Island. They had just dealt with the pirate Wydon and were preparing to request reinforcements when they encountered this new trouble. Fortunately, Kaiji's group had not resorted to violence, allowing for amicable communication. Elder Xian, I hope to see you again in the future, Rabani said as the 4 of them boarded the warship, bidding farewell to Hansuo, who remained on Lulu Island. They had already delayed their departure for some time and needed to set sail promptly. Elder Xian, would you be able to teach me your culinary skills? I would love to learn how to prepare your dishes. Not yet. Your culinary essence is 2/3 developed, but still lacking. Once you have fully cultivated it, I will then impart my knowledge to you. You speak of this elusive culinary essence, but I have no idea how to enhance it. When will I achieve it? Carmen, do not rush. You possess considerable talent. Take your time to comprehend it well. The opportunity should not be far off. That evening, the Zhuoging sailed quietly over the sea. Carmen, excited by Elder Xian's culinary skills, proactively sought to become his apprentice. Only to be temporarily rebuffed. Let us set aside that discussion for tonight. Carmen, did you not bring me a few bottles of wine? My room has no space left, so I will have to store them with you for now. Bring me a few bottles, and I shall show you something interesting. Of course, Elder Xian. I'll go grab them from my room. Elder Xian returned to his room and retrieved a small box from his large pack. Placing it on the kitchen table to his surprise, it contained 6 exquisite cups. Kaiji picked one up, examining its cool, smooth texture. It was crystal clear and radiant, not stunning at first glance, but remarkably pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing the wine Carmen brought out, Kaiji began to speculate about the origin of the cups. Elder Xian, surely this cannot be a luminous cup. Indeed, in my world. It was a congratulatory gift from an envoy of a Western kingdom when I was still an emperor. I cherished it and kept it safe. That package was left behind in the Rainbow Sea, and I never expected to retrieve it this time. Let us use these cups to enjoy the wine together. Though the cups are few, I will bring them in batches. Kaiji was astonished to come across such a rare treasure. Having been poor in his previous life, he had never encountered such exquisite items. Carmen twisted off the bottle cap and filled all 6 cups. Close the cups, commanded Ship Dr. Xuanu. Upon hearing this, Sartre switched off the lights, plunging the kitchen into darkness in the absence of light. The true beauty of the 6 cups was revealed. Each one emanated a soft glow, and the red wine within added depth and warmth, transforming the cups from mere vessels into exquisite works of art. Absolutely stunning. The others gasped in awe. Luminous wine cups. Kaiji felt that the description was indeed fitting, as drinking wine from the luminous cups imparted a sense of savoring a rare vintage. Kaiji's group sampled the wine in 2 rounds, immersing themselves in the splendid lifestyle of the upper class. After concluding this wine-tasting event, Xuanhu lent the luminous cups to Carmen for further study. Jack, why does the pointer seem so strange today? Has it broken? It is pointing to the sky, Gade inquired, raising his concerns about their navigation to Jack. Upon hearing the question, Jack hurried over and observed that the pointer indeed pointed skyward, recalling the rumors. Could it be the Sky Island? I never thought there truly was a Sky Island. The thought of adventuring there is exhilarating. Rumors spoke of an aerial sea, home to strange creatures like the sky shark. Yet how would they ascend to such altitudes of 10,000 meters? Shank, the fishman, pondered aloud. Though Shank was over 40, he was still relatively young for a fishman, possessing a wealth of knowledge from his life experiences, especially concerning Fishman Island. They hailed from the depths of the ocean, 10,000 meters below, and he could not dismiss the existence of the Sky Island at such heights. Think they would reach there so soon. Kaiji knew how to access the Sky Island, as they simply needed to locate the island where the pirate vacationed. However, they currently lacked the eternal pointer for that island. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, transitioning from clear to overcast in an instant, casting an unsettling pall over the crew. As they discerned the darkened sky, 5 terrifying shadows loomed above the sea, each towering at a height of 100,000 meters, with the central shadow preparing to fire upon the Zhuoging. Chapter 67. The Pirate Vacation at Moku Town, Aya Island, a shadow towering 10,000 meters. What a colossal beast! In comparison, even the giant race, standing a mere dozen meters high, appeared minuscule. The crew broke out in a cold sweat. Run. At the command, everyone grabbed their paddles, working in unison to propel the Zhuoging out of the perilous waters. The ship felt like a leaf in the wind. The Zhuoging darted out of the shadow's domain like a rocket. Finally, they found themselves in a safe expanse of sea under clear skies. Returning to normalcy, the crew sighed in relief, grateful for their safety. What a close call. We nearly faced disaster. Truly, this is the Grand Line, where even creatures of 10,000 meters exist. Exhausted, they collapsed, drenched in sweat. Kaiji wiped his forehead. Even knowing it was an illusion, the oppressive presence of that 100,000-meter shadow was overwhelming, and he dared not gamble on its reality. Everyone, something is flying towards us. Dean exclaimed that a dark figure was indeed hurtling toward them. Were we attacked? Gade queried that it does not seem so. There are no other vessels in sight. Sartre replied through the telescope that it appears to be a person. A person? How could someone fly through the air? If they land, they would either destroy the Zhuoging or be gravely injured. Everyone, step aside and leave space for me, spoke Ship Dr. Xuanu. The others complied, clearing a large area on the deck. Utilizing Tai Chi techniques, Xuanhu prepared to absorb the force of the impending figure as the individual descended. Xuanhu deftly seized their head with one hand while stabilizing the other, employing Tai Chi footwork to spin the person around like dough. After 5 or 6 rotations, he dissipated the person's kinetic energy and gently placed them on the deck. The individual was quite tall, though their eyes appeared dizzy. It was the Ape Man, one of the brothers of the Salvage King of Monkey Mountain, resembling a gorilla. Kaiji recognized him. Having been sent flying by Luffy, he had fortuitously ended up with them just as they were headed to the town where the pirate vacationed. Although he had lost the Eternal Pointer to Luffy's group, the locals would likely return to that island. The Ape Man awoke to find Kaiji's group staring at him. "Who are you? How did you end up flying in the sky? You nearly crashed into us, but thankfully our ship Dr. Xuanhu saved you. Otherwise, you would have been seriously injured." Akin asked. "My name is Ape Man, the Salvage King of the Deep. Thank you for rescuing me. No need for thanks. I am Kaiji, the captain of this ship. We also need your assistance. Do you have any information regarding the Sky Island?" "Alas, I am indeed unaware of this matter, but my superior possesses the knowledge. Allow me to escort you back to Gaia Island, where you may directly inquire with my superior." The straightforward ape, having spoken, reached into his pocket only to discover that his belongings were missing, exclaiming in alarm, "My Eternal Pointer has fallen. Now I must rely on instinct to find my way back." "Fear not, for life is replete with uncertain voyages. Simply guide us, and I place my trust in you." "My ape brother," replied the helmsman, Jack. Deeply moved by Jack's words, the ape felt fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals. Thus, Jack received the ape's assistance as they sailed toward Gaia Island. Along the way, they encountered another of the ape's brethren, a gorilla with extraordinarily long hair, capable of emitting a high-pitched sound powerful enough to cause destruction and damage ships from afar. Kate mused that the gorilla resembled a baboon more than an ape, while the ape bore a closer likeness to a gorilla. The names of these two brothers seemed to reflect the whimsical nature of Oda's imagination, though these two were somewhat bumbling and comical. Their strength was not to be underestimated, as both were bountied at 10 million or more. The ape possessed a fist capable of defeating sea kings, with a bounty of 23 million berries, while the gorilla wielded a formidable destructive power through his high-pitched voice, boasting a bounty of 36 million berries, and harbored ambitions to usurp the position of warlord from Crocodile. Kate could not recall whether the gorilla's power stemmed from a devil fruit or was simply an innate talent. But this was of little importance. Finding their captain on Gaia Island was paramount. The gorilla's pirate ship, the Uton Explorer, also spotted Kate's vessel, the Zhuiging. The strong ape easily leaped aboard the Uton Explorer and recounted all that had transpired, including his encounter with Kate and the search for his missing pirate ship, the Victory Hunter. The gorilla instructed the Uton Explorer to lead the way back to the Ape Mountain United Army base on Gaia Island. However, upon arrival, they discovered their captain was not home, likely off diving beneath the waves. Kate, unperturbed, ordered the Zhuiging to drop anchor nearby. They could first replenish their supplies in the town of Moku on Gaia Island. Jack, Dis, and the Traveler Bear, by Bao, opted not to venture into the town, but instead made their way into the primordial forest. The port of Moku town was teeming with pirate ships, and the streets and taverns were filled with pirates. Those who frequently perused bounty notices would note that many pirates here boasted bounties in the millions and tens of millions. That a frail old man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and his horse was equally unsteady, occasionally collapsing onto the ground. It turned out that they had encountered Poison Q and his horse, named Strong. Despite Poison Q's elderly appearance, he was merely in his 20s. His frail visage belied his age, likely a result of consuming the paramecia-type disease fruit, leaving him in a state of constant pain and weakness. In stark contrast stood Elder Xian, who, at over 100 years of age, exhibited robust health and vitality, especially during training, exuding an aura of life and vigor. Other pirates paid no heed to Poison Q's plight. Kate took the initiative to assist him onto his mount. "Strong. Thank you," Poison Q said, producing a basket of apples and offering them to Kate. "Would you care for an apple?" "Ah, to test my fortune. How intriguing. It seems your withered appearance is not merely a consequence of the fruit, but perhaps a reflection of your attempts to calculate fate being turned against you." "Very well. I happen to be in the mood for a snack." Kate selected an apple, eager to gauge his luck, especially with the perilous currents of the Kraken flow approaching. Upon taking a bite, he found it crisp and sweet. "This apple is delightful." Kate praised to his relief. The anticipated scene of explosion or poisoning did not materialize. Yet another fortunate soul, Poison Q lamented, feeling the weight of fate as yet another lucky individual crossed his path. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Poison Q bid Cage goodbye, slowly departing on his ailing steed. Upon hearing Poison Q's words, Cage realized that Luffy's crew must have already arrived in town, likely encountering Poison Q first. Suggesting that Luffy's fateful meeting with Blackbeard was drawing near in this town. Cage's primary concern lay solely with Blackbeard. The rest were merely elite adversaries for his crew to hone their skills against. The island was rife with pirates boasting bounties in the tens of millions, 20 million, 40 million, even 50 million, but many were merely individuals with scant ambition and limited vision, merely minor bosses in the grand scheme of things. Currently, Luffy's new bounty had yet to reach this place, let alone Cage's crew, who were further down the line. Cage allowed his crew the freedom to explore Moku Town, confident that Blackbeard's focus was solely on the Straw Hat crew, making it unlikely for him to achieve his goal of becoming a warlord by capturing Cage's crew. Even if Luffy's new bounty were to be prematurely revealed, the implications in the world would differ greatly. Having defeated Warlord Crocodile, Luffy's influence and threat level in both the Navy and among civilians would surpass Cage's by several tiers, as Cage merely benefited from the tutelage of the Yonko Kaido. Thus, Blackbeard's only path to becoming a warlord lay in capturing Luffy and seizing Ace, who was conveniently presented to him. Only a select few high-ranking officials in the Navy understood that the threat posed by the two was on the same level. Like Cage, Blackbeard represented a cunning strategist among pirates. They would not provoke one another unless their goals aligned, lest they invite unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, Akin and Shank, along with Carmen and Xianhu, were bustling through the streets, purchasing goods and provisions. Though, isn't that the infamous ghost from the East Blue, Akin? Quite a feat to have made it to Moku Town. A blue-haired pirate taunted upon spotting Akin and his companions. Indeed, they're not having it easy. With a bounty of 12 million berries, making it this far is commendable, chimed in the blue-haired pirate's female companion, brandishing Akin's previous bounty notice. Is that so? Why not join us? Even if you rank last, you'd still achieve something greater. Ha ha ha. Ghost from the East Blue, Akin, what say you? The blue-haired pirate continued to mock. Onlookers gathered, eager for the spectacle, creating space to avoid any collateral damage. Such encounters among pirates were common in this town, yet the spectators always relished the opportunity for more excitement. The blue-haired pirate, brimming with arrogance, had the bounty to back it up, over 40 million berries. Chapter 68. A dream unending. Sachis was at it again, bullying other pirates, who would be the unfortunate target this time. Why? It was none other than Akin from the East Blue, with his bounty of just over 10 million berries. He stood no chance against the overwhelming Sachis, whose bounty exceeded 40 million. Onlookers whispered among themselves, eagerly awaiting Akin's downfall. The towering Sachis, having released the two women he had been embracing, lunged forward, delivering a charged right hook aimed at Akin. Laughing and taunting, ha ha ha, weak little ghost Akin, witness as I lay you low with a single punch. The confrontation indeed set the stage for a rout, yet the outcome defied the expectations of the gathered pirates. Akin deftly deflected Sachis' charged punch, stepping in close to deliver a powerful jab straight to Sachis' abdomen. The suddenness of the assault rendered Sachis rigid. Drawing strength from his feet, Akin unleashed a third punch, repelling Sachis several paces back. Sachis, gasping and wide-eyed, found himself kneeling in defeat on the street before the gathered pirates. Sachis had been bested by Akin. The crowd erupted in disbelief, buzzing with animated discussions, unable to fathom the unexpected turn of events. Get up, Sachis, how could you be so easily brought down? The two women by his side exclaimed, rushing to check on him. Fear not, ladies, he merely fainted momentarily. There is no serious harm, just needs to rest a bit. The ship's doctor, Xianhu, reassured the women. While the gathered pirates might have been astonished, Akin's companions were unfazed. Even the chef Carmen found it entirely normal. Had this been Akin from over a month ago, facing the likes of the Krieg pirates, opinions would have varied widely on the potential outcome. However, after more than a month aboard the ship, Akin no longer bore the burden of managing hundreds of crew members that he regularly trained against the captain, a formidable beast, and had practiced his strength with Shank, along with occasional medicinal baths from Xian, who to enhance his physique and mitigate hidden injuries. Akin had experienced comprehensive growth. Even with a bounty of 30 million berries, Akin's true strength was not adequately represented. though he lacked weaponry. He had devoted recent days to honing his physical prowess in the application of his fists. As Xianhu noted, dealing with someone weakened by indulgence was quite straightforward, for indulgence only harms the skin, not the internal organs or bones, particularly when that fool underestimated Akin and grew complacent. Let us gather our purchases and return to the Zhuogang. We shall await the gorilla and the ape's captain, for Cage has mentioned that their captain possesses clues regarding the Sky Island. After Akin's encounter with Sachis, he felt nothing, as if it were a matter of course, routinely returning to the ship with his teammates. The blue-haired fellow, oblivious to the crowd of onlookers, was Captain Kaichi. This blue-haired Sachis served as Bellamy's first mate and wielded a strangely shaped scimitar. However, he had not brought his weapon, and Akin's hammer was also broken and left behind. Sachis' fighting style was quite audacious. Indeed, he had the height advantage over Akin, which was to be expected, but he made no probing attacks and resorted to the simplest tactic of a straight punch, charging it for far too long. Making it exceedingly easy to read, the consequences of previously bullying weaker opponents were now evident. Against a true master, he was at a loss for how to engage. Subsequently, the blue-haired one was swiftly eliminated by Blackbeard with a single blow. Later, upon encountering their superior, the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, Sachis was ensnared by Doflamingo's string fruit powers and inadvertently wounded his captain, Bellamy, with his own scimitar. Kaichi did not join Akin and the others, but continued to meander through the streets, indulging in culinary delights while awaiting a dramatic confrontation. "Ha! The cherry pie here is indeed the finest. You are that one from earlier," a voice exclaimed. "That was a fight they won, and your insults were quite formidable. You are truly a courageous woman." Nami, feigning weakness, led Luffy and Zoro out of the hotel, where they encountered Blackbeard, seated on the ground, savoring a cherry pie that moment. Zoro and Luffy dropped their pretense and stood tall. Luffy, donning his straw hat, looked towards Blackbeard as the three of them positioned themselves on either side, rivals facing off for the first time. "Ha! Those fools proclaiming a new era are utterly ridiculous. They say the age of dreaming pirates has come to an end. Ha! Dreams do not die. Let them laugh if they wish to ascend to the peak. There will always be moments when one finds no reason to strike. Am I wrong? It seems I have interrupted your journey. Are you in a hurry? Best of luck making it to Sky Island." With that, Blackbeard swaggered off, drinking and spilling his drink, unaware that the very person he would later seek stood before him. Luffy's bounty of 100 million would soon reach here, and when Blackbeard saw the report of Luffy's bounty, he would pursue him to exchange with the Navy for a position among the warlords. Meanwhile, Robin had an impressive moment, single-handedly subduing Bellamy's crew in the hotel and extracting the location of the gorilla and the ape leader, Mont Blanc Kurohige. Thus, the Straw Hat crew had unearthed the vital clues to reach Sky Island. They sailed the merry-go to the seaside, arriving at the remnants of a half-collapsed castle, the residence of Mont Blanc Kurohige, descendant of the legendary Norland. "Kaichi, what a coincidence to meet again!" exclaimed Luffy. "I didn't expect to find you here." Kaichi feigned surprise upon seeing the excited Luffy. The merry-go docked beside the Dragonfly, lowering its anchor. It marked the first full meeting of the Straw Hat and Dragonfly pirate crews. "Akin, what a surprise to see you here." Sanji exclaimed. "It's been a while. I've now left the Krieg pirates and am a member of the Dragonfly crew." Akin and Sanji shook hands and embraced, burying past grievances with a smile. Neither harbored any deep-seated animosity. Rather, they yearned for a fair rematch, as their last encounter had been fraught with complications, with Akin having been poisoned and feeling guilty towards Sanji at that time. However, both understood that now was not the moment for personal rivalries. Uncovering the clues to Sky Island and the means to reach it held precedence. The arrival of Chef Carmen caught Sanji's attention. "Miss Carmen, what a stroke of luck to find you here," Sanji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with affection as he rushed to her side. "Keep your distance from our lady, you lecher." Hank and Debut dutifully positioned themselves before Carmen, shielding her from Sanji's advances. That moment, Mont Blanc Kurohige surfaced, bare-chested, and was taken aback by the number of visitors seeking him. It had been ages since he had encountered such ambitious youth. He willingly recounted the legendary tale of his ancestor, Roland, the famed navigator of the North Sea, and the golden city of Shandora, even producing his ancestor's maritime journal for all to peruse. A treasure from 3 centuries past, Nami and Jack were particularly meticulous in handling the esteemed work. Roland's navigational journal indeed contained records of Sky Island, detailing unique modes of transportation such as sky sharks and sky crocodiles. Mont-Blanc also showcased the few golden artifacts he had spent years uncovering, including the golden guiding bird, affirming the existence of the Golden City. The Golden City. Oh, treasures, how fascinating. Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement, his adventurous spirit ignited. Eager to embark on the quest for the Golden City, recognizing that their primary goal was Sky Island, Mont-Blanc proactively informed Luffy and Kaichi's crews about the upcoming knock-up stream, also known as Monster Current. Though perilous, it was the only known route to Sky Island to withstand the impact of the knock-up stream. They needed to reinforce their vessels. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, a naval prison was besieged by a band of pirates who freed Captain Krieg from captivity. Surprisingly, there remained loyal subordinates among Krieg's remnants, who successfully rescued him. Donning his golden armor once more, Captain Krieg addressed his crew. "What news do you have? There are reports of Kaichi's crew, now allied with Akin, engaging the Navy in Alabasta, successfully evading capture. Akin's bounty has risen from 12 million to 30 million. Their captain, Kaichi, has surged from 20 million to 100 million. The subordinate, gauging Krieg's reaction, hesitated but ultimately relayed the information. Krieg, upon hearing the updates, seized the newspaper handed to him by his subordinate. "That brat Kaichi and Akin, we shall meet again." Gripping the paper in fury, he continued, "We will remain in the East Sea for a time. Gather our forces and re-enter the Grand Line." "Yes, Captain Krieg," the crew responded, buoyed by their captain's unwavering resolve. The Krieg pirates had not yet met their end. Chapter 69, Confrontation with Luffy in a bar in Moku Town. The previously lively second floor had grown quiet. The usual boisterous underlings had wisely silenced themselves, wary of provoking the irate Bellamy and his core crew. The first mate, Sachis, had been defeated by Akin and was carried back to the bar by his crew. After having bullied Luffy and Zoro, he was then overpowered by Robin, who single-handedly coerced Bellamy's crew into revealing Mont-Blanc Kurohide's location. Thus, it was Robin who unearthed Kurohide's whereabouts. Otherwise, Luffy and his crew would have arrived even later. That woman and those foolish dreamers, speaking of Sky Island and the deceiver Norland's descendant. What a laugh. Bellamy seethed with rage, never having endured such humiliation in this region, but he pressed on. Is it confirmed that Luffy's crew is heading to Kurohige? He impatiently inquired about Luffy's crew's location, intent on reclaiming his honor that it was indeed confirmed that Luffy's crew was en route to Kurohige, as many pirates and bystanders had witnessed their passage. Good, that I will return shortly. Await my good news. With that, Bellamy transformed his legs into springs and, with a powerful leap, shattered the bar's window as he propelled himself out, soaring nearly 100 meters in the air. He traveled at incredible speed, soon nearing his destination. Yet, at that moment, he was intercepted by Kaichi, transformed into his dragon form. "Bellamy, return. I have ensured Kurohige's safety. You cannot pass." With a sinister grin, Kaichi continued, "Perfect timing, my first mate. Sachis was bested by your Akin, and I was just lamenting my lack of an opportunity to settle the score with you. You dare appear before me with a bounty of 20 million? Have you grown too arrogant?" Bellamy's response left Kaichi momentarily speechless. Kaichi fell silent, pondering whether Bellamy's perception and intuition were truly intact. Bellamy once again gathered his strength, transforming his legs into spring-like appendages, encircling Catch as he spun around at high speed, seeking the opportune moment to strike. However, to Catch, such action seemed nothing more than a waste of time. In the instant Bellamy threw a punch, Catch's colossal dragon-like fist had already descended upon his head, the sound of the impact echoing through the forest and startling countless birds into flight. The force of the blow pierced the ground, leaving Bellamy embedded within it, with a noticeably deeper crater formed around his head. Catch had decisively defeated Bellamy in one swift strike. The hyena had no place in the presence of a dragon. Even Robin could not counter him, and Bellamy stood no chance against Catch, especially in his dragon form, leaving him utterly helpless. Catch tossed the gravely injured and unconscious Bellamy to the outskirts of Moku Town, where his subordinates would come to save him. Bellamy still had a role to play, ensuring the timeline did not deviate too far. Originally, Luffy was to return at night to find Bellamy having harmed Uncle Coolie Kai, leading to an enraged punch that would knock Bellamy down, but Catch had seized that opportunity instead. Yet, with only 2 days remaining, and the need to reinforce the Zhuang ship, Catch would not allow Bellamy to harm Coolie Kai. Fearing he might miss the monstrous sea current, the original work had clearly stated that there were only 2 ways to reach the Sky Island: the perilous monster sea current, or locating one of the smaller Sky Islands. Whether Science Island Visalia, the very island where Tyrant Kuma had sent Nami flying. To bring Visalia down to sea level, allowing ships to enter, and then have Visalia ascend into the Cloud Sea, was the known safest method to reach the Sky Islands. Of course, there was another vague possibility, circumnavigating the Red Line at its summit, which stood at 10,000 meters high, while the Cloud Sea ranged from 7,000 to 10,000 meters. Somewhere atop the Red Line should allow entry into the Cloud Sea to reach the Sky Islands. Although this was merely speculation, with Oda never having confirmed it, Catch was not willing to take any risks in such a challenging search. He could not afford to abandon the gold of the Sky Island. Jack and Dean Baibao were traversing the jungles of Gaia Island, with the guide bird, also known as the South-South bird, watching Jack and his companions closely, occasionally emitting strange calls that sent shivers down Jack's spine. How eerie. Such a bizarre bird. Jack shuddered. Is it troublesome? Red Dragon Dean glanced at the guide bird and remarked, "It simply said it has never encountered strangers before. It's merely curious about us, which is quite normal. As animals, Red Dragon Dean and Travel Bear Baibao found such sounds and behaviors perfectly natural, not perceiving any eeriness. Jack's feelings were indeed misplaced. If Captain Catch were to hear him, he would likely laugh at Jack's heightened sensitivity, for Catch understood that guide birds were, in fact, quite comical. Oh, a purple dragon, the dragon aboard Catch's ship, Luffy exclaimed, extending his arms to grasp Red Dragon Dean. Leaping onto his back, Straw Hat Luffy, Dean twisted midair, attempting to shake Luffy off. However, Luffy held on with unwavering determination, gradually climbing up Dean's body, eager to experience the true sensation of being a dragon rider. Jack and Travel Bear Baibao were uncertain whether to intervene in Luffy's antics. Just as this tension mounted, a voice shattered the impasse among Dean, Luffy, and Jack. "Luffy, do not cling to my crew. Only those aboard my ship may ride the Red Dragon." Catch approached, his dragon form aloft. Red Dragon? Indeed, Dean belongs to the Red Dragon clan, albeit with a different hue. Upon hearing Catch's explanation, Luffy's eyes sparkled even brighter, gripping Dean tighter. "Luffy, let go. Do not trouble my crew." Catch's tone turned icy, unwilling to let Luffy press his luck. "Catch, you're so stingy," Luffy pouted, reluctantly releasing his grip and returning to the ground. Catch gestured for Jack and the others to leave, and they complied. Departing without hesitation, Luffy felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to ride the dragon, but being the optimist he was, he adjusted his straw hat, turned to face Catch, and declared, "Catch, it has been far too long since we last competed. Shall we have a match now?" "Very well. I am eager to see how much you have grown, Luffy." Catch readily accepted, as his basic Dragon Fist techniques had previously evolved in response to Luffy's fighting style. Making this an opportune moment to gauge Luffy's strength, Rubber Gatling, Dragon Fist, Raging Strike. Luffy and Catch were both intimately familiar with each other's abilities, and their first exchange erupted into a flurry of punches exceeding 100. Rubber Rocket, Dragon Fist, Direct Dragon Strike. The two engaged in a fierce contest of powerful blows, their strikes equally matched, the resulting shockwaves rebounding off them. Luffy's rubber body absorbed the force, while Catch's dragon form remained largely unaffected. Seizing the moment, Catch launched a close-range assault with his dragon claws. Luffy's elastic physique twisted and turned, deftly avoiding the dragon's grasp, before leaping into the air with one leg extended. Rubber Battle Axe. His foot descended from above with tremendous force. Catch leapt into the air, spinning twice to evade the oncoming strike. The rubber battle axe crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater and shattering rocks within it. Fist Cannon. Taking advantage of Luffy's momentary instability after his battle axe attack, a fist-shaped shockwave surged toward him. Luffy did not evade. Instead, he inhaled deeply, puffing out his belly to absorb the impact. The explosive shockwave merely rippled across his stomach, causing no harm. The two continued their fierce contest of fists for half an hour on Gaia Island, leaving behind numerous broken branches as evidence of their fierce battle. Both their stomachs growled in unison. They halted their sparring. "I'm hungry. Let's call it a draw for now. This time, it's a stalemate. In truth, neither had revealed their trump cards, both aware that the other had held back. During these 2 days, Coolie Kai led the ape men and gorillas in the reconstruction and reinforcement of the Merry-Go, while simultaneously guiding and assisting Sate and others in the modifications and fortifications of the Zhuanggang ship. The 2 days swiftly passed, and both ships were now fortified. Sate and Gade had even outfitted the Zhuanggang ship with dragon wings, making it look incredibly dashing. At this moment, the sky had grown ominously dark, signaling the approach of extreme weather. The monster sea current was imminent, and it was time for them to set sail. Catch, let us race to see who reaches the Sky Island first. The Mary Go and Zhuang Gung ship departed from Gaia Island simultaneously, both entering a massive whirlpool. After traversing the perilous vortex, the center returned to an unsettling calm, an eerie silence preceding the storm. In this tranquil moment, familiar laughter echoed from nearby. "Ha, Luffy, I've finally found you." Blackbeard's voice rang out. Catch also took note of Blackbeard Teach, who was aboard a large raft, bombarding the Mary Go. Chapter 70. Ascending to 7,000 meters, Angel Island. Blackbeard had come to pursue Luffy, but it posed little threat. His wooden raft lacked maneuverability and had small cannon bore sizes, which could only cause minor troubles for Luffy's crew, without any real danger. Blackbeard had only recently acquired the powers of the dark fruit, and engaging in battle at sea was still inconvenient for him. Should he encounter Luffy on land, however, the threat would be significant. Suddenly, a menacing force surged from beneath the sea, coalescing into an enormous water column that shot up into the clouds. Carrying the Mary Go and Zhuang Gung ship skyward, the monster sea current swept Luffy and his companions out of Blackbeard's sight, leaving him staring at the spiraling waters in frustration. Set the sails. Jack steadied the ship's helm, gripping the ropes of the sails while directing the crew to assist in raising them. "Jack, are you sure? If we leave the ocean like this, what if we fall?" Gade questioned, confronting the risky maneuver. "Trust me, the updraft surrounding the monster sea current is extremely strong. It will be sufficient to lift the ship. If we do not gain speed now, once the monster sea current dissipates, we may not reach the Sky Island." "All right, we trust you, Jack." Captain Catch, along with Akin and Shank, braved the turbulence to raise the sails of the Zhuang Gung ship. As the sails filled with wind, the Zhuang Gung ship broke free from the towering waters, resembling a wild horse unbound, rocketing upward at 10 times its previous speed. The velocity was so great that Catch and his crew could only cling to anything they could grasp, desperately preventing themselves from being thrown from the ship. The rushing winds overwhelmed everyone on board, leaving them disoriented and unaware of how long they had been soaring, instinctively clinging to whatever they could hold on to. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, Catch and his crew gradually regained their senses, beholding a vast expanse of pristine white clouds, with the Zhuang Gung ship sailing smoothly atop the cloud sea. The fisherman Shank eagerly leaped into the cloud sea, discovering it was indeed filled with seawater, and he swam through it with glee, exclaiming his excitement. "To my astonishment, there truly exists a sea at an altitude of several thousand meters. Captain, we have succeeded. By advancing through the sea of clouds, we shall discover the legendary Sky Island." Jack was brimming with excitement. "Well, my little ones, let us press on in search of the Sky Island, where we will find the golden city of Nolan." Cage understood that having reached the White Sea at 7,000 meters, they should soon locate Angel Island, and subsequently, the mythical island of Appiato, which had been cast into the depths of the 1,000-meter White Sea by monstrous currents centuries ago. Suddenly, a disturbance arose in the White Sea as a pair of dorsal fins broke the surface from behind Shank. However, the fishmen were among the sovereigns of the sea. Even sea monsters hundreds of meters long dared not attack Shank. How could a 10-meter-long sky shark pose any threat to him? Shank gathered his hands in the sea of clouds, invoking the fishman martial arts, concentrating a stream of water between his palms, and shooting forth a column of water. The water column surged like a divine spear, cutting through the clouds, piercing through the shark's mouth, and emerging from its back. The sky shark was left utterly mortified, lifeless, its corpse floating upon the surface of the White Sea. However, the blood of the sky shark was considerably less than that of the sharks from the Green Sea, merely staining a small patch of the White Sea red. Witnessing this unforeseen event, and feeling their own hunger after narrowly escaping the torrent, they declared, "We are famished. Let us feast upon this sky shark to satiate our hunger before embarking on our quest for the Sky Island." The crew agreed, appreciating the chance to rest and replenish their strength, as a few were feeling somewhat fatigued. Carmen led Hank and Debuty to the shark's carcass to begin filleting the meat, while Shank assisted in stabilizing the fish in the water. The meat of the sky shark was notably less fishy than that of the Green Sea sharks, exhibiting superior quality. The materials were promising, and the fins of the sky shark would likely produce exquisite shark fins. As Chef Carmen dissected the fish, she reveled in the delightful aroma wafting from the flesh, realizing its quality and the potential for fine fins, which lifted her spirits considerably. Once the meat was prepared, Carmen, along with her sous chefs Debuty and Hank, returned to the kitchen to craft culinary delights from the shark meat. Xuanhu, too, was intrigued by the taste of the sky shark. In his former life as emperor, sharks were a rarity in his kingdom, allowing him only a few indulgences over the years. Later, as a role model for shark conservation, he abstained from consuming them altogether. Reflecting on this, he realized it had been ages since he last savored shark fins. However, he thought to himself that it was of little consequence. In this world, sharks were abundant, and he would surely have another opportunity to relish them in the future. After enjoying a sumptuous feast of shark meat and feeling fully satisfied, Cage and his crew swiftly located the Sky Island, where towering edifices indeed soared above the clouds, resembling a realm fit for the divine. The ship, the Zhuanggong, docked at the Sky Island's harbor, where many residents noticed Cage and his crew. "Are they yet another group from the Green Sea?" they murmured, observing their distinctly different attire. After a brief moment, a contingent of guards from the Sky Island pressed forward, led by Captain Ali, who approached Cage. "Greetings, denizens of the Green Sea. Welcome to Angel Island. I am Captain Ali of the Angel Island Guard." "Are you the captain of this crew?" "Indeed. I am Cage of the Flying Dragon pirate crew. Did you come from Visalia?" "Not at all. We were swept here by monstrous currents. Oh. Then you are considered stowaways and must pay the due taxes," Captain Ali stated matter-of-factly, disregarding the pirate status of Cage's crew and insisting they comply with the regulations. However, Cage posed an unusual question. "Taxes? Surely this is not a case of you pocketing the funds unlawfully. Is it? How could you suggest such a thing?" "I act in accordance with the laws of Angel Island," Captain Ali retorted, producing the legal codex of Angel Island to show Cage. Seeing that Captain Ali did not display any anger, Cage realized that this captain was not to be underestimated. Do you truly ensure that these taxes benefit the people of Angel Island? Or are they merely funneled to your superiors? Cage pressed further. "How dare you speak so? Of course, they serve the citizens of Angel Island. The funds are allocated for the salaries of the guard, as well as for the maintenance of the land clouds and public facilities." Among other things, Captain Ali asserted, leaning closer to Cage, his tone rising with seriousness. "Do not even think about evading taxes. There has already been a group that attempted to do so, harming the law enforcement officers and violating numerous laws of Angel Island. They now find themselves at the punishment altar on the divine island of Apiato, pursued by the clergy." Noticing Cage's silence, Captain Ali continued his persuasion. Cage discerned that Captain Ali was not genuinely angry, but rather performing for effect. Listening to his words, Cage gleaned the trajectory of their unfolding narrative. Recognizing the upright and intriguing nature of Captain Ali, he chose not to dwell on the matter of taxes any further. Promptly paying the requisite sum of several thousand berries for the people, upon receipt of Cage's payment, Captain Ali offered to guide him. From their conversation, Cage learned that there were two types of guards on Angel Island. One akin to Ali's role as a law enforcement officer, and the other a combat force led by the deity of the Sky Island and the four divine priests. Angel Island was home to many varieties of clouds, including rain clouds, sea clouds, and the land clouds unique to Angel Island. Only the land clouds allowed one to walk upon them and establish structures. Xuanhu, upon learning from Captain Ali about the existence of a blacksmith's forge on Angel Island, requested its location, gathered his belongings, and set off to find the forge. Within the temple of Angel Island, 5 figures congregated, including the deity of the Sky Island, Enel, and the 4 divine priests. "What of the other group of Green Sea denizens?" Enel inquired, seated upon the throne within the temple, addressing the priest Shura. According to Captain Ali's report, they are the Flying Dragon pirate crew led by Cage, and they have surprisingly complied with the tax regulations. Shura replied truthfully, "How amusing. However, I shall not let them off so easily. This game is still lacking in intrigue. How could I possibly part with such interesting pieces?" Enel chuckled, picking up an apple and munching on it, his laughter ringing through the hall. Unbeknownst to Cage and his crew, from the moment they set foot on Angel Island, they had caught the attention of higher powers. Chapter 71. Forging soldiers. Now that we are at high altitude, the air is thin, and you may experience altitude sickness, resulting in fatigue and dizziness. Please refrain from engaging in strenuous activity and take the time to acclimatize. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, advised the crew before departing for the forge. Had it not been for Xuanhu's warning, Cage might have almost forgotten about the altitude adjustment on the Sky Island, given that he possessed the powers of the Zoan-type ice dragon devil fruit. A creature inherently designed for flight, he felt no such anomalies. Similarly, Dean, also a dragon, exhibited no unusual effects. It was only the others who began to comprehend the source of their prolonged fatigue. Seeing how law-abiding you are in paying taxes, I shall offer my services as your guide, taking you on a tour of Angel Island. Captain Ollie volunteered. Excellent, Cage agreed, curious about Captain Ollie and eager to learn more. Cage speculated that Captain Ollie was adept in observation hockey, which the inhabitants of Angel Island referred to as the Heart Network. Why did he harbor such thoughts? Because Ollie had pinpointed Cage as the captain with remarkable precision, without asking a single question. At that time, Cage's crew had not been communicating, yet Ollie had immediately identified the non-dragon transformed Cage as the leader. Such discernment could not be achieved solely through observation and experience. That Cage's crew, while gathered, did not present Cage as an obvious standout among them. The elderly Xuanhu, the fierce Akin, and the tall, muscular fisherman Shank all served as excellent distractions. Thus, Cage concluded that Captain Ollie's ability to recognize him as the captain at a glance indicated his prowess in the Heart Network. Just as Cage and his crew departed from the dock of Angel Island with Captain Ollie, they had not ventured far when a pair of shrimp claws emerged from beneath the Zhuanggong, and a sky shrimp suddenly appeared, lifting the ship with haste and departing from the dock, sailing towards the higher skies of the White Sea. Reaching an elevation of 10,000 meters, Cage and his crew had no time to react as the massive sky shrimp whisked their vessel away, vanishing into the horizon. Well, it seems we have no time left for a tour of Angel Island, Cage remarked, bewildered. Captain, what is happening? Keck inquired. I am uncertain as well. Typically, the empty shrimp would not voluntarily approach the Angel Island dock. I shall return and inquire further on your behalf. Captain Ollie replied innocently, genuinely unaware of the situation, yet concealing certain truths. The empty shrimp and empty crabs do not typically enter the human dock of Angel Island unbidden. However, if commanded, the scenario changes entirely. Only the god of Empty Island and the priests possess the authority to issue such commands. Do you know where the empty shrimp might be headed? Keck continued to question. Keck sensed that Captain Ollie was withholding information, but chose not to delve into the reasons behind this reticence. It appeared that Captain Ollie's strength did not surpass that of Enelu and the four great priests. Keck understood the rationale behind the concealment. The residents of Angel Island lived under oppressive rule. A single misstep in speech could incur divine retribution. The heart net of Enelu, the thunder god, ensnared the entire island. Enelu, what a malevolent deity indeed. Keck mused inwardly, realizing they had long been under surveillance. Indeed, even if Luffy's group had initially evaded tax evasion and illegality, they would inevitably be lured to the divine island of Apaya. The divine island of Apaya, Captain Ollie informed Keck, elaborating on the dangers present there, including the perilous inhabitants known as the Sandians and the trial grounds guarded by the four great priests. He also introduced the transportation method of the empty island, the Weiba, which was essentially an empty island version of a motorcycle and yacht, powered not by an engine, but by the unique sprint shell exclusive to the empty island. Keck expressed gratitude for Captain Ollie's assistance and requested that he relay word to Xuanhu at the ironworks when he had the opportunity, informing him of their venture to the divine island of Apaya in search of a ship. As Keck and his companions rendered a Weiba, he also took them to a restaurant to procure meals for each of them. Should an unavoidable battle arise on the divine island and you find yourselves fatigued, you may return to life, which can counteract altitude sickness. Therefore, ensure you have sustenance. A return to life requires a foundation of food, or it may yield contrary effects. Understood, Captain. The crew, relieved to have a solution for their fatigue, collected their food. Keck rented a medium-sized Weiba, as there were only about 10 of them, making a larger vessel unnecessary at the Angel Island Ironworks. The blacksmiths were adorned with winged decorations on their attire. Swat having soaked their garments numerous times, the peculiar attire of the elderly Qinghai men caught the attention of the empty islanders. The presence of Qinghai people on Angel Island had become common knowledge. Greetings, Qinghai Man. Do you require weapon crafting? What specifications do you have for the weapon? The proprietor inquired. After all, ordinary weapons could easily be procured from a weapon shop. A visit to the ironworks typically indicated a desire for something more specialized. Upon seeing the forge, Xuanhu noted the powerful wind provided by the unique wind shell, which ensured the furnace's temperature was sufficiently high. Good sir, I am Xuanhu. I have come to rent a forge to craft 2 weapons. Might that be permissible? It can be done, but at your age, are you certain? The proprietor sought to confirm that the elderly man was indeed intent on forging weapons, observing that while Xuanhu appeared robust, he had surpassed the optimal age for a blacksmith, even venturing into the realm of diminished capacity for vigorous activity. Upon receiving the elderly man's affirmative response, the proprietor acquiesced. The ironworks housed multiple forges, and thus Xuanhu secured one along with a blacksmithing platform. However, he did not commence immediately. Instead, he proceeded to the restaurant to replenish his energy, for his crafting method required continuous effort without interruption. Crafting two weapons would demand an entire day of unwavering focus. Once replenished, Xuanhu returned to the rented blacksmithing platform and forge, shedding his upper garments, a customary practice of his craft. The onlookers from the empty island were astonished to find that, despite his lean appearance, the elderly Qinghai man possessed a physique adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Xuanhu retrieved meteorite iron, fine iron, tempered silver, and diamond alloy from his bag, laying the materials on the blacksmithing platform in preparation. Wow, such treasures! The weapons crafted will be extraordinary. The blacksmiths of the empty island, though unfamiliar with a few materials, recognized the metallic luster as indicative of their exceptional quality. At that moment, Captain Oli arrived at the ironworks to inform Xuanhu of Kek's group's pursuit of the Zhaogang ship on the Divine Island. I see, Xuanhu replied, not pausing in his work as he placed the meteorite iron into the furnace to melt. Aren't you concerned about them not going to the Divine Island? Captain Oli inquired. Noticing Xuanhu's unwavering focus, rest assured, Kek will manage the ship's affairs. I shall concentrate on my responsibilities and refrain from causing any chaos. Xuanhu replied with a smile, reassuring Oli not to worry. Soon, under the vigorous gusts of wind, the meteorite iron melted, glowing a fiery red. Using tongs, he retrieved the incandescent meteorite iron from the furnace and placed it on the blacksmithing platform. Grasping the hammer, Xuanhu's aura surged dramatically, the method of 1,000 hammer strikes. The hammer fell upon the fiery meteorite iron like a torrential downpour, with Xuanhu resembling a wild beast, yet his technique was as precise as a programmed automaton. On the Divine Island of Apaya, in the trial grounds of the sphere, once ensnared, there is no escape. The rubber entangling net ensnared Luffy as he extended his limbs, binding him to the astonishing sphere generated by the priest of the empty island, Shadeli, rendering him immobile. Utilizing the heart net, there was no evasion of the onslaught. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sanji delivered a powerful kick, incapacitating one of the 4 great priests, Shadeli. The explosive sprint shells were promptly collected by the sharpshooter Usopp. Having vanquished Shadeli, Luffy and his companions continued their journey on the Weiba along the cloud paths of the Divine Island in search of the Mary and their other allies. However, Luffy, unable to sit still, mimicked Zoro's sleeping posture while seated behind Usopp. Stay vigilant, Sanji cautioned. This is a trial of love. Luffy foolishly imitated Sanji's mannerisms and voice while uttering this phrase. Usopp burst into laughter, and the 2 mirthful companions received swift kicks to their heads from Sanji. My apologies, Sanji. Both, with swollen heads, hastily gestured an apology, indicating their newfound resolve to refrain from such antics. Chapter 72. The Holy War on the Divine Island of Apaya. The divided group of Ferrati traversed the forest with ease, swiftly searching for the Zhaogang ship. The forest was the territory of the Iofo clan. Successfully locating the Zhaogang ship at an altar, Ferrati prepared to signal the sky with a flare, but was suddenly attacked by a warrior from the empty island riding a large bird. Winged little creature, I never imagined such peculiar beings existed in Qinghai. Without the heart net, I would not have discovered you. You are a priest of the empty island. Why have you taken our ship and attacked us? The diminutive Ferrati, with remarkable speed, evaded the assault and questioned the priest. Indeed, I am Shura, the priest of the Trial of Ropes. You are the prey chosen by the gods, destined to partake in this battle. The priest Shura was astonished by Ferrati's agility, noting that he was even faster than himself. With the heart net in play, the initiative remained firmly in Shura's grasp. He continued to assault Ferrati with a spear embedded with a heat shell capable of igniting objects. Ferrati deftly dodged, but Shura's spear did not cease its attack, piercing the mast of the Zhaogang ship, igniting flames along its length. Damn it! Why are you destroying our ship with your spear? It can ignite as well. This was Ferrati's first encounter with a formidable adversary, one whose unique abilities allowed him to anticipate and evade his attacks. Most troubling was the malicious destruction of their vessel, which would surely infuriate Sat and the captain. Did the enemy also wield control over fire elements? Observing carefully, Ferrati noted the shell embedded in the priest's spear, likely the source of its peculiar capabilities. However, he could no longer afford to evade carelessly, lest he allow further harm to befall the Zhaoging ship. Above the Zhaoging ship, a fierce clash ensued as the spear and the mast collided. Despite the vast difference in size, both produced accompanying flames. What a twist of fate! Your spear also carries flames. I shall treat it with utmost respect. Shura felt an intensified combat spirit towards the diminutive figure of Farid, his moves becoming increasingly sinister and ruthless. Farid's flames manifested with greater purity and concentrated power, while Shura's heat shells expanded their fiery range. Within a mere breath, they exchanged dozens of thrusts, a whirlwind of attacks and evasions leading seamlessly into a new round of confrontation. After a brief quarter of an hour, both combatants bore the marks of flames upon their bodies, sustaining only minor injuries, yet their faces were streaked with soot, and their garments were singed in multiple areas. Farid exhibited slightly more soot and charred patches than Shura. The 4 divine officials under Commander Enel had been forged through genuine blood-soaked trials, and Shura's combat experience far surpassed that of Farid, who was not a warrior of Ioth. Although surprised by Farid's strength, Shura had already discerned the patterns of Farid's attacks from their recent skirmish. Aware of his adversary's might, Farid seized a moment of respite to signal his comrades aboard the ship. However, the wrathful Shura, embodying fury, showed no mercy as he relentlessly continued his assault on Farid. In a deft maneuver during a turn, Shura utilized the spiraling motion of his avian steed to execute a surprise counterattack. This blow, infused with the combined might of Shura and his mount, struck Farid with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the mast of the Zhaoging ship. The previously pierced and ablaze mast could not withstand the impact. Fracturing under Farid's weight, ultimately defeated, Farid collapsed onto the deck of the Zhaoging, leaving a dent in the wood as smoke billowed around him. As the haze dissipated, a severely injured Farid struggled to rise and grasp his weapon. But his exoskeletal armor and jetpack lay irreparably damaged. Just as Shura prepared to continue his assault, showing no leniency towards his foe, he sensed an approaching presence and withdrew his hand. It was enough. This holy battle had only just begun, and the key players would have to wait for the climactic finale before savoring the sumptuous rewards. The divine official Shura set his course towards the merry ship. Moments later, the Dragon Man Kaichi arrived at the Zhaoging. Discovering the damaged mast and the gravely wounded Farid, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath to extinguish the lingering flames at the mast's break. Then approached Farid. "Farid, are you all right? Who inflicted such harm upon you?" Upon seeing his captain, Farid finally exhaled in relief. "I'm fine. Thank goodness you arrived." "Captain. I would have been unable to prevent that individual from destroying the ship." "I apologize, Captain, for failing to protect the vessel. That assailant must be one of the 4 divine officials we spoke of. He rides a bird and wields a spear that ignites with shells. He possesses a peculiar ability that allows him to anticipate my attacks and evade them." Hearing Farid's description, Kaichi immediately recognized the foe. "Shura, the divine official, you truly are a shipwrecking fiend. Remember, it was you who also inflicted damage upon Luffy's Mary. If not for Chopper's desperate attempts to shield us and summon the god of the former Sky Island, Fu Gandhi, our Mary may not have reached the shipbuilding island of Water City." However, what irked Kaichi more was the injuries suffered by Farid. Had he not arrived in time, Farid's situation could have been dire. "Farid, I'm just relieved you're safe. That I asked for the Zhaoging. We shall repair it properly once Sate arrives." Kaichi reassured him. "You encountered Shura, one of the 4 divine officials. The shells on his spear are called heat shells, capable of producing flames as you witnessed. That peculiar ability you mentioned is known as the Heart Network on the Sky Island. An observation hockey in our blue sea. Many strong individuals in this world wield such abilities, and with diligent training, we too can master this extraordinary skill." Kaichi continued to elucidate the nature of the adversary Farid had encountered and his queries. The Heart Network. Observation hockey. Farid, despite his grievous injuries, felt a flicker of joy upon realizing he too could cultivate such an ability. The altar was situated deep within the lake of the Divine Island amidst the forest, where several Kong-Ao prowled the surface, their predatory gazes fixed upon the altar. Suddenly, one of them leapt from the water, propelled by its powerful muscles, aiming to capture Kaichi on the Zhaoging with its gaping maw. Kaichi, filled with pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity to unleash his frost dragon breath, resulting in a gratifying release of tension. They, before reaching Kaichi, was instantly frozen into an icy statue, plummeting back into the lake, sending sprays of water cascading. The other, witnessing their leader transformed into a frozen relic, promptly retreated from the altar of the Zhaoging. Meanwhile, throughout the Divine Island, the descendants of the warrior Karl Gala, led by the battled demon Wappa, engaged in guerrilla warfare against Enel and his subordinates, igniting the flames of war for the sake of the land of Shandora, under the scheming of Enel and the four divine officials. Luffy and Kaichi, hailing from the Blue Sea, were also drawn into this prolonged holy war between the Sky Islanders and the Shandians, a conflict that had persisted for 3 centuries. In the skies above the Divine Island, the guiding birds of the Sky Island were colossal. The Red Dragon Dean, accompanied by the Archer Jack, marveled at the size of the guiding birds soaring above. The guiding birds on Gaia Island are no larger than a basketball. Yet here they rival your size, Dean, with some even exceeding it. Suddenly, the Divine Island trembled, prompting Dean and Jack to sense something amiss. Could there be an earthquake on the island? A massive serpent, stretching 200 meters, slithered across the island, toppling trees in its wake. Carving a path through the forest, the serpent raised its head. It opened its gaping maw to strike at the guiding birds overhead, a maneuver it appeared to have perfected through frequent practice. The guiding birds of the Sky Island, seasoned in evasion, swiftly altered their trajectory to escape the serpent's jaws. Frustrated by its failure to capture the guiding bird, the serpent redirected its attention towards Dean and Jack. Eager to target these new intruders, with a swift lunge, it aimed to devour them. Dean, emulating the guiding bird, managed to evade the serpent's initial strike, but the relentless creature pursued them with determination. After several attempts, during a moment of distraction, the serpent executed a rapid twist and ensnared the red dragon Dean and Jack within its gullet. Satisfied, the serpent, the ruler of the skies, continued its advance across the Divine Island. Those two fools swallowed whole. Did they not see the signal flares? The fishman Shank burst forth from the forest, following the path the serpent had carved. He had spotted the flares from a distance and rushed to the scene, only to witness Dean and Jack being consumed by the serpent. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the treetops lay 2 members of the Shandian guerrilla team, both rendered unconscious by electric shocks, their bodies crackling with residual energy, twitching intermittently. How dull and predictable. Is that a fishman from the Blue Sea, the current god of the Sky Island? Enel stood barefoot atop a treetop, his back adorned with the 3-tipped Tomo symbol, surrounded by a tempest of lightning, instilling fear throughout the realm. Chapter 73. God. Enel. Miss Golden Week ventured alone in search of the Shandians, speculating that they were the guardians of the fabled city of gold. By chance, she encountered the young Shandian girl Aisha. Or rather, it was Aisha who took the initiative to approach Miss Golden Week and her companions. Aisha, a Shandian girl, was born with the ability of observation haki, a natural aptitude for the heart network, which enabled her community to evade and resist Enel and the 4 divine officials. More importantly, her heart network had the capacity to cover the entire island, promising a bright future. It is essential to recognize that the initial phase of the Holy War in the Sky Island was a survival game between Enel's guardians and the Shandian guerrilla forces, and only 3 individuals possessed the capability to accurately assess the entire island's population: Enel, the formidable Iron Trial official Ohm, and Aisha. Aisha, through her connection with Miss Golden Week, sought to ally with Kaichi and Wappa, aiming to defeat the terrifying god. Miss Golden Week inquired about the location of the City of Gold, but Aisha, having been born in Cloud Hidden Village, had only a vague understanding of the City of Gold, Shandora, and was uncertain of its whereabouts. Aisha led Miss Golden Week back to the secluded Cloud Hidden Village to consult the chief, who was likely to possess the knowledge they sought. The outcome, however, was a scolding from the chief. Aisha, how could you bring an outsider to Cloud Hidden Village? What if they attract the officials and the guardians of the Sky Island? Chief, it's fine. Miss Golden Week is from the Blue Sea, and the Heart Network indicates she harbors no ill intentions towards us Shandians. Aisha addressed the chieftain. Aisha, do not let your guard down simply because of the capabilities of the Heart Network. What if it fails later? Quickly, send this person from Qinghai away from Yunin Village. Despite Aisha's assurances, the chieftain of the Shandia people remained hostile. With a deft hand, Miss Wang Jinsu, wielding her brush, swiftly drew a white circle symbol on the chieftain. This inspiration stemmed from her observations of Kaichi and Xuanhu aboard the ship, where she noted their serene demeanor, a quality that seemed to disarm strangers and instill an inexplicable trust. Thus, she created her new white hypnotic paint. Indeed, the previously fierce chieftain's countenance softened, and he became amicable towards Huang Jinzu. Chieftain, I am an archaeologist. I have come to seek the Golden City. and I wish to behold it with mine own eyes. Could you enlighten me about its location? The now friendly chieftain graciously divulged the whereabouts of the golden city of Shandora, now reduced to ruins, its gold long gone. 6 years ago, after the new god of the Sky Islands ascended. We Shandia were utterly defeated by Enel, and Shandora fell under his dominion. The gold has long since been taken. I in the pitch-black void. My four eyes search for one another. Dis, where are you? Are you all right? Jack? I'm fine, over here, Dis responded as he climbed to his feet upon hearing Jack's voice. Observing the surrounding darkness, he unleashed a torrent of dragon flames to illuminate the space. Following the light, Jack swiftly located Dean. Truly, this legendary Sky Island harbors a colossal serpent, its belly resembling a vast cavern filled with stones. This serpent has consumed an astonishing quantity of them. Inside the great serpent, countless remnants of buildings lay scattered. The fisherman Shank hastened his pursuit. The enormous serpent was the grandson of the former serpent god, Kashi, and was now known as Nolan, the Lord of the Void, revered by the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. Nolan soon discerned the approaching Shank, and while all creatures on the divine island would flee upon his presence, here was one who dared to show him disrespect. The Lord of the Void turned. His massive jaws snapping towards the fishman, Shank retaliated with a powerful elbow strike, repelling the serpent's formidable upper body, then leaped to attack the colossal beast. Thousand Waves fist. His crimson fist struck Nolan's head with immense force, sending ripples across the serpent's body, akin to a building severed at its foundation, crashing heavily to the ground. 200 meters long, the Lord of the Void seemed immense to an ordinary person. Yet to Shank, who hailed from the depths of the ocean, it appeared rather commonplace. He had faced larger sea monsters before. The fishman Karate, rooted in strength, naturally countered giant beings. It was as if the very founders of the art had considered the need to combat massive sea creatures. Inside the serpent's belly, Dean and Jack were likewise tossed about, disoriented. However, as the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. Shank could barely attend to Dean and Jack, for the god of the Sky Islands, Enel, had already appeared before him. Remarkable, a fisherman from Qinghai, capable of defeating the Lord of the Void. My journey here has not been in vain. Are you that malevolent god of the Sky Islands? The adversary's demeanor was far from amiable, and though Shank lacked the heart network, he could sense the immense threat emanating from this individual. Surely, he was the god of the Sky Islands the captain had warned them to watch out for. Malevolent? Ha! Enel laughed heartily upon hearing Shank's words and declared, I am a god. The god Enel possesses the authority to govern all. What malice could you possibly attribute to me? Upon hearing Enel's proclamation, Shank was convinced of the captain's words. Unpleasant memories flooded his mind as he recalled the self-important celestial dragons. God Enel, what do you seek from me, Shank? Ah, Shank the fishman, a fine name indeed. Your survival game begins now. Enel raised his right hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, and Shank barely managed to evade the initial strike, which struck his foot. He realized he could not linger. He had to unleash everything in this first attack. Thousand Waves energy fist. Remarkably, he managed to dodge the first strike, showcasing strength beyond that of most. However, Thunderbolt. Enel transformed his wrist, launching a linear lightning attack that arrived before Shank's energy fist could respond. The bolt pierced through Shank's body. Before lightning, all beings are equal, and even a fishman of greater physical prowess could not withstand its might. The fishman Shank fell, rendered incapable of battle, his presence fading. As Jack and Dean regained consciousness, they glimpsed the light and emerged from the serpent's maw, witnessing Enel's conquest over Shank. Both Jack and Dean promptly launched signal flares before attacking the enemy. Jack utilized arrows for ranged assault, while Dean unleashed flames from the sky. Yet, the arrows and fire passed harmlessly through Enel's form, utterly ineffective. Curse it, another user of a natural-type devil fruit. Their elemental form is insufferably resilient. Jack scoffed, "Doe, a dragon." Enel's eyes lit up at the sight of the red dragon Dean, recognizing that a god ought to have a magnificent steed. Dragon, I offer you a chance. Become my mount, and I shall spare you. In a flash, Enel transformed into pure lightning, appearing before them. Dean, your kind is truly precious. Everyone seems to cherish you. Only Jack, the social butterfly, could manage to jest even in such tense circumstances. Impossible. I shall remain a member of the Flying Dragon Pirates and will never become your steed, the red dragon Dees resolutely declared to Enel, utilizing his language fruit. What a pity. With that, divine judgment, A column of lightning descended from the heavens, striking through Jack and Dean in one fell swoop. Enel vanquished Jack and the Red Dragon Dean. The survival game of Enel had cast the trio of the Flying Dragon Pirates, Shank, Jack, and Dean, into failure. The fearsome god of the Sky Islands, Enel. Azura. The Shandia people are quite surprising too. A notable presence vanished, drawing Enel's attention back to his guard warriors engaged in battle with the Shandia guerrillas. He transformed into lightning and departed for the site of the conflict. Chapter 74. Embracing one's destiny. On the ship leaving the primitive wooden tents of Yunin village, Miss Huang Jinsu arrived at the golden city of Shandora. Shandora, stripped of its gold, now lay in ruins, a mere shadow of its former grandeur, reduced to a city of relics. The remnants of the architecture revealed a style reminiscent of the Maya, with tiered altars and square-shaped residential buildings. Oh, little Miss Huang Jinsu, what a surprise to see you here. While conducting her archaeological survey through the dilapidated structures, Miss Huang Jinsu heard a familiar voice. Looking up, she spotted Nico Robin atop a towering edifice. Gazing down at her, Miss Huang Jinsu, have you made any discoveries? Please, call me Robin. I am no longer affiliated with Baroque Works, so it would be impolite to address me by that codename. It was evident that Robin wished to sever ties with Baroque Works and Crocodile entirely. Robin had joined Crocodile for the sake of uncovering historical texts, with no genuine intention of assisting him in his quest for the Pluton. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Robin was solely interested in unraveling the mysteries of history and held no true affection for Baroque Works. Having lost all her loved ones to the Buster Call in her childhood, she harbored disdain for Crocodile's ambitions, which mirrored the actions of the Buster Call. Robin, if you dislike my title from Baroque Works, you may call me Marianu. Miss Huang Jinsu introduced herself. Little Miss Huang Jinsu, your title is perfectly fine, Robin replied with a smile. From the extent of the architectural damage, it appears that a significant amount of surface gold was relentlessly destroyed years ago. The remnants of the inscriptions suggest that the Golden City of Shandora is connected to a long-hidden nation from centuries past, yet no tangible progress has been made. The mystery of that nation remains only partially unveiled. With its core content still obscured, what unique discoveries does our little historian, Miss Huang Jinsu, have to share? Miss Huang Jinsu was taken aback by how Robin had learned of her identity back on Gaia Island. I was quite astonished to see you join Kaichi's group. I overheard your conversation and found it unfortunate. After working together for so many years, had I known you were also a historian, we could have exchanged so much knowledge. Upon noticing that Miss Huang Jinsu remained silent, Robin candidly confessed how he discerned her identity as an archaeologist. Sincere honesty fosters a more fruitful literary exchange. Realizing her oversight and not responding, Miss Huang Jinsu replied, Robin, your discovery aligns closely with my suspicions. I have no further revelations to share. She then regarded Robin earnestly and inquired, Robin, do you harbor resentment towards the president of the Divine Favor? Do you blame my grandfather for failing to assist Dr. Clover and the others? Typically as serene as a mirror, Marianu's emotions began to ripple significantly. In truth, Dr. Clover had once mentioned the prospect of taking her to the North Sea to meet his close friend. As she reminisced about those beautiful moments, a glimmer sparkled in Robin's eyes that he had also provided her with a letter of introduction to the Divine Favor. In her childhood, she had wandered to the North Sea and encountered your grandfather. Yet due to the Navy's control, she was unable to meet him. Grasping Marianu's hand, Robin recognized that she had no grounds to blame the elderly man who was equally oppressed, for if her existence were to ignite in the North Sea, it would signal the demise of yet another archaeological sanctum. Thus she chose to continue her wandering. I once heard my father speak of my grandfather's familial mission, which is why Dr. Clover and my grandfather did not amalgamate the Divine Favor with O'Hara, each preserving an escape route to my grandfather spent those 2 years engulfed in fury and guilt, and I hope, Robin, that you do not cast blame upon him or the others. Had it not been for my second uncle's return from the Arctic, the Divine Favor would have become a veritable prison for the Navy, which I could scarcely endure, leading me to run away. When I encountered you at the Baroque studio, I was quite taken aback. I had been following your endeavors closely. Little did I know that this minor action would attract the attention of Princess Vivi and Mr. Nine, ultimately reaching Captain Kaguya. The unfolding events were indeed extraordinary. Robin offered no reply, but the warmth emanating from his palm assured Miss Huang Jinsu that he bore no resentment, nor was he entangled in confusion. The two ladies, both rational archaeologists, held hands, their heads overshadowed by a metaphorical sword of Damocles. They understood and empathized with one another. The past was left behind. What mattered was the present. Miss Huang Jinzhou queried, "Robin, what compelled you to join the Straw Hat Pirates?" Stopping in his tracks, Robin was taken aback by her question. Pondering for a moment before responding, "Though they each possess their flaws, they are the most likely to accept me as a companion. I wish to trust them, just as they have trusted me." Little Miss Huang Jinzhou, what about you? I had expected you to remain in Alabasta to continue running your beloved Spider CAF. Upon hearing Robin's answer, Miss Huang Jinzhou beamed with joy. Their sentiments were remarkably alike. "I feel similarly. Although Captain Kage and his crew have their own ulterior motives, I believe that with them, I might have the opportunity to unravel the mysteries left by my ancestors. Thus I accepted Kage's invitation." Their exchange was marked by candor. They envisioned a vessel that could embrace its destiny, shattering the sword of an evil deity, bearing witness to the true historical narrative. Not long ago, aboard the Mary, Chopper was grappling with the trials imposed by the rope-wielding Shura, ultimately sounding the whistle bestowed by the ancient gods of Skypiea. Indeed, the former god of Skypiea, Gonfall, arrived just in time to drive away the priest Shura. In a fierce aerial duel between the two formidable beings, Shura, being the second most powerful of the four priests, ultimately triumphed over the former god of Skypiea, Gonfall, sending him plummeting into the empty sea. Thus concluding his first defeat, the Enel survival game had commenced. Shura chose not to persist in his pursuit of Chopper, but instead engaged in combat with the guerrilla fighters of the Shandians. However, his fortune took a turn for the worse when he encountered the war demon Wappa among the Shandian guerrillas. Renowned for his ferocious physique, as described by Alvida, Wappa gained the upper hand in close combat with the priest Shura, ensnaring him and unleashing the formidable impact of the reject dial, delivering a single blow that vanquished Shura. The second strongest of the four priests, the reject dial, known for its impact being tenfold that of the priest's own dial, could be employed only thrice by the war demon before it proved fatal. It is worth noting that the use of a regular impact dial could severely injure an ordinary person's arm, let alone the tenfold strength of the reject dial. Meanwhile, Enel effortlessly dispatched two Shandian captains, a male and a female, with a single strike of his lightning. Showcasing the terrifying power of a deity, Sart, Gade, and Bartolomeo, upon encountering smoke bombs, found Shank and his companions already grievously injured and unconscious on the ground. Sart and the others took the injured Shank back to the altar on the ship. "The throat, for recuperation. What a massive serpent!" they exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the Sky Master Nolan. Sometime later, amidst the marshes of the Divine Island, Chopper, utilizing his sixfold transformation through the Rumble Ball, engaged in battle with the Swamp Trial priest Gadaz. Exploiting Gadaz's habitual rolling of his eyes, he delivered a devastating blow, sending him crashing into the marshy clouds. Gadaz, while not fully unconscious, failed to realize he had toppled over, and relentlessly broke through the clouds, ultimately plummeting into the sea below. Chapter 75. Annihilation. The Swamp Trial priest Gadaz shattered through multiple layers of marshy clouds and fell into the sea, commencing his new life in the azure waters. Gadaz, also known as Nirvana, landed on a small island where he befriended a man named Goro, who was perpetually digging holes. Thereafter, he followed Goro in his digging endeavors until they encountered the Land Guardian. The Land Guardian, a colossal mole adorned with a construction helmet and wielding a large shovel, was easily subdued by Gadaz, who won his allegiance, turning him into a subordinate. Gadaz and Goro frequently occupied the compartment atop the Land Guardian's helmet, directing him to excavate pits on the island, until they eventually dug up a hot spring. However, the commotion from the hot spring attracted the Forest Guardian of the island. The Forest Guardian, the leader of the baboons, bore resemblance to those found on Eagle Eye Island, albeit with larger, rounder heads, suggesting greater intelligence. These baboons utilized tools, donned garments, and remarkably, managed their own timber, constructing dwellings. Gadaz effortlessly vanquished the Forest Guardian, enlisting a cadre of exceptionally intelligent baboons. He and Goro directed the Land Guardian to dig pits while allowing the Forest Guardian to lead his kin in constructing houses for the hot spring. During one particularly enthusiastic excavation, they inadvertently dug deep enough to reach the oasis city of Alabasta, where they encountered Kola and her father. Goro recognized Kola's father, revealing that he was Goro's brother, thus making Goro Kola's uncle. Goro enthusiastically recounted his dreams of digging up a hot spring on the island. Kola, and her father joined Gadaz and Goro in exploring the hot spring, contemplating its potential as a tourist destination. Unexpectedly, the forest guardian surprised everyone by helping Gadaz and Goro construct a hot spring manor resembling a castle. From that point onward, the island was dubbed Hot Spring Island, establishing a direct travel route between the Sand Kingdom of Alabasta and the hot springs. Serviced by large land crabs fitted with passenger compartments and advertisements, nobility from the Sand Kingdom frequently visited Hot Spring Island to indulge in its therapeutic waters. Gadaz became the manager of the Hot Spring Resort and the guardian of the Azure Sea. Of course, Gadaz's subsequent adventures unfolded over the following 2 years. In the Hidden Cloud Village, Sart and Akin met with the chief of the Shandians and Alvida. Miss Huang Jinsho departed from the Hidden Cloud Village but summoned the 2 vice-captains with smoke bombs. As a newcomer, she lacked the authority to decide on an alliance with the Shandians, nor could she compel the captain to take action. Alvida shared accounts of Enel's callous disregard for life and his terrifying nature with Sart and Akin. Hoping they could persuade Captain Kage to assist Wappa in confronting Enel, Akin remained silent at first, glancing at Sart to gauge his thoughts. He had no qualms about engaging directly in battle. But now, the priority was to convince the captain. Akin recognized he had yet to attain that level of standing aboard the throat. If that Enel truly is as you describe, a threat to Shank and the others, rest assured, our Captain Kage will confront him. Kage does not tolerate those who so casually disregard the lives of the vulnerable, Sart continued, recalling their encounter in Windmill Village, where Kage had donned a mask to punish a nobleman who had bullied civilians, leaving that nobleman incapacitated for an extended period. Sart went on, however, whether Kage is willing to collaborate with Wappa remains solely at his discretion. That I can only mention this to him. I cannot guarantee anything. Sartre was reluctant to actively partake in the conflict between the Sky Island and the Shandians. He took it upon himself to represent the Flying Sea Pirates, assuring both parties that he would not take sides nor harm any Shandian. After conversing and providing assurances to Aisha and the chief, Sartre, along with Akin, Gade, and the traveling bear Baibao, returned to seek out Captain Kage. During their journey, an arc of lightning appeared before the four. Sartre wished to keep the Flying Dragon pirates uninvolved in this war. However, Kage and his crew were mere pawns in the divine survival game, making it impossible for them to remain uninvolved. Suddenly, the god of the Sky Island, Enel, confronted Sartre and his companions. The terrifying aura he exuded was precisely what instilled fear in the Shandians, prompting the captain to caution them. Recognizing the dire situation, Gade released a smoke bomb. Gade, what if the smoke bomb attracts Carmen and the others? Akin exclaimed. There is no other choice. Doing nothing is not an option. We can only hope the captain sees the smoke. Sartre reassured Gade. People of the Blue Sea, your survival game begins. Seek your path to existence amidst the storm of lightning, Enel declared, extending numerous bolts of lightning towards Sartre and his companions. Cannon punches, mortar shells, and electric projectiles were unleashed by Akin, Sartre, and Gade, who attempted to evade the oncoming attack. However, the speed of the lightning was too swift, surpassing Gade's reaction time, and he was unable to evade the first strike. Collapsing instantly, the trio's offensive was effortlessly sidestepped by Enel, their attacks merely striking the empty AIR.AS. Enel landed. The towering traveling bear Baibao, over 3 meters tall, soared down upon him, its elegant cape billowing. In a gentlemanly display, the bear unleashed its paw with all its might towards Enel. White Bear, I commend your bravery. However, you were too close to the lightning, Enel remarked. With a surge of electricity, bolts of lightning erupted chaotically around him, unrestrained and wild. Marking this as one of Enel's most effortless displays of power, Baibao's paw failed to make contact, engulfed instead by the tempest of electricity, and he fell backward with the second strike. Another combatant was felled. Who would be next? Baibao. Carmen and his companions, having seen the smoke bomb, rushed over, throwing several frying pans at Enel. With a deft maneuver, Enel channeled lightning through his golden staff, melting the pans into molten iron upon contact, which cascaded onto the ground of the divine island. How is this possible? The instant transformation into molten iron, Sartre gasped, fully aware of the terrifying temperatures required for such a feat. He shouted to Carmen and his companions. Carmen, don't come any closer. Quickly find Captain Kage. But it was too late. The trio had no chance to escape. To offend a deity is to embrace death, Enel declared, as a pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing Carmen and his companions. Carmen, Hank, de beauty. Damn you, Enel, Sartre cried, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon Enel with both cannon and gun. The demon Akin followed suit, relentlessly attacking with his fists. Amidst the chaos, Enel conjured a defensive barrier of lightning around himself, neutralizing the physical assaults with ease. Indeed, Enel's mastery over his thunder fruit was extensive, and his ability to create a defense against all physical attacks was a testament to his formidable prowess. As the colossal wolf of lightning, imbued with 30 million volts of power, surged towards Sartre and Akin, Akin hastily consumed his bento box, swallowing it whole. Life restoration, he shouted, gathering energy for a counterattack, but the giant wolf surged forward, overpowering them with its lightning-infused might. The two fell, their breaths fading as the flying dragon pirates faced near annihilation at the hands of Enel. Chapter 76, Companions on the Journey to the Infinite Continent. In the central region of the divine island Appiato, giant vines intertwined and spiraled upwards, reaching towards the heavens like the fabled pathways of myth. These colossal vines, stretching thousands of meters into the sky, served as a prominent landmark on Appiato. Kage easily navigated them, soaring towards the pinnacle of the vines to retrieve the most vital artifact of the Sky Island, the Golden Bell of Shandora. The dragon form was indeed advantageous. It could fly, and swiftly at that. The Golden Bell awaited atop one of the vine platforms. Upon reaching the summit, Kage beheld the grand Golden Bell, its surface adorned with 3 centuries worth of moss. Touching the ancient bell, he marveled at the craftsmanship of a bygone era, capable of forging such a magnificent creation. The golden sheen, even after 300 years, remained brilliantly radiant. Kage gazed at the column, where Gold. Roger had inscribed a mysterious ancient script, a testament to his ability to hear the voice of nature, leaving behind words that even he did not comprehend. Kage could not decipher the script, but he understood the narrative. Its essence hinted at a journey to the world's end. Yet, what truly mattered was closing his eyes, attempting to hear the voice of nature and grasp the enigmatic essence it represented. But all he encountered was the persistent sound of the wind. It appears I am not the chosen one. Such things are destined for others. But I wonder if Dean's tongue fruit can hear it? I must find a time to test it. Upon returning to the ship, he found Shank and the others had awakened, albeit too gravely injured to move significantly. On the Zhuanggong, Faraday had noticed the signal smoke bomb from his companions. Utilizing the forest's advantages, he ventured towards the source of the signal to investigate his comrades' whereabouts. Faraday, be cautious of the thunder god Enel. Do not confront him directly. Flee at the first sign of danger. Shank admonished that I understand. I won't be reckless. As Enel's lightning wolf struck, Akin and Sartre fell. However, the victor did not depart but remained in place, puzzled. New presence. Where could it be? For the first time, Enel questioned the accuracy of his heart network. Amplifying its power, he sensed life forms nearby. Although initially invisible, the heart network confirmed their presence, leading him to the peculiar creatures accompanying the Blue Sea pirate crew. Faraday, unaware that Enel had detected him, refrained from revealing himself. The pressure from the deity was overwhelming, potentially surpassing even the elders of the If tribe. Surely, this must be the Enel everyone spoke of. Why does Enel linger? I need to get my injured comrades back to the ship for healing. Before Faraday could dwell further on this, Enel raised his hand towards the sky, unleashing an electric net that expanded with precision, yet the center remained firmly under his control. Little one, I have found you. Emerge from beneath the white bear, he commanded. How did he know I was hiding beneath Baibao? He shouldn't have seen me, Faraday pondered, recalling the earlier encounter with the priest Shura and Captain Kage's warning about the formidable powers possessed by the denizens of the Sky Island. Seeing the electric net stretch across the sky, Faraday understood he could not escape. He chose to reveal himself, emerging from beneath Baibao and standing boldly before Enel, great warrior of the Sky Island. Enel, why do you harm my companions? This is a survival game. They failed to complete it, thus their existence is forfeited. It is as simple as that, Enel replied. Faraday gripped his spear tightly, prepared for a battle at any moment. Am I also a participant in this survival game? Originally, yes, but considering your rarity, I have decided to offer you a new choice. Become my companion. Enel lowered his hand, but kept it raised, maintaining control over the electric net. Companion? As the current god of the Sky Island, do you not have soldiers at your command? Faraday, filled with uncertainty, found himself momentarily relieved from the suffocating tension of the high-pressure environment by Enelu's question, allowing him to calmly contemplate a counter-strategy. They were destined to fail in the survival game, failing to meet the standards required to become my partner. While you, The diminutive flying folk, the elves, exist on a plane of legend alongside dragons. Akin to deities in my eyes. Your power may be somewhat lesser, yet your rarity and the sanctity perceived by the world are indeed sufficient. Ainalu, observing the elves from ancient tales, hesitated to obliterate them due to their extreme rarity. The winged diminutive folk, may I know your name? I shall reveal the grand world we are destined to explore together. Ainalu earnestly inquired about Philade's name. I am Philade of the Iof lineage. Came the response that he recalled the governor and captain from the Sky Island mentioning the conflict between the Sky Island warriors and the Sandia people over the ownership of the Divine Island. Did Ainalu harbor ulterior motives? Philade, a commendable name indeed. What do you think of the Divine Island, Apulia? Ainalu inquired. The Divine Island of Apulia was indeed vast, flying at low altitudes. The forest stretching endlessly. It was no smaller than the diminutive gardens of the ancient island. Now a colossal isle, the Divine Island of Apulia is considerable, far exceeding my homeland of Tikpika, yet it remains inadequate. For me, it is still too small. Ainalu pointed to the moon in the sky. Although it was daytime, the sky at 10,000 meters above was a brilliant azure, with the massive moon hanging in the firmament. Its light, though absent in the daytime, was sharply defined. What the divine yearns for should be the infinite continent. Is there truly such a place, a realm of endless land? The Iof lineage had always dwelled on forested islands, surrounded by ocean, with little experience of the continent. The desert nation of Alabastan lay atop the continent. But he had stayed there but a few days, rendering the concept of the infinite continent profoundly astonishing to him. Indeed, the infinite continent. I have constructed a flying battleship, the Noah's Ark, from gold, and soon we shall set forth for that boundless realm. As excitement surged, Ainalu's voice rose exuberantly. So, Philade, do you wish to join me as my partner on this journey to the infinite continent? Ainalu earnestly extended his invitation once more. Philade, who had been intently observing Ainalu, found himself equally captivated by the allure of the infinite continent. I am a member of the Flying Dragon pirate crew and shall not join another vessel. Ainalu. I cannot betray my comrades. Having already allied himself with the Flying Dragon pirate crew, he could not turn his back on them, especially since Ainalu emanated an unsettling aura. This discomfort felt not merely as a result of oppressive strength, but rather as an intrinsic repulsion, compelling him to distance himself. Upon hearing Philade's refusal, Ainalu's expression turned to one of indifference. Incorrect response. To reject a deity. Even an elf shall face retribution. The divine retribution manifested as a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, engulfing the spot where Philade had stood in an instant. This unexpected strike, executed with blinding speed, left little chance for any creature to evade it. However, in that fleeting moment, the demon, Akin, leaped forth, seizing Philade and whisking him away from the impending peril. He crashed heavily to the ground, enduring excruciating pain, before releasing Philade and producing all the signal flares he carried, igniting them in a flurry. Philade, do not concern yourself with me. You must endure until Kaichi arrives to rescue you. Several wisps of smoke pierced through the encircling lightning net, ascending skyward. Another who can withstand my strike. You see, folk are quite impressive. Ainalu acknowledged, yet without mercy, his left hand transforming into a linear lightning bolt, targeting the retreating Akin. Already gravely injured from his efforts to save Philade, Akin lacked the strength to evade this new onslaught. Akin, Philade desperately attempted to dodge the attack, but the speed of Ainalu's strike left him no time to assist Akin. Curse you, Ainalu! Philade could only rely on his lineage's swiftness, weaving through the trees and stones, determined to avoid endangering his companions with a second strike. Yet, the lightning net was impenetrable. Even the diminutive folk could not escape its grasp. Philade, for daring to refuse me, I shall present you with a grand gift. Enraged by the rejection, Ainalu conjured a new technique for the diminutive Philade. The circle of electric rings coalesced behind Ainalu, with 4 triple crescent drums crackling with violent energy. The gathered lightning transformed into a colossal thunderbird, yet the transformation did not cease. After a resounding cry, the giant thunderbird split into 4 smaller hummingbirds. 30 million volts, 4 thunder hummingbirds, go! The lightning hummingbirds surged towards Philade, leaving trails of electrical afterimages in their wake. The 4 diminutive birds, imbued with tempestuous energy, surpassed Ainalu's regular lightning strikes in speed by more than double. Philade, with his air backpack at maximum capacity, barely managed to evade for half a minute. Ultimately, however, he was cornered by the 4 lightning hummingbirds, They detonated upon contact, unleashing ferocious bolts of electricity that obliterated his armor and jetpack. Leaving him engulfed in a storm of thunder, Faladi, battered and lifeless, collapsed to the ground, his body covered in the remnants of shattered machinery. Ainalu, a voice, laden with fury, echoed from the distant sky. Chapter 77. Dragon and deity Kaichi descended from the Golden Bell, gliding beneath the clouds above the divine island of Apulia. This time, he was not obscured by the clouds, and he finally spotted the signal flares launched by his crew. Why so many flares at once? This situation is dire. Oh no! It must be Ainalu. The Dragon Man Kaichi accelerated towards the location of the flares, urgency propelling him forward as he tore through the air, leaving a cacophony of sonic booms in his wake. Yet, he arrived too late. Faladi had collapsed before Kaichi could reach him. The scene was littered with gravely injured members of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, surrounded by trees and stones ravaged by lightning strikes. The most conspicuous were the craters left by the strikes, where even the wild grasses had been obliterated, leaving only earth and stone. Ainalu, upon seeing Faladi and Akin, along with several other comrades incapacitated. Kaichi's fury ignited. Fist cannon, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Ainalu. Lightning. Ainalu withdrew the more laborious lightning net, wielding his golden staff to gather lightning into a protective layer of light and heat around him. Kaichi's fist cannon was faster and more precise than Akin's, boasting greater power, yet it failed to breach Ainalu's electric barrier. The formidable sea folk, I had not anticipated you to be a dragon. I initially intended to keep you for later, but since you have come before me, you shall serve as the commencement of this survival game's conclusion. Ainalu mused, sensing the dwindling presence of the Sandia guerrillas and his own Sky Island warriors upon the Divine Island. The moment Ainalu laid eyes on Kaichi, he recognized that the latter would never submit to him, and thus chose not to engage in further dialogue. This was a clash between the proudest of beings, both equally haughty. Ainalu, I am Kaichi of the Sea Folk, who has consumed the Thunder Fruit. Your might is indeed remarkable, yet why, when venturing to the infinite continent or seeking powerful allies from the depths of the Sea Folk, is not a challenge for you? Do you choose to inflict harm upon so many? Must you bring about disaster? Kaichi paused, awaiting Ainalu's response rather than launching another attack. Because I am a deity, the path of a god is inherently tumultuous. And the Sandia and you Sea Folk, even the Sky Island folk, should consider yourselves fortunate to be mere stepping stones on the road to the supreme deity. Kaichi, does this answer satisfy you? As a mighty dragon, are you prepared to become a noteworthy stone on my divine path? Lightning serpents. Ainalu initiated the assault, extending for lightning serpents from the 4 triple crescent drums, darting towards Kaichi with lethal intent. There is no escape. The agile Kaichi deftly evaded the frontal assaults of the serpentine lightning strikes. However, he soon found himself encircled by 4 serpents, intent on ensnaring him within an intricate cage of spiraling electricity, aimed at inflicting fatal harm through a constricting storm of lightning. Yet, how could the dragon-formed Kaichi be so easily entrapped by an ordinary skill? Employing the skimming step, he executed a suspended kick. Utilizing the principles of the 6 styles, propelling himself out of the electric cage before it could fully close, he accelerated towards Ainalu, unleashing 9 razor-sharp wind blades from his draconic claws directed at Ainalu's form. However, the 10 wind blades met with no effect against Ainalu's elemental body. As Kaichi approached, Ainalu, sensing the imminent threat, unleashed a chaotic discharge of electricity, striking all living beings within a considerable radius, a tactic he had discovered to be remarkably effective against close-range foes during his encounter with the White Bears. Unbeknownst to Kaichi, his crew had inadvertently stoked Ainalu's fervor for battle, awakening his innate combat prowess. Alarmed, Kaichi realized he was too close. He activated his massive gauntlet cannon, amplifying its explosive power to delay the lightning strikes while using the explosion's momentum to propel himself away from Ainalu. Though he fled rapidly, he was still grazed by a glancing bolt, yet the impact proved negligible against his draconic form. As he distanced himself, he executed a spinning kick that sent forth a crescent-shaped blue wind blade towards the misty Ainalu. Ainalu, transformed into lightning, evaded the attack with a swift movement, escaping the smoke generated by the explosion. With a sudden transformation, Ainalu launched a linear bolt of lightning towards Kaichi. As Kaichi landed, he relied on the skimming technique to maneuver swiftly and evade the rapid strike. Yet Ainalu's speed was astonishing. He reappeared before Kaichi in the blink of an eye, With the power of 30 million volts, Enelu summoned a colossal lightning bird, its form coalescing from the rings of thunder surrounding him. Soaring directly towards Kaichi, the speed of Enelu's lightning form exceeded Kaichi's expectations, forcing him to once again utilize the skimming step to retreat and evade the monstrous avian attack, the lightning bird. Growing ever faster, pursued Kaichi as he counterattacked, channeling the frosty essence to unleash a barrage of ice-infused punches resembling hailstones. The ice waves collided with the lightning bird, distorting its form as it began to unravel. However, Kaichi's retreat was slower, and his trajectory more linear. Enelu, observing this, predicted his escape route. In a moment of desperation, Kaichi intended to launch another ice dragon punch, but sensing the ominous storm above, he recalled Enelu's devastating technique. He halted his retreat, narrowly avoiding the descending pillar of lightning, only to be struck by the already distorted lightning bird. The impact sent him crashing back to the ground, wounded yet not incapacitated. Thanks to the resilience of his dragon fruit powers, feeling the lingering effects of the electric shock, Kaichi's body responded sluggishly, but he had consumed enough sustenance on God Island to stave off dire consequences. As the paralysis faded, Kaichi's draconic form surged with vigor, seemingly untouched by the earlier electrical assault. Indeed, as a legendary dragon, he proved formidable, absorbing the brunt of a powerful attack with unwavering resilience in the midst of battle. Enelu's golden staff transformed under the influence of lightning, reshaping into a golden trident. With the swiftness of lightning, Enelu wielded the electrified trident and closed in on Kaichi for a close-quarters confrontation. The clash of the lightning-infused trident against Kaichi's frost-laden claws and talons intensified, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a mythological battle between gods and dragons. As the electric assaults accumulated against Kaichi's draconic form, the frost attacks from his claws hindered Enelu but failed to inflict significant harm. Kaichi's counterattacks grew increasingly sluggish, while Enelu's pace quickened, fueled by the thrill of the fight. In a decisive moment, Enelu transformed the golden trident, concentrating the electric energy into a colossal lightning spear, which he hurled at Kaichi just as the latter's counterattack faltered. The spear, akin to a rocket, struck Kaichi squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing into a grove of trees, creating a fissure in the earth. Though grievously wounded, Kaichi remained conscious, rising to confront the formidable god of Sky Island, Enelu. Having learned from the preceding skirmish, Kaichi understood that prolonged engagement with Enelu would lead to certain demise, that he would need to seize any opportunity with all his might. In a moment of clarity, Kaichi advanced to a heightened state of life restoration, tapping into the latent power within his body to unleash an unprecedented level of combat prowess. With the Ice Dragon Fist, he gathered the frosty essence, the dragon's form beginning to materialize, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon. Shall we determine the victor? Very well. Enelu, too, gathered his electric power, manifesting as a dragon of lightning. The two colossal beings, one of ice and the other of electricity, roared at one another, each poised to strike with ferocity. Intent on establishing dominance, the two dragons clashed, the skies darkened, and ultimately, the electric onslaught proved superior, obliterating the icy dragon's form in a torrent of lightning. The victorious lightning surged forth, engulfing the dragon-formed Kaichi, inflicting further grievous wounds, causing blood to flow from his orifices as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. As Kaichi neared collapse, he braced himself against the ground, fury igniting within him, struggling to rise once more. For the first time before an adversary, he activated his full dragon transformation. The Ice Dragon emerged on God Island, now dwarfing even the Crimson Dragon leader in size. In a final desperate move, Kaichi unleashed his ultimate technique, life restoration, overclock, risking his very life force in a last-ditch effort. With the dragon charge, he reinforced his head with the strongest of dragon might, propelling it forward as a weapon against his foe. This is my final stand. Ice Dragon Kaichi salutes you, Enelu, as an unparalleled opponent that I bestow upon you the highest honor. With a surge of power, Enelu's electric might escalated, transforming him into a formidable figure, a divine being. The colossal god struck Kaichi's dragon head with a single hand, infusing 200 million volts of lightning into the dragon's form. As the divine being extinguished the last flicker of hope within his adversary, despair settled over the battlefield. Before succumbing to darkness, Kaichi could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Oda truly allows Imperial-level warriors to roam freely in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 78, Destiny in a Time Long Forgotten. Humanity led a relatively primitive existence, still untouched by the agricultural revolution, relying on hunting for sustenance. Their garments were primarily fashioned from animal hides and furs. With the nascent emergence of linen clothing and the simplest of weaves from dried grass and leaves, yet, within this rudimentary society, prosperous city-states thrived. Markets bustled with vendors selling beast meat and wild fruits, while hunters, warriors, and nobles engaged in trade and gatherings at merchant assemblies, with chieftains or royalty residing in grand castles. On this seemingly ordinary day, the sun shone brightly, and the people busied themselves with their daily lives within the city-state. Suddenly, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from afar, heralding the approach of a colossal dragon that descended upon the human city-state. Its expansive wings divided the sky. Ahead lay clear skies, but behind it, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sun and casting a pall over the land. In the shadow of the looming clouds, frost began to fall. The dragon landed atop the mountain wall adjacent to the royal castle, its immense weight cracking the earth beneath it. A chilling wind swept through the city-state, causing the temperature to plummet. The inhabitants gazed in terror at the behemoth that towered over them. The dragon, 100 meters in height, emanated a frigid aura. The gleaming blue gemstone embedded in its forehead signified its formidable status. This was none other than the current Dragon Emperor, the mightiest of the dragon race, the Lord of the Ice Realm, the harbinger of calamity upon humanity. The Ice Dragon, Hill. With a menacing snarl, the dragon exhaled a chilling breath and spoke in the tongue of men. Humans, you have 10 minutes. All who conspired against Alsace, step forward. Those who remain shall face annihilation. When the time is up, today will mark the end of your kind. In a fit of fury, utter the most indifferent words. Upon the conclusion of Hill's proclamation, the temperature within the city-state plummeted further. The inhabitants of the city were gripped by terror, with some already fleeing in panic. The Dragon Emperor Hill paid no heed to the fleeing humans, instead remaining coldly silent for a full 10 minutes. After this duration, astonishingly, no one dared to confront Hill. I it that humanity is so disappointingly cowardly. Then prepare to meet your doom. The frost giant dragon Hill ascended in rage, unleashing a tempest of frigid air that surged violently outward. Hill soared above the city-state, sweeping from one end to the other. Everything in his wake was transformed into an expanse of ice and snow, reducing the once thriving city to a desolate wasteland blanketed in frost. All humans, be they royal nobles or commoners, along with those who had previously attempted to escape, were encased in the icy grip of Hill's chilling presence, rendered into frantic, frozen statues. That a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before them. The battle between the dragon god and the forces of despair reached its climax, culminating in the unconscious and near-death state of the dragon Kaichi, who reverted to his human form, while the god Eniru exited his thunder god mode to stand triumphantly on the ground. Ha ha ha. Even the mightiest dragon must inevitably succumb to my divine prowess. Eniru's spirit soared even higher, his tone dripping with arrogance. In the village of Cloud Hidden, the young girl Aisha from Sandia felt the powerful aura of Kaichi dissipate, igniting a deeper sense of uncertainty within her. Had that formidable being truly met his defeat? Was Eniru truly invincible? With compassion, Aisha rescued the unconscious Kaichi and his companions, bringing them back to Cloud Hidden for healing the fringes of the once golden city of Zandora. Amidst the ruins, the Iron Trial Priest sat in stillness atop a dilapidated rooftop, awaiting the last survivors of the survival game. His companion, a colossal combat dog, trained in pugilism, wreaked havoc upon the Sandia guerrilla fighters, dispatching several with its powerful and swift blows. Meanwhile, Zaro and his crew arrived, swiftly dispatching the formidable canine with his 36 Troubles technique. With the threat eliminated, Priestalm leaped down from the rooftop, drawing his blade and advancing towards Zaro. His sword could unleash clouds of iron, each strike as hard as steel, capable of morphing into various lethal forms: a long blade for slashing, an iron whip for striking, iron thorns for piercing, or an iron shield for defense. Truly, Alm was the most formidable among the 4 divine priests, the sentinel of the Iron Trials, whose iron shield deflected Zoro's powerful technique, forcing him to evade amidst the crumbling walls. Ultimately, Zaro transcended his previous self, honing his swordsmanship to new heights. With a single strike of 108 Troubles, Zaro's attack surpassed the Iron Cloud's endurance, cleaving through the formidable defense and vanquishing Priestalm. With this, all 4 divine priests under Aniru's command withdrew from battle. In the heart of the ancient city Zandora, the archaeologist Robin and Miss Golden Week arrived at the center, where an altar lay. Its base devoid of the golden bell that once crowned it. However, inscriptions on the base revealed a legendary weapon, the Sea King, a devastating artifact. The 2 scholars exchanged incredulous glances, their inquiries only deepening the mysteries of history rather than clarifying them. Soon after, they encountered Enru, who swiftly defeated them with a single strike of lightning, but not before revealing the fate of the golden treasure, utilized to construct the flying golden battleship, the Noah's Arkansas. Among the Sandia guerrilla fighters, only the fierce warrior Wappa remained. With shoes equipped with wind shells, he swiftly glided across the divine island in search of Inaru. Wappa withstood 2 lightning strikes from Inaru before finally seizing his form in close combat. Initially dismissive, Inaru underestimated the situation, only realizing his folly when he could not transform into lightning to escape Wappa's grip. I possess a stone known as Sea Stone, which can suppress the powers of Devil Fruit users. This I acquired specifically to defeat you. Inaru, perish. Wappa unleashed a brutal strike upon Iniru's abdomen. Blood spewed forth as Iniru collapsed, gravely injured and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness on the ground. Iniru's condition seemed to signal a triumph for Wappa and the Sandia fighters, heralding the imminent conclusion of the calamity plaguing the Sky Island. Yet within Iniru, a surge of yellow lightning pulsed from his heart, coursing through his veins, symbolizing that the conflict was far from over. To defeat a god, you require more than this. Rising once more as if untouched by injury, Iniru effortlessly dispatched Wappa, leaving the entire Sandia guerrilla force incapacitated and engulfing them in despair. In Cloud Hidden, Aisha sensed the disappearance of Wappa's presence, extinguishing the last flickers of hope in her heart as tears streamed down her face. Has the heavens truly sent an invincible god to bring us ruin? At the naval headquarters, in the training grounds, Rear Admiral Atami and Lieutenant Kobernik practiced swordsmanship, clad in heavy gear, wielding unwieldy, unsharpened iron sword models. As Lieutenant Kobernik launched an attack, Rear Admiral Atami defended effortlessly. Come on, my friend, your piercing technique is nearly complete. Atami, with thrice my weight in gear, you still manage to defend against my techniques with such ease. It's utterly preposterous. Exhausted, Kobernik ceased his assault, opting to rest against a nearby wall. Atami, noticing his friend's fatigue, joined him for a drink. Atami, why are you so unconcerned about Kaichi and his crew now, especially after pursuing them so fervently? Kobernik inquired as Atami returned to the rest area. Because the place they are headed holds nothing that can alter their fate. Only a god can defeat a god, and destiny has already been set. We must focus on honing our own skills. When we are stronger, we will pursue them in Water City. Well then, I must perfect my techniques to avenge the bloodshed in the Desert Kingdom upon our arrival in Water City, motivated by Itami's response. Kobernik intensified his training. Chapter 79. The Earth is generous enough. Meanwhile, aboard the Zhuanging, Jack and Shank arrived at Cloud Hidden to tend to their fallen comrades. I can't believe even the captain was defeated, Jack lamented, surveying the fallen. It seems we are still too weak. Naturally, this world is rife with those stronger than us that we must continue to train. Kaichi, the most injured, coughed and surprisingly regained consciousness first. Captain, Jack and Shank rushed to his side. I'm fine. Enough of this nonsense. Where are we? Kaichi interrupted, eager to ascertain the status of his crew and the nature of their dealings with the Sandia people. Jack and Shank explained that the Sandia girl, Aisha, sought their help to unite with Wappa to defeat Iniru. With their account, Kaichi grasped the events that had led them to Cloud Hidden. Aisha approached, her demeanor cold and despondent. Seeing you so gravely injured, I feel utterly disheartened. I fear I can no longer fulfill your hopes, Kaichi said self-deprecatingly. Noticing Aisha's silence and despair, Kaichi realized that Wappa too had fallen to Iniru, sensed through Aisha's empathic connection. Do not despair just yet, little one. You have forgotten that another from the Blue Sea remains unvanquished. There is still hope, Kaichi reassured Aisha, urging her not to abandon hope so quickly. But he feels just as weak as you. Perhaps even weaker. You have all failed, haven't you? The child speaks rather bluntly, yet Aisha, with her delicate sensibilities, realizes mid-sentence that her words may have inadvertently struck a nerve, causing her voice to soften. Upon hearing Aisha's remarks, he surmises that although her knowledge of the world is extensive, her understanding remains somewhat superficial, likely perceiving only physical strength. However, the essence of a strong individual encompasses myriad facets, of which mere physical prowess is but one. He is rather unique, being a user of the gum-gum fruit, a natural counter to Enel's lightning fruit. Kitch, unperturbed, shares with Aisha the abilities of Luffy, igniting a spark of hope within the young girl. Really? Aisha's smile returns. Could you prepare some meat and water for me? The more, the better, certainly. The forest of God Island is lush and teeming with life, making food abundant and easy to procure. The residents of Cloud Hidden Village have ample supplies of food and water. Aisha and the chief arrive with a cart laden with provisions. Captain, you aren't seriously considering heading to the battlefield, are you? With your severe injuries, it's best you stay back. Jack, along with the monk and the others, implores that I must go. Should any dire situations arise, I can lend a hand. Kitch seizes a piece of meat the size of a human thigh and begins to consume it, preferring to savor each bite rather than following Luffy's hasty method of gobbling everything whole. With his left hand, Kitch continues to grab food, regardless of size, each morsel vanishing within 3 seconds. In just 2 minutes, he devours the entire cart of provisions, finally downing a barrel of water, his belly only slightly protruding. Wow, are you a giant beast? How can you eat so much in one go? Aisha and the chief gaze in awe, as if witnessing a dinosaur feast. With life restored, Kitch regains some vitality, finding the strength to stand and walk. I merely borrowed a flame, he remarks. Sanji, heavily injured from lightning strikes, precariously stands on the railing of the golden ship Noah, attempting to orchestrate a dramatic exit before Enel, only to fall from the flying vessel. Earlier, Sanji had sabotaged some gears in the dilapidated propulsion system of the Noland Arkansas. This is bad. The Noland Ark has sustained damage. At the sight of the vessel's malfunction, the 30 million volt Thunder Beast ceases its playful antics and unleashes a devastating attack, sending Nami, Usopp, and Zoro plummeting from the Noland Arkansas. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro are struck by the lightning wolf, rendered unconscious and plummeting alongside Sanji to the ground at incredible speed. Without intervention, they would likely meet a grim fate upon the ruins of Skypiea. Suddenly, a bird's call pierces the air as Gon Fall, the former god of Skypiea, rides to their rescue on his hornless steed. Enel returns to the propulsion chamber of the Noah Ark, inspecting the damages. Fortunately, it's not a major issue, just a large gear has been bent, he remarks, pushing it back into place. The golden ship Noland Ark resumes its normal flight, the propulsion chamber no longer emitting smoke. And its flight stabilizes. Enel ascends to the ship's deck, surveying the entirety of God Island Aperia, where he spots the resilient Gon Fall and the battle-hardened Wapol amidst the ruins of Skypiea. Thunder clouds gather ominously above God Island Aperia, thickening and darkening. Lightning cascades from the clouds, striking at Gon Fall and Wapol. Under the relentless barrage, the two ultimately succumb to the ruins of Skypiea. You electrifying fiend! How dare you harm my comrades? Watch as I send you flying. Enel. Luffy leaps onto the Noland Ark, confronting Enel head-on. Gum Gum Rocket. With a powerful punch, Luffy strikes Enel's face, neutralizing the elemental nature of Enel's lightning fruit. While lightning attacks prove ineffective against Luffy, is it merely my illusion? He fears not the lightning. Enel channels bolts from the thunderclouds, directing them at Luffy. Yet, Luffy stands firm, unflinching, absorbing the strikes without a scratch. Enel, astonished, wears a widely recognized expression of disbelief. Gum Gum Sniper. Luffy presses on with his assault, determined to knock Enel away. However, having undergone Kitch's rigorous training, Enel's battle strategy has broadened significantly, and he refrains from fixating on Luffy. Instead, he harnesses lightning to heat the golden ship, extracting a portion of gold and expertly crafting a large golden sphere around Luffy's hand before using a golden staff to knock Luffy off the ship. Burdened by the hefty golden sphere, Luffy plummets to the ruins of Skypiea. Anyone who dares impede my path shall inevitably fail beneath the might of the divine lightning. Ha! Lightning continues to pour from the darkened skies, relentless and unforgiving. While the lightning may not harm Luffy directly, the shockwaves from the strikes disrupt his movements, compelling him to drag the cumbersome golden sphere while evading falling debris at this moment. The battle-hardened Wapol rises once more, observing the incessant lightning assault on God Island Aperia, concerned that the storm might obliterate the island entirely. Yet, despite the ceaseless onslaught, the ground remains steadfast, absorbing the countless bolts of lightning without yielding. Wapol, overwhelmed, feels tears welling in his eyes as he witnesses the Earth's resilience and grandeur. He opens his arms to embrace the wind, inhaling the essence of the land, shouting towards the soil of God Island. Enel, your lightning cannot pierce the encompassing and magnificent continent. The former god of Skypiea, Gon Fall, awakens and joins Wapol. Witnessing the Earth's miraculous embrace, removing his battle helmet, he gazes upon the storm-lashed God Island. Finally comprehending the folly of the Scipians over the past 3 centuries, for 300 years we have been misguided. The moment God Island appeared, we, the Scipian gods, led our soldiers to seize it, seeking the hollow glory it offered. Forgetting that the land itself is a marvel, vast and accommodating enough to sustain both our tribes. Chapter 80. Go. Ignite the lights of Skypea, Sky Island. Iron forged out a pair of ebony hammers, their heads transformed from orbs into faceted spheres. A great sword with a flowing pattern, its blade gleaming with a chilling sharpness. The blacksmiths of Sky Island marvel at the elder's unparalleled craftsmanship and his remarkable physique, as the 2 extraordinary weapons emerge from his hands. Flawlessly forged without a single error, showcasing the pinnacle of metalworking mastery, day and night of relentless forging yield a seamless creation. However, the blacksmiths discern that while the hammer and sword exhibit the semblance of masterpieces, they lack the true essence of finished works. They await the elder's method to breathe life into these 2 creations. Xianhu remains still, gazing at the heavens, patiently anticipating the arrival of something significant. Above Angel Island, the thunderclouds gradually thicken, casting a shadow over both God Island and Angel Island. Heralding an impending tempest, the thunderclouds clash, lightning flashing intermittently, heightening the tension among the inhabitants of the sky. At last, 2 voluminous thunderclouds converge. Xianhu, fixated on the sky, awaits this pivotal moment. He ensnared 2 hammers and a great sword with iron chains, darting out of the blacksmith's forge, and hurled the weapons into the heavens. At that moment, the billowing cumulonimbus clouds, laden with thunder, coincidentally extended a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the sky, striking the hammers and the great sword directly. Struck by the lightning, the hammers and the sword plummeted back to the ground, crashing onto the street and creating small craters, from which flickered blue sparks of electricity intermittently. Xuanhu employed tongs to retrieve the 2 weapons, placing them back in the forge to await their cooling. After the thunderous encounter, the 2 weapons now possessed an inherent grandeur, adding 2 masterpieces to the world. The blacksmiths of the floating island gathered around the forge, eager to admire the renowned creations. Initially, they believed the sword to be superior, for before the lightning struck, its luster outshone that of the hammer, which appeared merely dull and ordinary. Yet now, after the lightning's caress, the formerly dark hammer gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance, exuding an even greater aura. Thunder god Enlil had been continuously gathering the storm clouds produced by countless lightning strikes above God Island and Angel Island, forming a black sphere brimming with thunderclouds, as large as both islands combined. The immense, thunderous cloud sphere cast a shadow over the floating island, instilling boundless despair. The Shandians on God Island and the inhabitants of Angel Island gazed in terror at the ominous sphere above. On Angel Island, the supervisor who welcomed Luffy and his crew found himself praying to the divine, utterly desperate, as the impending catastrophe loomed over them. Outside the blacksmith's forge, Supervisor Ollie, who had intended to inform Xuanhu to seek refuge, realized that the black sphere had grown too large, enveloping both God Island and Angel Island, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Witnessing the ominous sphere approach, he recognized that it was too late for any retreat and lamented. Is this truly the sin of our floating island people? Is there truly no future left for us? Xuanhu placed a comforting hand on the despondent Ollie's shoulder, offering no words of solace, only uttering a cryptic phrase. What is owed will eventually be repaid. Do not panic if the time has not yet come. After tirelessly forging for a day and a night, Xuanhu found himself devoid of strength. Even if urged to flee, he lacked the energy to move. Among the floating island, only 2 individuals remained devoid of despair. Kaichi arrived at the ruins of Shandora, discovering Luffy amidst the debris, not atop the vine leading to the heavens. This realization struck him with urgency. He lacked sufficient time to ascend, especially with the cumbersome golden sphere in hand. Luffy, hindered by Enlil's relentless lightning, found himself unable to reach the Arc Maxim. Ata loss. He spotted Kaichi ahead and suddenly devised a plan, pointing towards the nearby heavenly vine. Kaichi, do you remember the favor I asked last time? Help me climb that vine as swiftly as possible. Understood. Life manipulation, hand enhancement, dragon of ascension. After experiencing a profound near-death moment, Kaichi unlocked the true potential of life manipulation, enabling him to manipulate the life force within his body at will. Akin to Chopper's ability to transform, while Chopper relied on the Rumble Ball, he could now directly harness his inner life force. Kaichi transformed his right hand into that of a dragon, colossal in size. Capable of grasping Luffy within its grasp, Luffy concentrated the power of frost around him. He was enveloped within a magnificent ice dragon, propelled towards the heavenly vine. Go. Luffy, crush that vile god, the ice dragon shot forth. Soaring into the sky, producing a sonic boom, accelerating like a rocket. Ultimately, the ice dragon delivered Luffy to the vine before dissipating. Upon reaching the vine, Wapol recognized Luffy's intention and aimed to leap towards Enel at the center of the thunderstorm. Pursuing the arc maxim, however, the vine was situated too far from the center. It required someone to topple it, directing it towards the heart of the storm. Wapol, grasping the last of his cannonballs, contemplated this final shot. Recalling how the Straw Hat Boy had remained unharmed by the lightning, he resolved to place his bets on the Straw Hat Boy. Straw Hat Boy, trust me this time. Do not stop, keep running. As Luffy dashed past Wapol without hesitation, Wapol unleashed his final cannonball at the gaping hole in the vine. With a powerful blast, he breached the vine, causing its upper segment to tilt towards the center of the storm. Gathering the collective effort of the crowd, Luffy leaped from the inclined vine towards the heart of the Black Sphere, Rubber Golden Whip, with a fervent swing of his elongated arm, adorned with the Golden Sphere. Luffy wildly struck within the storm's heart, ultimately shattering the Thundercloud Sphere and restoring clear skies above the floating island. Witnessing the dissipating Black Sphere and the return of daylight, Supervisor Ollie was moved, exclaiming, "There truly is a god." The Shandians, the inhabitants of the floating island, and Luffy's crew rejoiced, shedding their despair. Yet the crisis was far from over, as the outcome of Luffy and Enel's final confrontation remained uncertain. Wapol shouted towards the sky, "Straw Hat Boy, ignite the flames of Shandora. For the sake of Rolando and the Shandians, in honor of the warrior Karl Glaw's 3-century-old promise to affirm the existence of the Golden City of Shandora, and to bring an end to the 300-year conflict between the floating island people and the Shandians. In the sky above, the two combatants clashed fiercely. The 200 million volt thunder god, Enel, transformed into a towering deity. Bracing himself against Luffy's formidable assault, Rubber Golden Rifle, Luffy extended his arm in a spiraling charge, knocking Enel from his godly form, delivering a punch that sent him crashing onto the Golden Bell, thus defeating the tyrant who had ruled the floating island for 6 years. The Golden Bell, propelled by Luffy's strike, soared from the apex of the vine, swaying in the air, emitting a melodious chime. The ancient Golden Bell, having endured for 3 centuries, resonated with a sound as enchanting as ever, clear, sacred, and echoing throughout God Island, Aphelia, Angel Island, and the island of Gaia in the blue sea. As the golden sphere shattered in Luffy's grasp, he cast a colossal shadow, adorned with his straw hat, across Gaia Island. Beneath the sun's gaze on Gaia Island, the unmistakable sound of the bell rang out, a sound that could only belong to the golden city of Shandora. As spoken of by Rolando, the merman and the gorilla, alongside the wounded Mont Blanc Curie, gazed up at the shadow of the Straw Hat Boy in the sky. Straw Hat Boy, are you trying to tell me that the Golden City is above? Curie's eyes brimmed with tears as he addressed his merman and gorilla brethren. This is what romance truly is. Ha! Chapter 81. The Lost Golden Pillar. The battle above the floating island concluded, and the vanquished Enel did not succumb, but instead soared away aboard the golden flying ship. The arc maxim, towards his ideal realm, the infinite continent, the moon. This small floating island is yours. I shall seek the land of the infinite continent. The formidable Enel, having initially posed the greatest challenge in the early stages, had now vanished towards the moon. As Kaichi watched the arc maxim recede into the distance, becoming a mere speck against the horizon, he finally felt a sense of relief. The only boss along the Grand Line's first half that Kaichi had been utterly powerless against. He had contemplated seeking out Wapol to acquire Sea Prism Stone to attempt a confrontation with Enel. However, after an early encounter, he realized Enel's speed and agility surpassed even the sixth form Shafe, rendering any further attempts futile. It was clear that only Luffy, in the form of the sun god Nika, could defeat Enel. Indeed, Kaichi recognized the inevitability of fate, the most liberating anime, the most romantic chapter. Yet at its core, it contained a most confining essence. Although the world of One Piece remained unfinished in his time, Kaichi, possessing knowledge of the majority of the plot, reached this resolute conclusion. Neither sheer physical counters nor devil fruit abilities could provide satisfactory explanations. From the perspective of physical countering, water countered crocodile's sand, as the moisture of water opposed the dryness of sand. Thus, one might think that rubber's insulating properties could counteract Enel's electric powers. However, stone and would also possess insulating qualities. and the stone-tipped spears and wooden shafts wielded by the Shandians were effortlessly dodged by Enel, demonstrating no effect whatsoever. Therefore, physical countering could not account for in terms of fruit counters. It was asserted that rubber fruit countered lightning fruit. However, real-world examples, such as Mr. Three's candle fruit countering Magellan's poison fruit in the Impel Down, illustrated that while Mr. Three's wax could indeed obstruct Magellan's ordinary purple venom, it failed to hold against Magellan's more advanced crimson toxin in his monstrous form, thus breaking the fruit counter relationship and effortlessly dissolving Mr. Three's wax. Unlike Luffy, Enel's higher level 200 million volts in his lightning god form inflicts no harm on him whatsoever. The damage inflicted by Enel is solely from the physical strikes of his golden staff or the indirect burns caused by heating the staff with thermal energy. The direct lightning has no effect on Luffy. Thus, in terms of fruit counteractions, there is no advantage. Following the events in Impel Down, Luffy's devil fruit transcends the ordinary rubber fruit. This has been foreshadowed, as there were early speculations in Kaido's past world regarding the complex nature of the rubber fruit, connecting to why the Yonko Shanks possesses such an ostensibly mundane devil fruit. Its true significance lies beneath the surface. Why did Oda choose to unlock the counteraction relationships between devil fruits in the later stages, ultimately leaving some unresolved? The answer is simple. It cannot be undone. This is a world of righteous adventure, where consuming a fruit inevitably subjects one to the eternal counteraction of another, regardless of any future cultivation or extraordinary encounters. If one cannot break free from this inherent opposition, then such a predetermined fate is the true collapse of destiny in a righteous adventure narrative. Luffy, endowed with the higher divine potential of the sun god Nika fruit, is destined to become the strongest, provided he attains this power through diligent training rather than inexplicably being marked as the mightiest. In the realm of righteous adventure, this is not a collapse of destiny. The core of this world lies in the belief that regardless of one's origins, be it a child of fate, a favored one, a royal descendant, a noble heir, or even a child of peasants or slaves, the path to strength is through self-cultivation, continuous growth, and striving for the pinnacle. This cultivation can stem from personal effort, innate talent, serendipitous encounters, or ancestral connections, and all avenues are permissible in the realm of righteous adventure as long as one possesses the capability to seize it. The patch that represents the destined sun god Nika fruit, which engages in battle with Enel, serves to fill the narrative gaps left by Enel's erratic behavior during his confrontation with Luffy. The two giants of Little Garden address Mr. Three's failure due to character traits and the customs of Giant Island. The shortcomings of Crocodile can be attributed to the choice of terrain and the 3-year confinement that limited his abilities. However, Enel's bizarre behavior in confronting Luffy directly raises questions. Why did Enel choose to endure Luffy's attacks head-on when he could have employed his lightning speed for evasive maneuvers or delivered significant damage using his golden staff? This inconsistency, where he fails to dodge or utilize his advantages, cannot be reconciled with the established dynamics of the rubber fruits counters. Thus, only the divine status struggle represented by the Rumble fruit can elucidate Enel's erratic behavior. Patching up the most glaring inconsistencies of the Sky Island arc, the diminutive Philaide, approaching Captain Kaido, notes Kaido's keen interest in Enel and seeks his counsel. "Captain Kaido," he begins, "when I encountered Enel, he made me feel profoundly uneasy. He invited me to join his crew on a journey to the Infinite Continent, but I declined, as an instinct urged me to keep my distance. This is the first time I felt such a way. Do you know why?" Kaido pinches Philaide's cheek playfully and taps his forehead lightly, contemplating before responding. The discomfort Philaide expressed likely does not stem from mere strength or intimidation, which can be dismissed as erroneous, considering this is Philaide's first venture into the world and his limited experience with diverse individuals. Combined with Enel's troubled past, Kaido begins to form an explanation. He organizes his thoughts to convey a more accessible understanding to Philaide, because he is a strong man who has grown through destruction. His essence is fundamentally opposed to yours, or rather, to that of your Io family. The roots of one's upbringing, typically a homeland, are crucial for most strong individuals, as they mark the beginning of their journey to strength. Thus, many strong beings, once empowered, give back to their roots, embodying the principles of your lineage. However, there exists a faction of strong individuals who believe their humble origins constrain their growth. Consequently, after gaining strength, they destroy their modest roots, seeking larger realms, repeating this cycle of destruction, often embodying antagonistic roles. Enel, prior to his defeat by Luffy, epitomized this archetype, having annihilated his home, a small sky island, and was on the verge of destroying Angel Island before Luffy intervened. Do you understand? Your refusal to join him was the right choice. Had you accepted, your life would likely have become increasingly unbearable, leading to potential conflict and suffering. Phaladi and Enlil are fundamentally incompatible. They do not belong to the same ilk. Even after Enlil's confrontation with Luffy, leading to a resolution of sorts, and his subsequent change on the moon, they remain ill-suited to one another. It is indeed a testament to your sixth sense. The golden clock of Shandola, having plummeted from the vine of heaven, crashes onto the ground of God's Island, shattering one of the columns. Archaeologists Robin and Miss Goldenweek arrive at the site, discovering ancient inscriptions left by Roger on the column. I have come here to bring this text to the ends of the world. The two archaeologists are astounded. The legendary pirate king Gold. Roger could decipher the historical texts and sought to bring them to the ultimate destination of the great treasure. Thus, this final destination may harbor all the historical texts, promising the revelation of their hidden truths and the genuine history of the world. That a group of peaceful Sandians and Sky Islanders jointly lift the severed golden column to present it to the Straw Hat crew. But in a surprising gesture, they cover it with a cloth. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, having unearthed a package of golden treasures from the belly of the Great Snake, mistake the Sandians and Sky Islanders for adversaries seeking retribution due to past misunderstandings. Consequently, Luffy and his crew, blissfully unaware, scamper away with their hefty trove of gold. Robin, knowing the truth, chooses not to disclose it, smiling as she joins their escape. "Hey, Straw Hat, don't leave," they shout, prompting Luffy and his crew to hasten their pace. As they run ahead, the Sandians and Sky Islanders relentlessly pursue them with the massive object, creating a bizarre tableau as Luffy's crew narrowly escapes on the Going Merry, leaving the Sky Island behind. Chapter 82. A Bountiful Harvest. The Prophet's Secret Leaf. Dean. Do dragons possess a space within their bellies? Kaido inquires of Dean. The Red Dragon Dean is well versed in dragon lore due to his lengthy companionship with the elder dragons of his clan. Upon hearing Kaido's question, he is taken aback, pondering why the captain would ask such a thing, but ultimately responds truthfully. "Captain Kaido, I have never heard of any dragon having a space within its belly. I am completely unaware of such a phenomenon." This revelation leads Kaido to deduce that the recently discovered space within the belly is not characteristic of dragons, indicating that there may still be secrets concealed within his own being, hinting at some unknown forces at play. The intrigue deepens. "Dean, remember when we found gold in the belly of the Great Snake? Last time, we were too busy to investigate, but this time I brought Sat and Akin along. We'll need your help to communicate with it while Akin, Sat, and I search thoroughly inside." Jack rushes over to Dean, the designated translator for human-beast communication aboard the ship. "Go ahead. I have no further matters. Just be sure to search carefully." Kaido instructs Dean that he was aware that Luffy had thoroughly searched the belly of the giant serpent and that there might not be much gold left. However, considering the colossal size of the serpent, the Lord of the Void, at 200 meters in length, he presumed there must still be some reserves. He did not pay this matter much mind, for the true wealth lay in the substantial golden pillar that Luffy and his crew had overlooked. As Luffy's group hurriedly departed, they left behind a gathering of Sky Islanders and Shandians, who gazed longingly at the golden pillar on the shores of God's Island. Kaichi hastened over and was surprised to find Gon Fuel and the chieftain of the Shandians, Aisha, following closely in the procession. Having reconciled, they had originally intended to express their gratitude to Luffy and his crew for saving the Sky Island. "Are you intending to give this golden pillar to that Straw Hat kid?" "I am a friend of Luffy's. I can assist you in delivering it. We shall return to the Blue Sea, where we should encounter them," Kaichi proposed as he approached. The chieftain of the Shandians turned to Gon Fuel. "Very well," replied the former deity of the Sky Island. Gon Fuel, what choice did he have? The Heart Network revealed the opponent's severely injured state. Even with the addition of Oli, they would not stand a chance against them. The truth was, if the other party wished to seize it, no one could stop them. The chieftain of the Shandians and Gon Fuel instructed the crowd to place the golden pillar on the ground before Kaichi. As the crowd set down the pillar and removed the white cloth, the golden gleam was breathtaking, still retaining its regal luster after 3 centuries of time. Kaichi transformed into a colossal frost dragon, towering over 20 meters, instilling a unique sense of pressure upon the spectators. Gon Fuel, unfamiliar with Kaichi, felt fortunate not to have offended this man from the Blue Sea. With one hand, he grasped the golden pillar and sent it into his dragon maw, conveniently utilizing the newly awakened space within his belly to store the pillar. However, from the perspective of the crowd, this blue dragon devoured an enormous golden pillar, and they failed to discern any issue. As if witnessing a magic trick that left them utterly astonished, Kaichi had already secured the greatest bounty and was ready to return to the Zhaogang ship to fetch Xuangu and prepare to depart from the Sky Island back to the Blue Sea. As for the follow-up tasks, Kaichi would not partake. The historical grievances and future progress of the Sky Islanders and Shandians were matters for the two tribes to discuss at their leisure. Mr. Golden Week, who had been observing Captain Kaichi's every move, inquired while following him back to the Zhaogang ship, "Captain Kaichi, how did you manage to consume the gold? Can you truly digest gold so effortlessly?" I was struck unconscious by that thunder god, Enelu. Upon awakening, I discovered a space within my belly that I merely stored the golden pillar there. I do not possess the ability to digest gold, Kaichi confessed to his crew, revealing his true capabilities. Could this space be attributed to that individual, Hill? After all, the ancestral texts left by Hill and my family speak of the Dragon Clan's emperor, suggesting he possesses somewhat unique abilities. That may be the case, but I asked Dean, and he informed me that none of the dragons within the Dragon Clan possess such abilities, so it is more likely that it stems from other sources rather than being an inherent trait of dragons. Kaichi responded, "Hill is the emperor of the Dragon Clan. He has already learned of this from the Yof clan. It is surprising that Mr. Golden Week from the Marianu family is also aware of it. This family is rather formidable. The Yof clan has existed for millions of years. It stands to reason that the Marianu family may also have a lineage that stretches back just as far. Captain Kaichi, will you truly give the golden pillar to Luffy and his crew? That is an immense fortune." Miss Golden Week, momentarily distracted from pondering the peculiarities of Kaichi's awakened space, asked a question that piqued her interest. "Indeed. However, I will exchange it for an equivalent sum of money for them. As a middleman, I believe it is reasonable to earn a profit," Kaichi replied with a smile. Observing Kaichi's expression, Miss Golden Week internally scoffed. Outwardly, he seemed unready, yet he was, in reality, a covetous dragon at heart. The Zhaogang ship departed from the altar of God's Island, carried swiftly by a special shrimp, making its way through the sea of clouds back to Angel Island. The special shrimp and crabs of the Sky Island served as unique modes of transportation available only to the upper echelons of Sky Island society. This particular shrimp had been summoned by Gon Fuel at Kaichi's behest, offering a quicker alternative than sailing slowly. "Take a look. Ha! We have struck it rich once again. I never expected the giant serpent to cooperate so well for a second time," Jack exclaimed excitedly on the deck, displaying a trove of golden treasures uncovered by him and Dean from the giant serpent. Of course, credit was also due to Shank and Akin's efforts. The serpent's cooperation stemmed from two factors. First, it had been injured twice in one day, once by Shank and later, upon awakening, it sustained further injury from Enelu's lightning at the ruins of Skypiea. Today, it had no desire to suffer further harm. Second, Luffy had ignited the flames of Skypiea, and the ringing of the golden bell awakened the divine essence embedded in the DNA of the Lord of the Void, allowing it to return to the path of the serpent god. It was no longer a savage, merely a colossal beast. The atmosphere aboard the ship was jubilant, as the expedition to God's Island had yielded abundant rewards. The dock of Angel Island, Xuangu, and the overseer Oli awaited at the shore. "You have 1 hour. If anyone has items to purchase, hurry and do so," Kaichi instructed his crew as the ship approached the dock. "We, Sate and Gade, shall respond immediately," they declared, eager to enter Angel Island to acquire shells, which possessed numerous functions and significant research value. With that, Oli dispatched a soldier to guide them. "I thank you for your contributions to the Sky Island," Overseer Oli said, removing his hat to reveal his nearly white hair. Bowing respectfully to Kaichi, "Overseer Oli, there is no need for such formalities. I have done little more than lend a hand to Luffy," Kaichi replied, helping Oli to his feet, feeling a sense of embarrassment for his modest contributions. However, Oli's awareness of his actions proved Kaichi's initial suspicions correct. "I knew you would possess a heart network. I did not expect you to be the fourth individual capable of covering the entire island, even surpassing 2 islands," Kaichi remarked. "Overseer Oli, what is it about you this time that exudes such a familiar power? Do you possess items from the Yof clan?" Freddy inquired, circling around Overseer Oli with keen interest. "It appears you are indeed one of his kin." Oli produced a book made of green leaves from his pocket, a collection of leaves stacked together in an ordinary manner, yet exuding an ancient aura that resonated with the vitality of life. "The Ancestral Leaf Codex. This is a tome inscribed with the ancestral leaves, a privilege reserved for the prophets of the Yof clan. Have you met a prophet from the Yof clan? No, the timeline does not align." Freddy expressed a whirlwind of emotions: surprise, joy, confusion, and disbelief. I was once a priest of the Sky Island. However, over a decade ago, during a fierce battle with the Shandian warriors, I fell from a cliff after sustaining grave injuries. At the bottom, I was unexpectedly rescued by a flying green light, who instructed me to await the arrival of his kin at Angel Island in order to personally deliver this important item. After leaving the Leaf Book, he vanished. Ever since that day, I have stepped down from my priestly duties, waiting for his kin to arrive. Now, my mission is finally complete. Elder Overseer Oli shared his extraordinary tale while handing the Leaf Book to Freddy. The remnants of the prophet's longing made sense. Only a seer could orchestrate such a profound yearning over so many years and precisely locate the destined individual. Thank you for your protection. My friend. Freddy clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Overseer Oli as he accepted the ancestral Leaf Codex. It became clear to Kaichi that Elder Overseer Oli was the former priest. And everything fell into place. Chapter 83. Naming the weapon. Hypnosis and hysteria. Upon returning to the Zhaoging ship, Kaichi observed Freddy closely guarding the ancestral Leaf Codex, eager to glean information. Freddy, what does the ancestral Leaf Codex contain? I do not know. Only prophets can decode its contents, but it must contain information of great significance to our clan. Once we return to the Blue Sea, we shall send it back for our clan's prophet to decipher. Freddy replied, hovering before the captain. It seemed that a good meal would not come immediately. Wow, this is truly beautiful. I finally possess a divine weapon. Ha! Jack exclaimed, cradling the magnificent sword given to him by Xuangu. Admiring the exquisite patterns on the blade. This sword is on par with the renowned blades of this world. Jack, the heights to which you elevate this sword depend solely on your future endeavors. Xuangu advised. Understood. I will strive with all my might, not to let down this sword or your name, Xuangu. Jack declared, saluting Xuangu with a military gesture akin to a soldier making a solemn vow to a general. The sword has reached the level of a masterpiece. It is time for you to bestow it a name, Xuangu instructed. Churchill, I shall retain its original name, Jack decided, raising the sword before him, reminiscing about the old sword that had accompanied him. Now fused with a new blade. He resolved to keep the name unchanged, for it would remain constant. And akin, what of your hammer? Seeing that Jack had settled on a name for his sword, Xuangu turned to inquire about Akin's dual hammers. After all, he is the creator, and the name of the weapon holds great significance. Akin deftly twirled the dark double hammers in his hands. The new mace is slightly longer than its predecessor, with the hammerhead transformed from a simple sphere into a polyhedral form, and it is also increased in size, swelling from the dimensions of an apple to that of an adult's head. It is considerably heavier, yet perfectly aligns with Akin's current strength. The grip has been enhanced with additional metals, treated to be slip-resistant and rust-proof, a stark contrast to the rough iron surface of the old version. The meticulous details reveal the craftsmanship involved, a testament to its quality and uniqueness. Although Akin had previously discussed the blueprint of the new weapon with Xuanhu, the tangible presence of the divine double hammers exudes a weighty and austere aura that mere illustrations could never convey. As for the name, I have not given it any thought. Perhaps you could bestow one upon it, Xuanhu. Akin had not considered a name for his weapon at all, directly suggesting Xuanhu take on that responsibility. In this world, weapons are typically named by the blacksmiths who forge them, leaving the user unconcerned with such matters. Moreover, aside from swords and blades, other weapons seldom bear names, as they are simply replaced when broken. Renowned craftsmen usually do not create masterpieces outside the realm of swords and blades, as it is deemed unworthy from both market and reputation perspectives, resulting in a vicious cycle that prevents the emergence of notable creations akin to those of swords and blades. Xuanhu began to calculate that a deep crimson aura enveloped his figure, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a fearsome presence. Let us keep it simple and call it Red Ghost. Red Ghost, a fine name indeed. Akin spun the mace a few times, the dark metallic surface reflecting the blinding sunlight, creating a chillingly beautiful sheen. At a black hammer now bore a crimson name, yet Akin found it quite fitting. After an hour, everyone completed their shopping and returned to the dock where the Zhuanggong was moored. The trio of Carmen, Hank, and Chef de Beauty, who had returned first, each carried several large bags of food. Kedge proactively assisted in bringing the parcels aboard, delivering them to the kitchen, as most of the food would ultimately end up in his belly. How did the shell purchases go? Did you manage to get any impact shells? Kedge immediately inquired about Sate and Guide, particularly interested in the external impact shells produced by the Sky Islands. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any, not even the impact shells we were seeking. Sate and Guide had managed to acquire various shells, such as burn shells, wind shells, and sound shells, but lamented the absence of impact shells, feeling it was a missed opportunity. If they could obtain impact shells for research, even without study, they would serve as excellent enhancements to their combat capabilities. Impact shells are exceedingly rare. Although only a handful have appeared in the Sky Islands over the centuries, warriors from the Sky Islands tend to keep them as their own weapons, while commoners would sell them at exorbitant prices to these warriors, making them unlikely to circulate in the market. Indeed, external items are not so easily obtained, and I have been banned again. However, I happen to have one. It's of little use to me, so I'll just give it to you. Captain Ollie said this as he pulled an impact shell from his pocket and tossed it to Sate. Farewell. Captain Ollie bid farewell to the Sky Islands. Once everything was prepared, Kedge and the Qinghai Flying Dragon pirate crew hastily departed from this wondrous Sky Island. As the Zhuanggong reached the edge of the Cloud Sea, emerging from it felt like plunging into an abyss of immeasurable depth. The descent of the Zhuanggong accelerated, and the gravity-induced speed struck fear into the hearts of the crew. Sate, toss me the impact shell, Kedge shouted to Sate. Sate, unsure of Kedge's intent, overcame the dizziness caused by gravity and threw the impact shell to Kedge. Kedge caught the shell with precision and retrieved an octopus from his pouch. The impact shell unleashed a storm of force that surged into the octopus, causing it to expand dramatically, becoming a massive balloon. The octopus's size ballooned, and its 8 tentacles securely grasped the Zhuanggong's surroundings. The Zhuanggong, now fused with the ballooning octopus, transformed into a soaring airship, no longer descending but gliding steadily at altitude, gradually descending towards Qinghai. Under the pitch-black night sky, the Zhuanggong glided gracefully, approaching the time for Xuanhu's night watch. Xuanhu practiced the 5 animal play and various martial arts routines on the deck: tiger, deer, bear, ape, and crane. Each movement mirrored the characteristics of the respective animals, at times fierce as a tiger, swift as a red-crowned crane, and at others, fluid like a serpent. Miss Golden Week, unable to sleep, stepped out for some fresh air and observed Xuanhu practicing martial arts from the side. After completing a set, Xuanhu paused to catch his breath. Xuanhu, why do you mimic animals in your martial arts? Taking advantage of Xuanhu's rest, she gently inquired. There are many reasons, but fundamentally, it is about aspiring to the strength of beasts and learning from their advantages. Xuanhu replied in a straightforward manner. Having watched for a while, do you have any insights, Miss Golden Week? Xuanhu inquired, curious about her thoughts. Miss Golden Week shook her head. Then what are you thinking? I am contemplating how to become stronger. Remembering Enel from the Sky Island, she hadn't even had the chance to strike before being taken out by lightning. She certainly did not wish to experience such a fate again. You indeed need to strengthen yourself. Your weaknesses are glaringly obvious. You are too vulnerable. Hypnosis is merely one-dimensional, targeting the enemy. If it proves ineffective against them, you are indeed in peril. Xuanhu reflected on his own experience. Hypnosis falls within the realm of sorcery and witchcraft. I just had a thought. Xuanhu continued, his mind racing with ideas. In the past, I apprehended a serial thief who was also an expert in hypnosis. He utilized hypnosis to enter a hysterical state, granting him speeds and agility far surpassing his normal abilities, allowing him to evade capture numerous times. However, the repercussions became too significant. I had to dispatch elite operatives to apprehend him and confine him in a celestial prison. Thus, hypnosis and hysteria can be interconnected. This hysteria corresponds to what you might call a mental illness in your world. This perspective could provide a pathway for you to explore self-hypnosis. It may be a quicker means for you to gain strength. However, do not overdo it, or else you may suffer from mental instability, rendering your efforts counterproductive. You can also practice martial arts in your spare time. Your foundation is solid and can be further developed. Xuanhu advised. Understood. Xuanhu. I see now. Self-hypnosis? Miss Golden Week marveled at the idea of self-hypnosis for enhancement. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Chapter 84. Electric Shock Armor. Delivery today was a sunny day. With the blazing sun overhead, sweltering in heat, the travel bear, Baibao, was cooling down in his cold room. Everyone was dressed in short sleeves, sipping cold beverages. Where is Captain Kedge today? Carmen, who was distributing icy drinks to everyone, asked. Kedge is in his room shedding armor. He instructed us not to disturb him. Guide informed the group about the captain's request from last night. I see. So who wants this extra cup of cold drink? With Kedge absent, Carmen had an additional cup on the cart and inquired among the crew. It's sweltering. Everyone on the ship needs a cold drink to cool down. They all crowded around, vying for it. Unwilling to yield, they then resorted to rock, paper, scissors to determine the winner, with the seasoned Xuanhu ultimately claiming the cup of cold drink. The Zhuanggong continued to glide at high altitude, nearing Qinghai, and the sea surface became visible below. The sky was clear, but clouds gradually thickened, transforming from thin to substantial. Without any sign of darkness, a sun shower unexpectedly began to fall. On board, Akin and Sate paid little mind, merely a few warm droplets. However, when the raindrops landed on them, so hot, the crew quickly took cover, realizing it was boiling water. Akin shouted for everyone to retreat to the cabin. The rainwater splashed onto the deck, emitting steaming vapors. The crew aboard the Zhuanggong could seek refuge within the ship, yet the enormous ballooning octopus had no such sanctuary from the scalding rain. The seething rain relentlessly pelted the octopus, which could no longer endure. It released its grip on the Zhuanggong, expelling the gas within its body, shrinking in size as it fell back into the embrace of Qinghai, returning to its oceanic life, with the Zhuanggong losing its buoyancy. It plummeted rapidly, crashing into the sea with a resounding splash, sending a towering spray of water into the air. Once the tremors subsided, the crew regained their composure, and Sate led everyone in inspecting the various compartments of the ship. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height. There were a few damages to the hull, but the core keel remained intact. Sate and Freddy promptly completed the repairs. What happened? That was quite a commotion. Kedge, now free of his armor, emerged from the cabin. The crew relayed the events of the boiling water from above. Indeed, the weather in the Grand Line is truly extraordinary. A sun shower is one thing. But boiling rain? Kedge lamented the absurdity of the weather, expressing regret over the octopus he had so cleverly positioned in the sky, which was quite amusing and functional, yet regrettably lost to the ocean. Though the octopus required a jolt from a shell to regain its vigor, for Kaichi, such minor injuries were swiftly remedied. This inevitably brought to mind the lively Luffy, who once stashed an octopus in his trousers and dramatically retrieved it before the astonished crowd. Perhaps it is best not to compare in this regard. Discretion is the better part of valor. After the rain-soaked waters, Kaichi summoned his three beloved pets, Dean, Baibao, and Shenlong, to enhance their combat abilities by teaching them the beastly version of Life Return. With Kaichi having mastered Life Return, his newfound insights from the transformation into a dragon provided the perfect opportunity for training the trio. Thanks to Dean's language fruit, Baibao and Shenlong easily grasped Kaichi's instructions. Surprisingly, it was Baibao's cloak that adapted the quickest, having consumed the human fruit and taken on a shadowy humanoid form. Indeed, after devouring the human fruit, Baibao's red cloak transcended mere fabric, embodying an entirely new life. After spending considerable time aboard the ship, the cloak became almost human-like in behavior, save for its temporary inability to speak. In the ship's cabin, Sartre and Guide laid out their blueprints. Faraday. This is the electric shock armor that Guide and I previously designed. Given Guide's past health issues, I was apprehensive about exacerbating his condition. Now that he is well, and with your expertise as a premier physicist, we would appreciate your insights on areas that might require refinement. Observing Faraday's bashful demeanor as Sartre praised him, his face reddened like an apple. With a flushed face, he hovered over the blueprints, scrutinizing the electric shock armor designed by Sartre and Guide. After 10 meticulous minutes, Faraday picked up a pencil, making adjustments on the fly, streamlining the circuitry, replacing outdated bulky transformers with cutting-edge components, and repositioning crucial electronic elements for enhanced safety and efficiency. The insulation layer was also fortified for greater security. Remarkably, this revamped electric shock armor became lighter, thinner, and more convenient. While its potency remained intact, one could only wonder how powerful the final product would be. If it could harness even a fraction of the Thunder God's strength from Sky Island, it would be extraordinary. Recalling the harrowing memory of being vanquished by the formidable Enel, Guide truly recognized the immense potential of electricity and the vast possibilities for electric weaponry. Thus, the electric shock armor was reborn. With the blueprint now perfected and ready for imminent release, he found himself lost in visions of the future, exhilarated at the prospect of this armor finally alleviating their combat shortcomings. Indeed, that insufferable lightning fiend. Once I master more electrical knowledge, I shall constantly upgrade the electric shock armor, aspiring to reach the formidable prowess of Enel. Faraday declared as they sailed across the boundless blue expanse of the sea. Aside from personal training, there were moments of leisure to alleviate boredom. On the deck, Miss Carmen and Miss Golden Week engaged in a board game during their downtime. Akin and Xuanhu played chess and international chess, while Jack, Hank, and Deddy were engrossed in a fishing competition. Meanwhile, Kaichi sat at the prow of the Zhuanggong, recording something into a transponder snail, occasionally calling out numbers and laughing, much to the crew's bewilderment. At that moment, a seagull broke the tranquility, delivering a newspaper and perching on the railing, awaiting payment from the ship. Should anyone aboard desire a newspaper, they could deposit coins into the seagull's specially designed collection box. If not, the seagull would depart after a while. Naturally, there were pirates who resorted to stealing the newspaper, but such actions would land them on the blacklist of the News King, a powerful figure in the underworld. Offending such a significant entity over a mere newspaper was a folly that most pirates, even those known for their treachery, would avoid. Moreover, given the frequent ennui of life at sea, the newspaper's modest cost made it a worthwhile investment for the entire crew to enjoy. Finally, the long-awaited parcel-bearing seagull arrived. Spotting the seagull with a backpack, Faraday promptly approached, depositing coins to receive the newspaper, then placing the ancestral leaf manuscript and 1,000 belly into the seagull's backpack. Will it reach your clan safely? Kaichi inquired, bemused. Isn't the Yof clan reclusive? Indeed, the parcel-bearing seagull first returns to the human news headquarters for sorting, and then is dispatched to the intended destination. The next time a seagull visits that island, it will deliver the newspaper alongside the parcel. While there may be some discrepancies upon arrival, as long as it reaches the little garden, the elders of my clan will be informed and ensure it reaches the king and the prophet. Faraday reassured Kaichi. Rest assured, Little Garden is always under the watchful eye of the Yof clan. The moment anything arrives, my kin will be aware. He recounted a past incident where two giants had brought decaying sea beast heads to the island, resulting in a foul stench that plagued the entire area. It was their clan that swiftly commanded swarms of insects to dispose of the rotting remains to bolster his credibility. Faraday shared a pertinent example from history. Those two skulls indeed owe their resolution to your clan. It makes sense, considering the Yof clan's ancient roots in the Little Garden, predating even those giants. Is this method of sending parcels truly secure? Kaichi pressed. Our clan discovered the seagulls while monitoring the two giants. We spent years cultivating communication with them, establishing a high degree of reliability. Furthermore, even if they were to open it, the ancestral leaf manuscript appears to humans as mere leaves, devoid of any significant meaning. Faraday explained it was evident that such a long-lasting and powerful lineage was not to be underestimated. Hold on, I also wish to send a parcel. After Faraday completed his transaction, Miss Golden Week approached, placing a letter and 1,000 belly into the seagull's backpack as well. Chapter 85. Swift rescue of refugees. With the letter securely stowed, the seagull, no longer burdened by its responsibilities, took to the skies, returning to the news headquarters and awaiting the next round of deliveries. Miss Golden Week, you should have heard that the Yof clan resides in the Little Garden. You didn't have time to include this in your letter. You likely only mentioned that I have Faraday, who is blessed by divine grace, among my crew. Now it's best this way. You should keep the Yof clan's location to yourself and not disclose it to the Divine Grace organization. Kaichi advised, shaking his finger at her. Otherwise, you would provoke the Yof clan, and your family within the Divine Grace organization might not withstand the consequences. Kaichi solemnly warned the archaeologist aboard, Miss Golden Week. This is no jest. Every elder of the Yof clan possesses strength comparable to that of a vice admiral in the Navy, not to mention the two unfathomable figures, the king and the chief guard. Along with the elusive prophet, such a formidable assembly should not be trifled with unless one holds the power of an imperial fleet. Kaichi harbored doubts that the Northern Seas Archaeological Organization, Divine Grace, could rival the might of an imperial fleet. Of course, if Miss Golden Week chose to act recklessly, there was little Kaichi could do to preserve the unity of the fleet. He felt it necessary to preemptively advise her of potential conflicts. How she would navigate her own growth and choices henceforth was entirely up to her. As the skies darkened and torrential rain began to fall, the waves of the sea swelled like hands, relentlessly battering the Zhuanggong. Fortunately, Kaichi and his crew had become adept at managing such ordinary adverse weather, calmly navigating through the tumultuous waves during this brief period of turbulence. Eventually, they emerged from the clouds into clear skies, and the sea returned to a tranquil state. In the distance, a piece of driftwood came into view, and upon it lay a gaunt man, motionless, seemingly a victim of a maritime disaster. To the left, refugees were spotted, with Shanka gesturing towards the ship's port side. Having a good understanding of the ocean, he quickly identified the man. Quick, rescue him. "Quick, haul him aboard," exclaimed Shanka, eager to engage in the unfolding narrative. At the captain's command, he plunged into the water to save the refugee, bringing him back to the Zhuanggong. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, checked the refugee's pulse and examined his eyes for signs of distress. "He's fine. There's no danger to his life, and he hasn't ingested much seawater. There's no need for immediate rescue. He merely fainted from exhaustion." The unfortunate man's condition was relatively mild, so Xuanhu chose not to employ any healing methods. Instead, he fetched a plate of drinking water from the kitchen and placed it next to the man, waiting for him to regain consciousness. At that moment, one might expect Xuanhu to showcase his extraordinary medical skills through a dramatic rescue or surgery, earning the title of a legendary healer in the eyes of his companions. How disappointing. Jack, with his straightforward nature, struggled to accept Xuanhu's passive approach towards the patient, feeling as though he had suffered a severe ideological blow, having been gifted a renowned sword crafted by Xuanhu. Jack had held him in high esteem, viewing him as a towering figure among their peers. However, Xuanhu's current demeanor shattered that idealization, leaving Jack disillusioned. Xuanhu, decisively, delivered a swift strike to Jack's head. "Stop musing about trivial matters." "Ah, that hurts. I see my error now. No more hitting, Xuanhu." Jack pressed his hand against the swollen, tender spot on his head and retreated to one side. Indeed, the unfortunate man soon regained consciousness, propping himself up. His parched lips moved restlessly as his hands groped along the deck, instinctively seeking water. His eyes ached. As he partially opened them, he noticed a circle of people surrounding him, all gazing intently. Startled, the beleaguered man recoiled, his back colliding with the railing, leaving him with nowhere to retreat as he warily scrutinized the individuals and circumstances around him. "You are physically unharmed. There is water beside you, brought for you. Please respond with your condition," Xuanhu indicated towards the water. "Thank you. I am Lucy Aids. I am grateful for your rescue." The man recalled the calamity he had faced at sea and now found himself aboard the vessel, expressing his gratitude while lifting the cup of water to drink. Upon observing his surroundings more closely, he spotted the skull flag of the Flying Dragon pirates, causing him to choke on the water in astonishment. "Cough, cough. They are pirates. I have been saved by pirates." It dawned on him that it was the notorious Kai Chi and his crew, recently in the limelight, with a bounty of 100 million berries on Kai Chi, 30 million on the ghoul-like Akin, and the fishman shanked. As the rescued aides contemplated the state of his country, a bold idea emerged. While it was a desperate measure, the populace could no longer afford to wait. Compelling him to proceed without hesitation, he gently set down the cup, resolutely stood, and walked to the center of the ship, kneeling decisively before Kai Chi. "Captain Kai Chi, may I implore you to help me reclaim my country?" Lane Moni, Kai Chi, taken aback by Aide's astonishing request, chuckled softly and helped him to his feet. "What is it? Stand up and speak. I prefer not to have others kneeling before me." Upon hearing Kai Chi's disfavor for kneeling, Aides rose and cautiously positioned himself beside the captain, continuing his plea. "Captain Kai Chi, I am not jesting. I was once a general of the kingdom of Lane Moni, but 5 years ago, a band of thieves seized our homeland. If you can defeat those brigands, I shall offer a reward of 1 billion berries. A strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Is it quite intriguing?" Kai Chi remarked impassively. 1 billion berries is substantial. Yet those are the people you hold dear, your brothers and beloved friends. Hearing Kai Chi's tone of hesitation, Aides refrained from further comments, wary of Kai Chi's true intentions that we need to raise the bounty. Kai Chi quickly provided Aides with a definitive response. The crew, stunned by their captain's sudden turn, fell speechless onto the deck. What a ridiculous connection! Aides exhaled in relief. At least there was a willingness to negotiate. He extended 5 fingers. 15 billion, but noticing Kai Chi's lack of reaction, Aides reduced his fingers to 2.20 billion. Before he could finish, Kai Chi grasped his hands firmly. "All right, it is settled. 20 billion berries. General Aides at MY crew and I shall accompany you to confront the bandits of Lane Moni and eliminate them. To drive the tiger to swallow the wolf indeed. As long as the reward is sufficient, fear not the wolf, for even the tiger can be consumed." With that, Aides found the situation surreal. The renowned pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries had so easily fallen into his trap, and his spirits lifted considerably. Unbeknownst to Aides, it was not Kai Chi who was ensnared, but himself. The thought made Aides chuckle, oblivious to his own entrapment. Kai Chi was truly formidable. Thus, Akin advised, do not oppose Kai Chi, or you may find yourself counting the money you have been sold for. As fellow first mates, Sate sincerely warned akin to it matters not if you don't comprehend it now. With time, you shall understand its meaning. That as night fell, Kaichi's crew dined with aides. The following morning, Jack, under aides' guidance, set sail towards the kingdom of Lane Moni. Meanwhile, Kaichi gathered his crew to announce that from this day forth, the ship would engage in a daily activity of performing calisthenics each morning. Kaichi produced a transponder snail to play a pre-recorded tune and called for aides. Come join us. Aides. The second set of student calisthenics was beckoning. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kaichi led the exercise while the crew followed suit. Aides dared not refuse, finding himself at the end of the line, synchronizing with the lively music and engaging in these peculiar movements. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded aboard the ship of pirates performing calisthenics in a fantastical world. Chapter 86. The Hospitable Tan Aisheng. This calisthenics routine, with its rhythmic beats harmonizing with the music, brought joy to the bear. By Bao. However, Xuanhu discerned the profundity of this exercise. While the untrained might view it as mere entertainment, the knowledgeable recognized its purpose. That it was designed for those who sit for prolonged periods. These movements were invigorating yet not overly strenuous, stretching the body to prevent the lethargy of extended sitting, while also benefiting the internal organs. Its universal applicability was high, akin to the principles of the 5 animal play in traditional Chinese medicine, albeit the latter favored older individuals seeking tranquility, while Kaichi's calisthenics catered to the lively youth. Xuanhu surmised that this routine was intended for Sate and Ged, the only 2 aboard who fit the criteria of prolonged sitting. As anticipated, after teaching the calisthenics, Kaichi handed the transponder snail to Sate, stating, "You 2 often spend hours in the lab. You must persist with this routine, taking breaks to allow your minds to rest for enhanced efficiency." Following their devastating defeat in the Battle of Sky Island, Sate and Ged had been somewhat off-kilter, having retreated into their experiments and unaware of their declining physical condition. While neglecting physical training was understandable, given their technological pursuits required continuous study, their recent impatience hinted at mental strain. Therefore, Kaichi sought to guide and assist them, employing the calisthenics he had learned in school. These exercises, national and world-class, were crafted by true experts in sports, integrating Eastern and Western knowledge into a universally applicable treasure of movement, validated by countless youths, not to be compared with the trivial entertainment of contemporary pop culture. If one knows nothing of exercise and wishes to improve their health and lose weight without a dedicated nutritionist or trainer, the simple routines of Chinese student calisthenics are indeed the way to go. You too should diligently partake in Kaichi's calisthenics. And remember to rest. Do not stay up late, Xuanhu added. Understood, Kaichi, Xuanhu. We will be mindful. Thank you for your concern, Sate and Ged replied warmly. Aides joined in the strange movements, recognizing this was indeed a daily routine fitting of a powerful pirate crew. Observing Kaichi's merry demeanor, he began to doubt his choice in allies, questioning whether these individuals could truly assist in rescuing his nation. After a day of sailing, they finally arrived at Aide's homeland, Lane Moni. The Zhuang gang now entered one of Lane Moni's 3 major cities. The port city of Tan Aisheng. As they docked, they were met not with soldiers or guards intent on attacking, but rather with the usual treatment reserved for civilians, allowing the Zhuang gang to safely berth alongside the pier. Captain Kaichi, I will not accompany you ashore. I will take my leave from the side to seek my subordinates, who have yet to disembark. Aides bid farewell to Kaichi, evading the watchful eyes of patrolling soldiers as he slipped into the sea from the ship's anchor chain. Very well. We shall first observe the landscape of your country, Lane Moni, Kaichi replied amiably, permitting aides to depart without obstruction. Kaichi, why allow him to leave so easily? What if he is a fraud? Akin inquired, puzzled if he had remained. It would have been likely he was a fraud. But now, aides bypassing Lane Moni's ruling class indicates he speaks the truth. As for why I let him go, it is to muddy the waters. Who knows how many factions exist in this country? I understand, Akin realized, recognizing that Aides was indeed an enemy of Lane Moni's current rulers, thus could not appear before the soldiers or guards. Aides was bait cast by Kaichi to reveal the true depths of Lane Moni's political waters. After days of interaction, Akin's thinking deepened considerably, aligning with Kaichi's thought process and advancing in his role as a first mate. Come, Let us see for ourselves what Lane Moni truly holds. As Kaichi and his crew disembarked, soldiers approached to greet them. Welcome to Lane Moni. Welcome guests to the port city of Tanisheng, where you shall find delicious seafood and exquisite pearls. They were genuinely welcoming the pirates. Aren't you afraid of us? Kaichi's crew followed the soldiers. Not at all. Pirates are also our guests in Tanisheng. A group of pirates has already arrived before you. Tanisheng is bustling with lively activities, and I shall take you to meet the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will introduce you to the captivating event. Previously, there was a band of pirates. Indeed, the docks are currently occupied by other pirate ships. Otherwise, Kaichi would not have permitted the Zhuoging to easily dock at the harbor of this city. Oh, the enchanting event. I am eager to witness it as well. Kaichi greeted us with a warm smile. Upon arriving at the harbor playground of Tantaisheng, soldiers brought Kaichi before the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister Maishia, these are our new guests. Understood. Leave the guests to me. You may step down, Maishia instructed his subordinates. I did not expect to encounter the Longhand clan here. The appearance of the Longhand clan is akin to that of ordinary folk, save for the fact that their hands are comprised of 3 segments, whereas those of common individuals possess only 2. Thus, the hands of the Longhand clan are extraordinarily elongated, with a balding Mediterranean hairstyle and sparse black hair interspersed with numerous strands of white. Maishia, being the sole member of the Longhand clan in a nation of ordinary individuals, has achieved the esteemed position of Minister of Foreign Affairs, an impressive feat. Guests, we are currently attending to a prior group. Please bear with us for a moment. Minister Maishia apologized with great warmth. No problem. You may continue with your tasks, Kaichi replied, opting to observe the nature of the activities. Captain Chikin, have you made up your mind? 1 month of life can be exchanged for 1 million berries, which accumulates to 100 million berries for a year. What tier of exchange do you wish to experience? Would you prefer to exchange for a few months or several years? Do consider carefully, as each individual has but one opportunity. Minister Maishia returned to attend to the previous pirates, emphasizing the conditions of the event. Is it truly possible to exchange? I am the notorious pirate Chikin, with a bounty of 14 million berries. If you deceive me, I shall not hesitate to smash your skull with my iron rod, Chikin declared, brandishing his weapon above Maishia's head. Unfazed, Maishia responded, we are honest in our dealings. I dare say you would not have the audacity to challenge me. I shall directly exchange for 3 years of life. Prepare 300 million berries. Captain Chikin led his already decided subordinates to sit in peculiar chairs arranged in a few rows. These unusual seats resembled armor, adorned with intricate symbols on the surface, with pipes leading underground. Once the pirate Chikin and his crew were seated, Maishia instructed his subordinates to operate the compass nearby and commence the exchange. The armored seats emitted a plume of white smoke, followed by a green glow emanating from the symbols, initiating the process of absorbing their life force. 10 minutes later, the operation concluded, and the white smoke dissipated. The pirate Chikin and his crew awoke from the symbolic armor. Kaichi, observing from the side, was equally astonished. It was indeed possible to exchange life for wealth. Captain Chikin had transformed into an elderly man. His once robust muscles shriveled and his skin wrinkled, as he aged from a strong man to an old one. The once formidable crew of Chikin had also become frail and exhausted, resembling long-term patients. How could this happen? Captain Chikin could hardly believe the reflection staring back at him in the mirror. You scoundrel! I shall kill you. Return my life to me. Minister Maishia graciously provided a mirror. Many precious things are only cherished once lost. However, it is too late for regrets now. The furious pirate Chikin disregarded the pile of gold laid before him, raising his spiked club and charging at Minister Maishia. Yet, before the club could reach Maishia, his hands had already penetrated Chikin's body. With swift exchanges of strikes, Maishia dispatched Chikin and his crew, not forgetting to trample upon Chikin's head. This is the Grand Line. Pirates with bounties of 10 to 20 million are mere trifles here. Foolish beings who cannot recognize their own standing. Take this unruly crew away. Such speed and dexterity. Indeed, the Longhand clan, skilled in commerce, are cunning and treacherous, much like the Jews in the world of pirates. Chapter 87. Another 300 million berries by enticing individuals with a tenfold increase in wealth. The choice of exchanging in years ultimately achieves the goal, simultaneously weakening the enemy's combat capability. Furthermore, utilizing mirrors to exploit vulnerabilities causes the enemy to falter and rebel blindly, rendering them the unreasonable opponents, allowing Maishia to operate within the bounds of the law while maintaining the upper hand. This strategy in a realm filled with naive pirates is likely to ensnare 99% of them, with only a mere 1% of sages managing to evade such traps. It appears that my Xie, capable of attaining a position above the masses, is a clever old fox. My Xie, how could you resolve everything without leaving a few for me to handle? You do not understand the burdens of my role as mayor. Just as the soldiers were escorting the pirate Chicken and his crew away, the mayor of Tantai Shang, Dao Shi, made his appearance. Dao Shi, the most powerful man in this port city, was a young man in his 20s. Clad in blue leather attire adorned with multiple metal chains and accessories, his ears adorned with piercings, resembling a figure from the entertainment industry of the last century. Ha! It is Dao Shi, a mere triviality. You need not concern yourself. My Xie retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his fingers. Kai Chi and his crew, witnessing the fate of Pirate Chicken, initially relaxed and indulged in a vacation mood. Now regarded My Xie and Dao Shi with heightened caution. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, My Xie, reverted to his warm demeanor, approaching Kai Chi with a smile. Now it is your turn, esteemed guests. You have witnessed the event and are well aware of its nature. I wonder if you wish to participate, Minister My Xie. This event seems rather perilous. I cannot allow my crew members to partake. It would pain me greatly should anything go awry. Kai Chi responded with a smile. What a pity. This means the funds from our welcoming event for guests here in Tantai Shang will be delayed for quite some time. My Xie sighed, then continued with a mocking tone. So, renowned Captain Kai Chi, are you not afraid of our little tricks here in Tantai Shang? My Xie's smile turned sinister, attempting to provoke Kai Chi into a trap. Kai Chi's subordinates, Akin and Shanka, believed that their powerful allies, Hanma and Madu, could handle the situation. However, the high bounty of 100 million berries on Kai Chi's head made him feel the necessity to weaken him a bit, as he was uncertain if the King of Fei could truly subdue Kai Chi. Having established his empire only a few years prior, he was unwilling to leave any potential vulnerabilities in its governance. Kai Chi, those things are too bizarre. You should not trust him. Sate advised Dio not worry. I have it all figured out. Trust in your captain and watch my performance. Kai Chi reassured Sate. Patting his shoulder, Daiti seemed the opposing party had recognized his crew, and with such a high bounty. Kai Chi was indeed a formidable pirate, a notable figure in the world. Nonetheless, My Xie, the Longhand clan member, was a cunning strategist beyond Kai Chi's grasp. Since you are eager to send me money, how could I be polite? Ha ha ha. I am not afraid of these trivial tricks, Minister My Xie. You jest. I shall opt for the 3-year package to earn my 300 million. Kai Chi laughed, playfully nudging My Xie as if they were old friends. My Xie did not anticipate that Kai Chi would be so easily ensnared. Indeed, such captains are all brimming with arrogance. Kai Chi settled into the peculiar armored seat. My Xie quickly signaled to his subordinates, eager for them to initiate the process swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. No mishap occurred. The smoke billowed forth as expected, the symbols on the armor illuminated normally, and the life exchange proceeded without issue. Crew members Sate and Akin were quite worried. While they trusted Kai Chi, they still wished for him not to emerge as an elderly man. 5 minutes later, the smoke dissipated, unveiling the results. Kai Chi emerged, his hair still as dark as ever, as though nothing had transpired. He was entirely unharmed. My Xie, Dao Shi, and their soldiers stared incredulously at the unaffected Kai Chi. How is this possible? How could this be? Since the inception of these activities 3 years ago, this was the first occurrence of an individual successfully undergoing the life exchange without suffering any harm. Akin, take that 300 million berries. We shall explore the streets of Tantai Shang. Understood. The formidable Akin disregarded the astonished gazes of My Xie and Dao Shi, confidently striding towards the table laden with money to collect the 300 million berries. We shall also take those 3 boxes that I trust the hospitable Minister My Xie will not mind, Kai Chi remarked with a smile, presenting himself as a courteous guest to My Xie and Dao Shi before leading his crew away to explore the streets. The young mayor, Dao Shi, could hardly contain his frustration, but My Xie restrained him, signaling him to refrain from rash actions. 300 million was still a manageable loss. My Xie instructed his soldiers to closely follow Kai Chi and his crew, then reported back to him. Watching Kai Chi and his crew depart, Dao Shi seethed with anger. My Xie, how could you let him go? My Xie candidly remarked. Neither of us can contend with Kaiji's faction, that we should first report the situation regarding Kaiji's group arriving in Lanmengni to King Fei in the capital. Lijuat, we will await King Fei's decision on how to address Kaiji's faction, and we must approach this matter with utmost caution. Upon mentioning King Fei, The young island master regained his composure. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Lianmingni Kingdom's resource city, Konglai, is one of its 3 major urban centers. This place is rich in mineral resources, including iron, manganese, nickel, and titanium, housing the largest mines and metal processing factories in the nation. Most notably, it is also home to the largest prison mine in the country. The mine prison was established by repurposing an old mining site once depleted of resources, hence its name. Within one of the cells in the mine prison, 2 individuals were confined, one a middle-aged man, the other an elderly man. Both appeared exceedingly emaciated, particularly the middle-aged man, who had become as thin as a reed, his body seemingly reduced to mere skin enveloping bone. The elderly man, on the other hand, appeared less severely affected. Zhu Shan, you must hold on. The elderly man urged as he assisted the frail middle-aged man to sit against the wall. It seemed that Zhu Shan had just endured some form of torment before being returned to the cell. Chief of Staff Tiandi, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Fortunately, your advanced age spared you from the torment of the hunting flames. Otherwise, I would be remiss in my duties, remarked Zhu Shan, the Chief of Staff. Tiandi emphasized the significance of their position, asserting, in our underground military, we do not differentiate based on rank. Each member is an invaluable warrior. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Zhu Shan, whispering, endure a little longer. Our comrades in the mines have already dispatched word, and assistance should be arriving shortly. Hearing this, Zhu Shan felt a surge of hope. They will send someone from the higher-ups. Could it be the Chief of Staff and the commanders? Their stronghold is of utmost importance. How could they possibly send anyone capable of confronting King Fei, excluding the elite forces of the underground military? Who could possibly defeat the one who suppressed the entire Lianmingni Kingdom 5 years ago? Annihilating the old royal family in a single night to ascend as the new king. As he contemplated the mention of King Fei, Tiandi fell silent. The memory of that fateful night 5 years ago, when they had allied with General Adisi in their uprising, flooded back. Initially, their rebellion had faltered, as the old king had surrounded them with his 3,000 heavily armored guards and 20,000 soldiers. However, the arrival of Tiandi and his companions, particularly Ban Di, had turned the tide of battle. Ban Di, radiating a green luminescence akin to emeralds, fought valiantly among the throngs of soldiers, single-handedly breaching the defenses of the old king and ultimately overthrowing the monarchy to establish a new regime. Earning the title of King Fei, yet, as king, he had also suppressed the underground military led by Adisi and Tiandi, pulling the Lianmingni kingdom from the depths of despair only to plunge it into another darkness. However, as a chief of staff, Tiandi could not utter falsehoods. He had to preserve hope, for if he succumbed to despair, who would lead the underground military and guide Lianmingni out of the shadows? Chapter 88. The Annihilation of Lianmingni. Sart discerned that the symbols were not mere engravings, armor, or chairs, but rather an entire system, with the symbols serving as the driving core, not far from the playground. He could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Kaiji, how did you manage to remain unscathed? What is the nature of those machines that absorb lifespan? Oh, I will explain that in due time. Do not regard those symbol machines as overly sinister. Their principle is quite simple, merely absorbing the life force from a person's body. Once you have mastered the art of life restoration, you will be able to sense that life force. It is not what Minister Maisha described as a lifespan exchange, which sounds rather ominous and resembles divine powers in its causality. In fact, they represent 2 distinct concepts. Kaiji had also reached a profound understanding of life restoration, having conducted experiments on the symbol machines, which had yielded accurate results in terms of life force. He believed that only Xuanhu on the ship possessed superior knowledge and control compared to himself, and Kaiji held confidence in that. The loss of life force can indeed be replenished, with subsequent assistance from physicians and nutritionists aiding recovery. However, the loss of lifespan is a matter of causality and cannot be restored. It is said that only the 4 emperors, particularly Big Mom, who consumed the soul fruit, possess such abilities. Rest assured, they are not the 4 emperors and cannot achieve such feats. Therefore, human life force and lifespan are distinct entities. They are closely related but not the same. Do you understand? Kaiji continued, aiming to alleviate the crew's fears of the unknown, for during battle, suspicion could lead to a decline in their combat effectiveness. That moment, had Maisha's symbol machines summoned any spirits, Kaiji would not have taken the risk. For the soul-related fruits among the superhuman fruits are exceedingly peculiar, with each possessing erratic abilities. For instance, Perona's pessimistic ghost can induce despair, while Brooke's yellow spring fruit can freeze. Yet, one commonality remains. They all possess the ability to manipulate causality. Just as Perona's ghost can instill despair, with the exception of the despondent human vessel, Upsuo, Brooke can resurrect from death, surpassing the limitations of lifespan, while Big Mom can threaten to siphon the lifespans of others. Upon hearing this, the crew gained considerable insight. Most had practiced life restoration, and although they had not reached the same mastery as Kaiji, they were competent, with some already achieving modest success, while only Jide had just begun. After listening to Kaiji's explanation, they felt a greater understanding of life force and were no longer gripped by feared as for why I remain unscathed. That is quite simple. Imagine a person as a reservoir, life force as water, and the simple machines as high-powered pumps. That a typical person's life force is akin to a small reservoir. Thus, when a high-powered pump extracts water, it quickly depletes, leading to frailty and aging. In contrast, having consumed the frost dragon fruit, my lifespan is at least a millennium. My life force, if not an ocean, is certainly that of a vast lake, and no matter how powerful the pump, even if the dam breaks, it would take a long time to drain it completely. Before arriving at the Sky Island, I might have needed a meal to recuperate. Now, however, I am completely unaffected. Kaiji, feeling somewhat boastful, opted for the lake analogy over the ocean. Upon hearing this, the crew could not help but marvel at Kaiji's extraordinary nature. As they conversed, they observed the port city of Tanisheng, noting that apart from patrolling soldiers, the civilian populace consisted predominantly of the elderly, women, and children, with not a single able-bodied young man in sight. Strolling through the market, they noted the city's renowned clams and pearls. Their discussions led them to a riverside snack street, where they spotted a delightful seafood restaurant with a splendid view of the river. Kaiji decided not to leave and prepared to enter for a meal. I will go in to eat. You are free to explore. We shall reconvene here afterward. I will remain here with but one request. Do not engage in conflict unless provoked. Understood, the crew responded before dispersing. Kaiji entered the restaurant, ordering a large platter of clams and an array of seafood, and settled at a table by the river. The restaurant's owner and chef appeared to be the same person, a white-haired elder with a rather ordinary appearance. Missing 2 front teeth, speaking somewhat nasally but still intelligible, the snack street had few patrons, and Kaiji was the only customer in the spacious establishment. As the owner brought out the dishes, Kaiji seized the opportunity to inquire, "Sir, why are there so few young, able-bodied men in this city? Aside from the children, why do the others appear so frail?" "Ah, they have been taken by the soldiers. We elder folk have also been seized once. After our release, they no longer bother with us. Alas, our nation has suffered. There has not been a single decent king in all these years." The owner, initially reluctant to speak, found it hard to remain silent given the dire circumstances. He recounted the tale of the previous king's feudal incompetence, the uprising in the capital 5 years ago, and the ascent of King Fei, recounting it with fervor, as though he had witnessed it firsthand. The first year of King Fei's reign was promising. He focused on recovery, and life for the citizens improved, with an influx of travelers and a flourishing economy. At that time, we all believed he would be a good king. As the second year commenced, the forces of King Fei, accompanied by a contingent of naval troops, began the construction of a road connecting the 3 major cities and the machines adorned with sigils. The predatory nature of King Fei was laid bare, as his faction commenced abductions. Now, for years hence, the populace of the entire nation has been rendered emaciated, resulting in its current dismal state. Indeed, the methods of our ancestors prove effective. Seeking information can be achieved by visiting a tavern, ordering some food, and inquiring with the innkeeper and waitstaff, who often possess valuable insights. After listening to the innkeeper's account, Kaiji garnered a substantial understanding of the current power dynamics within the kingdom of Lanmoni. There existed 3 factions: the ruling group led by King Fei and his associates, the underground military, and the faction of general aides, whom they had rescued. It appeared that the underground military wielded considerable influence, complicating matters and indicating a need for a strategic reassessment. However, the most precious information imparted by the innkeeper was regarding Konglai, one of the 3 major cities, renowned for its abundant mineral resources, metals, and coal. A stroke of fortune indeed. Young man, I believe I have seen your likeness on a bounty notice. You are a mere pirate, are you not? Heed my advice. Once you finish your meal, depart this nation swiftly. King Fei's faction is formidable. Many from the underground military and numerous pirates who ventured here have met defeat. You are still young. It would be wise to leave post-haste. The owner of the seafood establishment, moved by Kaichi's youth and evident passion for food, offered this counsel. Thank you, proprietor. I am well aware of my circumstances and will take my leave after dining. Kaichi replied, savoring an extravagant spread of seafood, squid, yellow croaker, salmon, and more, delighting in their exquisite flavors. After settling the bill and bidding farewell to the owner, he reunited with his companions at the door, who were indulging in their own snacks of octopus balls and various seafood skewers. Upon returning to the Zhaogang ship, Kaichi commanded its departure from the port of Tantaisheng, steering away from the city's shores to a secluded area for a period of rest. Maisha observed their departure without interference. Under such circumstances, he should have felt relief, yet an inexplicable sense of urgency weighed heavily upon him. Kaichi seems to be grappling with some pressing concerns. Is he awaiting reinforcements? Jack pondered, confused by Kaichi's decision to leave the city for the wilderness. That it appears he is contemplating a significant decision. Soon, you shall understand, Sart remarked, noting Kaichi's contemplative demeanor as he spoke to Gade and Ferrati. Gade, Ferrati, we have just procured a wealth of materials and components. Now we must return to the laboratory to assemble our armor. We may soon find ourselves in large-scale combat, and these resources will be invaluable. Sart instructed. Understood, Gade and Ferrati replied, following Sart back to the ship's laboratory. Transformed into his draconic form, Kaichi soared above the kingdom of Lianmoni, meticulously observing its topography, the rugged mountain ranges, small basins perfect for concealment, and favorable hydrological and resource conditions, along with a substantial population, rendered it an ideal location for establishing a core manufacturing and pharmaceutical base. The Eastern Sea, by contrast, was too tranquil, attracting naval scrutiny, while the desolate Whiskey Peaks and the frigid, inhospitable environment of the Sakura Kingdom posed their own limitations. Given these constraints, small-scale factories would not suffice for expanding into a larger power. Thus, the discovery of a viable site for a core factory stirred a strong desire within him. With this revelation, he resolved not to wait for the other factions to reveal themselves, a process too time-consuming. As a pirate, he felt he had committed no egregious acts. Thus, he decided to take a bold risk and launch a direct assault on the kingdom of Lianmoni to seize control. Chapter 89. The Underground Military's Marksman. Pool. The unbroken mountain ranges resembled the dragon veins of the kingdom of Lianmoni, dividing the nation into distinct regions and imparting varying climates. Kaichi glided over the mountain peaks, captivated by the breathtaking scenery, lamenting its underdevelopment. By the time he returned to the Zhaogang ship, evening had fallen, the crimson sun kissing the distant horizon and leaving the world awash in golden hues. At that moment, he noticed two figures approaching the ship from the shore. Both were men. One was General Aides, whom he had departed with earlier, while the other was unknown to him, a sniper, as evidenced by the long, straight rifle equipped with a scope slung across his back. The agile marksman swam effortlessly to the Zhaogang ship, lifting Aides with ease before gracefully leaping onto the ship's railing, gently placing Aides onto the deck. Sart, already alert, raised his pistol, aiming it at the newcomer. Who are you? What brings you here? Though the weaponry differed, Sart was acutely aware of the significant threat posed by a marksman and recognized his duty as first mate to remain vigilant against strangers. Oh, I am not your enemy. We should be allies. I am Pool, a sniper from the underground military. The underground military and General Aides faction are allies, and I witnessed your conversation with him at the port of Tantaisheng. He disembarked from your ship, so it stands to reason that you are allies of Aides. If you doubt my identity, feel free to verify with General Aides, the sniper declared, making no move towards his weapon. Instead, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he posed no threat. Aides, quickly recovering, stood and approached Kaichi's group, eager to explain, I intended to rescue my subordinates in the capital, Lijue, but was discovered by King Fei's headquarters. Fortunately, Pool of the underground military saved me. Although I could not rescue my men, they informed me that the underground military has already requested assistance, and reinforcements are en route to Lianmoni. I believe Pool is trustworthy. Since General Aides vouches for you, we shall extend our trust to you. Pool of the underground military, Sart conceded, lowering his pistol. Upon seeing this, Pool relaxed visibly, relieved by the lack of immediate hostility. Aides, you are injured. Xian Lao, please attend to him, Kaichi instructed. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, took on the captain's task, treating Aides' wounds and applying bandages. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury, with a good application of ointment. A few days of rest would suffice. Thank you, Dr. Schwanhu. Just as Schwanhu finished bandaging Aides, the voice of the ship's cook, Carmen, rang out. Dinner is ready. It is time to eat the dough. Perfect timing. Aides and Lord Poole from the underground military, please join us for dinner. We can discuss our alliance and plans for attacking Lanmoni, Kaichi suggested. Kaichi's crew prepared abundant meals, ensuring that even with the addition of 2 guests, there would be more than enough to satisfy their appetites. Kaichi's insatiable hunger ensured nothing would go to waste. Thus, Carmen and his team showcased their culinary skills, creating a lavish spread, knowing full well that Kaichi would consume any leftovers, as if his mouth were a bottomless pit in the dining hall of the mayor's office in the city of Tantaisheng. 4 individuals dined together, the island's mayor, Minister Maisha, and 2 newcomers, a towering figure and a leaner middle-aged man. The robust individual devoured meat and guzzled wine, yet beside him stood a shoulder-mounted artillery piece. In stark contrast to his wild eating style, the other 3 maintained an air of refinement. Maisha, the faction led by Kaichi, has come to the attention of King Fei. He has instructed me and Quinian to bring 1,000 green armored troops to support you, the large man declared after finishing a hefty portion of leg meat, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Sing, I appreciate your efforts. What of Hama? Is he occupied with other matters? Maisha inquired, somewhat perplexed. With 1,000 green armored troops, Maisha felt a sense of security, given that their total number was only 4,000. However, Hama's absence raised questions though. Hama has gone to reinforce the mines during an interrogation of the rebellious underground military workers. It was revealed that the underground military would send reinforcements, so King Fei dispatched him with 1,500 green armored troops to support the mines. Do not worry. We possess sigil powers, and should Kaichi's faction dare to attack the city of Tantaisheng, I will bombard them with artillery. King Fei has assured you not to worry. If necessary, he will come in person, but we merely need to hold our ground for a while, the large man reassured. The imposing figure of Singe elucidated the matter regarding Hummer, while Maisha remained apprehensive. Yet Singe patiently offered reassurance that in contrast to Maisha's concerns, Mayor Daosher of Tansheng remained remarkably composed, confident in his ability to confront the pirates. Having previously triumphed over them to him, the bounty on Kaichi was merely a slight increase. Strength is discerned only through battle, and there was little cause for worry, especially now with Singe and Quinian by his side, rendering him even more at ease. Nevertheless, a tactical reassessment was still imperative to the coastal artillery fortifications of Tansheng. All cannons stood poised, ready to deliver a decisive blow to any invading adversaries. On board the Zhuangning, under the cloak of night, after a sumptuous dinner, Kaichi regaled Sarda and Akin with intel gleaned from the proprietor of a seafood establishment concerning the tumultuous history of the underground military in the nation of Lanmoni and the insurrection led by General Aides, as well as the ascension of the Fei King. Aides provided additional insights into the intricate details surrounding the Fei King and his entourage. Indeed, it was Aides who had facilitated the return of the Fei King bandit to Lanmoni to usurp the former monarch. The bandit and his cohort, once bounty hunters, had transformed into rulers of a nation. Under Aides' guidance, Kaichi and the snipers recognized the formidable influence of the Fei King. The first faction consisted of the indomitable Fei King bandit, reigning in the capital city of Lijua, alongside the Minister of Patrol, Liz, who was always ready to reinforce various fronts. The Minister of War, aside from the Fei King, commanded the nation's elite green armor troops. The War Department was comprised of 3 ministers: the Chief, Hummer, the Second Minister, Singe, and the Third Minister, Quinian. The second faction was led by Mayor Madu of the resource-rich city of Konglai, who also managed the grand mines there, alongside the warden of the mining prison, Shohua. The third faction comprised those already acquainted with the mayor of the port city Tansheng, Daosher, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maisha. After Aides elucidated the strength of the Fei King, Sniper Poole elaborated on the underground military's might within Lanmoni, commanded by the 10th Chief of Staff, Tiandi, and the leader of the combat division, Zhu Shan, overseeing a force exceeding 10,000. However, the Lanmoni kingdom had succumbed to the Fei King's forces. With both the 10th Chief of Staff and Zhu Shan imprisoned in the mining facility, a fraction of the underground military's personnel also languished in confinement. while many were conscripted as laborers in the mines. Poole, unreservedly, divulged all he knew, advocating for transparency to foster collaboration, recognizing that the upper echelons had entrusted him with the daunting task of rescuing so many. Forming alliances and seeking assistance was only prudent. The intelligence from the captured underground military operatives emphasized the critical necessity to obliterate the concealed green pearl pump machines beneath the three major cities. Failure to do so would render the Fey King and the Green Armor forces invincible. What exactly are these green pearl pump machines? Poole inquired of General Aides. You must have encountered the sigils. They enable the Fey King and the Green Armor to absorb life force, enhancing and rejuvenating themselves. The three green pearl pump machines are associated with a contingent of the Navy. 4 years ago, the Fey King enlisted a naval crew to construct several roads, linking the three major cities. With pipes embedded at the heart of these thoroughfares, the green pearl pump machines can store life force and generate pressure, facilitating the circulation of life energy along these roads, allowing the Fey King and his followers to absorb the life force flowing through the pipes to bolster their combat efficacy. We spent 2 years uncovering these details, but the Fey King bandit discovered our investigation and dispatched Hummer to apprehend us. That I was defeated and injured, fleeing overseas. That my subordinates and the remnants of the underground military were captured by Hummer. The mention of Hummer dampened Aides' spirits. Besides the Fey King, he was confronted with such a formidable adversary. The thought of the sigils absorbing life force compounded the challenges in Aides' mind. The green pearl pump machines were indeed the large green orbs under Tanching's control. When Kaichi was goaded by Maisha while seated in the sigil-embossed chair, he attempted a life force trace. Discovering that the energy led not only to the control center but predominantly to the subterranean orbs. I know where the green pearl pump machine in Tanching is. It's located beneath those special chairs in the square. There's a basement beneath them housing the orb. That I stumbled upon this during an event hosted by Minister of Foreign Affairs Maisha. Kaichi interjected, revealing his significant discovery. Upon hearing Kaichi's words, Aides, who had been despondent, sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Is it true? That's splendid news. Knowing the location of one green pearl pump machine in Tanching amplifies our chances significantly. If we can also locate the machines in Konglai and the capital Lijua, our prospects will brighten considerably. Aides' demeanor transformed, infused with renewed vigor and a glimmer of hope for the future. Kaichi, however, remained most concerned about the Navy. The connection between the Fey King and the Navy necessitated a communication via the phone worm. Armed with knowledge of the enemy's general layout, Kaichi, alongside Sniper Poole and Aides, resolved to split into 3 factions, setting forth at dawn to launch an offensive against the Layanmoni Kingdom and confront the Fey King's faction. Chapter 90. Assault on Tanching. Frozen artillery at the mining prison in Konglai. An unexpected individual appeared outside the cells of Zhushan and Tiendi, a figure who should have been at the Grand Mines. Now standing before them, Madu, are you not at the Grand Mines? What brings you here? Zhushan's forehead began to perspire. Just dealing with Shohua was challenging enough. And now the arrival of the formidable Mada elevated the difficulty of their rescue exponentially, diminishing their chances of escape. Zhushan understood better than anyone the formidable nature of the individual before him. He himself had been vanquished by Madu. Madu's imposing physique, extraordinary strength, and masterful martial arts had left a lasting impression on Zhushan. Zhushan, it seems the underground military in prison is quite well informed. It appears the intel gleaned by Hummer is accurate. You truly can orchestrate a rescue from the outside. That I have no qualms about divulging this. Hummer has taken command of the Grand Mines. And I've come to the prison to supervise your unruly lot. Now, who could possibly rescue you pitiful souls? The underground military should indeed send someone. Aides appeared in the capital Lijua yesterday. Rescued by a stranger. Surely, they must have dispatched someone from your ranks. But what can one individual accomplish? How can one person rescue those who are too weak to even walk? A fool's dream. Ha ha ha, but it does add some excitement to my mundane existence, providing me and Shohua with a bit of amusement, Mada taunted, standing outside the iron bars, jangling the keys with a swagger, deriding the underground military figures of Zhushan and Tiendi. In the capital Lijua, within the grand hall of the Layanmoni royal palace, it was an opportune moment for the reigning monarch, the Fey King, to enjoy solitude. The hall stood devoid of guards, with only the Fey King bandit seated upon the throne. Clutching the bounty notice for Kaichi, which had recently escalated to 100 million berry. Although the bounty for Kaichi had been updated, the new photograph had not been taken, and the old smiling visage remained. Kaichi of the East Sea, mused Maisha, I suspect you are the external aid summoned by AIDS. Otherwise, your timing is too fortuitous. Reflecting on it, I too was once summoned back by AIDS. It has been 5 years. How nostalgic. Ha ha ha. Upon concluding this statement, the fake King Bandit shredded the bounty notice in his grasp, the green energy emanating from his hands tearing it to shreds. As dawn broke, the sun emerged from the horizon, and the assembled crew commenced their mission. The Crimson Dragon, Dean, donned a specially designed saddle, facilitating multiple riders. Dean had grown considerably. He now stood nearly 4 meters tall and had lengthened to over 5 meters. His broad back, combined with the custom saddle, could comfortably accommodate 4 to 5 individuals. Carmen, Hank, and the chef de beauty found themselves atop Dean, positioned centrally for stability. Sniper Poole took a side stance, while Jack experienced the thrill of balancing on the swaying tail of the dragon. Akin and Shank, both robust, merely grasped the dangling ropes from Dean's arms, maintaining a steady position mid-flight, akin to special forces executing urgent missions from a helicopter. Their objective in Conlai was to assist Sniper Poole in storming the mining prison and liberating the imprisoned underground military personnel. Following this, they aimed to seize the Grand Mines, thereby facilitating the conquest of Laonmoni's 3 major cities. During the morning briefing, Carmen was taken aback when Elder Xian unexpectedly assigned her, Hank, de Beauty, Akin, and Shank to the Conlai team. What could this mean? Is this some sort of trial? Carmen pondered, perplexed by the sudden directive from Elder Xian. Nevertheless, she believed that this mission would proceed without incident, particularly with Akin and Shank on their team. With the ship's 3 most formidable warriors present, she doubted any adversary could simultaneously challenge them, especially with Kaichi's unyielding order of success at all costs, in the coastal city of Tanxing. News reached Maisha. Minister, Kaichi's vessel has been sighted offshore. The soldiers hurriedly rushed to inform Maisha. Indeed, they have arrived. Island Master, Sing, and Kuei Yin. Let us see what tricks Kaichi has up his sleeve. Maisha led the 3 men to the coastal fortifications at the dock and inquired of the scout, holding the telescope. What is the current situation? The soldier, who had been observing, upon recognizing Minister Maisha, Mayor Island Master, and the 2 ministers from the capital, immediately stood at attention and saluted each leader, reporting, Minister Maisha, Mayor Island Master. Minister Sing, Minister Kuei Yin, Kaichi and his group have launched an attack. Their ship's cannons are indeed aimed at us. However, their vessel remains anchored near the dock, seemingly waiting for something. Is that so? Let me take a look. Maisha said, taking the telescope from the scout. On the Zhaoging ship, Kaichi and his entourage were intently watching their direction. Sate had moved 3 cannons from the hold to the deck for a siege. We must make ample use of our artillery. Allowing them to rust would be detrimental. Sate had already adjusted the cannon's aim, ready to strike at any moment. They are prepared. Why are they not advancing immediately? Maisha recalled his previous encounter with Kaichi and realized that this individual was not without intellect. His current demeanor must have deeper intentions. What could it be? As Maisha pondered Kaichi's motives, a sudden thought struck him, and he swiftly turned to Island Master, saying, This is not good. Kaichi's group is currently holding us in check. Their target must be Conlai. Island Master, please send someone to inform Conlai's Madu and Hanma that they should be on guard. As we suspect an approach. On the Zhaoging ship, Kaichi asked Sate, How long have Dean and the others been gone? Sate glanced at his pocket watch. Over 50 minutes, nearly an hour. Time's nearly up. It is now. Let us advance, Kaichi declared, pointing directly at the Tantai Shang. The war was about to erupt. Gade steered the ship forward while Sate fired upon the enemy. Upon witnessing the Zhaoging ship charging forth and entering cannon range, Maisha and Island Master ordered their forces to open fire. The cannonade roared, and Sate's artillery proved more accurate, obliterating several cannons on the Tantai Shang. However, given that this was the dock of a major city, with dozens of cannons and countless smaller arms, the firepower remained overwhelmingly in favor of Maisha and Island Master. The longer the engagement lasted, the more pronounced their advantage became. As projectiles threatened to strike the Zhaoging, Kaichi transformed into his dragon form, unleashing icy winds that countered the impact of the cannonballs. The incoming shells were momentarily suspended in midair before plummeting into the SEA. In his dragon form, Kaichi soared from the Zhaoging toward the coastal fortifications. Since his last transformation, Kaichi had shed his armor twice. His mastery over the power of frost had reached new heights. The Tanai Shang's dock. Wherever Kaichi went, a tempest of frost tore through, shattering the fortifications and freezing the soldiers manning them into ice sculptures. Curse you, Ice Dragon Kaichi. The 4 Maisha, Island Master, Sing, and Kuei Nian could not withstand Kaichi's icy tempest and retreated from the dock to the square. With Kaichi's assault, Maisha and Island Master's forces suffered heavy losses, with half their soldiers encased in ice. "The remainder is yours," Maisha said, as the four were struck with dread at Kaichi's terrifying might. Just as they were contemplating how to counter him, Kaichi, in his dragon form, soared away with general aides and Miss Huang Jinshou, sparing them from attack and departing Tanisheng, assuring the completion of their mission. As Maisha and his companions faced defeat at the dock, the Zhaogang had already safely docked. Filled with astonishment at Kaichi's departure, Maisha, Island Master, Sing, and Kuei Nian were met by Sate, Xuanhu, Gade, the travel bear Baibao clad in a red cloak, and the memory seahorse Chenlong. "Hey, you four, our captain's adversary is not you. There is no need for you to gaze longingly as he departs. Engaging with you would only diminish our captain's worth," Sate remarked. "You made a grave mistake by allowing our captain Kaichi to sit in that armored chair, which has rendered all your trump cards ineffective." Xuanhu addressed Maisha, the brains of the opposing team. Maisha believed his actions were standard, questioning how they could possibly ascertain their trump cards, suspecting foul play and a psychological tactic aimed at undermining their resolve. "With your captain gone, you three, along with your two pets, are no match for our thousands of soldiers. You should be more concerned for your own safety." The travel bear Baibao and the memory seahorse Chenlong were no mere pets. They were formidable beasts, ready to unleash their fury. Sate chuckled. Suddenly, 5,000 hidden soldiers emerged from the streets, surrounding Maisha and his companions for protection, with 1,000 elite green armored soldiers forming the core of their defense. The frontline soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Sate, Xuanhu, and the other three targets. "Fire! Eliminate them!" At the command, hundreds of firearms discharged simultaneously, creating a cacophony of gunfire. The memory seahorse Chenlong inhaled deeply, expanding its belly to transform into a massive armored balloon, absorbing all the incoming bullets. Having received Kaichi's 2 discarded sets of dragon armor, each of progressively higher quality, Chenlong had absorbed the dragoness power, elevating its lineage. It was no longer a mere lower-tier dragon species. It had become a true dragon of significant caliber, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Even small mortars barely leaving a mark. Sate's mechanical arm launched smoke bombs into the crowd, and several detonated among the soldiers, creating a thick fog that incapacitated a large portion of them, particularly those in firing positions without gas masks, who quickly succumbed. Close-quarter soldiers retreated swiftly, suffering minimal casualties. "Soldiers, surround and eliminate them." Maisha ordered the remaining troops to bypass the smoke and encircle Sate and his allies. Sate fired relentlessly with his dual pistols, dispatching ordinary soldiers with ease. Gade, clad in new electric armor, raised his arm, launching electric projectiles from his gauntlets. The soldiers armed with blades and swords were paralyzed before they could approach, collapsing one by one. Xuanhu found the combat effortless. Any soldier who attacked him received a punch to the neck, a foolproof method that rendered each opponent unconscious. Young people have such vitality, they fall asleep in an instant. The human neck is laden with numerous blood vessels and is one of the body's most vulnerable points. In real life, the consequences of such attacks can be severe. Do not attempt to replicate this. Since setting sail, the travel bear Baibao had grown significantly, towering nearly 3 meters tall, now a head taller than an average person. Whether it was due to its youth or not, it did not resemble its uncle. Baibao's limbs were robust and sturdy, unlike its uncle's, which appeared slender in comparison to his massive frame. Baibao resembled a digital creature more than a travel bear. At nearly 3 meters, it swatted incoming soldiers away with its paws. However, its attacks were not as efficient as its companions, merely knocking soldiers aside. Some resilient soldiers managed to rise again and continue the fight. The memory seahorse Chenlong rampaged through the ranks of soldiers, its inflated body impervious to blades and firearms, relentlessly assaulting the approaching foes. Sate, along with his 2 beasts, exerted minimal effort, vanquishing the remaining 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers within 15 minutes. Do not rejoice too soon. The green armored soldiers are now making their entrance to apprehend you. Sing, the second minister of the War Department, commanded. The heavily armored green armored soldiers moved forth, their armor inscribed with intricate runes upon their backs. What incredible speed! Even in heavy armor, they exhibit such agility. These individuals possess extraordinary physical prowess. Xuanhu marveled. A former commander of 5 armies, Having led soldiers into battle, he understood the significance of such a phenomenon. The memory seahorse Qianlong paid no heed to the elite green-armored soldiers, charging directly into their ranks, relying on its massive dragon form. "You are in my way." Sing leaped before the green-armored soldiers, swinging the specialized cannon's rear at Qianlong, delivering a powerful blow that sent the inflated creature flying. Sate retaliated with a shot from the mechanical cannon on his arm, targeting Sing, who promptly steadied his specialized cannon and returned fire at Sate. The two cannonballs collided mid-air, exploding and disrupting the advance of the green-armored soldiers. "Qianlong, are you all right?" Sate inquired after providing cover. The memory seahorse Qianlong, having been hurled against the city wall at the edge of the square, created a sizable hole upon impact. Shaking its head in response, it signaled that it was merely a minor issue. Qianlong was merely struck and returned to his original size, suffering no significant injuries. Seeing that the bombardment had little effect on the quartet of Xing'e, Sate turned his dual pistols to engage the encroaching green-armored soldiers. Gade displayed no hesitation in unleashing dozens of electric projectiles. The heavily armored soldiers in the front line were also felled by the bullets and electric shocks. Is there truly no difference? Gade questioned. Is their armor merely thicker? However, it soon became clear to Gade and his companions why they were referred to as the Green-Armored Army. As dozens of green-armored soldiers fell, the black runes etched into their white heavy armor glimmered with a green light, and they rose once more, as if unscathed, rejoining the assault on Sate and his two beasts. Now you grasp the despair of your situation, do you not? You understand the formidable power you have provoked. You dared to claim you could see through our trump card. Now submit before the green-armored soldiers. Maisha jeered at Xianhu in the city of Conley. At the mining prison, the sniper Paul executed high-altitude long-range kills, taking down one soldier with each shot. The archer Jack displayed remarkable precision, also downing one foe with each arrow fired. Carmen, Hank, and Debuty wielded frying pans as weapons, incapacitating enemies with resounding strikes. The ordinary guards at the mining prison were swiftly overwhelmed. Yet, when Mayor Madhu commanded the arrival of 500 green-armored soldiers from the Humvee, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The downed and stunned green-armored soldiers, upon the emergence of green light from the black runes on their backs, experienced a phenomenon similar to that of Sate's encounter. They rose again to retaliate, as if nothing had transpired. "This is troublesome. What should we do?" Paul, the underground army's sniper, found himself at a loss regarding how to handle the green-armored soldiers in the capital of Lijua. The Dragon Man Kaichi soared into the city, depositing General Aides and Miss Huang Jinzu. "You two must locate and destroy the Green Pearl Pump in the capital. I will draw the attention of the Emerald King bandit and keep him occupied, preventing him from altering the balance on other battlefronts." After instructing them, Kaichi ascended to the palace of the Rainmoni Kingdom, transforming from a dragon man into a colossal dragon, with a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the palace. The frost dragon Kaichi announced his arrival to the guards within and to King Bandit. Upon hearing the resounding dragon's roar, the Emerald King stepped out of the Rainmoni Palace, gazing up at the suddenly manifested dragon from the high platform at the palace entrance. The remaining 500 green-armored soldiers surrounded the Emerald King, while countless other soldiers formed a perimeter. The dragon Kaichi looked down upon the throngs of soldiers surrounding the palace, recalling the words of his master Nagli from their time at sea. "Kaichi, your caution is commendable. It is a quality befitting a potential strongman. However, excessive caution may hinder your growth. To become the strongest among the strong, one must continuously push beyond their limits in battle. Remember, Kaichi, in some fights, it is acceptable to elevate the danger level and refine your body through the experience. Challenge yourself and discover the strength of your flesh." Descending from the sky, Kaichi landed at the palace entrance. Transitioning from a dragon to a dragon man, and finally to his human form, the soldiers of the Rainmoni Kingdom surged forward, encircling Kaichi. "Kaichi of the East Sea, I did not expect such a formidable fish to come willingly to my doorstep." The Emerald King bandit remarked curiously from his elevated position. Despite being surrounded by a myriad of soldiers, Kaichi maintained his composure in response to the boss's inquiry. "I am merely here to keep an eye on you. Should you attempt to flee, it would become quite troublesome for me." The Emerald King bandit applauded from his platform. "Truly, you are Kaichi, the one with a bounty of 100 million. Your confidence is remarkable. Standing before me without even utilizing your devil fruit powers." Having navigated the Grand Line for many years, Bandit recognized Kaichi as a Zoan-type devil fruit user based on his transformations in a world where seagulls delivered bounties daily. Kaichi's wanted poster had circulated for some time, allowing soldiers to recognize him, never expecting to confront such a notorious pirate. The thousands of soldiers encircling Kaichi remained eerily silent, their blades directed towards him, granting the two sovereigns an uninterrupted moment to converse. "Soldiers, advance. Let us treat this pirate Captain Kaichi from the East Sea with the respect he deserves." As someone who had genuinely thrived as a bounty hunter for years, Bandit understood the various levels of bounties within the Navy. Those in the million and 10 million range often resulted from the slaughter of innocents, but being in the 100 million tier indicated genuine strength. Bandit was not naive enough to believe Kaichi was weak. He aimed to draw Kaichi closer to further his own objectives. He had confidence in his subordinates, especially the Humvee and Madu, believing they would easily overpower AIDS and the remnants of the underground army. Upon receiving the order to attack from the Emerald King, the surrounding soldiers charged at Kaichi and a relentless barrage of blades, swords, and spears descended upon him. Yet, to Kaichi, their movements were sluggish. Despite their numbers, he easily evaded their strikes, countering with powerful blows that sent soldiers flying. Having predominantly fought in his Dragon Man form recently, he had forgotten the strength of his human form. Even without exerting full force, he could send an adult soldier tumbling away. Kaichi moderated his strength, refraining from sending soldiers flying any longer. However, those struck by his blows staggered backward, vomiting and clutching their stomachs, eventually collapsing in pain. Navigating effortlessly between the oncoming blades, Kaichi continued to evade and retaliate, his limbs in constant motion, taking down over 100 soldiers in mere moments. After battling for several minutes, he felt no fatigue. His stamina seemed boundless, as if he had an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. For the first time, he gained a renewed understanding of his physical abilities, realizing that the copious amounts of food he consumed were indeed yielding results. The relentless assault from the soldiers continued, and Kaichi met each attack with ease, leaving none standing. After a full hour, the 3,000 soldiers armed with melee weapons had been bested by Kaichi in his human form. What a delight! My body and spirit feel refreshed. "Prepare to fire," commanded the gunners. 1,000 marksmen unleashed a volley. Facing an onslaught of bullets, Kaichi stood firm, knowing that each of the 3 dragons on his ship could effortlessly withstand such firepower. He remained motionless, like a steadfast pine. The iron block he had utilized for training felt too precious to waste in combat without experiencing the thrill of battle, so he decided to test its effectiveness today. In an instant, thousands of bullets struck Kaichi's iron-like skin, pausing momentarily before falling to the ground around him. The impact felt merely like the tickle of a fly landing on his skin, a testament to his solid foundation built through rigorous training. "Prepare to fire the cannons." Seeing that the bullets were ineffective, the Emerald King Bandit commanded the 200 artillerymen. Kaichi remained still, but ultimately transformed into his Dragon Man form, enduring the full brunt of the artillery fire from the 200 gunners. Once the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Kaichi remained unmoved, a pillar of strength. What a delightful massage! Kaichi would never expose his human flesh to such cannon fire. Even with the iron block, it could harm his skin. He had not yet reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. He would not allow his body to sustain any significant damage, as lingering injuries could hinder his path to greater strength. Once more, Kaichi reverted from his Dragon Man form back to his human form. "Artillerymen, fire again." Noticing some effect, the Emerald King ordered another barrage, for the palace still had ample ammunition available. Kaichi crouched down, his hands swiftly collecting the bullets that had fallen to the ground. With a flick of his fingers, Kaichi launched the bullets with remarkable speed and accuracy, striking the cannon's mouth and detonating the shells within. The cannonballs exploded, not only toppling the artillerymen but also catching the surrounding marksmen in the blast. In an instant, the Emerald King's forces suffered heavy casualties. Remaining artillerymen and marksmen retreat and tend to the wounded. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of the ordinary soldiers, the Emerald King ordered them to cease their futile attacks and instead assist the injured, as the ground was strewn with too many casualties to allow for any further action. Yes, the remaining soldiers complied, lifting the fallen comrades from the ground. Kaichi did not obstruct their efforts, feeling invigorated while these soldiers posed no threat to him. "Green-armored soldiers, heed my command. Those who capture Kaichi shall be rewarded with titles and riches. A bounty of 100 million berry awaits. Charge." Upon hearing the command and encouragement of the Fei Wong Bandi, 500 soldiers clad in intricately patterned heavy green armor sprang into action. At last, I have encountered this legendary green-armored army. I shall observe their prowess, and from now on, I shall not exert myself too much. The green-armored soldiers, in addition to their formidable armor, wield weapons that are significantly sharper than those of ordinary soldiers, with blades and spear tips gleaming with a chilling radiance, all exquisite tools of war. Undoubtedly, the green-armored soldiers are elite troops, as they don their heavy armor yet strike with an agility exceeding that of regular soldiers by more than twofold. However, it is regrettable that their skill level pales in comparison to Kai Chi. Even with their coordinated efforts, they stagger and fall beneath the might of his fists. Nevertheless, the black runes on the fallen green-armored soldiers shimmer with a green light, and the downed troops rise once more. Kai Chi, who is deftly evading and counterattacking the green-armored soldiers, notices this phenomenon and admires their adept use of the life force. In the bustling city of Tiantai, Sate remarks to the memory seahorse Qianlong. You possess a trump card, and we too have our secret weapon. Qianlong, the captain has granted you permission to lift the ban this time, having been aboard the ship for an extended period. Qianlong can absorb human memories and possesses keen intellect. Even without the translator Dean, he can comprehend the intentions of his companions aboard. Upon hearing the order from the first mate, the memory seahorse Qianlong unfurls his wings, releasing a continuous stream of mist from his mouth, an enchanting haze that obscures the green-armored soldiers. I shall lend you my strength, Sate declares, launching several smoke bombs at the feet of the green-armored troops. Under the dual veil of mist, the soldiers succumb to drowsiness one by one. For the first time, as a Shindong, Qianlong engages in battle without the need for instruments and shells to produce sound. His belly glows with a myriad of colors, allowing him to conjure forbidden music with his own voice. The memories of the fallen green-armored soldiers are drawn into Qianlong's belly like colorful silk threads, causing it to swell. The black runes on the backs of the green-armored soldiers continue to emit a green glow. Despite the dual smoke, some still manage to evade for a minute before rising again. Ha! Have you witnessed the might of the green-armored soldiers? Your struggles are futile. They are invincible, Maisha crows, delighted to see some soldiers rise again amidst the smoke. However, the scene that unfolded next was far stranger than anticipated. Who are you? Why am I here? This heavy armor. I'm not supposed to be home. The standing green-armored soldiers, unfamiliar with one another, fumbled with their weapons, akin to novices. Green-armored soldiers, what are you doing? Continue the assault and defeat the enemy, Maisha commands, but the bewildered soldiers stare blankly at him, voicing their confusion. Witnessing the bizarre sight of the green-armored soldiers' collective amnesia, it is clear that they have lost their combat efficacy. Island Master, Singe, Quinian, let us engage. We shall deal with the green-armored soldiers later, Maisha instructs. You should have mentioned this sooner, as I could hardly contain myself. Allow me to set the stage. The Island Master, adorned in punk attire, performs a swift maneuver, balancing on his head and spinning powerfully, creating a whirlwind that draws the smoke upwards, dispersing it into the sky. The once obscured Tiantai dust square becomes clear, revealing the scene in its entirety. Chapter 93, The Cyborg, the might of the electric strike. As the whirlwind carries the smoke away, the sun has risen considerably, now far above the horizon. A.S. the mayor of Tiantai City. The Island Master is the embodiment of martial strength. He leaps once more, launching an attack towards Sate and his companions, his elongated arms lethal in their precision. To his astonishment, the elderly figure before him successfully intercepts his fierce strike. Leave this one to me, Xuanhu declares to Sate and the others. Qianlong, you are to refrain from participating in this battle. These four are ours to handle. Go and destroy the green pearl pumping machine of Tiantai City. Xuanhu instructs. Nodding in acknowledgement, the memory seahorse Qianlong, now with a plump belly, seizes the opportunity to head toward the chair adorned with special rune armor in the square. The Kai Chi group is aware of the green pearl pumping machine, and Maisha's trio will not allow Qianlong to depart easily, as it threatens their trump card. The green pearl pumping machine concerns not only Tiantai City, but also the battle readiness of the green-armored soldiers in Konglai and the capital Lizhou. Standing at 2 meters tall, Singe swings his cannon toward Qianlong with intention. Singe, your opponent is me, Sate. You shall have no chance to strike at my comrades. Sate interjects, positioning his mechanical arm to precisely block the cannon's trajectory. With steam venting from his mechanical backpack, Sate's exoskeleton exerts force, pushing the robust Singe aside, preventing any further obstruction to Qianlong. Next, it is your turn to worry. Gate extends an iron whip from his electric armor toward Quinian. who is poised to attack with his trident. The traveling bear Baibao charges toward Maisha, having observed the lethal precision of Maisha's hand strikes during his previous encounter with the captain. Baibao initiates combat mode. A collaborative achievement with the Crimson Cloak. In the desolate and resource-scarce Sakura Kingdom, moments spent with companions are invaluable. Together, they face the challenges of dark caves and battles against snow-dwelling creatures, both as comrades and artists. Understanding the significance of their limbs in combat, this moment, the traveling bear Baibao activates the shadow puppet form of the human fruit, enveloping himself in a black leather suit, transforming into the true combat form. Black-clad Baibao. In this guise, he resembles a black-clad assassin, his usual charm and elegance now obscured. When in the Sakura Kingdom, Jack and his companions encountered this dark version of Baibao in the cave, mistaking him for a ghost. However, as the torchlight approached, he swiftly reverted to his original form, revealing his true nature as a gentleman with grace and a hint of cunning. Thus, the battles in Tantai City are set. Sate faces Singe, Xuanhu confronts the island master, Baibao challenges Maisha, and Gade engages Quinian. The memory seahorse ventures forth to destroy the green pearl pumping machine, moving unimpeded as the amnesiac green-armored soldiers wisely retreat. Avoiding interference in the conflict between the two unfamiliar factions. You just mentioned your name is Sate, yet you dare hinder my grandfather Singe. I shall ensure you bear the brunt of my wrath. Roars the hot-tempered Singe, charging at Sate. Singe indeed possesses an air of arrogance, standing at 2 meters tall with a robust physique. His arms as thick as tree trunks allow him to wield a cannon with incredible force. Sate, enhanced by his mechanical exoskeleton, barely manages to contend with him. Sporting peculiar armor, Singe's left side bears a thicker layer, while his hair is styled in a unique fashion, only a small tuft atop his head adorned with a braid. Reminiscent of ancient Yuan dynasty hairstyles. In a fit of rage, Singe raises the cannon barrel, pursuing Sate with a sweeping motion, causing the metal barrel to strike the ground with a resounding crack. Sate, utilizing the superior agility of his mechanical exoskeleton, leaps into the air to evade the devastating blow. Following the sweep, Singe aims the cannon at the airborne Sate, intent on executing a combination attack to inflict severe damage. Sate, anticipating this moment, knows that the interval between aiming and firing is the most perilous. The cannon, regardless of how lightweight, retains its powerful nature. The recoil necessitates the user to remain stationary, rendering them vulnerable. With impeccable timing, Sate's mechanical arm launches pre-prepared square explosives, 3 in total. One is propelled into Singe's cannon, while the other 2 target Singe himself. Boom! The 3 explosives detonate simultaneously, and instead of severely wounding Sate, Singe finds himself on the receiving end of a substantial blast. The smoke from the explosion clears. According to Sate's design, Singe's cannon has indeed been destroyed, rendered inoperable. The upper half of Singe's armor is obliterated, exposing his entire torso. The runic tattoos on his back emit green light, revealing a muscular right side, while the left is entirely mechanical, a clear indication that Singe was once a man with a severed arm. You are indeed a cyborg. Sartre marveled at the rumors that some world-class scientists had undergone mechanical modifications to their disabled bodies. It was his first encounter with a tangible example, although Sartre himself had not lost an arm. His mechanical limb was more accurately described as a mechanical exoskeleton. He expressed his astonishment. Sartre's mechanical arm approached his backpack, which was equipped with a device capable of self-loading square bombs. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a fierce confrontation unfolded between Gade and Kuei Nian. Contrary to what his name suggested, Kuei Nian stood at around 1.6 meters, possessing a slender physique devoid of muscle, entirely lacking in the imposing presence one might expect. His build resembled that of a middle-aged Usopp. Kuei Nian had a solid foundation in the art of wielding a trident, and his physical prowess surpassed that of Gade, who was merely slightly better than average. Gade found it exceedingly challenging to evade his opponent's attacks. He understood that a drawn-out battle was not in his favor and that he needed to conclude the fight swiftly. Kuei Nian skillfully deflected Gade's iron whip with his trident. Quickly realizing that Gade's offensive capabilities were quite mediocre, having identified Gade's weaknesses in physical fitness and attack power, Kuei Nian, gripping his trident, ceased his probing and lunged directly at Gade's face. In response, Gade retaliated with another iron whip strike. Your whip's power is too feeble. It can only inflict superficial wounds on me, Kuei Nian remarked, standing firm against the whip slash as he thrust towards Gade. You underestimate my iron whip, Kuei Yin of the Fei Wong faction. Gade countered, activating the mechanisms of both whips. They came alive, resembling black serpents, and the previously deflected whip quickly coiled back around Kuei Yin, binding him tightly with resilient metallic strands. Instantly restrained, Kuei Yin's assault was interrupted, his front garment torn to reveal several gaping holes. Yet this is insufficient. I can still defeat you, he asserted, despite his hands and upper body being ensnared. His right hand still clutched the trident, and his legs remained mobile. Is that so? Have you forgotten my electric projectiles used against soldiers? Do you think my whip can conduct electricity? Pressing a button in his palm, electricity surged from Gade's device, coursing through the iron whip and striking Kuei Yin, who had just attempted to leap and attack. The electric shock coursed through him, causing his sparse hair to stand on end as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Drawing upon the power of runes, Kuei Yin managed to endure, green light emanating from the fissures in his clothing. With a fierce shout, Kuei Yin's muscles swelled, enabling him to withstand the current and leap towards Gade once more. Thrusting his trident, you underestimate the power of electricity. Gade loosened his grip on the iron whip slightly, allowing for more movement in his arm, then effortlessly caught the trident, observing its unadorned metallic form. Moreover, your trident is metal, and metal conducts electricity. With that, Gade unleashed a more potent current from his gloves, mercilessly shocking Kuei Yin through the trident. Despite the 3 jolts of electricity, Kuei Yin collapsed, unexpectedly granting Gade the first victory. As Kuei Yin fell, Gade ceased the electrical assault and retracted the whip. I have not yet lost, Kuei Yin murmured, awakening as the green light from the runes continued to heal him. He attempted to rise, hoping to replicate his past miraculous recoveries, but his body, heavy with paralysis, proved unresponsive, leaving only his fingers capable of slight movement. You underestimate the power of electric shocks, while life force can indeed mend injuries. The damage electricity inflicts on the body far exceeds your imagination. That we have experienced this when confronting deities. You cannot rise. You are quite similar to me. We are the same, are we not? Kuei Yin. Surely the Fei Wong faction has bestowed great favor upon you. You fight valiantly for Captain Kaichi, as do I. Thus, I cannot afford to lose, so rest well. Each recollection of Enelu's terrifying lightning on Skypiea sent a shiver down Gade's spine. He generously directed the remaining electric projectiles from his arm towards this esteemed adversary. The formidable Kuei Yin of the Fei Wong faction fell into unconsciousness, and Gade emerged victorious. The success of the newly invented electric armor was monumental. Meanwhile, without the memory of his opponent, the dragon Shenlong arrived at the location specified by the captain, his belly protruding. With his draconic claws, he smashed through several rows of special chairs, and his tail pierced deep into the marble floor. Leveraging his inflated size and robust scales to swiftly create a large hole, dragons, as often depicted in Western mythology, are symbols of disaster and destruction, proving to be most adept at wreaking havoc. As Shenlong descended underground, he beheld a massive, glowing green orb, unmistakably a precious gem. The entire basement was illuminated by its verdant light, and Shenlong was determined to fulfill the task assigned by the captain and the others. This grand gem could not be retained as a trophy. Without a hint of regret, he leaped high and unleashed a powerful tail strike upon the green orb. The green orb pump of Tan Taisheng shattered, unleashing the life force contained within, which then flowed freely through the conduits to other locations. Tan Taisheng's tasks: 1. Destroy the green orb pump completed. 2. Defeat the subordinates of Fei Wong, defeated Kuei Yin. 1/4 completed. Chapter 94. Breaching the prison. 1 hour. Sunlight bathed the desolate terrain of the mining prison, heating the yellow and gray earth. There are quite a number of them. Given this, let's light the signal fires and prepare for a counter-surround. Inside the prison, Mo Do observed the 500 green-armored soldiers outside the gates. Noting the presence of many formidable foes, that he instructed his subordinates to ignite the signal fire atop the prison. This large mining area will surely attract reinforcements from Kong Lai's soldiers. As long as I and Shohua can hold off the enemy, we will turn the tables on them. We shall launch an all-out assault without wasting any time. As he watched the fallen yet relentless green-armored soldiers rise once more, Ajin rallied his comrades. The ghostly Ajin and the fishman Shang Ke led the charge. Jack swapped his ranged weapon, the strong bow, for his new weapon, the famed sword Churchill. With Ajin and Shang Ke at the forefront, the others felt quite secure, following closely behind in the assault on the mining prison. Under the relentless blows of hammers and fists, The heavily armored green soldiers could not withstand the onslaught. Their armor was deformed from the impact, leaving deep impressions of hammers and fists on the flying green soldiers, easily shattering their formation. The strength of these green soldiers was comparable to that of the elite forces of the Navy, posing little pressure on Ajin and Shang Ku, having broken through the green soldiers. Ajin, wielding his new weapon, the Red Ghost, declared, "Jack and I will hold off these green soldiers outside. Shang Ku, you lead them with Pu'er into the prison to rescue the captives. Their weapons were well suited to breach the defenses of these heavily armored foes." Understood. Shang Ku directed the group alongside Pu'er into the mining prison. As they approached the faltering formation of green soldiers, the prison gates had already been lowered by Mo Do. The massive wooden door, reinforced with heavy iron, halted their advance. With a fierce punch, Fishman Shang Ku struck the massive door, forcibly dislodging a sizable section of iron, just enough for a person to enter. Upon entering, they were greeted by Mo Do and Shohua, who awaited them. The formidable Shang Ku swiftly subdued the two plump guards poised to attack, exerting tremendous force that sent the combined weight of Mo Do and Shohua crashing against the adjacent wall. "Dean, come with me." Pu'er, take Cayman and the others to rescue the captives. Shang Ku's immense strength breached the thick walls of the mining prison, creating a massive opening that he single-handedly extricated Mo Do and Shohua from their confinement. The Red Dragon Dean followed closely behind. What terrifying strength! The two individuals of similar stature to Shang Ku were effortlessly lifted and removed from the prison, each time Cayman and his companions witnessed Shang Ku in battle. They were astounded by his might. The visual impact was truly overwhelming. Pu'er understood the urgency of the situation and did not pursue them, but instead focused on handling the remaining soldiers in the prison. Aiming to rescue the underground warriors. Mo Do and Shohua retreated 15 steps into the open air, crouching to enhance their grip on the ground before finally coming to a halt. They were not truly overweight, but rather robust. Mo Do was slightly taller and heavier than Shang Ku, his frame reminiscent of a Japanese yokozuna. Shohua was a touch shorter than Mo Do and also slightly shorter than Shang Ku, resembling a Western strongman. Kaichi's fishman, Shang Ku. "Very well. I shall ensure you break every bone in your body." The previous night, aides had provided Kaichi with detailed information about each key figure among Fei Wang's subordinates, and the crew was now quite familiar with them. "Dean, you handle Shohua over there, while I will deal with Mo Do." Shang Ku gestured towards Dean, indicating the direction of Shohua, before striding towards Madhu. Just as he approached, Madhu abruptly rose, unleashing a flurry of powerful palm strikes upon Shang Ku, targeting his face, chin, chest, and abdomen without mercy. Following the barrage, smoke billowed from the impact points on Shang Ku's body, a testament to the sheer force and friction generated by Madhu's strikes. Yet, despite the ferocity of Madhu's assault, Shang Ku remained as steadfast as a mountain. The hardness of his chin and the solidness of his well-trained physique astonished Madhu, who marveled at the resilience of Shang Ku's body, forged through countless trials. Could this individual have commenced his martial training in kindergarten? What formidable strikes! Is this the wrestling art known as sumo practiced by those on the ground? Well then, I shall not hold back. Shang Ku praised Madhu, then shifted into a combat stance, stepping forward and slightly lowering his center of gravity, adopting a karate starting position. Meanwhile, Shohua, who was slightly shorter than Madhu, faced the Red Dragon Dean, equipping himself with his weapon, the Tiger Claws. These claws were adorned with protruding spikes, enhancing their armor-piercing capabilities. Armed with these lethal claws, Shohua engaged Dean in fierce combat. Dean, towering nearly 4 meters tall, overshadowed Shohua, who stood at 2 meters and 8 centimeters, creating an imposing sense of pressure. However, the opponent's size proved advantageous, providing a larger target for Shohua's strikes with his Tiger Claws. Shohua relentlessly pounded Dean, forcing him to stagger backward. Dean's retaliatory claw swipes and bites were deftly evaded by the agile Shohua. Observing from a distance, Jack, while fending off the green-armored soldiers, noticed Dean under continuous assault and grew concerned. Akin, spinning the dual hammers of the Red Ghost, knocked out the green-armored soldiers. Noticing Jack's distraction, "Do not fret for Dean. Have you forgotten how he appeared before us? He is not weak. He merely possesses a timid mindset. Focus on yourself. If you allow those green-armored soldiers to pass, you will be the one in peril. Moreover, you have received considerable guidance and now wield the famed sword Churchill. How will you repay Captain and Xuanhu's expectations?" Upon hearing Akin's words, Jack recalled how even a pirate's mighty sword had only managed to graze Dean without causing significant harm. His worries subsided as his thoughts returned to confronting the green-armored soldiers. These foes, though felled, would rise again, creating a tiresome cycle. Frustrated, Akin shifted his focus, directing his attacks towards the black runes on the backs of the green-armored soldiers. He accelerated his offensive, the twin hammers of the red ghost raining down upon the runes, their shadows flickering. Indeed, the black runes began to distort under the relentless assault, their green glow dimming significantly, and the severely injured green-armored soldiers remained down. Seeing the effectiveness of his strategy, Akin turned to Jack. Jack, the weakness of the green-armored soldiers lies in the runes on their backs. Destroy those, and they shall not rise again. Understood. Watch me, Jack replied, his sword strikes becoming increasingly precise as he cleaved through the ranks of green-armored soldiers, targeting their back armor to damage the black runes, rendering them incomplete. As Jack witnessed the fallen soldiers remaining down, his confidence surged, and the sword Churchill felt as though it had melded with his very being. With each swing, the force of his strikes accumulated, creating a blade aura that followed in the wake of his sword, culminating in a powerful technique. The wind blade strike swept through a dozen green-armored soldiers, cleaving through their heavy armor, leaving multiple wounds on the runes on their backs, incapacitating them in a single blow. In the mountain prison, Carmen led Hank and Debuty through the corridors, as 6 frying pans were employed in succession to dispatch the guards. The remaining sentinels were mere ordinary soldiers, easily overwhelmed by the trio. Outside, Sniper Poole was busy picking locks with his firearm, confident in his marksmanship and speed, swiftly liberating each cell. Finally, upon unlocking a series of cells, he encountered the underground army leader, the 10th advisor, Sweet Flute, and the warrior chief, Bamboo Mountain. He extended his hands towards them. Sweet Flute, Bamboo Mountain, I have finally found you. I am Poole, sent by the underground army headquarters to escort you to safety. Sweet Flute's eyes glistened with tears at the end of their suffering. The day of liberation had finally arrived. However, upon seeing the emaciated figures of the underground soldiers, many too weak to stand after a few steps, he worried about their escape. Sweet Flute, not indulging in joy, urgently cautioned Poole, Comrade Poole, you must heed the signal fire. If Shohua ignites it, soldiers from the Great Mine and Konglai City will arrive in 20 minutes. We may not have time to escape in our current state. Aware of their dire situation, Sweet Flute implored Poole not to endanger himself by getting ensnared in this quagmire of despair, which would extinguish any hope for rescue. I will go and inform Akin and the others, Poole declared to Carmen and the others, knowing he could run quickly to deliver the message. Carmen surveyed the starving underground soldiers before her, pondering their fate. Would this endeavor be in vain? No, there must be a solution. Having spent considerable time aboard the ship with Kaichi and Xuanhu, her mind had sharpened, and her thoughts became more coherent. Aided by her unique sixth sense, she recalled the mysterious Xuanhu elder who had brought her here. Could the solution lie within her? Hank and Debuty, much like food sustains the starving, but what nourishment could restore them? Of course, the essence of dragon saliva oil. This was a concoction she had acquired from the herbalists of Red Dragon Island. The essence could enhance the flavors of food and replenish energy and vitality. Just what they needed to regain some strength. Hank, Debuty, follow me to the kitchen of the mountain prison. Hank and Debuty, never questioning Miss Carmen's decisions, quickly followed her to the kitchen, outside the mountain prison. Poole sprinted towards the main gate, finding Akin and Jack, who had just finished off 500 green-armored soldiers within 15 minutes. The battlefield was chaotic and noisy, compelling him to shout, Akin, Jack, the prisoners said that once the signal fire is lit, reinforcements from the Great Mine and Konglai City will arrive in 20 minutes. It has already been 15 minutes. We have only 5 minutes left before the enemy reinforcements come. Huh? So you have finally realized. Those underground soldiers are already weakened beyond recovery. You will not save a single one, and even you have only 5 minutes left. Then it will be your doom, Mata taunted, his scheme having succeeded. The atmosphere turned somber as Poole and Akin fell silent, the tension palpable as dark clouds obscured the sun, casting shadows over the mountain prison. Just then, a female voice broke the gloom. 1 hour. Give me 1 hour. I will rescue those 1,000 underground soldiers. Chapter 95. The Dance of Martial Arts, a graceful duel. To further hone his physique, Kaichi toppled the 500 green-armored soldiers thrice, seeing them rise once more. Aglow with green light, Kaichi grew bored, feeling it was time to confront the boss. Suddenly, he accelerated his attacks, focusing on the runes behind the green-armored soldier's heavy armor. The energy system of the Pirate King is notably conservative and logical. Unlike the bizarre and incomprehensible systems found in other strange texts, Kaichi weaved through the ranks of green-armored soldiers, causing them to fall one after another, their runes destroyed and their green glow extinguished, rendering them ineffective. Having dispatched 500 green-armored soldiers, he emerged slightly perspiring. Above the capital of Lijua, the sun climbed high in the sky. Witnessing his elite forces being defeated, the previously passive Emperor Bandi finally took action. He shed his outer royal robes, tossing them into the palace, where they gracefully landed upon the throne. The blonde Emperor Bandi approached Kaichi, allowing him a clear view of the new king of Laonmoni. With his slick-back blonde hair, half-open white shirt revealing a well-defined eight-pack, he bore the physique of a foreign special forces soldier. From the East Sea, Kaichi, allow me, Bandi, to play with you. The Fei Wang Bandi's voice arrived alongside his fists. Little did I expect that he was also a martial artist, primarily specializing in the art of boxing. How fortuitous. Let us see whose fists are the mightier. The two combatants exchanged blows with their fists raining down upon each other like countless raindrops, causing the stone slabs beneath them to crack under the sheer force of their strikes. Their garments were torn to shreds by the relentless impact, leaving their upper bodies exposed. Fei Wang Bandi boasted an impressive musculature, perfectly sculpted, reminiscent of a superhero from a comic book, a physique that epitomizes the dreams of Men. In contrast, Kaiji's physique was leaner, akin to that of a protagonist in a martial arts film. He possessed defined muscles and strength, yet the prominence of his build paled in comparison to that of Fei Wang Bandi. In the bustling port city of Tanisheng, Xinggu unexpectedly unleashed a green energy blast from his left hand, obliterating Sate's cannon in the process. The glove on Xingji's left hand was incinerated by the explosion, leaving only tattered remnants on the ground. Exposing his mechanical ARM.AT, the arm's extremity was not a mechanical finger, but a cannon capable of harnessing life force as an energy attack. He continued his relentless assault, launching several rounds in pursuit of Sate. Sate, utilizing the spring mechanism in his shoes, swiftly leaped into the air to evade the rapid cannon fire. However, Xinggu, having absorbed life force through his sigils, moved with a swiftness that caught Sate off guard. Xinggu lunged towards Sate, extending the cannon at the end of his left arm into a three-pronged grasp, firmly securing Sate in place. As the green light from the cannon intensified, Xinggu was accumulating energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Sate. After all, he was the second in command of Fei Wang Bandi's war division, representing the might of Fei Wang, and his aim was victory, to repay Fei Wang Bandi's investment in his rescue and recognition. He would not allow anyone to undermine Fei Wang Bandi's reign. In a sudden turn of events, upon witnessing Xingji's charged attack, Sate uttered a command as his exoskeleton detached from his body, reversing its form to ensnare Xinggu, effectively blocking the cannon's barrel. The exoskeleton then detonated. As Sate's words echoed, the suit that had enveloped Xinggu erupted in a violent explosion, causing the ammunition within his own arm to detonate as well. In an instant, Xinggu was caught in the throes of two explosions, collapsing to the ground, his left arm shattered, leaving his skin marred with the remnants of the blast, black soot and burn marks. Sate emerged victorious over the formidable cyborg Xinggu and approached him to investigate the secrets and processes behind their sigils and life force. The unconscious Xinggu failed to rise. The faint green glow of his sigils flickered and extinguished, indicating that the recent barrage of cannon fire had depleted his internal reserves of life force. Upon closer inspection, Sate noticed two suction cup devices affixed to the soles of Xingji's shoes. It appeared that this was the reason why the Green Armor Army and Fei Wang's faction could continuously siphon life force from the underground pipelines, rendering them nearly invincible. However, with the destruction of Tantaisheng's Green Pearl pumping station, the forces of Tantaisheng had lost their source of underground life force, their own reserves depleted, leaving them unable to recover. With Xinggu defeated, only the travel bear Bai Bao remained to face the long-handed clan's Mai Shi, while Xin, who confronted the island master, the sight of Bai Bao versus Mai Shi. The black-clad figure of Bai Bao stood out strikingly in the daylight. In this form, he lacked the levitation and flight capabilities afforded by his cloak. Yet he possessed formidable defensive abilities, effortlessly thwarting Mai Shi's strikes with his remarkably resilient black attire. Emerging unscathed, The speed and strength of Bai Bao's attacks were magnified to 2.5 times their usual potency, a synergy that surpassed mere addition. Bai Bao unleashed a relentless barrage of paw strikes, leaving Mai Shi unable to mount any defense. His attacks proved ineffective against the black-clad bear, forcing him into a position of passive endurance. What kind of bear is this? How can a single bear from Kaiji's group possess such terrifying combat prowess? Mai Shi cursed, struggling to withstand the onslaught. He had anticipated being defeated by a stronger opponent, yet here he was, overwhelmed by a bear's fury. With the Green Pearl pumping station destroyed by Qian Long, Mai Shi could no longer rely on the life force provided by the underground conduits. After enduring numerous strikes from Bai Bao's powerful paw, he ultimately succumbed and fell. Mai Shi had envisioned being defeated by a formidable adversary. Yet he never expected to be bested by a bear. With the defeat of the Tantaisheng's Minister of Foreign Affairs, only the mayor of Tantaisheng, Dao Shi, remained unvanquished. Dao Shi, the strongest combatant in the city, was a paragon of physical conditioning. As he engaged Xian Hu, his palms, elbows, and knees shattered the stone sculptures and brick walls of the plaza with ease. He seized the opportunity when Xian Hu, cornered against the wall, could no longer evade him, delivering a flurry of punches that sent Xian Hu crashing into a nearby tavern, breaking a large hole in the wall. Good bone structure. Well trained, I see. Xian Hu remarked, rising from the rubble and dusting himself off. That he discerned that Dao Shi was a martial genius who had dedicated years to dance training. Indeed, Dao Shi practiced dance, the art of movement. However, Xian Hu, a century-old fox spirit, would not underestimate him. Dance and martial arts share a common linguistic root, and both can be viewed as expressions of the same essence. The routines of martial arts can be likened to dance performances, and the postures of dance can yield similar physical benefits. Some martial arts even disguise themselves as dance or simplify into dance forms. For instance, the world-renowned samba originated from ancestral resistance against invasion in a Latin American nation, evolving into a performance art after the establishment of peace, ultimately being integrated into football culture, creating a footballing powerhouse. Xian Hu recognized that Dao Shi had cultivated his martial prowess through his passion for dance, moving with an effortless grace that had led him to forge his own path in martial arts. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Xian Hu, now in a tavern, turned to the cowering innkeeper and boldly extended his hand. "Barkeep, bring forth the finest wine." The already trembling innkeeper, unable to comprehend Xian Hu's request, panicked further upon realizing he was in the presence of the enemy of Tantaisheng's current leadership. He pressed against the wall and hastily retreated, ultimately fleeing, prioritizing his own safety. Seeing this, Xian Hu took it upon himself to procure the wine, laying a stack of coins on the table before selecting a fine black ceramic jar from the collection. He uncorked it, tilting his head back to savor the wine as he stepped outside the tavern, facing the young Dao Shi, a spirited contest. Then, he declared, opting for the most elegant style of boxing. As the wine flowed into his system, Xian Hu swayed slightly, tipsy yet steady, his gaze blurred yet mind clear. This was the essence of drunken boxing. Noting the shift in his opponent, Dao Shi attempted a few dance-inspired moves, only to realize that Xian Hu was indeed fighting while intoxicated. Was this self-sabotage? Seizing the moment, Dao Shi pressed his attack. With the grace of a drunken crane, Xian Hu spun lightly, slipping behind Dao Shi, leaning against him to take another swig of wine. He then executed a high kick, striking Dao Shi on the back of the head and sending him sprawling. Emulating a drunken snake, Xian Hu reclined sideways, propping his right hand on the wine jar. Dao Shi charged again, delivering sharp jabs. Xian Hu countered with the snake-style punch, his hands darting forth like serpents emerging from the wine jar. Repelling Dao Shi's strikes, the drunken snake coiled around, ensnaring one of Dao Shi's arms. Finally, employing the principles of Tai Chi, Xian Hu effortlessly overturned Dao Shi. How could you be so strong? Dao Shi wondered, bewildered by the sudden reversal of fortunes. That I had the advantage, yet now I find myself at a disadvantage, unable to retaliate. Ah, so you refuse to concede. Very well, let me indulge a bit further, Xian Hu replied, channeling the essence of the drunken monkey. The art of drunken boxing, while appearing chaotic, embodies a fluidity that can counter a multitude of attacks, allowing for an expression of freedom and versatility. Xian Hu began to mimic Dao Shi's dance-like attack postures, mirroring his movements with an elegance that surpassed Dao Shi's own. Under the influence of intoxication, Xian Hu infused his drunken boxing with the playfulness of a monkey, launching counterattacks that were more graceful and powerful than Dao Shi's. Realizing he had been outmatched by someone of equal skill, Dao Shi understood that the elder Xian who had been toying with him all along, the magnitude of Xian whose prowess became evident. Reminding Dao Shi of his own past weaknesses that had resurfaced after years without encountering a true adversary, Dao Shi fell from the sky. Xian who concluded the battle with his favorite pelvic thrust technique. Isn't this just breakdancing? It's not like I've never learned it. During my retirement, I went undercover and even earned the title of Dance King. Before losing consciousness, Dao Shi heard Xian Hu's teasing remarks that it turned out that Xian Hu's dance moves were honed from previous experiences. Not merely improvised, in the final confrontation of Tantai Sheng, the martial artist Xian Hu emerged victorious, fulfilling all objectives of the Tantai Sheng mission, bringing the saga to a close. Chapter 96, An Unexpected Turn. The variables of capital Lizhua in the capital of Lizhua, the three ministers from the military department, responsible for guarding the capital, had all ventured out, leaving the kingdom vulnerable. King Fei Bandi was also restrained outside the palace by Captain Kaichi. Currently, the prison in Lizhua was merely overseen by a handful of ordinary soldiers, who were easily overwhelmed by general aides. Once the strongest general of the nation, he effortlessly dispatched the guards, with a path cleared. Miss Huang Jinzhou followed closely behind. Aides skillfully retrieved the keys from their designated spot in the prison, unlocking the doors of the cells and freeing his subordinates. I have come to rescue you, he declared. Time is of the essence. We can discuss matters later. For now, lead us to the location of the Green Pearl Pump in Lizhua. We must sabotage it today, having just released his comrades from their shackles. Aides continued. According to our investigations over the past 2 years, King Fei Bandi has relocated the Green Pearl Pump to the barracks main hall. The aide troops followed their comrades to the barracks, where only a few scattered soldiers were on patrol. Seizing the opportunity, aides swiftly took control of the barracks and descended into the underground hall. However, as they prepared to dismantle the Green Pearl Pump, they were met with an empty pedestal, with only dislodged pipes remaining. It was evident that the Green Pearl Pump had once been there, but had now been moved by King Fei. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed behind them, cutting off their escape, and they found themselves surrounded by enemies. Lord Bandi was right. You would fall into this trap. I shall capture you all. A woman emerged from the encircling foes. The last subordinate of King Fei, Lizhi Junying. With short hair of fiery red interspersed with waxy yellow, she bore a petite, childlike stature. 2 daggers were strapped to her waist, indicating her proficiency with short blades. What now? The whereabouts of the Green Pearl Pump, concealed by Bandi, is unknown. What shall we do? Aides, drenched in sweat, anxiously inquired of the small girl, Huang Jinzhou. Being cornered was not their primary concern. The true dilemma was the uncertainty surrounding the Green Pearl Pump's location. Without knowledge of its whereabouts, they could not sabotage it, and as long as King Fei remained in Lizhua, he would be considered invincible. In a state of panic, Aides found himself seeking guidance from the right person. Miss Huang Jinzhou, known for her intellect, assessed the situation and concluded that they were not yet in a state of despair. This is merely a minor setback, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. If we cannot resolve it ourselves, we shall pose the question to someone more capable. Break through and ask Captain Kaichi. He will know where the Green Pearl Pump is, she calmly advised aides. For her, relying on a powerful ally was preferable. She preferred to take a back seat whenever possible. Upon hearing Huang Jinzhou mention Kaichi, aides found a glimmer of hope that the captain would indeed possess the wisdom he was reputed to have. Very well. It must be done. I shall make my exit now. You cannot escape. Aides, capture them all, ordered Lizhi, the patrol minister of Lizhua, as her troops surged into the hall to apprehend aides, with time running short. General Aides promptly unleashed his signature move. His powerful punches struck like raindrops in a storm against the encircling soldiers, causing Lizhi's patrol to fall one by one. Aides fought his way to Lizhi. But instead of continuing his assault, he restrained her arms, preventing her from attacking. Lizhi, the lives of countless individuals are at stake. I have no time to engage in a drawn-out battle with you. Leave her and the remaining soldiers to me. I will not take her life. You must hurry to find Captain Kaichi. Observing the unspoken tension between Aides and Lizhi, Miss Huang Jinzhou interjected, You should go. Aides, startled by her words, Aides turned to her, momentarily taken aback. Thank you, he replied. Then, with a renewed sense of resolve, he exerted force, flipping over Lizhi's head and hastening his departure from the underground hall of the barracks. Lizhi stumbled for a moment before regaining her balance. irate as she commanded her remaining soldiers, "Go and capture aides." At ease, Miss Huang Jinzhou held a paint palette in her hand, deftly applying hypnotic green symbols onto the soldier's armor. An astonishing scene unfolded before her. The previously disciplined soldiers suddenly sat down in unison, each savoring a cup of coffee, resembling office workers enjoying their leisure time after work. "What have you done to my soldiers?" Lizzie realized that the mischief was orchestrated by this little girl brought back by aides. She lunged at Huang Jinzhou with her daggers drawn. However, the yellow hypnotic paint applied to Lizzie caused her to pause, erupting into uncontrollable laughter as if she had just heard a brilliant joke. In a minute, Lizzie managed to shake off the effects of the hypnotic symbols, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Calm and composed, Huang Jinzhou would not gamble her life on the enemy's mercy. With a stroke of creativity, Miss Huang Jinzhou painted a purple rabbit motif on her shoes. This new technique, distinct from her previous ones, was a self-hypnosis maneuver. Her eyes glazed over with a faint purple hue, and she moved with incredible speed, resembling the swiftest of rabbits. Now, she was a nimble figure, effortlessly dodging Lizzie's attacks, which were augmented by a life-boosting buff. As Lizzie launched her assault, Huang Jinzhou deftly marked the recently awakened soldiers with red dots, compelling them to turn against their commander. With only Lizzie remaining, cornered and exhausted, Huang Jinzhou evaded her attacks until she swiftly struck Lizzie from behind, rendering her unconscious. Miss Huang Jinzhou, a figure with a bounty of 29 million berries, possessed a physique that belied her seemingly lazy demeanor, often mistaken for a delicate girl due to her scholarly inclinations. In the past, only Miss All-Sunday Robin and Miss Doublefinger from the Baroque works could match her in physical prowess. Thus, she had always played the role of a seemingly innocent yet cunning girl. Miss Huang Jinzhou had no interest in the complex relationship between Lizzie and aides. She was not a saint to concern herself with Lizzie's tragic past. Observing Lizzie's frail stature, she surmised it was due to childhood malnutrition, evident in her waxy yellow hair, now dyed a vibrant red. Once this day is over, you need not worry about General Aides staging a comeback. He is not that kind of person. Besides, with the presence of those two, your country will not revert to its former state. Rest well, she instructed aide subordinates. Make sure to restrain her if she awakens and attacks you. I will not take responsibility. In the city of Conlai, at the mining prison, Akin climbed to the hilltop and spotted the first of King Fei's formidable allies, the armored Hummer, leading 800 green-armored soldiers towards the mining prison for reinforcements. However, the supporting troops from Conlai were still out of sight. "Jack, you and the underground army's Paul will hold off the soldiers coming from Conlai. I will intercept the Hummer and the green-armored troops from the major mine. We must delay their arrival at the prison," Akin declared, jumping down from the hill and brandishing his red double hammers as he sprinted towards the Hummer. Jack and Paul positioned themselves along the main road between Conlai and the mining prison, lying in wait to ambush the enemy reinforcements, aiming to delay them for at least an hour. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged outside the mining prison, with the Red Dragon Dean and the Fire Hunter, alongside the Fishman Shank and the warrior Madhu, engaged in intense combat. The heavy punches of the Fire Hunter forced the Red Dragon Dean to retreat, while Dean's counterattacks were skillfully evaded by the Fire Hunter's agile movements. "Dean, you must have faith in your dragon form that if you are not even familiar with your own body, you will never master the art of life restoration," the words of the captain echoed in Dean's mind. Recalling the lesson on beastly life restoration from days prior, suddenly, breaking free from his frustration at being unable to land a blow, Dean calmed himself that he noticed that, although the Fire Hunter had dodged all his attacks with apparent ease, the hunter's breathing had become labored, and his clothing bore signs of being soaked with sweat. Though he had been momentarily suppressed, the injuries Dean sustained were minor surface wounds. The Fire Hunter had failed to breach his defenses. Dismissing past fears, Dean realized just how formidable his dragon form truly was. It is only then that he truly comprehends the strength of his own physique. Dean's claw strikes diminish the magnitude of his attacks, allowing him to swipe with greater finesse and reduced effort. The calm, unfaltering gaze of the dragon, its incisive fangs retracted yet sharp, and the menacing yet regal visage of the dragon all contribute to an imposing presence. As Dean transitions from fury back to tranquility, he morphs once more into the formidable and cunning apex creature revered in human legends, instilling an immediate sense of dread. The pressure upon the hunter intensifies significantly as he evades several rounds, realizing the dragon before him seeks to exhaust his stamina. cunning fiend of a dragon. This is a battlefield, not an arena. There are no rules of embrace to halt the combat. No time limits or referees to intervene, nor intervals for respite. This is a realm of genuine conflict, an unending struggle until one party succumbs. Previously, he had wielded his robust physique to dominate others. Now he experiences the bitter taste of being overpowered by another's strength. With agility, the hunter lunges forward, unleashing a devastating right hook. The cannonade of Foreman Dean, upon seeing the hunter draw near, endures his ultimate technique with his draconic form. The dragon, towering above, delivers a swift series of headbutts, leaving the hunter bloodied and dazed, before executing a powerful tail strike that sends him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Dean triumphs over the hunter, yet the latter's final assault breaches Dean's draconic armor, inflicting severe damage. Now immobilized by excruciating pain, Dean sits upon the ground, striving to recuperate. The last battle in the mining prison is also the most critical conflict in the city of Conley. The strongest force guarding Conley, Mo Do, engages in combat with the merman, Shang Ku. Sumo and karate, two martial arts celebrated on an island nation, clash at this moment. Both possess hand techniques. Mo Do and Shang Ku's strikes collide, causing their arms to redden from the impact. The intensity of this hand-to-hand combat is astonishing, with smoke rising from their arms due to the relentless friction. Upon witnessing Dean's victory over his opponent, the hunter realizes he must intensify his own efforts to uphold the honor of the merman. Shang Ku retracts his hand techniques, forming fists with a front and back stance. Mo Do, his upper body exposed, muscles bulging and mystical symbols glowing at their zenith, unleashes the ultimate palm of truth upon Shang Ku. Yet, Shang Ku remains steadfast, absorbing the force of the initial two strikes. A commendable assault, but alas, it is not of your own cultivation. Had you the humility to temper your ambitions and genuinely dedicate yourself to training while cherishing the populace, you would undoubtedly be a commendable general. Regrettably, the 5,000 Vazhang punches come into play just as Mo Do attempts a third strike against Shang Ku, only for Shang Ku's fist to clash directly with Mo Do's palm, fracturing his bones. Mo Do screams in agony as his bones shatter, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength of his adversary, one so formidable that even his enhanced vitality could not sway the tide. Yet Shang Ku's onslaught does not cease. He follows with a powerful, deep, lunging punch, and two piercing jabs. 4 strikes leave Mo Do rigid, his eyes rolling back, foam escaping his mouth, as he succumbs to unconsciousness. This is the result of nearly 40 years of relentless training, with a mind and body that, despite occasional lapses, have been honed to perfection, embodying the essence of a true master, capable of delivering a blow that ordinary warriors cannot withstand. Chapter 97. The Crimson Malevolence. The sanitation of the mining prison is deplorable, with water sources failing to meet drinking standards. However, the kitchen is well equipped with utensils and ingredients. Most importantly, a large iron pot is available, sufficient for Carmen and her companions to prepare a meal to rejuvenate 1,000 people within an hour. The kitchen is stocked with ample rice, eggs, ham, and sugar. Carmen surveys the ingredients and decides to make ham and egg fried rice, a dish perfectly suited for the occasion, as eggs are easily absorbed by the body, while rice and sugar provide quick energy. With the decision made, the trio collaborates seamlessly. Debuty and Hank wash the pots and cook the rice, while Carmen prepares the ham, meticulously cleaning the surface of the large hams before removing the bones and cutting the meat into small cubes and slices. Once Debuty and Hank finish with the iron pot, they proceed to wash the dishes. However, with only 400 or 500 bowls available, they must work in 2 batches, sending the first group to eat while they wash the bowls for the next. Despite the need for substantial quantities and the time constraints, the 3 work in an organized manner. Their teamwork impeccable. As the rice is ready, Carmen stirs the ham cubes in another pot, and Debuty quickly adds the cooked rice to her pan. They continuously stir the rice and meat, ensuring even mixing and flavor absorption. Hank monitors the heat, while Carmen adds eggs and slices of meat, stirring once more to ensure the essence of the eggs permeates the rice and meat, creating a dish that retains the flavor of the eggs without their visible presence, as if no eggs had ever been included. Finally, she adds a crucial touch of dragon saliva essence oil, giving it a final toss. Outside the kitchen, Tianshu and Zhushan guide the crowd in an orderly queue. The crowd moves sluggishly, following the orders of the chief of staff. After 30 minutes, The first batch of ham and egg fried rice is complete. Hank and Deputy carefully fill bowls and hand them to the assembled underground army. The soldiers eagerly devour their meals, quickly transforming from weak to invigorated, feeling as though they could run 10 miles without respite. One pot serves only 200 to 300 people, so currently, only 200 to 300 individuals can move about the mining prison, while the remaining 700 require management. Observing this, Tianshu turns to Zhu and says, Zhu, you stay here to direct the others. I will lead our group to seize Conley. Yes, Chief of Staff. Energized and well-fed, Tianshu leads 200 to 300 underground soldiers out of the mining prison, only to find Mo Do and the Hunter, defeated by Shang Ku and Dean, lying on the ground. It is indeed astonishing that the formidable foes of their underground army have truly been vanquished. You must be the allies mentioned by Poole. I am Tianshu, Chief of Staff of the Underground Army. May I inquire about the current situation? The Flying Dragon Pirates, Shang Ku. The Flying Dragon Pirates, Dean. Tianshu is astonished to hear the Purple Dragon speak. Indeed, the world is filled with wonders at present. Our Jean is blocking the Hummers and the Green Armored Army from the large mine, while Poole and our Jack are holding back the guards of Conley. We are about to assist, Shang Ku replies. You must restrain Mo Do and the Hunter. Tianshu instructs his comrades upon seeing the defeated foes. Turning back to Shang Ku, he adds, if you can hand those two over to us, I can seize Conley without bloodshed. Certainly, Shang Ku concedes, recognizing their captives are of no further use. Dean, you will accompany them to assist Jack and Poole. I will head to Ajin, Shang Ku states, patting Dean on the back before moving in Ajin's direction. Inform Zhu to lead the remaining underground army to the large mine to rescue our comrades. We will first liberate Conley. Chief of Staff Tianshu leaves one person to notify Zhu in the prison, then leads 200 to 300 underground soldiers, carrying the unconscious Mo Do and the Hunter toward Conley. Dean follows in their wake. In the kitchen of the mining prison, Carmen and her companions fry rice at an increasingly rapid pace, completing the remaining 4 pots in just 20 minutes, finally catering to the needs of the over 700 underground soldiers. The later batches are expedited as the rice is already cooked, allowing them to fry directly, thus increasing their efficiency. The first pot, however, required considerable time to cook the rice, taking over half an hour. In total, the endeavor consumes 50 minutes, fulfilling Carmen's promise and saving 10 minutes. Carmen and her companions achieve this monumental task with perfection, allowing themselves a well-deserved moment of rest. Having completed the meal, Carmen feels a transformation within her, her state of mind elevated. In the past, she would not have deigned to cook under such chaotic conditions with subpar ingredients. Now, she has undergone a profound change. In a narrow valley along the route from the large mine to the mining prison, Ajin obstructs the path by shattering the mountainside, creating a blockade of boulders to confront the advancing Hummers and 800 green armored soldiers. Ajin of the Ghost Clan, so you are indeed companions of AIDS. Eliminate him. The narrow valley permits the green armored soldiers to mount a coordinated assault against Ajin, having gained experience from the mining prison against the green armored soldiers. Ajin wields the red ghost hammer, targeting the mystical symbols on the soldiers' backs. The twin hammers of the red ghost repeatedly strike the symbols that absorb vitality, causing an unusual sensation within Ajin's body. As he feels a repulsion towards the vitality of the symbols, he recalls Xin, who mentioning that his body was on the verge of awakening a certain power. This reaction of vitality repulsion makes him acutely aware of this latent strength for the first time. He endeavored to harness this formidable power, yet in an instant, he was rendered momentarily dazed. As if plummeting into the depths of a hellish abyss, his body became engulfed in a deep crimson aura, enveloping him entirely, before surging towards the twin hammers of the red ghost. Despite being in a state of bewilderment, Akin relentlessly continued his assault. The winds generated by his hammers intensified with a palpable murderous intent, akin to the very demons of hell descending upon the mortal realm. Within a mere 10 seconds, he felled a significant number of the green armored army. The soldiers, struck by the Crimson Spectre's dual hammers, remained devoid of their protective sigil's glow, rendered utterly ineffective, as if they bore counterfeit charms. After 10 seconds, Akin, through sheer force of will, broke free from his dazed state, regaining control of his body, although the deep crimson aura still lingered about him. He pressed on, attacking the encircling green armored soldiers while becoming increasingly attuned to the familiar power of the crimson aura. witnessing Akin's ferocity. He swiftly incapacitated nearly half of the green-armored army present within those 10 minutes. The valiant commander, recognizing the dire situation, had no choice but to join the fray. The remaining green-armored soldiers retreated to devise a strategy to breach the stone barrier and rush to the aid of the mining prison. "Leave Akin to me," he declared. The green-armored soldiers, known for their elite status under the command of the War Department, could not afford heavy losses, for it would incur the wrath of the King of Fei and his minions. Moreover, the disparity between the green-armored soldiers and the formidable Akin was far too great. Allowing them to continue their assault would only lead to further casualties, hence they were ordered to retreat and focus on other tasks. As for Akin, the ghostly foe, it was best faced alone. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had encountered a worthy adversary. That fellow aides was far too weak, leaving him unsatisfied. Now, he relished the prospect of a true challenge. The commander, Hama, swung a colossal hammer, bound by chains, an imposing weapon that dwarfed even the girth of a grown man. Its surface adorned with menacing spikes that in comparison, Akin's twin hammers appeared diminutive. Hama, capable of wielding such a weighty instrument, was no ordinary foe. His rugged visage, adorned with a thick beard and cascading brown hair tied back in a ponytail, reached an astonishing height of nearly 4 meters, towering above most. His bulk was reminiscent of a small giant, a figure typically reserved for the final bosses in games. Yet in the fantastical realm of pirates, such beings were merely of average existence. Confronted by Akin, cloaked in his deep crimson aura, Hama activated the glowing sigils on his back. Augmenting his vitality, he swung the massive hammer down upon Akin, who retaliated with a mighty swing of his own. The clash of the two hammers sent a resounding shockwave through the narrow valley, startling the avian inhabitants into flight. The collision of life and ghostly energy, one green and the other red, created a vivid contrast in the confined space. Initially wielding but one hammer, Akin now brought the second into play. Hama, sensing the impending second strike from Akin, swiftly retreated to evade the blow. To witness such rapid movement from a figure of his imposing stature was astonishing. Akin realized that the followers of the King of Fei were no ordinary warriors, each possessing formidable physical prowess. As the most potent combatant under the King of Fei, Hama could not afford to falter. He unleashed a powerful technique to continue his assault, with the chains binding his hammer. He swung it in an arc, summoning a barrage of colossal strikes akin to meteoric showers, each one hurtling towards Akin. Yet, Akin remained composed, exhibiting his true speed, effortlessly dodging the hammer's descent amidst the rain of blows. Hama soon recognized that while his attacks barely registered against Akin's defenses, their speed was insufficient to pose a genuine threat. Realizing this, Hama resolved to employ a more rapid technique, one that would leave Akin no room to evade. Manipulating the chains, he spun the massive hammer, building momentum before launching it with great force. "That heavens fall," he cried, as the released hammer hurtled towards Akin with astonishing swiftness. Akin, having already spun his twin hammers,